Chapter 1. Here lies Blue Star, 3 centuries hence, a world tainted by the corruption of the chaotic cosmos. Beyond the near-Earth orbit, four ominous pillars of demonic origin, seemingly conjured from the void, hover in the heavens, exuding a terrifying arcane power that corrupts all it touches. Humanity has been compelled to forsake all accursed technologies and knowledge. Only steadfast faith can shield one from the encroaching chaos. Wei Lai has dwelled in this world for 3 months now, grappling with the concept of his transmigration. After all, he merely fancied himself a purveyor of hellish humor. How, then, did he find himself unceremoniously thrust into this chaos-ravaged realm by Azoth's hand? How does Wei Lai know it was Azoth's doing? For imprinted upon his face is a vivid handprint, marked by a peculiar hole at its center. In the face of this alien world, besieged by the 4 pillars of the malevolent deities, he found no guiding light, and survival seemed a fleeting hope. Fortuitously, he was taken in by a priest of the church. Wei, you may organize the tomes, but do not presume to comprehend their contents. Without unwavering faith, the absorption of knowledge can itself become a curse, cautioned the priest, a man in his 50s, adjusting his heavy, cloak-like vestments beneath the dim, flickering light of a holy candle, his weathered visage austere yet resolute. Of course, my esteemed Father Cain, I assure you, I shall not lay eyes upon a single word. I have no desire to succumb to corruption. As Wei Lai tidied the books and notes upon the desk, he silently loathed the fact that he could read Latin. The titles he encountered were troubling. A maintenance manual for young boys. Postnatal care for young maidens. How to make a nun fall in love with a 50-year-old priest. These were the notes penned by the priest. Had it not been for the peculiar nature of this body he now inhabited, which inherently possessed literacy and linguistic capabilities, he would have remained oblivious to such unsettling texts. Such a pious and solemn priest clandestinely engaged in such sordid affairs. Wei Lai shuddered at the memory of the hellish jokes he had once crafted. Question: do you know what the priest and the foot basination have in common? Answer: both have exploited young boys. Question: why doesn't Azoth intervene to stop the priest? Answer: because Azoth himself bears a hole. Wei, I shall be away for the next couple of days. Remember to consume the holy potion once it is finished. Your health should be on the mend. Father Cain was trimming his beard before the mirror, his departure seeming less an exorcism and more akin to a romantic outing. Upon hearing this, a chill coursed down Wei Lai's spine. For the body he now occupied was feeble and malnourished, its young adult form still frail as that of a boy, and a bout of tuberculosis had claimed the original life. Take care, Father Cain, Wei Lai replied with a hint of anxiety. Indeed, I have assessed your pollution levels, and they are remarkably low, suggesting your soul is exceedingly pure. When I return, I shall invite you to witness my basement. Father Cain turned, offering a mysterious yet gentle smile. Witness? Wei Lai gulped in terror. What? Are you nervous? Father Cain's smile was oddly unsettling. Not at all. I am immensely looking forward to it. Are my ritual tools prepared? Nightfall approaches swiftly. Father Cain inquired once more. Yes, they shall be ready shortly. Wei Lai hastily set aside his books and approached to organize the exorcism tools for Father Cain. Given the perilous nature of this endeavor, ordinary holy candles may prove inadequate. He switched the holy candles for romantic candles. Morality points, 10. The priest would be fighting solo while the malevolent spirits swarm. Holy water was exchanged for wondrous milk. Morality points, 10. The corruption outside was indeed terrifying. Incense for banishing evils was replaced with succubus perfume. Morality points, 10. To stave off boredom during the exorcism. The Bible was swapped for a magazine featuring beautiful women. Morality points, 10. What if the priest grows hungry mid-ritual? The silver cross was substituted with a banana. The holy silver dagger was replaced with a squeaky chicken. Father, the ritual tools are all set. I wish you great success in your exorcism. Wei Lai presented a bag brimming with the peculiar implements to Father Cain. Remember, once darkness falls, do not venture outside, and do not admit anyone without caution. Ensure the holy fire in the lighthouse remains lit. Father Cain reminded him before departing. Rest assured, Father Cain. I shall tend to this place with utmost care. Wei Lai forced a smile as he watched the priest, lantern in hand, disappear into the dusky streets until he was no longer visible. Only then did he curse under his breath. Damn it! You wish to refine me? Not a chance. With a resounding thud, he shut the heavy wooden door of the church, securing it with a bolt before settling into a chair, his legs crossed before the altar, gazing up at the dimly lit visage of the crucified figure. He posed a question to the silent wooden statue. Do you know what invigorates the spirit the most? The statue, of course, offered no reply. The crucifix. Wei Lai chuckled wickedly. Morality points, 10. Indeed, each hellish joke earned Wei Lai a bounty of 10, 20 morality points. Yes, this morality system was the result of his transmigration. Angels and demons. When one performs acts of kindness, one accumulates merit points. When one commits malfeasance, one accrues morality points. Upon reaching 100 merit or morality points, a divine blessing from angels or demons will be bestowed. Note: upon reaching 100 points, you may choose to retain your morality points to amplify the strength of the next blessing. A golden level blessing requires 500 points, while a rainbow level blessing requires 1,000 points. Current merit points, 0. Current morality points, 100. It is not that Wei Lai is unwilling to perform good deeds, rather. Virtuous actions are exceedingly challenging, while mischief is all too convenient. When the neighbor's child ventures out to relieve himself at night, merely frightening him earns 2 morality points. Your morality points have reached 100. Would you like to immediately activate the demon's blessing or opt to retain your points? Let's activate it. Wei Lai was eager. This was the first time he had amassed 100 points, and he was curious about the blessing. Instantly, a cloud of pitch-black smoke erupted before him, coalescing into 3 phrases composed of shadowy mist. Demons, Blessing 1. Companionship Silver Level. You shall receive a mannequin as long as it remains within a 3-meter radius. It will grant you 1 morality point for every hour of its existence. A source of morality points? By doing nothing more than placing the mannequin nearby, would he not accrue 24 points daily? However, Wei Lai was already quite morally dubious and did not require this additional point. Demon's Blessing 2. Pandora's Box, Silver Level. You have obtained a Pandora's Box. Any items placed within may be transformed into other items of the same grade up to 3 times daily. Demon's Blessing 3. Demon Dice, Silver Level. Roll a magical die. An odd number incurs a penalty, while an even number grants a reward. The reward will exceed the silver level. Please select one of the 3 blessings. This requires no contemplation. With countless choices in life, to encounter a gambling opportunity without going all in would be a waste of youth. Wei Lai rubbed his hands in anticipation, ready to grasp the 3rd blessing when a line of blood-red warning emerged from the black fog. Warning: please exercise caution in selecting this blessing. Should you incur a penalty, your current life force may be easily extinguished. Will you proceed? Perhaps it's not worth risking my life. Wei Lai's enthusiasm waned, and he pointed instead to the 2nd blessing, Pandora's Box. Bang! A redwood box, intricately carved with demonic flowers, landed in Wei Lai's arms, heavy and possessing a remarkable texture, its ancient design reminiscent of a valuable antique. Upon opening it, he found it empty, with a space sufficient for a basketball. The enigmatic Pandora's Box could be activated 3 times daily, allowing for the alteration of items placed within. After transformation, there's a 33 chance of total obliteration, a 33 chance of conversion into another item of the same grade and type, a 33 chance of elevating the item's quality by 1 tier, and a 1 chance of a mysterious grand prize. Current uses: 33, resets daily at noon. Having comprehended the usage instructions, Wei Lai promptly retrieved a holy candle and placed it within Pandora's Box to test its effects. These were first-grade ritual tools crafted by Father Cain, possessing a modicum of holy power, not mere mundane items. Upon closing the box, Wei Lai pressed the flower-like button at its center, and the entire box began to tremble violently, dark mist pouring forth from its seams. Minutes later, the commotion subsided, leaving a tranquil silence in its wake. Eagerly, Wei Lai opened the box once more. An exquisite gift. The formerly pristine white candle had transformed into a grotesque, blood-red object, resembling flesh grotesquely fused together. Is this for real, system? It appears that this Pandora's box can conjure forth demonic artifacts. How could you not have mentioned this sooner? Wasting my sacred candle. What on earth am I doing lighting a flesh candle dedicated to malevolent deities within the grandeur of a celestial cathedral? If anyone were to discover this, I would surely be dragged to the judgment hall and incinerated alive. Pandora's box does not solely conjure items of a demonic nature, it is all a matter of fortune. However, it may be subtly influenced by the intentions of its user. Remarkably, the system even responded to Wei Lai's skepticism. This left him somewhat perplexed. Although Wei Lai harbored no faith in the figure upon the cross, it seemed improbable that he would gravitate towards the demonic. He needed to swiftly banish this grotesque flesh candle. Pandora's box is unable to undergo a secondary transformation in the short term. Please introduce a new item. Goodness gracious, it cannot transform again? To harbor a candle meant for demonic worship within my hallowed cathedral is to invite disaster. Should it be discovered, I would undoubtedly face dire consequences. It must be hidden away. Perhaps in Father Cain's study would suffice. I cannot possibly conceal it beneath my own bed. Depravity value increased by 10. On his second opportunity with Pandora, Wei Lai retrieved a holy water leech from the adjacent pool and introduced it, continuing the transformation. Despite its slimy and repulsive appearance, it is indeed a genuine sacred relic. Wei Lai had witnessed Father Cain use it to siphon curses from those afflicted. Once more, Pandora's box trembled violently, releasing a billow of dark smoke. Morning Raven X1. As he opened the box, a raven, shrouded in ebony feathers and with blood-red eyes, cocked its head and stared intently at Wei Lai. A mourning raven? What purpose does it serve? Let us see you mourn, Wei Lai remarked, somewhat baffled by this latest transformation. You are destined to die, the raven croaked, each word articulated with a chilling rasp. Good heavens! You unfortunate creature, you are the one doomed to die. Your mother shall perish, and your entire family shall meet their end. Wei Lai leapt up in agitation. Your mother is dead. Your mother is dead. The mourning raven continued its raucous cawing, growing increasingly animated. This is utterly cursed. Away with you. Wei Lai hastily opened the window, brandishing a broom to shoo the ominous creature outside, its cries disturbing the peace of the neighborhood throughout the night. Depravity value increased by 20. Alas, I have released a nationally protected species, and yet I am met with increased depravity? Surely, I ought to be rewarded with virtue instead. Why does it still pertain to the demonic realm? This defies logic. Could it be that my inner self is too tainted? Wei Lai quickly lit 2 sacred candles, fervently praying before the statue on the altar, repeatedly uttering amen, and washed his hands with holy water. The holy water would surely cleanse my hands. Wei Lai refrained from lighting more sacred candles. These are consumables that must burn continuously each night to ward off malevolence and preserve the sanctity of the statue. What if he overindulged and exhausted the candles? Who knows what monstrous entity might knock at his door that night? However, he had discerned that consumables could only transform into other consumables, and animals could only be transmuted into animals. What of items, then? This time, Wei Lai retrieved an old iron incense ball from Father Cain's study, placing it into the box, earnestly praying for a spectacular outcome, preferably an enigmatic grand prize, and hoping it would not vanish. He activated Pandora's box once more. This time, the box ceased emitting black smoke. It trembled violently, and with a hiss, white smoke billowed forth, revealing a brilliant flash of white light upon opening it. Congratulations, your item has been upgraded. As the radiance faded, the once dull and worn incense ball transformed into an ancient silver metal sphere. Silver incense ball of forgetfulness. Tier, second tier. Attribute, neutral. Effect, enhances the effects of all incense by 20 and imparts a mild forgetting effect. Ah, what a splendid treasure. For cleric, incense is undoubtedly an essential item. Father Cain also possesses a silver incense ball, always keeping several types of incense on hand. such as calming and exorcising incenses. Wei Lai carefully withdrew the intricately crafted incense ball from Pandora's box, admiring its exquisite design, delicately suspended by a slender silver chain, and he found himself unable to part with it. He then ignited the calming incense left by the priest, attempting to experience its effects. Ah, a whiff. Oh, tranquility descend upon me. Wait, what do I hold in my hand? The silver incense ball of forgetfulness? A whiff. Wait, what do I hold in my hand? The silver incense ball of forgetfulness? A whiff. At this moment, the clock tower in the street has tolled 3 times, urging the lingering residents to hasten back to their homes. For lingering in the darkness promises no good. It was only then that Wei Lai remembered the medicinal broth simmering in the kitchen. He swiftly concealed the now empty Pandora's box beneath his bed and rushed to the kitchen to drink the medicine. Having consumed the sacred healing elixir, he regained 2 points of vitality. The origin of this concoction remained a mystery, as it had been procured by Father Cain, but once ingested, it invigorated him, enveloping his body in warmth and restoring Wei Lai's originally frail health. Knock, 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 knock. The heavy and urgent banging on the church's door echoed. Wei Lai licked the bottom of the bowl, sparing not a single drop of the medicine's essence. Before making his way to the church's main hall, he glanced at the statue, where the holy candles continued to burn brightly. Father Cain was away on a business trip. If there were matters to discuss, one could return in a few days. Wei Lai did not feel particularly anxious about the potential monsters lurking outside. Having lived alongside Father Cain for some time, there were often individuals who knocked at the door in the dead of night with pressing matters. "I ask it you, Wei Lai, the altar boy. It's me. Elvin, open the door. I have urgent news," the man outside cried out in distress, pounding on the door. Elvin was a familiar face on this street, a teacher and scholar of history who frequently visited the church for worship. And Wei Lai had encountered him numerous times. "I'm terribly sorry, but Father Cain is not here. He instructed me not to admit anyone while he is away," Wei Lai replied, unwilling to stir trouble. "Please, I beg you. It's tormenting me. Let me confess before God. I do not wish to succumb to darkness," Elvin pleaded, tears streaming down his face as he knelt outside, striking his own head in utter agony. "Return to your home. As long as you uphold your faith, you can confess anywhere, my child." Though not a priest, Wei Lai was adept at offering comforting words. "Let me in. What foolishness. If you were to suddenly become corrupted, what could my frail frame do to defend myself? All right, Wei Lai, altar boy, if Father Cain returns, please ensure he purifies my body and guides my soul to the heavenly realm. I am willing to donate all my savings to the church." Elvin could only resign himself to his fate. "Wait, did you say you have savings? Your piety has moved the Lord. Come in, my poor scholar." Wei Lai was swayed by his appeal. With a creak, the church door opened a crack, beckoning Elvin to enter swiftly. The disheveled scholar, though barely in his 30s, now appeared immensely aged, as if decades had been added to his years. "Speak. What troubles you, Mr. Elvin?" Wei Lai asked, feigning solemnity as he adjusted his gray robe, concealing a sharp candlestick behind him, wary of any sudden transformations. "Will you also purify me, Wei Lai? My mental pollution level is far too high." "I have heard horrifying voices," Elvin cried, clutching his head, blood streaming from his ears. "That depends on your sincerity, for the church also requires funds to operate." Wei Lai, having learned some lessons from Father Cain during his time as an altar boy, responded, "I know. I have money. Just drive it away from my mind." Elvin understood that Father Cain charged 10 silver coins for an exorcism and hastily produced a handful of coins from his wallet, offering them to Wei Lai. Wei Lai swiftly accepted and counted them. There were a full 15 coins, clearly indicating that Elvin was on the brink of collapse, with little time to count his money. "Sit for a moment and tell me, what exactly have you encountered?" Wei Lai inquired while preparing the exorcism tools. I could not resist the urge to pry into an ancient tome from a bygone era. Those words linger in my mind, and I have heard the whispers of the dark deity." Elvin slumped into a chair, his eyes bloodshot, muttering to himself. Wei Lai inserted an instrument resembling a mercury thermometer into Elvin's mouth. "Oh, my lord, your mental pollution level is alarmingly high, 48. Once it reaches 25, various physical discomforts will manifest, at 50. One directly succumbs to corruption, deemed a follower of the dark deity, and faces judgment from the court. Ordinarily, individuals maintain levels below 10 and must remain vigilant, frequently confessing and worshipping. Wei Lai, with a mere 0.1, was indeed a rarity, which is precisely why Father Cain had brought him to the church for careful nurturing. I knew it. Please, you must save me. I do not wish to fall into darkness. Elvin implored desperately. Of course, it is only right to charge for services rendered. We are bound by professional ethics. Wei Lai contemplated briefly before producing the tools he had just acquired. Forgetfulness incense ball combined with purifying incense. In the presence of the Lord, may you forget all pain and unease, obliterating those foul and wicked words. May God be with you always. The lit purifying incense emitted tendrils of white smoke, interwoven with a hint of eerie blue magic, swirling around Elvin's body under Wei Lai's incantations, seeping into his nostrils with each breath. Gradually, Elvin, who had been restless, began to find tranquility, closing his eyes and breathing steadily as the corrupting words in his mind dissipated with the smoke. Once the incense had burned out, Wei Lai stored the incense ball away, rousing Elvin and measuring his mental pollution level once more. 5. Excellent. The purification ceremony was a success, Mr. Elvin. You have halted Elvin's descent into corruption and earned 20 merit points. Alas, saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tier pagoda. Yet why only 20 merit points? Isn't that a bit stingy? Look at those who commit sins. A mere joke about hell earns them 20 points. Wei Lai, altar boy? Why am I here? Elvin appeared bewildered, clearly affected by the aftereffects of the forgetfulness incense, struggling to recall his purpose for coming. Indeed, you were on the verge of corruption from your reading. Had I not intervened in time, our next meeting might have been at the pyre of the tribunal. Wei Lai felt a thrill of excitement, having performed a good deed for the first time. Is that so? I owe my thanks to Father Cain. Is it you, Wei Lai, altar boy, who presided over the ceremony? Elvin inquired, astonished. Indeed, Father Cain is away on business that I do not wish to explain further, particularly as it is quite late. You should return home. Wei Lai was reluctant to have anyone stay overnight. All right. Thank you, Wei Lai, altar boy. Wishing you peace. Elvin gazed out at the pitch-black night, eager to return home. Wait, you haven't paid yet. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot. May the Lord guide you. Amen, Wei Lai chuckled, feeling the weight of the silver coins in his hand. This night has been peaceful, and you have survived. Wei Lai yawned and rose from the rigid wooden bed. Life in the church was hardly tranquil. He had awoken 3 times, unable to attain a proper rest. Father Cain had warned him that there were 2 essential tasks to be performed at night. First, to ensure the holy candles before the statue remained lit, a sign of reverence to God. The second was to replenish the lighthouse atop the church with holy oil, ensuring it burned throughout the night. This would safeguard the peace of several nearby blocks, maintaining the purity of the resident souls against the seductive whispers of demons in the darkness. Ordinarily, this duty fell to the nuns, but unfortunately, the 2 nuns of this church had recently perished under mysterious circumstances. Now, it was left to Wei Lai, the temporary altar boy, to fulfill these responsibilities. At this moment, the first rays of dawn broke through the church, casting a warm light upon the crucifix bearing the image of Jesus, instilling an inexplicable sense of peace. All is well. The night watchman rang his copper bell, announcing the safety of each street and every home. Hey, old watchman, do you know the difference between the Jesus on the cross and the Jesus in the paintings? Wei Lai opened the window and leaned on the sill, greeting the passing night watchman. Good morning, young squire. Peace be upon you. The old watchman grinned, revealing a mouthful of decayed teeth, in the image of Yasu. With just a single nail, Wei Lai returned a radiant smile. Depravity points increased by 20. The old watchman, having succumbed to the devil's temptation years ago, had stabbed his ears deaf, rendering him unable to hear any sounds. Thus, he secured the position of a night watchman, patrolling the nearby streets, free from the worries of noises in the dark. Unable to share his hellish jokes with anyone else, Wei Lai dared only to recount them to the deaf old watchman. Once the watchman departed, Wei Lai opened the grand doors of the church to let in some fresh air, preparing to commence a new day of work. First on his agenda was procuring supplies for the church: flour, candles, lamp oil, and spices. The funds, of course, came from the church's coffers left by the priest, as Wei Lai was reluctant to spend from his own meager savings at noon. He needed to bake some communion bread to distribute to the impoverished in the community, sparing them from the torment of hunger that might lead them into the embrace of the malevolent deity. The second pillar of the malevolent deity, corruption and plague, colloquially known as the corruption-plagued deity, which brought forth agonizing diseases and devastating famine. Its decaying microorganisms were omnipresent, hastening the rot of food and causing the living to perish, only for the dead to rise again. Were it not for the merit gained from sharing communion with the poor, Wei Lai would have little inclination to bake bread for these wretched souls. Purchasing ready-made bread was certainly not cost-effective. The church's funds were limited and could not withstand extravagant spending. Thus, Wei Lai had to visit the mill to buy some flour and bake it fresh. "Good morning, esteemed acolyte. Are you here to buy flour? I have just milled some fine wheat flour, guaranteed to yield soft and delectable bread." The mill owner, covered in a dusting of white flour, greeted him with a modicum of respect. "Oh, how can I indulge in such selfish desires when there are so many in this world suffering from hunger? Fine wheat flour is not meant for a devout clergyman," Wei Lai solemnly declined. "Who wouldn't want fine bread? But it is far too expensive. 1 silver coin for a pound of flour. Who can afford that? Oh Lord, your piety moves me. I shall donate a sack of flour to the church. Please do accept it." The mill owner clasped his hands together, exclaiming joyfully, "The Lord shall bless your generosity." Wei Lai graciously accepted a small sack of rye flour, enough to last 3 days. Why not purchase a larger quantity at once to avoid frequent trips for supplies? Wei Lai had already posed this question to the priest. The answer was simple. The corruption deity causes food to rot within a short span. Does flour also spoil? Indeed, although it decays much slower than other foods, it can still turn into a mass of black ash within a week. Other foods perish even more swiftly. They can spoil within a mere half-day, and if left overnight, they become a revolting slime. All vegetables and fruits must be consumed on the day they are harvested. Preservation is out of the question. Thus, this world is truly unfortunate. Wei Lai had not tasted fresh fruits and vegetables in a long while, subsisting instead on wretched black bread, hard and unyielding. As he passed the lumber mill, Wei Lai glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and stealthily scooped up a handful of fine pine sawdust to mix into the flour. Depravity points increased by 10. What depravity? Wei Lai aimed to make the bread hard and unpalatable, thereby deterring those greedy peasants and ensuring that the communion bread reached those who truly needed it. After procuring the flour, Wei Lai ventured to the shop to buy some mutton tallow candles and sheep's fat. These materials came exclusively from the pastoral district, where only pure white lambs, untainted by the mating season, could yield the fat needed for sacrificial implements. Indeed, merchants were miserly. Upon seeing Wei Lai arrive, they offered no donations and instead sought payment. "Sir, I see a dark omen upon your brow. Might your spiritual pollution be a bit high? Why not come to the church for a prayer?" Wei Lai mischievously threatened the shopkeeper sporting a pair of thin mustaches. "Why, you little acolyte, do not speak such nonsense. I had myself measured just recently. It was only 21. The shopkeeper trembled in fear. This was no jest. Should the number exceed 25, the security officer would come to drag him away. 21 is already quite high. I have a bottle of holy water. Take it home and wash your face." Wei Lai casually produced a bottle of freshly drawn, well-watered. "Thank you, acolyte Wei Lai." The shopkeeper eagerly accepted it. 2 silver coins. "May the Lord bless you." "Amen." Wei Lai smiled benevolently. Whether it was nickel silver or pure silver, the shopkeeper reluctantly produced 2 gleaming silver coins, his face a mask of anguish. Depravity points increased by 20. The currency in this world is not like that in the common fantasy realm, which comprises copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. Instead, it is divided into nickel-silver coins, which are mixed with copper, iron, and nickel, along with 30 inferior silver, used for everyday small purchases, with a purchasing power of about 1 nickel-silver coin being able to buy a slice of black bread. Pure silver coins, crafted from 90 silver, marked with a cross and a portrait of Yasu, have a purchasing power of 1 pure silver coin equivalent to 10 inferior silver coins, sufficient to buy an entire loaf of black bread, representing quite a decent value. Holy silver coins, made of 99.999 pure silver, blessed by high-ranking priests, possess the ability to ward off evil spirits. Their value is equivalent to 10 pure silver coins, enough to purchase a fur garment, though commoners seldom require them, as they belong to the hierarchy of high currency. Indeed, standard currency is predominantly silver, for silver possesses a natural property that restrains malevolent forces. Utilizing silver currency minimizes the risk of succumbing to greed and falling prey to demonic temptations. Silver utensils and vessels can also exterminate microorganisms and prolong the shelf life of food. As for gold, a more valuable metal, Wei Lai had not encountered it since his arrival. It was said to be too alluring, driving ordinary folk mad with desire upon sight, leading them to covet it for themselves. Thus, a century ago, the upper clergy confiscated all gold, and its current fate remains unknown. After completing his procurement, Wei Lai ambled back to the church, responding to the greetings of neighbors along the way with the demeanor of a good young man, casually inquiring if anyone knew of vacant rental properties. He was reluctant to continue residing in the church, toiling away without compensation. What if Father Cain returned and his baser instincts compelled him to take advantage of Wei Lai? At that moment, Wei Lai was in the church kitchen, diligently kneading the dough, reciting not the sacred verses typically uttered while making communion bread, but rather grumbling incessantly. I do not understand, in the grand expanse of Italy, while the recipes may not match the richness of my homeland, it is still a culinary powerhouse of Europe. How has it come to this? Where is your pizza, your pasta, your tiramisu, your cheese, your beer? How is it that only this wretched bread remains, thinner than even British cuisine? Indeed, the town where Wei Lai now resided was a small settlement named Gil, situated within the jurisdiction of Florence, the former realm of Italy. Although the concept of nations had largely dissipated, with the Vatican taking over the governance of much of the European continent, many place names had persisted. Poor Wei Lai had endured months of dry, hard bread, his mouth nearly salivating with longing. Father Cain's explanation for this culinary deprivation was that once one has tasted exquisite food, desire takes root within the heart. With desire comes the risk of succumbing to gluttony. Maintaining a simple diet helps to strengthen one's faith. Nonsense. Living a lifetime on the blandest of foods, one scarcely knows what delicacies are. What is the point of living? This simplest of breads, lacking even yeast for fermentation, is merely a mass of charred dough. It is barely palatable when fresh out of the oven, but if it cools, it could even serve as a lethal projectile. Praise the Lord. A chorus of impoverished townsfolk gathered at the church entrance to receive their food aid, expressing immense gratitude to the Almighty. Wei Lai wore a cheerful smile on his face. Yet inwardly he cursed. Here I am, toiling from dawn to procure flour, mixing in sawdust, kneading dough, and baking bread, and you all thank the Lord instead of me. Is that right? It seems I shall have to add an extra measure of sawdust tomorrow. Merit points increased by 2. 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 Damn it. This merit point accumulation is exasperatingly slow. After all this toil, distributing 10 loaves of black bread only yielded me 20 merit points. It is far quicker to engage in misdeeds. After bidding farewell to the bread deliverer, Wei Lai returned to the kitchen, where he prepared himself a bowl of rye noodles, seasoned with a touch of salt and lamb tallow. It was a simple dish, yet far more delightful than the dark bread. Goodness, it was utterly delectable. However, as the priest had advised, creating culinary delights in secret was deemed a curse, for recipes constituted a form of knowledge. To acquire knowledge necessitated contemplation, and once one began to ponder, they could easily be swayed by the temptations of knowledge and the cunning of malevolent deities, ultimately succumbing to corruption. To forsake thought and knowledge. To recite the Bible in a state of ignorance was the very means by which humanity survived in these times. The third pillar of evil, the god of curses and deceit, also known as the god of treachery, symbolized schemes and subterfuge, preying upon the vulnerabilities of the mind and humanity's curiosity towards knowledge. It was he who cursed all knowledge, leading people to lose their most cherished technological advancements. Thus, Wei Lai dared only to secretly boil himself a simple bowl of lamb fat noodles during the priest's absence. After distributing the dark bread and satisfying his hunger, Wei Lai washed his hands in holy water, bowed before the statue, and chuckled as he realized the cool down for Pandora's box was over. Allowing him to make another transformation, he contemplated what else in the church could be altered. Placing ordinary items, gray, into the box was a waste of transformation attempts. He needed to find items imbued with a hint of holy power to participate in the change. In a moment of audacity, Wei Lai decided to sacrifice Father Cain's precious equipment, wagering on a grand gamble. As he inserted the second-tier sacrificial item into Pandora's box, a warning flashed. Morality points increased by 20. Engaging in such unscrupulous acts repeatedly would likely leave the church a mere shell upon the priest's return. Pandora's box shook violently, and with a loud bang, black smoke erupted. When he opened the box, it was empty. Your equipment has vanished. I had just cleansed my hands with holy water. How could this happen? Though the items did not belong to Wei Lai, he still felt a pang of regret. Undeterred, he sought out a silver holy cup, second tier. Morality points increased by 20. Once more, Pandora's box trembled violently, followed by a thunderous explosion. The scene was almost identical. Wei Lai hurriedly opened the box, only to see a wisp of black smoke rising in the bottom of the box barren. No, not again. It devoured my equipment. Wei Lai was on the verge of madness. Yet, like a gambler blinded by greed, he refused to give up. What were the chances of failing thrice in a row? The first 2 times could be considered a warm-up. The third time would surely yield success. Without hesitation, Wei Lai grabbed a silver cross, second tier, and cast it into the box, fervently praying. Buzzing, the box shook intensely. Seemingly stirring for a grand prize, Wei Lai felt an inexplicable thrill. Bang! A surge of scalding steam erupted, and he flung open the lid, revealing orange flames billowing from the bottom of the box. As the smoke and flames dissipated, a silver cross flickering with firelight emerged from the depths. Your equipment has been enhanced. Indeed, securing a grand prize was not easily achieved. Flame-imbued silver cross tier, third attribute. Sacred flame effect. When utilizing this cross to cast sacred spells, it will inflict additional holy fire damage. What a splendid item. Wei Lai quickly retrieved the cross. Ouch, it was scorching. He instinctively touched his earlobe. What is this? A branding iron. He nearly flung the cross away. Your mental pollution value has reached 20, resisting the sacred attribute. Damn, when did this happen? Was it during my reckless gambling? I must repent immediately. The day's time with the box concluded. Wei Lai stashed it beneath his bed, draped the flaming cross around his neck, concealing it with his coat, and promptly knelt before the statue, reciting the Bible and sincerely repenting for his greedy transgressions, vowing never to gamble again for a solid 12 hours. He hastily reduced his mental pollution value below 5, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he examined his merit value, which stood at 50 points, alongside an increased moral depravity value of 80 points. Alas, my heart is inclined towards goodness, yet accumulating merit proves challenging. The efforts of exorcism and distributing bread have only garnered 50 points. However, my moral depravity value was on the verge of unlocking a demonic blessing. Wei Lai resolved to take a stroll, engaging in some mischievous deeds with the hope of securing a demonic blessing by nightfall. Doing good deeds is no easy feat. Mischief abounds. He rode an elderly lady across the street. Frightened children, swindled a few silver coins from the faithful, overturned dog bowls, provoking barks from the dogs, and earning scoldings from their owners. After an afternoon of roaming the nearby streets, he managed to amass the remaining 20 points. Without waiting to return to the church, Wei Lai eagerly activated the demonic blessing with his 100 points of depravity. Demonic blessing 1. The price of strength silver. Your physique increases by 20. Granting a permanent boost of 10 to both constitution and strength at the cost of 10 years of life. What the hell? They want to deduct 10 years from my life right off the bat. No way, no way. I'm not ready to depart just yet. Demonic blessing 2. The jester's trick, silver. You play a game with the demonic jester. Winning grants you a random skill from the jester, 34 tier. While losing results in a severe punishment. A jester. The visage of a masked figure from a horror film flickered in Wei Lai's mind. That I refuse to play games with a jester. Demonic blessing 3. Dangerous task, silver. Complete a perilous task to receive a substantial reward. None of these demonic tasks appeared straightforward. They either demanded your life or a daunting task. Wei Lai felt a twinge of regret for his foolishness in courting danger. Yet, the promise of a generous reward for the dangerous task ignited a flicker of courage within him. Please complete a dangerous task within 12 hours. Failure to do so will result in punishment. The task isn't assigned by the system. I have to find it myself. Wei Lai was somewhat taken aback. Well, in that case, he would not hold back, seeking something not too perilous. Watching the countdown provided by the system, Wei Lai hurriedly strolled through the nearby streets, searching for a point to trigger a task. In less than 2 laps, a frantic uncle rushed over, appearing utterly flustered. Wei Lai, assistant priest, is Father Kane not in the church? Yes, Father Kane is away on business. Uncle Jim, what seems to be the matter? Wei Lai recognized him as a carpenter from a nearby workshop. What do we do now? Uncle Jim was clearly in a state of panic, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Calm down, Uncle Jim. Panicking is of no use. If you have something to say, you can share it with me, Wei Lai offered. Well, you know Sophia, right? Uncle Jim managed to compose himself slightly. Of course, the lovely seamstress who lives with her grandmother. Always so kind-hearted. She even mended my clothes, Wei Lai added silently in his heart. What a sizable throw. Yes, she has passed away. Uncle Jim lamented sorrowfully. What? When did this happen? Wei Lai was taken aback. We're not sure. But last night, a crow was cawing incessantly on her roof. We didn't pay it any mind at the time. Today, we noticed her shop was closed, so we went to check and found only her grandmother left behind. What should we do? Uncle Jim sighed heavily. A mourning crow. Wei Lai immediately recalled the crow he had cast away, cawing insults. How long has she been dead? It must have been about a day. Uncle Jim hesitated. We must cremate her immediately. Wei Lai stated with utmost seriousness. In this world, due to the corruption of the corruption-plagued deity, any deceased individual, regardless of cause of death, would undergo a terrifying transformation within 3 days at most, or a single night at the least. Their bodies would be commandeered by microorganisms, causing them to rise again. Father Cain had repeatedly warned Wei Lai that the deceased must be dealt with promptly. If it could be avoided, it should never be left overnight. Assisting in cremation and guiding the souls of the departed was among the most vital duties of the local priest. The task had arrived. We know we must cremate her quickly, but with Father Cain absent, can you oversee it? Uncle Jim asked worriedly. If you have no better alternatives, I must fulfill my duty, Wei Lai proclaimed with solemnity. Without a doubt, this was the demonic task. You have accepted the task, body disposal. Let us hurry, Assistant Priest Wei. Uncle Jim urged. All right, I will fetch some ritual implements from the church. Wei Lai nodded in agreement. By this time, dusk had settled, and the town's bell had chimed its first note, urging the residents to hasten their tasks and prepare for their return home. Many townsfolk, their faces etched with concern, gathered at the seamstress shop, lamenting the sudden demise of Sophia. Why had this vivacious and healthy woman met such a fate? The town constable, equally troubled, urged everyone to return home, insisting that doors and windows be secured tightly and advising against venturing outside. Jim, has the priest arrived? Upon spotting Jim, the constable hurriedly inquired. The priest is away on a trip, but I have summoned Wei Lai, the assistant priest, Jim responded, anxiety evident in his voice as they questioned whether Wei Lai, lacking formal ordination, could competently purify the body. Let us head inside and see. Wei Lai was eager to complete the ritual before nightfall. Very well, go on in. Everyone step aside, shouted the constable as he urged the crowd to disperse. As Wei Lai entered the tailor's shop, he was greeted by an array of both new and old garments hanging in a manner reminiscent of the medieval era. He made his way through the shop and into the back room, where the sound of sorrowful sobbing reached his ears. Sophia's grandmother was hunched by the bedside, her tears having long since dried. The grandmother recounted how, just days prior, Sophia had accidentally pricked her foot with a rusty pair of scissors while sewing. Initially believing it to be a trivial matter, the constable had evidently conducted an investigation into the cause of death. Perhaps 3 centuries ago, tetanus was not as easily contracted, and the mortality rate was low. Yet, in this age of the 4 pillars of evil, even the slightest infection could prove fatal. Wei Lai gazed at Sophia's face, obscured by a piece of cotton cloth, feeling a twinge of apprehension. He had encountered death before, having assisted the priest with 2 cremation ceremonies over the past 3 months. However, he had merely played a supporting role, handing over towels or holy water, never having to take direct action himself. Summoning his courage, he lifted the cloth, and the moment Sophia's visage was unveiled, his heart jolted, and those behind him recoiled in terror. The sight was horrifying. The symptoms of tetanus had caused her facial and throat muscles to spasm grotesquely. The once warm and welcoming smile of Sophia was now unrecognizable, her face twisted in agony, marred by scratch marks, her eyes bulging, and her jaw dislocated, creating an unsettling spectacle. Assistant Priest Wei Lai is indeed dependable. Jim thought silently, admiring his composure. Dependable? My legs are frozen in fear. Help me. Wei Lai hastily covered Sophia's face again, chiding himself for his curiosity. He realized it would be simpler to incinerate the body without further ado. Time is of the essence. I must commence the ritual. I ask that all irrelevant parties exit, and constable, please construct the pyre in the yard. Wei Lai was eager to proceed without delay. Could you wait just one more day? Assistant priest, I cannot bear to part with Sophia just yet, the grandmother pleaded weakly. Out you go. A group of neighbors stepped forward, promptly lifting the elderly woman away, admonishing her, if the corpse transforms tonight, your life will be forfeit, and our entire street will suffer the consequences. Taking a deep breath, Wei Lai prepared to begin the purification ritual. A few brave men remained in the room, assisting in removing the white cloth from Sophia's body. With a measure of psychological readiness, Wei Lai felt a modicum of calmness return. Upon inspecting Sophia's foot, he discovered a dark wound, within which a black, pulsating growth wriggled, resembling a worm. The body had already begun to undergo a transformation. She could not have died just today. The old woman had likely kept the corpse at home for an entire day. If discovered any later, the transformation would have been inevitable. Wei Lai ignited a second-tier exorcism incense. Placing it into the sphere of forgotten incense, the silver chain coiling around his fingers, suspended above Sophia's remains, enveloped in swirling smoke. O Lord, please expel the impurities and malevolence from within her, allowing her to receive your grace and purity. May your spirit be with her, guiding her through the valley of death into the realm of eternal life, where she shall find everlasting peace. Wei Lai recited the eulogy with utmost reverence. Following the customary practices of Father Cain, believing that the anomaly of the body would soon dissipate and could then be cremated. However, as Wei Lai performed the ritual, rather than being purified, the body began to convulse violently, sending shockwaves of terror throughout the room. The corpse has transformed, someone cried, igniting a frenzy of fear as a group of men screamed like frightened maidens, scrambling to escape. It merely twitched a bit. What is all this fuss about? Come back. Wei Lai was determined not to fail his task and urgently called them back. Return, commanded the constable, forcing them back into the room. Help me restrain her. I must purify her. As Wei Lai observed the incense had no effect, he resolved to use holy water instead. 6 men hesitated but ultimately approached, binding her limbs tightly with ropes, using all their strength to keep her still. Wei Lai uncorked a holy vial, pouring its second-tier holy water over Sophia's forehead while reciting, Almighty Lord, you have created all things and once purified the world with the great flood. Initially, the corpse merely struggled, the veins beneath the skin writhing like worms, but the 6 men managed to hold her down. As the holy water reached the wound on her foot, the growth reacted violently. The body erupted with a terrifying force, thrashing wildly, and the men gritted their teeth, exerting all their strength, yet they could not contain her. By the Lord's wrath, Wei Lai cried, kneeling on Sophia's abdomen, pulling forth the flaming cross that hung around his neck, pressing it firmly against her forehead. In the name of the Almighty. In an instant, the cross radiated a red glow, becoming intensely hot, causing steam to rise from Sophia's forehead. As the transformed corpse began to settle, Wei Lai, unable to withstand the heat, instinctively released his grip. Damn it, the cross is burning me too. In a split second, the malevolent corpse exploded into action, crashing through the bed beneath it and launching upward, sending Wei Lai crashing against the wall. Roar. Sophia, now fully transformed, bore a grayish-blue complexion, countless black growths writhing across her skin, and she lunged toward Wei Lai with a blood-curdling roar. Wei Lai stumbled and hit his head against the wall, becoming dazed. Fortunately, the 6 men remained steadfast, anchoring themselves to the ground, their boots digging in as they struggled to restrain Sophia with the ropes, their faces flushed with exertion. Sophia's dislocated jaw hung open, a gray tongue dangling threateningly close to Wei Lai's face, emitting a terrifying rasp from deep within her throat. Wei Lai, run! We can't hold her much longer, Jim shouted, his face reddened with strain, cornered against the wall. Wei Lai saw no escape, yet Jim pulled Sophia's hands back with renewed effort. With that tug, Jim inadvertently tore open Sophia's bodice, revealing the ample bosom that once captivated Wei Lai, now thrusting forth with startling intensity. Slamming Wei Lai back against the wall. I'm done for, Wei Lai thought, overwhelmed by the chaotic situation, feeling as if he might suffocate. Huff, huff. At last, Sophia, in her undead state, became aware of her restrained limbs and slowly turned her head to gaze at the men holding the ropes, her grayish-white pupils devoid of any spark of life. The very men who had been praised by Wei Lai for their reliability now recoiled in terror, abandoning the ropes and fleeing, not forgetting to lock the door behind them. The corpse has transformed. The corpse has transformed. Their panicked cries only served to amplify the chaos, completely forgetting that Wei Lai was still in the room. As Sophia's transformed body turned to face him, her low growl echoed ominously, as if she were about to pounce. In a desperate attempt, Wei Lai splashed the remaining holy water onto her face, the liquid sizzling against her skin like acid, emitting a hissing sound. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Lai bolted towards the door, knowing that a creature even 6 strong men could not contain was no longer a matter of duty but a matter of survival. What the hell? Who locked the door? The air was thick with exclamations of frustration and fear. Upon glancing back, Sophia, whose visage had been purified by holy water to the point of flesh being separated. Had her 2 eyes seemingly melted away. Enraged, she flailed her arms and, in a fit of fury, collided with the wardrobe, which was made of solid wood, shattering it effortlessly. "Damn it! I shall give it my all." Wei Lai gritted his teeth, picking up a coarse cloth strip and wrapping it around his hand repeatedly. Grasping the top of the flaming crucifix anew, he leapt into action, vaulting behind Sophia and plunging the crucifix into the back of her skull like a dagger. Instantly, a searing flame erupted above the zombie's head, the crucifix transforming into a scalding brand. This time, with the cloth strip binding his hand, Wei Lai did not let go easily. Instead, he firmly controlled Sophia's body, forcing it to crash through the room and stagger toward the pile of wood in the yard. The immensely powerful zombie tumbled into the woodpile, and Wei Lai dared not withdraw the crucifix. Instead, rolling away in haste, "Pour the oil," Wei Lai's shout roused the astonished security team, who hurriedly grabbed wooden spoons to drench Sophia in flammable liquid. The raging inferno finally ignited, and the transformed corpse within the woodpile convulsed for an extended period before ceasing its movement. May the Lord's glory illuminate the path of the departed, guiding her to an eternal home. Beneath the blazing flames, Wei Lai exhaled a long sigh of relief, tracing a cross over his chest in prayer. Mission accomplished. The demonic task has been completed. Rewards are being extracted. Wei Lai, lacking the inclination to await the completion of the cremation or to collect the remains, hobbled back to the church. He was injured. While ambushing Sophia from behind, her claws had raked across his leg, leaving wounds that itched unbearably, as if insects were burrowing into his flesh. Wei Lai understood that this was the corpse poison from within Sophia, a viral curse from the deity of decay and plague, and he needed to purify himself in the church without delay. Otherwise, if the poison penetrated too deeply, it would not be long before he too became a walking corpse under the command of the corrupt deity. Upon returning to the church, Wei Lai hastily filled a tub with clean water, pouring all the holy water from the church into it. Immersing himself entirely, he felt a piercing pain in the wounds on his legs, akin to salt being poured into them. Fortunately, he recognized this as the holy water purging the corpse poison and endured it. The burns on his hands, however, felt a refreshing coolness, also receiving healing. Immersed in the tub, Wei Lai finally settled down, taking time to examine his gains. You have purified the transformed Sophia. Merit points increased by 30. You have completed the demonic blessing. Dangerous task. Reward obtained. Crow Sorcerer's demonic vaccine. With a puff, as a cloud of smoke dissipated, a uniquely shaped, archaic silver-patterned syringe fell into Wei Lai's hand, filled with a crimson liquid that resembled blood more than a vaccine. Crow Sorcerer's demonic vaccine effect. Crafted with care by the skilled healer Crow Sorcerer Hussein. Using vast amounts of demonic blood as raw material, this low-tier vaccine specifically targets the deity of plague. Upon injection, it grants immunity to viruses below the 3rd tier, and for each low-tier virus concocted by the plague deity that one contracts, it can be converted into 123 points of vitality. Such a fine item. Wei Lai, concerned that the holy water might not completely eliminate the tetanus virus, did not hesitate to inject himself. The remaining silver syringe was also a valuable item, which he tucked away. The demonic vaccine began absorbing the tetanus bacillus virus. What? There's an absorption process. Wei Lai's eye twitched as he felt his muscles spasm and stiffen uncontrollably, rendering his body entirely immobile. Had he not moved too much and toppled the tub, he might have drowned in the holy water. His muscles remained rigid and spasming for nearly the entire night, until the sunlight illuminated his face, rousing him from his stupor. You have defeated the tetanus virus. Muscle strength has been enhanced, power increased by 1, vitality increased by 1. Damn it. What a hassle. It felt like dying all over again. At least I didn't suffer a loss. Wei Lai grumbled as he pulled himself up, stretching his limbs. Indeed, his previously feeble body felt substantially more robust. Is this what it means to be reborn through adversity? Broken bones, upon healing, become denser than before. So, in this world, would organs healed from disease also emerge stronger? I must give it a try. AIDS, syphilis, gonorrhea, and genital warts. Let us see if I can forge an indestructible spear. After the outbreak last night, the spilled bathwater had left the bedroom in disarray, and the church's holy candles had not been replenished. He was uncertain if any mishaps had occurred overnight. Wei Lai tidied his bedroom, then lit a holy candle before the statue of Isu. Engaging in a moment of confession, glancing at his merit points, 70, With demerit points at 0, he realized today's task was to amass enough merit points to reach 100, enabling a divine blessing from the angels. Hearing the night watchman shaking his bell as he passed outside, Wei Lai routinely opened the window to greet him. "Hey, old man, I have a question for you. The Bible states that one cannot leave the Garden of Eden without passing through the serpent. Why can God enter and exit freely by himself? Because there is a serpent in the garden." The old night watchman chuckled, raising his head and grinning widely, shaking his bell. "Peace be upon you. Good priest, truly a fine person." Everyone else tends to ignore him, yet the priest greets him daily. Demerit points increased by 20. A timeless joke from hell. Upon opening the church door, he coincidentally encountered Uncle Jim, who approached with a hint of guilt on his face. "Wei Lai, priest, I'm glad to see you unharmed. We have already collected Sophia's remains this morning. Here is your crucifix." He handed over the flaming crucifix, wrapped in cotton cloth. "Don't take it to heart. Thanks to your help, I couldn't have succeeded alone." Wei Lai accepted the fine reward without reproaching them for their last-minute retreat, suggesting they continue to donate to the church. "That's good to hear. We would like to ask you to preside over Sophia's funeral." "Presiding over the funeral is not my place. Father Cain is returning in a few days, and I cannot usurp his duties." Wei Lai was never one to rise early for no gain. Presiding over a funeral was less appealing than enjoying a feast. "Very well. We shall postpone the funeral for 2 more days." Uncle Jim bowed and departed. Subsequently, Wei Lai began making sawdust bread, hoping to garner 20 merit points by noon. With his enhanced muscle strength, kneading the dough became effortless. He no longer felt exhausted to the point of not being able to lift his arms. What had taken 4 hours yesterday was completed in 3 today. With the remaining time, he prepared himself a bowl of lamb-fat rye bread, savoring every bite. The impoverished villagers lined up to receive their portions. Wei Lai accumulated another 20 merit points. How utterly frustrating. After all that effort, it's not even as good as telling a hellish joke. Observing his merit points had reached 90, Wei Lai resolved to take a stroll, searching for any elderly ladies in need of assistance, while also inquiring about any families with infected individuals. The gossipy village women at the town entrance served as an information hub. And with a few questions, he soon learned of a little girl next door suffering from tuberculosis, having coughed for a week. The priest had been summoned, but to no avail. Her parents had given up on treatment, leaving her in an abandoned barn surrounded by firewood, fed only a thin gruel and bread daily, waiting for death to come so they could cremate her promptly. In this world, infectious diseases are terrifying afflictions. Even a minor cold virus, under the meticulous concoction of the deity of decay and plague, becomes exceedingly lethal. The medical technology of the Golden Age, even 300 years ago, was utterly ineffectual. Without hesitation, Wei Lai decided to visit the little girl. Upon arriving at the yard, he found her parents outside the derelict barn, silently praying and waiting for their daughter to take her last breath. When they learned of Wei Lai's intentions, they were taken aback, repeatedly waving their hands. "No, my daughter suffers from a dreadful lung disease. How could we burden the priest? It could be contagious. I understand. But as a prospective clergyman, I cannot stand idly by, watching a poor lamb wander unaccompanied towards heaven." Lost in a chaotic maze, Wei Lai solemnly traced a cross upon his chest. The couple instantly fell to their knees, overwhelmed with tears, expressing their gratitude towards Wei Lai for his willingness to offer a final blessing to a patient afflicted by the plague. Wei Lai, basking in their admiration, adjusted his robe, opened the barn door, and stepped inside. Cough, cough. The sound of a weak cough echoed within the barn. "Mom, Dad, is that you?" Upon hearing the door creak, the girl spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "It is I, the church's assistant minister, Wei Lai," he replied with a gentle smile as he approached the bed where the girl lay. He opened the window, previously blocked by straw, allowing sunlight to flood the dim barn and illuminate the gaunt, pale face of the girl, devoid of any color. "Assistant minister, cough." The girl began to speak, but another cough nearly took her breath away. "Fear not, dear child. You shall be all right," Wei Lai reassured her, lightly patting her chest. I know I am going to die. I am not afraid of death, but I fear I may not ascend to the kingdom of heaven. I dread becoming a monster." The girl sobbed weakly, tears streaming from her eyes. "Do not be afraid, child. I shall guide you to the peaceful kingdom of heaven," Wei Lai said earnestly, lamenting how such a lovely girl had to face death, feeling powerless despite his good intentions. Even if Father Cain were to return personally, he would likely be unable to alter her fate. What he could do was ensure her departure was serene, dignified, and without regrets. Really? Cough. Assistant Minister, can I truly go to heaven? After a violent cough, the girl's complexion visibly brightened. Yes, I will escort you to heaven, Wei Lai assured her, tenderly grasping her hand. He then instructed the girl's parents to bring in a basin of clean water, unfastened her clothing, and gently washed her frail body, preparing her for a clean departure from this world. Though weak, the girl felt an overwhelming shyness, biting her lip tightly. After a moment, she mustered the courage to speak softly. Assistant Minister, I have one last wish. I want to experience the feeling of love. You truly wish to ascend to heaven, but this may not be wise. What if you die halfway through? Would I then become a murderer? Ultimately, Wei Lai still pressed his lips to the girl's, fulfilling her final desire. Moments later, the yearning for a beautiful life was consumed in the flames of tragedy. Wei Lai gazed at the raging fire, wiping his lips, wishing more than ever to return to the golden age on earth, a time when most ailments could be easily cured. Cough. Wei Lai coughed softly, realizing that his close proximity to the girl had infected him with the tuberculosis bacillus, resulting in pulmonary tuberculosis. You have granted lowly peace, earning 10 merit points. Would you like to activate the angel's blessing or reserve it for later? Cough, cough. Activate. Wei Lai coughed forcefully, pain radiating from his lungs. A testament to the strength of the tuberculosis bacillus, enhanced by the corruption of the divine. In just a few hours, his body had grown weak if provoked by the evil sorcerer's demonic vaccine. An even greater devastation could ensue. Angel's blessing 1. Randomly acquire one piece of equipment, level rating. Tier 3. Wei Lai pondered. Although a Tier 3 item would significantly enhance his abilities, it paled in comparison to the Pandora's box bestowed by the demon, definitely not on the same level. Pass. Angel's blessing 2. Gift of judgment. Upon receiving this blessing, every time you judge a creation of the evil god, you will receive an additional 10 merit points. An economic blessing. It may prove useful in the future, but not at this stage. Angel's blessing 3. All-seeing eye. Tier 3. You have gained the all-seeing eye, which, when activated, allows you to detect the traces left by evil gods, revealing their paths, consuming 1 point of holy power per second. The angel's blessings indeed have their complexities. They promise what they offer. Cough, cough. I shall take the all-seeing eye. Just as Wei Lai extended his hand to the mist of blessings, it seemed to come alive, enveloping his face and seeping into his eyes. So hot. Wei Lai felt an intense burning sensation, as if his eyes were melting. The pain drove him to plunge his face into the basin of water, which provided a slight respite. Once the burning subsided somewhat, he lifted his head, gazing into the basin to find his pupils had transformed into a shimmering golden hue, quite striking indeed. However, before he could harness any holy power, he realized that the energy consumed was his own mental strength. After only a brief activation, he was overwhelmed by a profound dizziness. Cough, cough. Coupled with the violent coughing brought on by his tuberculosis, Wei Lai felt as though he might perish. His legs weakened, and he could barely move. He had intended to crawl into bed for a brief rest, but suddenly remembered he had yet to utilize Pandora's box today. Compelling him to rise once more, he carelessly selected 3 ritual items to place into the magic box: a holy silver flask, Tier 2, a holy water leech, Tier 1, and a holy candle, Tier 2. Bang! The first exploded and vanished. Damn it. What a loss. The second leech went bang and transformed into a mourning crow. Damn you. Wei Lai cursed. The mourning crow flapped its wings and flew away. Damn you. Damn you. Well, now this street has 2 mourning crows, making it impossible for anyone to find peace in the dead of night. Depravity points increased by 10. The third high-tier holy candle transformed into a small piece of purifying incense, significantly more potent than typical exorcistic incense, capable of dispelling the corrupting magic left by evil gods. Wei Lai, too consumed by coughs to examine its properties, hastily wrapped the incense in oiled paper to prevent moisture and kept it close to his person. The violent coughing tugged at his heart, his throat filled with the metallic taste of blood as he coughed up bloody phlegm. This suffering is unbearable. My lungs feel as though they might burst. For an entire night, Wei Lai's coughing showed no signs of abating, even questioning whether the vaccine might indeed be a one-time use product. Thankfully, as the night wore on, he not only fainted but fell into a deep slumber. finally finding a semblance of peace. When the morning bell tolled, Wei Lai stirred awake, finding the ground by his bed stained with dark blood clots. He touched his chest, relieved to find he had somewhat recovered. You have conquered the tuberculosis virus, Tier 2. Your lungs have been fortified, granting you 2 points of constitution. Phew, that feels splendid. Wei Lai approached the window, greedily inhaling the fresh air, exhaling the stale air. And indeed, feeling his lung capacity had increased significantly as he noticed the old night watchman approaching with his bell. Wei Lai leaned out the window and tossed out a hellish joke. Hey, old man, do you know when a priest dislikes little boys? When they fall from the sky? The night watchman looked up and grinned. Depravity points increased by 20. Speaking of priests, if all goes well, Father Cain should return in about a day. Should I consider leaving? But where could I possibly go? In this world, if one departs from the church's protection, they will soon be consumed by malevolent thoughts. As Wei Lai pondered, a sudden knock echoed at the church's grand door. He walked over and opened it, only to find a familiar face. It was the historian Elvin, his eyes bloodshot and spirit waning. Clutching a book at the door, Assistant Minister, has Father Cain not returned yet? He should be back in the next couple of days. Have you been contaminated again? Wei Lai raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to take action against him. No, after returning that day, I wanted to toss the contaminated book into the fireplace, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. This thought tormented me for 2 whole days, so I sought the priest's help. If the priest is not here, I will take my leave. Elvin clutched the book tightly. That I advise you to leave the book here. Otherwise, you shall find no peace tonight. Wei Lai was intrigued by what kind of book could hold such temptation. All right, will you burn it? It was a book hundreds of years old, and Elvin was reluctant to lose it. Rest assured, I will keep it safe until I find a means to purify it. Wei Lai replied with a faint smile. Only then did Elvin reluctantly pass the book to Wei Lai, yet his grip remained tight, his nails turning white from the effort. Relax, Elvin. You should be grateful for overcoming the treacherous evil god. The Lord shall commend your resolve. Wei Lai offered some comforting words, prompting Elvin to loosen his grip slightly. Wei Lai tucked the old leather-bound book under his arm and looked at Elvin with curiosity. By the way, as a historian, what have you discovered that is worth sharing? Ah, may I share? Elvin glanced around furtively, ensuring no one was in sight, before his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. He had been engrossed in the study of Earth's history, yet found himself utterly alone in sharing his discoveries, as others regarded him as a madman and kept their distance. That, of course, if you don't mind, you may come in and speak, he said. Wei Lai, equally curious, beckoned Elvin inside. The two engaged in a heartfelt conversation within the chapel. Perhaps you are unaware, our world experienced a golden age 3 centuries ago. The people of that time possessed magnificent electronic technology and advanced medical means. They could dive into the depths of the sea, soar through the skies, and speed through the air in metal boxes. Can you imagine? They even constructed buildings over 800 meters tall. Elvin spoke with uncontainable enthusiasm. Oh, then their housing prices must have been incredibly cheap. Wei Lai replied with a mischievous grin. I am, after all, someone who has traversed from 300 years ago. How could I not know? Indeed, during the Golden Age, skyscrapers were everywhere, and everyone lived happily within them, free from financial worries and the burdens of sustenance. Elvin exclaimed excitedly that you've researched a load of nonsense. Wei Lai rolled his eyes. It is said that humanity's excessive violence, greed, hatred, selfishness, and indulgence attracted the descent of the 4 pillars of evil. Elvin's voice dropped to a whisper, and his gaze shifted toward the crucifix featuring Yasu. Indulgence? Damn it. I can manage no more than 8 times a week. Who the hell has indulged me? Wei Lai muttered under his breath. Soon, everything in the world began to decay at an alarming rate. Humanity was forced to abandon everything, voluntarily demolishing skyscrapers, crushing metal boxes, shattering electronic devices, and burning books. It was only when everyone renounced their worldly desires and returned to the embrace of the Lord that the invasion of the evil gods was temporarily halted. Elvin rambled on, unable to contain his excitement. Were it not for Wei Lai needing to prepare communion bread, he would have continued indefinitely. After bidding farewell to Elvin, Wei Lai, seizing the moment while the bread was baking, became curious about what book had tainted Elvin's mind. Sitting before the fireplace, he discreetly unwrapped the old leather encasing the book. Should anything seem amiss, he would promptly toss it into the fire, reducing it to ashes. However, upon opening the leather, he revealed a quaint, ancient booklet, instantly captivated by the enchanting magic swirling on its cover, unable to tear his gaze away. The entire book was enveloped in a bizarre magical aura, captivating to the soul, with its surface displaying distorted tadpole-like characters whose meaning eluded him, yet conveyed a clear message. Do you wish to acquire the most precious treasures of humanity from the Golden Age? Then open the book. It records the invaluable past of humanity, the most resplendent knowledge, sufficient to satiate your parched soul. Wei Lai's pupils gradually reflected a faint purple hue, his soul descending into an endless abyss as seductive whispers echoed in his mind. And his mental corruption levels skyrocketed. All-seeing eye. Activate. With almost the last vestige of his consciousness, Wei Lai activated the angelic blessing he had recently obtained. The all-seeing eye. A sudden burst of golden light erupted from his pupils, instantly dispelling the beguiling magic, causing his mental corruption levels to plummet. What a terrifying magic! Wei Lai gasped, breathing heavily, astonished at the sheer horror of the relic from the old era. It truly held the power to ensnare one's mind. Yet, the thought of burning it filled him with regret. He was still eager to discover its contents. Straining against the mental toll of maintaining the all-seeing eye, he focused on the text upon the book's cover, forcing himself to pierce through its magical shroud. Yet, in the next moment, a searing pain erupted in his brain. No, he realized, without divine power to support him, it was impossible to breach the evil god's barrier relying solely on his own mental strength. Then, Wei Lai recalled the purifying incense he had obtained yesterday. After lighting it and placing it in an incense holder, he encircled the book with it, reciting passages from the Bible. In the name of the Almighty, please purify this filth-ridden evil entity, revealing its true form. Indeed, beneath the swirling smoke of the purifying incense, the malevolent aura surrounding the book gradually dissipated, leaving behind a thin layer of ash, blowing away the ashes. He finally discerned the book's true cover. What the hell? You wasted my incense. The surface of the book boldly proclaimed, Michelin Restaurant 3-Star Food Guide, Italian edition, published 2030. What the hell? An old-era food guide. And what's this nonsense about large plates and small portions? 1 snail, 2 leaves of grass, a single drizzle of sauce, sold to the rich for 189. Wei Lai felt an urge to toss it into the fireplace and be done with it. A relic of the old era. Even if I found the place, it would surely be reduced to ruins. However, he flipped through the pages, intrigued, perhaps due to the protective chaos magic, even after 300 years. The book was remarkably well preserved. The culinary delights it suggested made Wei Lai, who had subsisted on black bread for 3 months, salivate uncontrollably. Prosciutto, tomato meat sauce pasta, mashed potato pizza, Marco Polo seafood baked rice. I'm so hungry. Wei Lai glanced back at the black bread in the oven before turning to the images in the food guide. It was as if he beheld an enchanting dance performed by an 18-year-old beauty, stirring his heartstrings irresistibly. Though not under the temptation of an evil god, he still found himself enraptured. Damn it, when I have the chance, I must follow this food guide and take a look. Even if it's just a heap of ruins, I want to sit there. Wei Lai willed himself, fixating on the images in the food guide, while viciously gnawing on his rudimentary black rye bread, envisioning it as pasta drenched in sweet and sour tomato sauce. By the time the black bread was ready, Wei Lai carefully tucked away the food guide and resumed his task of distributing black bread to the needy. Though the accumulation of virtue points arrived slowly, it was safe and steady. Suddenly, an idea struck him that in Father Cain's study, there were several books he had previously been forbidden from examining. Now, with the all-seeing eye at his disposal, he had no fear of being ensnared by evil gods. Why not take a look? With that thought, he made his way to the study, opened the bookshelf, and began rummaging through his notes and various texts. Among them was the maintenance manual for the backdoor he had once seen, postpartum care for young girls, and how to make a nun fall in love with a 50-year-old priest. Damn it. That hypocritical old fool. May you perish from too much Wangzai milk. Wei Lai cursed a few times before activating the all-seeing eye, preparing to examine the other books for any intriguing content. However, as he activated the all-seeing eye, his pupils contracted in an instant. The previously repugnant text evaporated under the golden gaze, replaced by the true content. Common spice plant manual, ordinary incense preparation methods. Herbal remedies, plague research journal. Wei Lai was dumbfounded. Oh no, I've been played by the god of knowledge and deception. Just a few modified words have led me to misinterpret Father Cain, who has saved my life. Father Cain doesn't practice alchemy. I've swapped his ritual implements. I hope I haven't harmed him. A cold sweat broke out on Wei Lai's brow. Ba, may the heavens protect Father Cain. Please, let him not pass away. Otherwise, I would never forgive myself for 3 days. After a fervent prayer before the statue, Wei Lai tidied up the church a bit before deciding to venture out, seeking the sick to enhance his skills. In these times, truthfully, there weren't many ill people. The lack of transmission pathways meant that the town's interactions were limited. Once someone fell ill, their family would immediately isolate them and wait for death, disposing of the remains with a cleansing fire. Nevertheless, he did hear of one case, an elderly farmer who, after a long day of work, developed numerous painful sores on his skin, enduring unbearable itching that had recently progressed to severe decay, leading him to contemplate suicide. Yet the teachings of the Lord forbade any believer from taking their own life. Otherwise, they would surely miss the path to heaven. In his despair, he had locked himself away in the barn, wailing in agony. Upon hearing this, Wei Lai decided to pay a visit. When he arrived at the farmer's home, the wife was weeping, considering ending her husband's suffering but lacking the courage to do so. After a novice priest, an assistant to the church, arrived, the woman poured out her heart, lamenting her husband's plight. He has toiled tirelessly all his life, always paying his tithes, never transgressing any commandments. Why must he suffer such torment? Wei Lai listened to the weak moans emanating from the barn and revealed his purpose. The wife was equally astonished. Though she was unsure if it was contagious, she was amazed that the assistant priest was willing to offer solace at the end of her husband's life, guiding him toward the path of heaven. Moved to the point of tears, Wei Lai subsequently opened the barn door. The foul odor and horrific sight nearly compelled him to turn back and retch violently. The farmer, infected with festering sores, had lost all semblance of humanity. His skin was a gruesome tapestry of self-inflicted wounds, bloodied and raw, with not a patch of healthy flesh remaining. His 10 fingers left a trail of gory scratches upon the barn's wooden floor, resembling a flayed corpse rather than a living being. "The Lord has heard your prayers and sent me to guide you," Wei Lai proclaimed, his presence akin to a beacon of hope in the deranged farmer's eyes. The delirious farmer slowly regained a fragment of consciousness, kneeling before Wei Lai, repeatedly bowing his head. "Lord, I am in such agony. It can come to an end. Child, I shall lead you across the river of death to the shores of paradise." Wei Lai responded. With great effort, he summoned his willpower and slowly poured holy water, performing a symbolic baptism for the farmer. The festering sores on the farmer's back erupted violently, the holy water igniting a series of repugnant explosions, splattering foul pus onto Wei Lai's face. Yet, in his sanctified state, Wei Lai persevered, completing the last rites for the farmer from head to toe. The farmer's fervent resolve enabled him to endure the soul-wrenching ceremony, his trembling body refusing to release his clasped hands. "In the light of the Lord, let me liberate you to a place of peace." Wei Lai ignited the pile of firewood in the barn with a flaming cross. An insatiable itch consumed him, as though his entire body were sprouting festering growths. Having just concluded Joseph's final care, Wei Lai felt the skin on his hands and face, where the pus had splattered, pulsating as if something were striving to break free. The overwhelming itch urged him to scratch, but he knew he must resist. To do otherwise would lead to a fate akin to that of the farmer, who had clawed away his own skin. Appeared another torturous night lay ahead. Upon returning to the church, Wei Lai hastily completed his duties while the festering sores had yet to fully manifest. The transformation of Pandora's box. Everything of value in the church had morphed, leaving behind mere first-stage consumables. "Oh well, Lord Yasu can manage with a couple fewer candles." He tossed a holy candle into the mix. Boom, boom. Transformation. Sleep incense vanishes. Transformation. Soul-guiding incense. Isn't it time for a nap? He thought to himself, binding his feet with cloth strips, igniting the sleep incense at the bedside, then tying his hands, biting down on the cloth to prevent any opportunity for scratching. The potency of the sleep incense was profound, and within moments, Wei Lai succumbed to a deep slumber, the festering sores beginning to spread across his body, first to his face and upper body, and then to his lower half. Even in his sleep, he felt the intense, unbearable itch and burning sensation. Thankfully, his hands were restrained, preventing him from breaking the skin, only allowing him to contort in agony. A relentless itch accompanied by nightmares plagued the first half of the night. Where he dreamt of being consumed by countless insects, it was only in the latter half of the night that some semblance of calm returned, as the blisters on his upper body began to subside. However, in the midst of this tranquility, the church door was suddenly flung open. Moments later, Wei Lai, still in a daze, sensed someone calling his name and loosening his clothing. For reasons unknown, the nightmares transformed into an urgent need to relieve himself. The more he strained, the more it felt as though the excrement were retreating. When the morning bell tolled, Wei Lai awoke, grumbling, "Damn bell, not even allowing a moment's rest. I'll smash it one of these days." "Wei, you are awake," that a familiar and gentle voice echoed by his side, nearly startling him into a jolt. "Father." Wei Lai sat up abruptly, finding Father Kane seated at his bedside, wearing his characteristic warm smile and grinding some herbal remedy in his hands. "Yes, I have returned, and I noticed the blisters on your skin. This is no trivial ailment. I hope these remedies prove effective," Father Kane expressed with concern. Wei Lai hurriedly loosened the cloth strips binding him, pulling his hands free, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Come now, remove your trousers. I shall apply this ointment. It is a concoction I have developed, and it should help." Father Kane displayed a verdant herbal paste from his mortar. No, I assure you, I'm perfectly fine." Wei Lai quickly rolled up his pant leg, revealing his already healed thigh. Instantly, numerous scabs that had shed from the healing skin fell away, leaving no trace of scarring behind. "You have triumphed over the corrupting bacteria of the blisters. Your skin has gained a slight regenerative enhancement, earning you an increase of 2 in constitution." Father Kane stared in astonishment, utterly convinced that when he returned the previous day, Wei Lai's body was riddled with horrific sores. How could he have healed so completely in just half a night? Could this be a miracle? Ah, indeed, a miracle. This is not the first time I have healed. After Sophia transformed into a corrupted corpse and scratched me, I feared I would be infected as well. I prayed before the statue all night and was restored, Wei Lai hastily explained. Father Kane's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a priest encountering an innocent child. As an utterly devout priest, he would never doubt the authenticity of a miracle. "Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You are the chosen one of God, favored by the Lord, endowed with an untainted body to rescue his people from pestilence. An untainted body. Yes, a constitution impervious to the corruption of the god of decay. A chosen one to vanquish the plague." Father Kane spoke earnestly, though it was unclear whether he had fabricated the terminology or gleaned it from somewhere. "Indeed, that night, I distinctly heard the call of God. I am his chosen," Wei Lai declared, his face unflushed and breath steady, shamelessly affirming his claim that if that is the case, I must indeed take you to the basement to show you my treasures. Father Kane's demeanor was imbued with unprecedented zeal. "I am already the chosen one, and you wish to show me treasures?" Wei Lai gasped, instinctively taking 2 steps back. "Precisely because you are the chosen one. I am determined to open your eyes," Father Kane proclaimed with immense pride. "Open my eyes." Wei Lai's voice trembled slightly. "Ian, you will surely appreciate it," Father Kane said with a mysterious smile, beckoning Wei Lai to follow. Hesitantly, Wei Lai donned his boots and uneasily trailed behind, not forgetting to inquire, "Was the exorcism mission successful?" "Well, not particularly. A mischievous spirit was born there, and while I was distracted, it secretly swapped my exorcism tools. Thankfully, my faith remains steadfast, and the Lord continues to shield me, allowing me to triumph over evil." Father Kane spoke, casting no suspicions towards Wei Lai. Wei Lai wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved. "Yet I did make a significant mistake. During these days, I guarded the church alone, believing we would not encounter thieves, so I neglected to lock the door. Upon returning, I discovered many silver ritual implements had been stolen." Wei Lai feigned regret. "Do not blame yourself or hold any grievances against him. Perhaps he has encountered some hardship as winter approaches. Life becomes increasingly challenging for everyone." Father Kane merely sighed. "Oh, your kindness is truly enough to move God." "You should be the chosen one," Wei Lai exclaimed. "The 3rd commandment, you shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain." Father Kane became serious. "Yes, sir. You have deceived the pious priest." Dishonor points increased by 10. Soon, they arrived at the stone door of Father Kane's basement. He removed the cross-shaped key from his chest, unlocked the mechanism, and pushed the door open. After lighting a candle, the entire basement was revealed before Wei Lai. The walls were adorned with various symbols of the hexagram, inscribed with lines of biblical commandments. Once a dozen holy candles were lit, the darkness in every corner dissipated, rendering the space exceedingly sacred. This was left by my predecessor. He established this chamber using the hexagram as a formation, commandments as symbols, and holy candles as guides. Anything done here will not be tainted by the four pillars of evil. We can engage in any activity without fear of corruption, Father Cain explained. Any activity. Wei Lai's heart raced. Indeed, I conduct research here on the production of incense and spices. Outside, one can easily fall prey to the allure of the evil gods. Father Cain gestured towards a few rudimentary handcrafted instruments on the shelf nearby. These are for making incense. Wei Lai wiped the sweat from his brow. What else would they be for? I presumed you might be crafting some herbs instead. I do dabble in herbal concoctions, yet I am still in the research phase and not particularly adept at it. So, are you going to teach me how to make incense, Father? Wei Lai inquired with a hint of confusion. Father Cain turned solemnly to meet Wei Lai's gaze. No, I intend to formally guide you along the sacred path of serving God. The form of energy we seek is holy power, derived from absolute faith in God, which, when fused with one's own physical strength, manifests as a divine force capable of dispelling all malevolence. At that moment, Father Cain was in the secluded chamber, instructing Wei Lai on how to focus his will, concentrate holy power, and strengthen himself. Successfully harnessing this holy power was a prerequisite for embarking on the sacred journey. Without its support, there would be insufficient strength to combat the minions of the malevolent gods, rendering even the greatest talents futile. Without this sanctuary, the process of gathering holy power would be plagued by the mental disturbances of the four-pillar evil gods, and a moment's distraction could lead one into the realm of darkness. Yet, despite not being disturbed by the four-pillar evil gods and under Father Cain's guidance, Wei Lai's progress in extracting holy power was utterly stagnant. This was because Wei Lai lacked unwavering faith. Each day, he pondered over hellish jokes, accumulating demerit points. Father Cain's initial anticipation gradually morphed into unease as time elapsed. Why was Wei Lai unable to gather holy power? Typically, novice clergy could harness it within a few hours. Those with exceptional gifts and steadfast faith might only require mere minutes. 8 hours had passed, and yet Wei Lai appeared as if he were constipated, unable to produce even a whisper of power. Father, I seem to be out of sorts today. Perhaps we should postpone until tomorrow. Wei Lai was increasingly anxious, lamenting the fact that he had yet to utilize his opportunities with the Pandora's box and had not shared a single hellish joke. If he did not hurry, the day's chances would be squandered. No, you must concentrate, banish all distractions from your mind, and silently recite the scriptures, allowing only your singular faith in God to remain, so that you may receive the strength bestowed upon you by the Lord. Father Cain, too, appeared somewhat obsessed, bordering on unreasonable, struggling to believe that Wei Lai, a chosen one of untainted body, could not even gather holy power. With a sigh, he relit the nearly extinguished holy candle. This Wei Lai realized that Father Cain's determination meant they would likely not complete the ritual today. Resigned, he began to calm himself, facing the crucifix and reciting the scriptures, striving to eliminate all distractions. However, the more he endeavored to clear his mind, the more those hellish jokes he had penned resurfaced like a curse, mocking Wei Lai with their presence. You never pray. Now you come seeking my grace. Do you wish for holy power? How about I offer you 2 large, unwelcome gifts instead? After enduring another 4 hours, nightfall approached, and Wei Lai had yet to muster even a hint of power, though he did conjure 2 more hellish jokes. Unable to contain himself any longer, he pleaded, Father, perhaps we should defer this for another day. I seem to be in a poor state today. Father Cain finally exhaled deeply, seemingly assisting Wei Lai in crafting an excuse. Very well, perhaps the afflictions within you have not yet been fully purged, hindering the synthesis of holy power. Let us not waste the holy candles. I shall extinguish them for you. Wei Lai assisted in gathering the holy candles, slyly pocketing 3 to convert later in his Pandora's box. Father Cain soon adjusted his demeanor, returning to the church to preside over clerical duties, as it was Sunday, and a major service awaited, drawing most of the town's residents to listen. Wei Lai, serving as an acolyte, aided in the preparations. He listened to the tolling bells of the night watchman passing by. Wei Lai, recalling that he had yet to share any hellish jokes, stealthily approached the window, opening it to greet the elderly bell ringer. Hey, old chap, Do you know why Catholicism cannot thrive in India? Because Jesus went there, and even with both hands covering his backside, he cannot compare to Buddha. Surely it is Buddha who is superior. Jesus cannot possibly cover Sun Wukong with his palm. Where are you? Bring me the holy wine I requested, came Father Cain's voice. Coming. Let me bless the night watchman first. Wei Lai hurriedly responded. Demerit points 40. Ah, delightful. Who needs holy power when one can revel in the blessings of demons? However, the transformations from Pandora's box became rather dull, without high-quality sacred artifacts to convert. Lowly holy candles merely yielded incense. Yet another incense capable of delaying the transformation of corpses into meat candle emerged. Wei Lai noted his demerit points had reached 90 and decided to work overtime, initiating another round of demonic blessings. This time, Father Cain returned from a neighboring town with 2 silver flasks of exquisite wine, a rare and precious sacrificial offering known in rituals as the holy blood of Jesus. Father Cain, risking his life to procure holy wine from elsewhere, would not permit the townsfolk to partake for free. Wei Lai first poured a cup for the father, then discreetly diluted the remaining half with water before serving the other residents. What to do with the saved wine? Of course, it would serve as Wei Lai's late-night snack. Demerit points 10. After assisting Father Cain in completing the elaborate service, the townsfolk experienced a brief moment of purification and tranquility before gradually departing the church. You look weary. Rest early tonight that I shall take over the night watch. Father Cain nodded at Wei Lai. No. Today's attempt at gathering holy power has failed. Perhaps my faith is insufficiently resolute that I wish to spend the night in repentance before the idol. Wei Lai declined repeatedly. Well then, Father Cain nodded approvingly but suddenly seemed to sense something, glancing around warily. Why does it feel as though an evil presence lurks nearby? Wei Lai was startled, realizing that he still had the transformed demon meat candle tucked away in his pocket. What evil dares to approach the church? Father, you must be exhausted. Perhaps. Father Cain conceded, fatigued, and retreated to his quarters for rest. Subsequently, Wei Lai dozed off on a bench in the chapel, estimating that Father Cain would soon be asleep. He hurried outside, intending to dispose of the demon meat candle from this and the previous transformation. Silently, he slipped out of the church and approached a nearby brick kiln, observing the embers that had yet to extinguish. He carelessly tossed the demon meat candle inside, incinerating it entirely. Just as he turned to flee, a plume of black smoke erupted from the kiln, swiftly coalescing into a demon with burning horns. Emitting an evil laughter that, "Ha ha, you've finally summoned me. Damn it. How can this be so timely? I've been praying for ages, and yet Jesus never manifests, while this candle ignites you instantly." Wei Lai gasped, spinning on his heel to flee. "Stop right there." The demon bellowed behind him. Wei Lai's muscles stiffened, rendering him unable to move, and he found himself uncontrollably turning around, panic-stricken and ready to surrender. "Who are you?" "Oh, great minister, please do not kill me. I am willing to submit." "Submit to what?" "I am Satan, the demon, composed of smoke and flames," roared Ah, Santa. "Why do you resemble a demon emerging from a chimney? It isn't even Christmas." "Where's my gift?" Wei Lai was perplexed. "Santa, I am the Lord of Hell, the ruthless king of demons, Satan." The demon howled, "Though, dear Satan, why have you come?" Wei Lai tensed once more to "I am Satan, the epitome of the world's most nefarious villain, the most vile of evildoers. My power springs from the fear of humanity. My name sends shivers down their spines. Yet, since 300 years ago, humanity's wickedness attracted the 4-pillar evil gods from the chaotic void, rendering my evil insignificant in their presence. Those 4 fools bring only despair, obliterating the order of the world. Now, all fear the 4-pillar evil gods and have forgotten the universe's most wicked demon. Satan, as the most malevolent being of the old era, I summon you from the past to represent Satan, to eradicate those 4-pillar evil gods and restore my name to earth, instilling fear once more. Ha! Wait, why am I the most malevolent of the old era? It baffles me that the #1 fan of Jesus is an Eastern person. Alas, was it not ASU who summoned me? Wei Lai was momentarily taken aback. Humph, our deities from the bygone era have collectively summoned over 100 chosen ones, and you are merely one among them. Damn, there are hundreds of other travelers. Wei Lai instantly felt that his protagonist aura was in jeopardy. Humph, the vast majority of them were discovered by the 4-pillar evil gods during their transitions, their souls devoured until naught remained. You are the luckiest, or perhaps the most overlooked, of them all. Satan snorted, fire sparking from his nostrils in disdain. Overlooked, indeed. I relish in stealthy development, Wei Lai replied with satisfaction. Now you understand, do you not? Do not squander your efforts on angelic blessings henceforth. They are of no consequence. ASU is cunning and deeply engaged in nefarious deeds. Brother Satan will shield you. Satan proudly crossed his arms. Might my esteemed brother first grant me 2 succubi for my pleasure? Wei Lai licked his lips meaningfully. I see your mother as a succubus. All succubi pledged allegiance to lust 3 centuries ago. I myself am without a succubus. Satan suddenly erupted in anger. Yet, you must offer me some benefits. I cannot kneel before the evil gods and merely beg. Let me indulge in their essence. Wei Lai immediately began to demand rewards. Then let us proceed. In an instant, the demon composed of smoke transformed into a pitch-black whirlwind, howling as it surged into Wei Lai's nostrils. Brutally advancing and seizing his heart, you have awakened basic demonic power. Your current maximum magical energy is 100 points. Demonic power. Am I to perish? In a place rife with churches, you bestow upon me demonic power? Before I can confront the evil gods, I shall be incinerated by the tribunal. Wei Lai cried out in terror. Humph, rest assured. I have placed a seal upon you as long as you do not expose yourself. No one will detect this demonic energy, nor will it hinder your cultivation of holy arts, provided you can indeed cultivate them. Satan's voice gradually diminished. Wei Lai lifted his garments and indeed saw a pentagram seal upon his heart. The demonic power resting quietly within, exuding no trace of its presence. He breathed a sigh of relief. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I have taken away 100 points of misdeed value. Humph. You better work diligently. Satan's voice faded away with the extinguishing of the sacrificial candle. Misdeed value minus 100 points. Damn. This is extortion. Wei Lai nearly wailed. Damn it. What a loss. After a day of toiling for holy power with no results. I was summoned by Satan, forcibly filled with demonic energy. What use is demonic power to me? My living area is entirely under the church's dominion. Once I reveal demonic power, they will care not whether it belongs to Satan or the evil gods. They will burn me alive. Upon returning to the church, he slept fitfully through the night. It was not until Father Cain came to summon him for morning prayers that he finally awoke. During this prayer, Wei Lai was immensely devout, yet filled with trepidation that if Satan exists, then surely God does as well. Almighty Isu, may your grace be abundant. Please do not hold a grudge. My past ignorance was unintentional. I beseech you to allow the jest of hell to be spoken among others, for it is impossible to prevent Wei Lai from sharing, as it is far too lucrative in misdeed value. And we cannot lie. The blessing of holy power still did not descend upon Wei Lai. After the morning prayers, Father Cain did not insist that Wei Lai enter a meditative state, as if he had come to understand that when the time was right, awakening would naturally occur. It was better to focus on imparting foundational knowledge. The church was running low on holy candles and holy water, and incense for exorcism and purification also needed to be prepared. Even if Wei Lai could not awaken holy power and become an exceptional chosen one, he could still become an outstanding priest, safeguarding a peaceful realm. However, Wei Lai's thoughts were already elsewhere. This small town was dreadfully dull, with barely 100 inhabitants who resembled mere NPCs. After 3 laps around the town, he could not trigger any new storylines. The daily tasks were monotonous, and life stretched ahead like an unending road. Finally, one day after finishing the incense preparations, Father Cain announced that they had run out of materials and needed to venture outside the town to gather more. Wei Lai quickly suggested that he accompany him to see the world. Father Cain did not refuse, as this outing would not be too far, and if all went well, they might return before nightfall. Wei Lai certainly had his own plans, ever since Father Cain returned. The daily ration of dry Holy Communion bread twice a day was akin to swallowing stones from Italy to Lugiazui. The rare feast day, occurring once every half-month, involved the town slaughtering 2 fat sheep and a pig for all to share. Presided over by the priest himself, with the meat boiled without even a grain of salt. Such bland and pungent meat was merely to provide the essential nutrients for survival and was nearly inedible. Otherwise, those with wavering faith might succumb to gluttony upon tasting something delicious. Thus, Wei Lai, who had hidden a food guide beneath his bed, drooled at the thought of indulging in the delights of the world. Subsequently, he took the food magazine and approached the historian Elvin, seeking to verify the maps of the bygone era and the present to find the correct route. Elvin indeed possessed a hand-drawn map of this era. and after comparing them, they quickly identified the nearest Michelin 3-star restaurant ruins. Wei Lai swiftly jotted down the map and returned to the church's entrance to meet Father Cain, preparing to set off. As the two explained to the townsfolk that there would be no distribution of Holy Communion bread that noon, unexpectedly, Elvin, upon seeing the food magazine, rushed over with an adventure pack, eager to join in the search for the remnants of the bygone era. Exploring the ruins of the old world, Father Cain was utterly perplexed, completely in the dark. Wei Lai, towing his boot, was at a loss for words. Yet Elvin seemed to sense Wei Lai's awkwardness and enthusiastically seized the responsibility, exclaiming, "It is like this. I commissioned Wei Lai to purify an ancient book, which records that there is a culinary ruin nearby, and I implore you to take me along to uncover it." Oh no. Father Cain despised gluttony above all else. Wei Lai felt that the adventure was doomed. The cuisine of the bygone era. As expected, Father Cain frowned, the first time he had so rigidly rejected something. "I am sorry, Elvin, but for us clergy, indulging in food beyond what is necessary for survival is an act of depravity, and we cannot accompany you." Though his words were stern, they were effective. Under Father Cain's governance, not a single incident of gluttony had ever occurred in this small town. Elvin was doused with cold water, scratching his head in confusion. Without the protection of the clergy, a commoner like him could not dare to leave the sanctity of the church's town for an adventure. Even if he had 10 times the courage, Wei Lai observed this and, as if a mischievous idea had struck him, began to encourage Elvin with eager glances, as if to say, "You go ahead, and we shall act separately. You incited the historian's adventurous spirit. Misdeed value 10. What virtue is lacking? Historians ought to be brave. I am merely instilling courage in you. How is that incitement?" Subsequently, Father Cain and Wei Lai ventured outside the town, preparing to gather herbs and spices. Elvin, gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, also made his way towards the location indicated by the culinary guide. Upon noticing this, Father Cain fell into a brief silence, choosing not to voice any objections, and continued on his path in quiet contemplation. Along their journey, the two began to identify various herbs and spices, carefully collecting them and placing them into their backpacks. For Wei Lai, it was the first encounter with the world beyond the small town, and he was met with a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic landscape, from a vantage point high in the branches of a tree. He could even glimpse the distant ruins of a grand city, seemingly ravaged by a cataclysmic earthquake, with remnants of walls and structures strewn about. This sight profoundly affected Wei Lai, evoking a deep sense of nostalgia for the passage of time. Over the years, thick vegetation had enveloped these relics, vines and branches taking the place of what was once humanity's most glorious civilization. Once, people had fervently clamored to enter the great city, vying for mere fragments of silver. Now, in an era dominated by the 4 pillars of evil, they desperately fled the urban confines, seeking solace in the countryside. The two did not head towards the ruins of the city, but instead gathered some plants and berries along the desolate roadsides. One should not underestimate the dangers posed by these natural flora. Some plants had succumbed to the corruption of the dark deities, and a careless plucking could lead to being tainted by malevolent forces. Before foraging, Father Cain would employ certain purifying incenses to dispel the venomous insects and noxious miasma from the jungle, proceeding cautiously to complete their collection. Once finished, he would shake the incense ball, offering praise and gratitude to God for bestowing these plants, aiding humanity in its trials. Wei Lai, harboring a rather irreverent thought, mused, if God truly wished to assist, these plants ought to be more accommodating. Not so prickly. It would be much better if they grew right by my doorstep, sparing us the long trek. Some rare herbs and spices even possessed a sort of sentience, capable of leaping away when approached for collection. For these sentient plants, the priest would utilize soothing incense to calm their spirits, coaxing them gently before borrowing a bit of their essence, ensuring to return them afterward. Oh, you really need to coax a mandrake root. Just let me at it. I'd haul it back and brew it into a restorative soup, absolutely revitalizing. Wei Lai scoffed. Father Cain also mentioned a certain deeply corrupted plant creature that could transform into a terrifying monster, luring collectors with its bountiful fruits, only to launch a surprise attack from below, an exceedingly perilous encounter. They were fortunate this time, encountering none of these threats. In addition to herbs and spices, Wei Lai discreetly gathered wild tomatoes, radishes, and turnips. Their foraging continued until dusk approached, signaling that it was time to return to the church. However, Wei Lai was filled with anxiety as he gazed in a particular direction. Father Elvin should have gone alone to the ruins. Shouldn't we remind him? What if he encountered danger? Kane's gaze drifted to the horizon, a hint of hesitation flickering within him. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, he sighed softly and resolved to support Elvin. Their destination, a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Onward, the desolate expanse, shrouded in darkness, descended into a silence that intermingled with chaos, as if the world were isolated by a heavy curtain, with sunlight and vitality rendered unattainable. The night sky was devoid of stars. Only an infinite darkness that swallowed all light. As if the moonlight and starlight had vanished from this land, the semi-apprenticed priest and acolyte walked with dimly lit candles in hand, traversing through the shadows. The sacred light offered protection to only a small radius around them, beyond which lay an abyss of unending darkness. Surrounding them, the dry, yellowed grass rustled softly in the faint breeze, adding to the desolation and unease. A sudden, chilling wind howled past, emitting a mournful whistle, akin to a specter wandering the wasteland in search of lost souls. This icy sensation of stepping into the abyss sent shivers down Wei Lai's spine. An involuntary fear rising from the depths of his being. This fear acted as a delectable bait, drawing forth the entities lurking within the darkness, twisting and writhing in shapeless forms, emitting eerie laughter or murmuring incoherent whispers. "Father, are you cold? Perhaps we should return," Wei Lai suggested, having grown indifferent to Elvin's fate, unaware of the terrors that the night-shrouded wasteland held. "Steady your faith. With the Lord in your heart, it is a radiant light," Father Kane declared, his gaze resolute, striding forward without fear. "All right then." Wei Lai felt a tinge of anxiety but found some comfort as his fear began to dissipate. "Damn it, if only I had a grand Gatling gun of compassion. I'd stride across this wasteland with confidence." Father Kane, accustomed to navigating the darkness, possessed a keen sense of direction. Guided by the culinary guide's map, he promptly located the outskirts of the city. The first Michelin 3-star restaurant documented in the guide was not far ahead. Within the urban area, the presence of tangible monsters had notably increased as the low, menacing growls of beasts reverberated through the darkness, followed by the sound of a whistling wind. Suddenly, a terrifying blood wolf leapt down from nowhere. Lunging at the two, "Watch out." Wei Lai instinctively prepared to dodge. Yet, Father Kane had already raised the holy oil lamp, reciting a sacred incantation before exhaling gently. In an instant, the holy oil lamp erupted into a blaze of golden flames, striking the blood wolf and sending it tumbling. The inferno ignited within the blood wolf, which immediately howled in terror and fled into the distance. "Father, you're amazing," Wei Lai exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. As the malevolent entities within the city ruins multiplied, Father Kane remained particularly serious, acutely aware of his surroundings. "Which incense should we light?" Wei Lai rummaged through his backpack, beast-repelling incense. "Understood." Wei Lai ignited the highest quality of the exorcising incense and placed it within the priest's silver incense ball. The curling white smoke emanating from the incense ball exuded an aura that the feral creatures abhorred, causing them to retreat in haste. With the incense's influence, the two advanced swiftly, navigating through overgrown streets and crossing over rubble-strewn ground until they finally arrived at the dilapidated Michelin 3-star restaurant from the bygone era. This establishment had suffered extensive damage. Half of its front had collapsed, and its enormous sign, once obscured by vines, was now partially severed by an axe, revealing its full name. Wei Lai examined the fresh cuts on the vines. "Fresh. Elvin has already arrived." "Elvin? Are you inside?" He called out tentatively, yet received no response. "Damn it, coward. Has he fled back already? Something feels terribly off here. The air is thick with malevolence." Father Kane's brow furrowed in concern. "It looks like a rather ordinary ruin," Wei Lai remarked, lifting the candle to illuminate the interior of the restaurant. Inside, a thick layer of dust coated everything, and the furniture had decayed significantly, with nothing of value to be found. "Let us check around. If Elvin isn't here, we should leave," Father Kane suggested as they stepped inside. The once pristine tile floor had become brittle with age, crumbling beneath their feet. "Elvin?" Wei Lai whispered urgently. The scattered footprints left behind indicated that Elvin had indeed searched this place. Perhaps he had already departed, uncertain if he had found anything worthwhile. "We should leave." I sense an ominous premonition. A chill ran down Father Kane's spine, as if he could feel a powerful evil watching them. "Let us go." Wei Lai, turning his back to the priest, activated his all-knowing eye, attempting one last effort to uncover any hidden treasures. Indeed, under the gaze of the all-knowing eye, anomalies within the restaurant revealed themselves. A service bell atop the bar. Curious, Why would such an ordinary bell radiate with strange magical energy? Wei Lai approached and pressed the bell. Ding! The clear chime echoed through the silent restaurant, sending tremors through the air as a pink microbial carpet erupted from the cracks in the floor, enveloping them from all sides. It's a key to the realm. We must have triggered something, Father Cain exclaimed in shock. The so-called key to the realm is a small world hidden within the real world. Once the boundary key left by the outside world is touched, this hidden realm will reveal itself. When the two attempted to flee, it was already too late. The exit had been preemptively sealed by a fungal blanket, exuding a soft pink glow that illuminated the entire dining hall. Ah, Wei Lai! Father Cain, help! Save me! Elvin's cries, filled with desperation and excitement, echoed through the air. Good heavens, so you too have touched the boundary key. Cooking, chopping, plating. Have more ingredients arrived? A deep, horrifying voice resonated within the restaurant, accompanied by the sounds of knives being sharpened and utensils clanging. Turning around, they were met with the sight of a humanoid creature. Towering over 3 meters, its gaunt frame draped in decaying flesh, clad in a tattered chef's uniform. The decayed chef, a remnant of a bygone era corrupted by chaotic evil, still harbored an unwavering obsession for culinary excellence. Wandering through the realm of rot, at that moment, it was methodically honing a rusted chef's knife. Adjacent to it was Elvin, trapped within a rusty iron cage. It has been so long since I cooked that my knife is rusted, ruining the flavor. The grotesque chef muttered to itself, seemingly intent on turning Elvin into a dish. Father Cain, save me, save me. This monster wants to eat me. Elvin wailed, tears streaming down his face. In the name of the Almighty, by the might of the holy fire, burn away all evil. Father Cain glared fiercely, raising his lantern. A burst of blazing golden flames erupted suddenly from the lantern, surging towards the terrifying chef. Fire. You haven't even prepared the ingredients yet. What fire are you lighting? The decayed chef bellowed in rage, waving a massive hand to extinguish the flames and swiftly drawing a sharpened bone knife, hurling it directly at Father Cain. The priest, caught off guard, had just unleashed his holy fire spell and had no time to summon a protective shield. In the next moment, he was left defenseless as the knife pierced his shoulder, pinning him deeply against a stone pillar in the dining hall. What? Wei Lai rushed over, attempting to pull the knife free, but to his astonishment, the chef's strength was overwhelming. The blade was embedded into the pillar. Immovable. Run. Its chaotic power far exceeds mine. I cannot defeat it. Father Cain grimaced, clutching his shoulder in pain. I wish to flee, but I need to escape first. Wei Lai gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to yank the knife, attempting to free the priest. If I can get out, I must not return. I will go to the Vatican to further my studies. Father Cain, holding the holy lantern, felt the power of the divine surge through him. The flame within the lantern burning fiercely, nearly filling the entire lampshade. I will buy you time. The lantern was hurled by Father Cain, landing on the fungal barrier at the entrance. Instantly, a massive fireball erupted, scorching a circular opening in the fungal blanket large enough for passage, though it shrank with each passing second, threatening to close once more. Run! Father Cain shouted at Wei Lai. Father, I'm running. Wei Lai bit down hard, decisively turning and sprinting towards the gaping hole torn by the priest. However, just as he was about to cross through the fungal opening and escape the dining realm, he suddenly halted. How could he abandon Father Cain and leave? Turning into a beast himself, the priest had been his guiding light since his arrival, wholeheartedly teaching him like a father. Would he truly allow him to remain here, consumed by the offspring of the evil god, forever trapped in chaos, unable to ascend to paradise? True, he lacked strength, but he possessed wisdom. Must one resort to violence to vanquish evil? Gritting his teeth, Wei Lai surprisingly pulled back, allowing the fungal blanket to close once more. Wei, you. Father Cain's expression was one of disbelief. Wei Lai had actually turned back, yet Wei Lai offered no response, boldly sitting at a table covered in mycelium, sweeping the maggots off the surface with a wave of his hand, and slamming his palm on the table. Waiter, I would like to place an order. Water, I would like to place an order. Wei Lai's booming voice startled the decayed chef, who had been preparing to butcher the ingredients. An order. Someone is placing an order. The decayed chef seemed to awaken something deep within its soul, grasping its bald head and repeatedly chewing over the words. Where's the chef? There are guests eager to savor the delicacies. Wei Lai shouted again. The delicacies are coming. The chef actually sheathed its knife, approaching Wei Lai with an exaggerated bow, its hunched figure appearing exceedingly bizarre. This scene left the other two utterly bewildered, having no idea what Wei Lai was attempting. Dear guest, What would you like to eat? I have wine-braised eyeballs, mint-cold liver, and roasted shank meat. The monstrous chef continued to rattle off the menu, a medley of delicacies. Wei Lai exclaimed impulsively. The chef seemed to be struck by this term, momentarily frozen in place. Indeed, the medley of delicacies was the signature dish of this restaurant, as listed in the culinary guide. Though it consisted entirely of vegetarian fare, it boasted a unique local flavor. I apologize, dear guest, but we do not have the ingredients for the medley of delicacies, the chef expressed, appearing genuinely remorseful. Perhaps you could try brain and tomato sauce? The chef said, reaching for Elvin's head, causing Elvin to scream in terror. I brought the ingredients. I hope you can create a perfect specialty. Wei Lai tossed over the herbs, spices, vegetables, and radishes he had collected along the way. Perfect ingredients. I shall not disappoint you. The chef surprisingly turned and left, its joyful little steps tinged with excitement. Along the way, it also pulled the knife from Father Cain's shoulder. It needed this swift blade. Once freed from the pillar, Father Cain, though still in pain, applied a bit of holy power to staunch the bleeding. Elvin, too, cautiously crawled over, his legs trembling in fear. Upon glancing back, they indeed saw the decayed chef had entered the kitchen. Wielding a swift knife, slicing through various wild vegetables at a breathtaking speed, each slice as thin as a cicada's wing, allowing light to pass through effortlessly at a variety of freshly gathered ingredients. Tomatoes, red peppers, onions, garlic, celery, carrots, zucchini, and eggplant were prepared separately, each catered to its unique characteristics, enhanced with olive oil, cracked black pepper, sea salt, rosemary, thyme, chili, and parsley. The chef's dazzling culinary performance quickly culminated in a bowl of vibrant, home-style stew, the aroma wafting through the air. Its colors reminiscent of a countryside garden in full bloom. Please bring 3 sets of cutlery. These 2 are also guests. Wei Lai thought good things should be shared. Thus, Elvin and Father Cain were seated at the table, each receiving a knife and fork. Gazing at the ancient delicacies, Elvin's fear evaporated, and his fingers twitched with excitement. Father Cain, however, frowned, feeling averse to tasting food birthed from the offspring of an evil god. Father, please, the Bible says, what goes into the stomach passes out of the body, but what comes from the heart is what defile a man. Wei Lai implored with pleading eyes. Is that in the Bible? Although Father Cain remained uncertain of Wei Lai's intentions, the thought that his refusal might endanger the other 2 weighed heavily on his conscience, prompting him to silently repent as he picked up his cutlery. The 3 of them simultaneously speared a skewer of layered vegetables, bringing it to their mouths. Each slice was infused with a rich, flavorful sauce, the sweet and sour taste blossoming on their parched palates. Instantly, they were immersed in a heavenly delight, as if they had stepped into a bountiful farmhouse garden, their bodies enveloped in vibrant hues. Delicious, exceedingly delicious. The decayed chef stood tall, waiting for praise. This is the most exquisite flavor I have ever tasted in my life. Please allow me to express my respect to you, the finest chef in all of Italy. Wei Lai unabashedly showered his compliments. Yet in the next moment, the once respectful chef's demeanor twisted into something more sinister, its mouth stretching into a grotesque grin, revealing a mouthful of decayed teeth. Then it's time to settle the bill. The price is your hearts. Just as Elvin and Father Cain attempted to take action, Wei Lai suddenly slammed his hand on the table. However, you have forgotten the most basic quality expected of a chef. The decayed chef paused, momentarily taken aback. Sanitation, you have failed to meet even the most fundamental standards of hygiene. The radishes were not washed properly. Failure. The utensils have rusted. A failure indeed. The rustic stew ought to be prepared over an open fire. Yet you resorted to phosphorus flames, forfeiting the fundamental characteristics of farmhouse cuisine. Truly a failure among failures. Most crucially, there was a hair in the dish. A single hair. Wei Lai pinched a curled strand of hair from the center of the stew and held it up before the decayed head chef. This is impossible. Whose hair is this? I could never commit such a blunder. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. The decayed head chef suddenly descended into madness, relentlessly tearing at his own body, nearly disassembling his skeletal frame. A grave error. Utterly unforgivable. In his frenzy, he even twisted his sparse-haired head, and with a sharp crack, he wrenched it from his body, his robust form collapsing with a thud, leaving only his head to continue its futile curses. Father, Wei Lai called out, jolting the priest awake. The master and apprentice immediately fell into a harmonious cooperation, each retrieving their sacred implements, wielding silver crucifixes, igniting incense balls, and reciting sacred incantations to commence the purification ritual. A circle of holy fire enveloped the decayed head chef, the blazing flames severing his ties to the corrupt and malevolent deity. Precious purifying incense was cast into the flames by Wei Lai as if it were mere currency, the sparks erupting forth to cleanse the foul and decayed magic. You shall not escape the embrace of the Father. Even with only his head remaining, the head chef roared defiantly against the purifying flames. Wei Lai, I lack sufficient strength. Father Cain's complexion had turned pale, his holy power nearing depletion, his body on the verge of collapse. Would their efforts go to waste? Wei Lai glanced at his palm. Grasping the flaming crucifix, raising it high into the air, and with unwavering determination, he shouted, Lord, I beseech you for the wisdom of the Holy Father, the glory of the Holy Son, and the mercy of the Holy Spirit. Grant me the strength to safeguard justice. This surge of faith was so resolute that the holy power, which had previously eluded him, finally blossomed in his palm at that moment. Be purified in flames. Foul demon, ashes shall be your only destination. The holy power radiating from the crucifix in Wei Lai's hand replaced Father Cain's dwindling strength, intensifying the flames within the formation. No. The head chef's furious roar was gradually consumed by the flames. As the holy fire extinguished, the entire gray expanse of the fungal carpet began to recede. Among the ashes, a gleaming, sharp kitchen knife stood upright, the spine extending into ribs of pallid bone, with a metallic skull at the handle's end. You have slain the plague envoy, the head chef, and gained 100 merit points. Wei Lai was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that slaying the head chef would leave behind a kitchen knife. Instinctively, he turned his gaze to Father Cain, knowing the old curmudgeon would likely utter something about the soul weapon tempting the heart and needing to be destroyed. Fortunately, the old priest had succumbed to the exhaustion of his holy power and had already fainted. Wei Lai hastily extracted the soul knife and stowed it in his backpack. Damn, it's quite heavy, over 10 pounds. Is this something a chef would even use? Can it even cut swiftly? Are we able to escape now? Elvin inquired, his voice trembling with fright. I would rather remain here until dawn than make a hasty retreat. Wei Lai shrugged, grasping the incense ball filled with exorcism materials and hanging it at the entrance of the dining area. He then lit holy candles around them, creating a small sanctuary. I have a question that puzzles me. The head chef's hair was clearly white, so how could a black hair end up in the stew? Elvin adjusted his glasses, perplexed. Mind your own business regarding adult matters, Wei Lai retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Elvin. Do you think there are other chefs like that in the culinary guide from other places? Elvin inquired curiously. Who knows? I've never been there, Wei Lai replied, arranging the unconscious priest against the wall. We'll go on more adventures in the future, right? Elvin, though nearly terrified to the point of wetting himself, displayed a commendable spirit of adventure. Let us hope you are not tempted by culinary delights to the point of folly. Next time, you may not be the one tasting the food, but rather, you may become the food, Wei Lai warned, wary of recklessness, especially for someone as frail as a historian. Elvin seemed poised to say more, but Wei Lai urged him to sleep and recover his strength. If the priest does not awaken tomorrow, you'll have to carry him. Elvin then shrank into a corner, curling up in fear, trying to sleep as best as he could. Wei Lai began to assess the spoils of their adventure. Soul knife, swift cut, a kitchen knife forged from the decaying head chef's soul and body after his demise, heavy yet sharp, requiring sufficient wrist strength to wield effectively. Current bond level, first tier. Advancement conditions. Use this knife to prepare 10 dishes that satisfy the knife spirit. When you create a dish that delights the knife spirit, it enters a state of joy. Neglecting the spirit for a prolonged period leads to a state of displeasure. Joyful spirit. The blade becomes light, entering a swift cutting state. Displeased spirit. The blade becomes exceedingly heavy, rendering it unusable. Current status. Spirit displeased. Please soothe it promptly. Damn, does this broken knife really need soothing before it can be used? Am I the master, or is it? Wei Lai felt a surge of irritation. Then he turned his attention to the 100 merit points earned from slaying the head chef. It seemed he could activate an angelic blessing. Your merit points have reached 100. Would you like to activate the angelic blessing immediately, or opt to invest? Activate. Angelic Blessing 1. Healing Mastery. All your healing effects gain a 20 increase. That sounds like a nice passive ability. But I currently lack any healing skills. Pass. Angelic Blessing 2. Strengthening Point. You may use this point to enhance anything, including organs, body, items, equipment, or skills. This is quite good, simple and straightforward. Angelic Blessing 3. Holy Art. Holy Sword Technique. Tier 3. gained the skill of Holy Sword technique. Summoning an energy sword composed of holy power to inflict damage, consuming 100 points of holy power. This skill is excellent. However, upon inspection, Wei Lai noted that although his holy power had just awakened, its maximum value was a pitiful 50 points. It seems I wouldn't even be able to utilize it. Forget it. Let us focus on strengthening instead. Wei Lai opted for one strengthening point. A white mist transformed into a golden seed radiating light, landing on Wei Lai's fingertip. This was the strengthening point from the angelic blessing. Can I enhance any part? Equipment will eventually be replaced. The body itself is the foundation, so enhancing it is undoubtedly more important. Wei Lai's grin turned sly, something all men understand. Yet, reason ultimately triumphed over lewd thoughts, since I just acquired a soul knife and currently lack the dexterity to wield it. I shall enhance my right hand. With that, Wei Lai grasped the golden seed and placed it upon his right wrist, watching it gradually seep beneath his skin. Moments later, a warm current flowed through his wrist, and he soon felt the muscles in his right arm becoming more robust and powerful. Your right forearm has gained a separate strength enhancement, increasing power by 5. Splendid. Wei Lai felt as though he could compose a symphony in celebration. Casting a glance at the two who had succumbed to sleep, he muttered, "Damn it, I'm still on watch while you two sleep soundly. I'll make sure you sleep even more peacefully. Forgive me, Father. As the Lord says, one cannot truly understand the world without experiencing its trials." Wei Lai retrieved a piece of succubus incense, wafting it toward the two, testing the priest's resilience. The incense, imbued with extreme temptation, stirred primal desires within, causing a lewd grin to spread across Elvin's face. While Father Cain struggled in agony, depravity points increased by 20. A night passed in the wasteland, and the sacred sunlight dispelled the gloom shrouding the desolation. The priest and Elvin awoke in succession, while Wei Lai, having kept vigil all night, felt dizzy. "Father, how do you feel?" Wei Lai inquired with a hint of mischief. The evil in the wasteland is indeed formidable. It could even breach the sanctuary's barrier and invade my dreams. Thus, Father Cain harbored no suspicions regarding Wei Lai's mischief. If only it could happen once more, Elvin mused, while clutching his trousers, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his mind. "We ought to return. I have kept watch all night, and am thoroughly exhausted." Wei Lai yawned deeply, his heart aching more for the missed opportunity to utilize the Pandora's box the previous day. "Well, it is time to set off." Father Cain nodded in agreement, organizing his belongings before embarking towards the town. Along the way, Wei Lai gathered a variety of wild vegetables and berries, contemplating the culinary delights he would prepare to indulge his palate and, incidentally, please the blade soul. Observing this, Father Cain understood Wei Lai's intentions but merely shook his head in silence, recognizing that with Wei Lai's innate talent, the path he was destined to traverse far exceeded his own. He was but a guide, and there was no need to stifle his exploration of the unknown. Elvin, however, was in dire straits. Wei Lai dashed about like a dog, scouring for ingredients, burdening Elvin with the entirety of their collected spoils, which left the latter, already frail, panting heavily. By midday, the trio finally returned to the town. Knock, knock, knock. In the kitchen, Wei Lai swiftly sliced radishes, each piece thicker than Maria's finest, either slanted or unevenly cut. The blade soul was displeased. Clang! The kitchen knife clattered to the floor in protest. Such poor craftsmanship was an affront to the blade. "Damn it! Can't a novice receive a little encouragement?" Wei Lai grumbled, rubbing his sore wrist, even with his right hand having undergone enhancement. Wielding this kitchen knife was still a taxing endeavor. Yet, what choice did he have? The only remedy was practice. Wei Lai picked up an incense ball, ignited it to appease the blade's soul, uttering praise in hopes of winning its favor. Ultimately, after a few strokes on the whetstone, the blade relented, cooperating with Wei Lai to complete the cutting task. Even raw, the radish slices were refreshingly crisp. Alas, Father Cain, the old traditionalist, remained steadfast in his ascetic fasting, subsisting daily on the most meager bread and water to meet his minimal physiological needs, living solely on faith. On the 7th day of Wei Lai's culinary training, still merely a novice, the typically tranquil town was visited by an unwelcome guest, an injured freight worker. In the bygone era of 3 centuries past, a freight worker may have been considered a laborious, lowly profession. In this age, however, it had transformed into a high-stakes occupation, one that demanded unwavering will, exceptional stamina, and sharp wits. Without these attributes, survival was virtually impossible. Due to the necessity of transporting goods between various cities, many workers often found themselves unable to reach shelters in time, forcing them to endure nights in the wilderness. Without sufficient strength to protect themselves, they would have long since perished. As he staggered into the town, the freight worker was covered in numerous wounds, some sprouting grotesque, tendril-like growths, and his eyes were marred by dark veins, signifying he had succumbed to deep corruption. That he had not yet mutated into a wretched abomination was itself a miracle, and any hope for healing was a distant fantasy. Father Cain conducted a brief examination, then shook his head, delivering the grim verdict. At this level of corruption, even immediate transport to the Vatican's episcopal chamber for purification by a cardinal may yield no hope of recovery. Moreover, the journey from here to the Vatican would take at least 2 weeks, and this freight worker might not survive the night. Prepare the rites, the father announced with regret. My cargo must be retrieved. The freight worker, despite the encroaching madness, gripped Father Cain's hand tightly, unwilling to forsake his duties at a few silver coins a month, and still thinking of delivering goods even on the verge of death. Wei Lai scoffed, disdainfully picking at his nose that a plague has erupted in Arezzo. Please deliver the medicine. The middle-aged freight worker trembled as he produced a crumpled delivery note from his pocket. That I swear in the name of God. We will retrieve your cargo, Father Cain exclaimed, taken aback, then firmly grasped the man's hand, assuring him with deep conviction. It is all medicine. Wei Lai, initially eager to scavenge some wild goods, lost interest upon hearing the mention of pharmaceuticals. My backpack is missing. It contained my wages. Please return my ashes home. The freight worker stammered, revealing his numerous last wishes. My fellow, do you still have wages? Wei Lai's eyes lit up, pondering the potential reward for such a perilous task. Rest assured, we will do our utmost, Father Cain assured him, soothing his final wishes. Father, allow me to take on this mission. I swear I will see it through. Wei Lai boldly stepped forward. To be safe. Let us also involve the sheriff in the search party, aiming to return before nightfall. Father Cain nodded in agreement. Although it was framed as a collective effort, Wei Lai was reluctant to share the spoils with others. Once he exited the town, he left the group and activated the all-seeing eye, seeking the traces of corruption left by the freight worker during his journey. With the keen perception of the all-seeing eye, Wei Lai swiftly uncovered the remnants of the freight worker's escape. Following the trail ahead, the man had shown remarkable tenacity, having trekked 3 to 4 kilometers despite his injuries before arriving at their town. The evidence suggested that while resting in an abandoned house, the freight worker had been ambushed by a creature lurking in the shadows, leaving chaos in its wake. Wei Lai discovered several broken wooden crates at the scene, their contents having rotted into a puddle, rendering them unrecognizable. He compared the freight worker's delivery note. For wooden crates, 2 iron crates, and 1 silver crate. What is this? Is the freight worker some kind of Superman? Wei Lai gestured to the size of the crates. They were not smaller than boxes of instant noodles. How could he have carried 7 crates alone? The wooden boxes had been smashed, their contents strewn across the ground. But what of the other crates? Wei Lai activated the all-seeing eye once more, noticing a distinct dragging mark on the ground, indicating that some foul entity had dragged the crates away. Following the trail, Wei Lai hesitated, contemplating whether to invade the lair of the malevolent being to retrieve the crates, when he suddenly stepped into thin air, plummeting into the ancient sewers. Damn it, which ill-mannered scoundrel stole the manhole cover? Wei Lai, having fallen into the sewer, rubbed his lower back. Just as he stood up, he was greeted by a cacophony of squeaks and rustles, and a swarm of crimson dots emerged from the darkness. Holy light, illuminate my path, Wei Lai exclaimed, brandishing the flame cross, casting an orange glowing orb of light that illuminated everything within the sewer. The holy light spell was a basic holy incantation imparted to him by Father Cain, typically used for illumination and minor exorcism. However, empowered by the flame cross, this orb radiated a searing heat. Under the illumination of the holy light, the shadowy creatures in the sewer were instantly revealed, a nest of field mice. Damn, these rodents are massive, each one with blood-red pupils and sharp claws exuding malevolent energy. They surged toward Wei Lai in a wave, their numbers easily exceeding 100. Wei Lai glanced up at the manhole cover that had fallen. At least 10 meters above, the darkness behind him shrouded in uncertainty. There was no other choice. One word: fight. Praise the blade soul. Your sharp blade shall cleave these monstrous rodents as if they were mere vegetables. Unleashing a feast of flesh and blood, Wei Lai extolled, drawing the soul blade from his waist for a swift strike. The blade soul was elated. It entered a frenzied, cutting state, almost instantly, as the swarm of mice lunged at him. The skull on the kitchen knife glowed a vibrant crimson. With frenzied swiftness, the blade sliced through the air, severing flesh, the scarlet light of the knife more pronounced than the mice's eyes, their shrieks reverberating through the sewer. Minutes later, Wei Lai, having exhausted his strength, knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. When he reignited the holy light orb, he beheld a mass of writhing half-mice surrounding his feet. Before him lay a patch of mouse skin, filled with the blossoming flesh of the rodents, drenched in their vital blood, each piece pulsating with life, an eerie feast. Good technique, but I must leave, Wei Lai shuddered. However, the soul blade was displeased, its weight increasing, conveying a singular message: eat. I'm not hungry right now. I can save it for a midnight snack. Though Wei Lai's mouth watered, he had never dared to try eating rat meat. The blade's soul grew increasingly discontent, and Wei Lai struggled to lift it. If one were to disregard the delectable dishes it conjured, one might as well resign oneself to never utilizing it again. Reluctantly, Wei Lai steeled himself, pinching a slice of rat meat and chewing it. Though it cannot be deemed the epitome of culinary delight, it possesses a unique flavor, lacking in excessive fishiness, and is rather tender, certainly preferable to the raw pork and lamb served in the church. With noon approaching and no longer burdened by psychological constraints, Wei Lai fortuitously found a flat stone to serve as a grill, poured some lamb fat onto it, and commenced a barbecue. Only then did the blade's spirit regain its sense of joy. Following this, Wei Lai proceeded to inspect the lair of the plump rodents. Indeed, he discovered the cargo workers' lost boxes, 2 iron, 1 silver, and a small personal pouch. Upon rummaging through the pouch, he was astonished to find 2 gleaming holy silver coins, 20 ordinary silver coins, and a smattering of lesser silver coins. In addition, there lay a badge, the cargo worker's emblem, which, when worn, conferred the cargo worker profession, granting attribute bonuses with each level increase. Owner, Jink. Bestower, Bishop Russell of Umbria. Current level, 1. Level 1. Increases carrying capacity by 30 kg. A badge that enhances attributes. Wei Lai had never heard of such a thing. It seemed prudent to inquire with the priest upon his return. As for these silver coins, they were undoubtedly a gift from nature. My apologies, cargo worker, but I did not locate your silver coins. I merely stumbled upon wild silver coins dropped by slain rats. A 20-point misdeed. What misdeed? Is it not natural to earn a reward for labor? Naturally, Wei Lai also inspected the other cargo boxes, hoping to discover some wild treasures. Unfortunately, the iron box contained nothing but unidentified herbal potions, exuding a foul odor, with no indication of their purpose. The only silver box, roughly the size of a suitcase and a palm's thickness, was intricately engraved with sacred incantations and equipped with a lock mechanism, which remained unyielding without its key. Just by the quality of the box, one could ascertain it contained something valuable. Wei Lai was nearly driven to smash it open in his impatience. However, he managed to restrain himself and transported the boxes out of the sewer. He could not help but admire the cargo worker, who single-handedly bore such a heavy load across the wilderness. No wonder the pay was so substantial, and it even included holy silver coins. Suddenly, Wei Lai recalled that the cargo worker's badge could increase carrying capacity, so he hurriedly donned it. Alas, it proved useless. This item was bound to the identity of its user. It was not something that anyone could simply wear upon finding it. Less dire consequences ensue. Dragging a multitude of boxes across the wasteland towards the small town, Wei Lai felt as exhausted as a dog. It is worth noting that while he had vanquished that group of mutated field mice, he had not emerged unscathed. His body was covered in numerous small wounds. This moment, the virus carried by the mutated field mice's claws began to take hold, slowly eroding his body and inducing a wave of debilitating dizziness. Fortunately, he encountered other members of the security team, which relieved him somewhat, and he had no desire to return. He simply lay down on a stretcher, feigning injury. Upon returning to the town, the cargo worker was still clinging to life, having not yet succumbed. Upon seeing his goods returned, he finally fulfilled his wish, tremblingly removing half of a silver key from his chest before taking his last breath. This key was meant to unlock the silver cabinet. But there were only 2 halves, one in the cargo worker's possession and the other with the recipient. With only half of a key, Wei Lai still could not open the silver box. You have fulfilled the dying wish of the cargo worker, Jink, earning 20 points of merit. It is a pity that I could not find the pouch he mentioned. Those mutated rats were too fearsome, and I dared not venture deeper. Wei Lai sighed, feigning regret. Perhaps this was also his destiny. Father Cain would never suspect Wei Lai. By the way, I found this, which should belong to him. Wei Lai presented the cargo worker's badge. Intending to inquire with the priest about its specifics, this is their exclusive badge, imbued with powerful blessings, typically crafted with the blessing of the district bishop and bound to the user, if it were a high-tier badge. It must be returned to the cathedral upon the wearer's passing. Lower-tier badges are permitted to accompany the deceased in burial, the priest said, gazing down at the badge. Wei Lai pondered whether the priest would return the badge to him. Even if he could not use it, could he not transform it using the Pandora's box? No one anticipated that the priest would actually keep the badge, intending to bury it with the cargo worker, which left Wei Lai in a state of frantic frustration. You should rest as well. I can manage the ceremony alone. Father Cain observed Wei Lai's injuries, aware that he was untainted yet still somewhat concerned. Very well, Wei Lai conceded, feeling a touch dizzy and feverish, and he retreated to the church for rest. Father Cain began the cremation ceremony alone, completing it by evening, following the cargo worker's wishes. He collected the ashes and placed the badge within the urn. That night proved tumultuous for Wei Lai. The virus from the mutated field mice caused his fever to soar to nearly 42 degrees, leading to convulsions on the spot, blood seeping from his skin, eyes, nostrils, and ears, rendering him a ghastly sight. Father Cain checked on him once, finding no remedy, and could only pray silently. In his feverish state, Wei Lai's willpower waned, and under the influence of the malevolent deity, he seemed to hear the priest's sinister laughter. Turn over. I want to see what 42 degrees does to you. Startled awake, Wei Lai leapt up, grasping the priest's throat, his 7 orifices bleeding profusely, which startled Father Cain. Fortunately, he managed to press Wei Lai back onto the bed, burning calming incense throughout the night to soothe Wei Lai's troubled mind and prevent the malevolent deity from infiltrating his psyche. Thankfully, as the night wore on, his fever began to recede, and the symptoms of bleeding started to heal. You have triumphed over the hemorrhagic fever virus, 2nd tier, gaining 2 constitution and a slight enhancement to your overall physical attributes. Observing himself, covered in dried blood, Wei Lai hurried to fetch water for a wash. Father Cain had also prepared a brand new gray cotton robe and a pair of leather boots lined with cashmere for him. New clothes. Wei Lai was somewhat perplexed. Why such sudden generosity? The church's funds had always been tight. A plague has emerged in the Arezzo region. As the untainted chosen of the divine, you are the ideal candidate to deliver aid to that area. Father Cain stated solemnly, gazing intently at Wei Lai. Are we finally departing from the novice village? Wei Lai couldn't help but feel nostalgic for his days of languishing in this quaint settlement. Although the material conditions were poor, there was little danger. He knew that once he stepped beyond this small town, the world outside would be rife with terror. However, he was resolute. There was no time to waste. Today, they must set out. The plague was claiming civilian lives by the moment. Father Cain urged him onward. All right, I will prepare to leave. Wei Lai nodded, turning back to organize his belongings. In truth, there was not much to prepare. The most substantial item was the Pandora's box, which filled a staggering 23 slots in his pack. Fortunately, when it was not in transformation mode, it still had ample space for other belongings. Father Cain had provided Wei Lai with numerous ritual items: holy water, sacred candles, holy oil, incense, bandages, maps, and some communion bread, and a small silver flask of wine for sustenance during the journey, ensuring they would resist the corruptive forces for longer than 2 days without spoiling. He even gifted Wei Lai his own sacred candle lantern, 3rd tier, the highest ritual item in Father Cain's possession, the finest farewell gift to aid Wei Lai in traversing the darkness without succumbing to corrupting malevolent thoughts. Wei Lai was deeply moved, wiping away tears as he vowed that once he achieved success, he would elevate Father Cain to a bishopric, no longer confined to this little church devoid of nuns and choir boys. To fulfill the cargo worker's task, Wei Lai had to shoulder 4 cargo boxes, alongside his own luggage, including the cargo worker's urn, which collectively exceeded 50 kg, truly treating a person like a mule. The crux of the matter was that this era no longer permitted the use of beasts of burden. Any horse or ox was susceptible to the corruptive influence, easily driven mad. The automobiles and motorcycles of the old era had been completely discarded. Human power had once again become the new energy source. The boxes were secured only by simple strips of cloth, swaying precariously as he walked, making the journey exceedingly treacherous. The villagers of the small town bid Wei Lai tearful farewells, wishing for his safe return. Return? To what? There isn't a single charming maiden in this entire town. Am I to return to regale the deaf with tales? Father Cain ultimately handed Wei Lai a piece of pure white, silver-embossed sheepskin parchment, which bore a letter of recommendation praising Wei Lai's exceptional qualities. Embarrassed, Wei Lai dared not glance at it for long, fearful that his cheeks would flush with shame. Below, There was the wax-sealed insignia, melted into the parchment by Father Cain's signature, Reverend Cain Rich of the Third Order. It read, "Your qualities and talents should not be squandered in a place as humble as ours. I cannot guide you further. You ought to pursue advanced studies at the Vatican's headquarters. According to the Church's regulations, with the recommendations of 10 regional clergy, you may enter a higher seminary to learn more advanced sacred arts. May you become a beacon of light guiding humanity towards salvation. Amen. I shall do so, Father. May the Lord bless you as well." Wei Lai responded earnestly, bowing deeply to Father Cain before shouldering his cargo and setting forth towards the town of Arezzo. Depravity points increased by 10. On the very first day after leaving the novice village, Wei Lai, in a fit of frustration, desecrated the ashes of the courier, scattering them to the winds for 2 miles, merging them with the barren earth. Can you believe the urn spoke in the dead of night? Although aware that it was merely a trick of the malevolent deity to instill fear, it was nonetheless irksome. A few coins, perhaps. You expect me to undertake tasks and deliver ashes. He extracted the accompanying courier insignia, shaking off the remnants of ash before discarding it into Pandora's box. What followed was a moment of penitential kneeling to confess his sins. After all, as the good book states, lay down the butcher's knife and turn back to the shore. Once on the shore, wielding the knife is a different matter altogether. Buzz, 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 the box trembled slightly. Bam! A golden light erupted from within, revealing a long-awaited enhancement effect. Indeed, offering ashes to the heavens yielded boundless divine power. Oh, please do not bind the user. Courier insignia level 2 first effect. Increases carrying capacity by 30 kilograms. Second effect. Strengthens leg muscles. Adding 5 to strength user. Unbound. Remarkably, Pandora's box had obliterated the user's binding information. Wei Lai, thrilled, immediately affixed the courier insignia to his waist. He felt a warm current flowing from the insignia, invigorating the muscles in his legs. When he hoisted the cargo once more, it felt considerably lighter. He could effortlessly manage 2 more wooden crates. Wei Lai did not forget to utilize the other 2 opportunities as well, typically converting consumables. After all, acquiring new equipment was no easy feat, and most transformations yielded various types of incense or spices. As he transported the goods, Wei Lai meandered through the landscape, distracted and occasionally practicing his swordsmanship on wild carrots, or capturing less corrupted creatures for a bite. Often, well before dusk, he began scouting for a place to construct a shelter. Those couriers who perished along the way often did so due to reckless haste, unable to find shelter in the dark, ultimately succumbing to madness or the nocturnal creature's assault. Am I not entitled to move a tad slower as a newcomer? A proper shelter must possess 3 characteristics. First, it must shield from wind and rain. Second, it must allow the lighting of holy candles to dispel darkness. And third, it must conceal any light from the prying eyes of night stalker creatures to avoid drawing danger. Based on these criteria, basements or intact buildings are preferable. Sometimes, within the vast plains, there are shelters pre-arranged by seasoned travelers. Saving time and setup. On the second day of his journey, Wei Lai spotted a wooden sign with an arrow indicating the location of a nearby shelter. Although 3 hours remained until nightfall, he prudently sought refuge within. This was a shelter specifically designed for couriers, fashioned from a sewer, with a heavy stone slab sealing the entrance. Without the robust musculature characteristic of couriers, he would have struggled to move it. Using all his strength, he finally displaced the boulder and entered the sanctuary. Inside was remarkably tidy, featuring a bed and some rudimentary cooking utensils, with firewood prepared for warmth. It seemed that couriers occasionally rested here. The charcoal-drawn map adorned the wall, marking nearby towns, villages, shelters, monster lairs, rivers, and other significant locations. What a bunch of misers! Can't they afford a piece of paper? Must they deface the walls? Wei Lai complained as he transcribed the map's information onto his own. If only a ready-made map were available, he could simply roll it up and depart. Upon completing his transcription, Wei Lai noted that his novice village, Jill Village, was marked with the annotations: impoverished, lacking specialties, unable to replenish supplies, no medical resources. Good heavens, what an unvarnished truth! No wonder the village is so destitute, with hardly any outsiders visiting throughout the year. How can the economy sustain itself? He hastily erased the map's annotations, replacing them with, "This place has spicy maidens." Depravity points increased by 5. What a lack of virtue. Is the elderly lady cultivating Mexican peppers not spicy enough? Subsequently, while rummaging through the shelter, Wei Lai discovered a few silver cans sealed with wax on a shelf. The labels read, "Emergency food. Take only what is needed." Consume all upon opening. Please replenish upon next visit. Canned goods. I thought food from the old world had perished, excited beyond words. Wei Lai quickly retrieved all 6 cans from the cabinet. The cans resembled those from the bygone era, albeit crafted from silver. Sealed with a honey wax cross to withstand the insidious decay of the corrupting plague, ensuring long-term preservation of the food within. Food and silver. Thank you, Lord, for this bounty. Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Lai clutched all the cans to his chest. Eager for a sumptuous feast, beans, potatoes, pork, honey, cheese, and pickled fish, my goodness, do couriers earn such high wages? Just reading the names made Wei Lai's mouth water. He ignited the fireplace, opened the cans, and poured their contents into a pot to heat. Beans as the main course, potato stew as the meat dish, pickled fish as the soup, and freshly sliced wild radishes for a refreshing side. However, as he began to enjoy this lavish meal, he thought, "Good heavens, what a waste! These so-called cooks hardly deserve the title." The beans were merely boiled, perhaps with a pinch of salt. The potato and pork tasted as if the potato had been shoved into a pig's mouth, bitten down upon with all its foulness. The pickled fish reeked terribly, as though it had been preserved by a sweaty butcher under the sweltering sun. Wei Lai resorted to adding his own spices and wild vegetables to salvage the flavor, managing to choke it down. Afterward, he made sure to crush the cans before leaving, refusing to litter and pollute the environment. Such noble qualities. Depravity points increased by 20. What a lack of virtue. I will surely replenish everything upon my next visit. After indulging in the grand feast, Wei Lai hung the lantern gifted by Father Cain from the top of the shelter, idly waiting for the onset of sleep, bored in the dead of night. There was little to do. Even running a horse was impossible without any materials. How could one live in such a manner? If only there were a handheld gaming device limited to playing Tetris. Even sharing a couple of hellish jokes would find no audience. The system promptly reminded him, "Your depravity points have reached 100. Please choose a demon's blessing or place a wager. Already full." "I haven't done anything particularly depraved lately." Wei Lai scratched his head. With nothing else to occupy him, he decided to draw a blessing. Demon's Blessing 1. 5 crows source. Crow sorcerer, you will acquire 5 crows imbued with a modicum of demonic power to aid you in battle. Good heavens, those 2 morning crows were noisy enough to keep me awake. Now 5 more. No, thank you. Demon's Blessing 2. Succubus transformation spell source. Painful succubus, transform into a succubus, enchanting hearts with your seductive form. Now, wait a moment. Who's turning into a succubus? Me. Hell no. Demon's Blessing 3. Jester's roulette source. Demon Jester, engage in a prank roulette with the Demon Jester. Red grants item rewards. Black incurs penalties. You may continue playing until all stickers are revealed, or you choose to abandon the game. My physique has been significantly enhanced, so I should be safe this time, Wei Lai thought, slapping his thigh. What the hell? It's just a little wind and rain. I might as well take a gamble. With a resounding thud, the inky black smoke dissipated, revealing a roulette adorned with black and red cards. At its center grinned the mischievous visage of a jester demon, extending a finger towards the wheel. There were a total of 22 segments, 10 red cards, 10 black cards, alongside a single angel card representing the grand prize, and a devil card symbolizing ultimate punishment. Wei Lai rubbed his hands with holy water, muttering, "Damn it, if I don't draw the grand prize today, I might as well be a dog." As the wheel spun for dozens of rotations, it eventually came to rest firmly on a black card. Crap, how unfortunate. The first draw is a punishment. Wei Lai, albeit with a hint of confidence, tore off the punishment card. The jester demon's laughter pierced the air with a sharpness that sent chills down his spine. He was instructed to insert toothpicks between his toes and kick a wall with force. Arc. Wei Lai's scream surpassed even the most savage of the wasteland's horrors. I can't take it anymore. He gazed at the black card of mischief on the roulette, his heart racing with dread. The thought of continuing, knowing such terrifying consequences awaited him, made him shudder. Yet, could he truly resign himself to such a fate? To suffer losses and flee? Hadn't he already eliminated a 1 in 122 chance? Perhaps the next round would yield the grand prize. Damn it. Onward. If I don't shout, I'm not a man. The next card was yet another black punishment card. He was to place a lit candle on a stool and sit down, ensuring his entire posterior adhered to the seat. Wei Lai trembled as he retrieved a candle thicker than his thumb. Swallowing hard. Oh. The jester demon's laughter echoed ominously. No. I cannot give up. I've already eliminated 2 trap cards. The next one must surely be a reward. Wei Lai, in agony, grimaced and spun the wheel once more. Another punishment card, while in an inverted position, Drink at least 1 liter of water. Drinking water? A trivial task. However, the arrogant Wei Lai found himself choking on nearly every sip, tears and snot flowing freely. Akin to drowning, the jester demon's laughter grew increasingly grating. Where are the children who cry daily? Where are the gamblers who lose every day? I shall spin and spin. Another punishment card. Step outside the shelter and slap the first monster you encounter. Then mimic a monkey while racing back. What? Go out in the dead of night? Wei Lai gulped nervously, yet compelled by the harsh demands of the punishment card. He donned his shoes, grasped the holy candle, and lifted the shelter's manhole cover. The wasteland was shrouded in darkness, filled with eerie howls, and strange shadows writhed in the night. I hope the first monster I encounter is weak. Wei Lai cautiously advanced with his candle. Soon, he spotted a creature with mottled fur and claws as hard as steel, digging through the ground in search of food, the crumbling concrete of the old world proving as soft as tofu. The corpse mole, a corrupted, mutated creature skilled in burrowing, hid by day and emerged at night to forage, with diminished eyesight but a keen sense of smell. Wei Lai, lifting his candle, observed the creature's nearly shriveled eyes as it sniffed the air. Seemingly catching a whiff of fresh meat, in a bold move, Wei Lai lunged forward, imitating a monkey's calls, chattering and leaping back to the shelter, inciting furious roars from the mole behind him. The odds of drawing 5 punishment cards in a row were 1 in 10,000. Another punishment card. Apply chili sauce to an odd-numbered limb. Wei Lai glanced down, bracing himself that a scream echoed once more in the shelter. Come on, what doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. Wei Lai nearly lay prone as he spun the wheel again. This time, fortune favored him. A reward card. A sizzling magazine. Oh, this is it. Yes. Wei Lai's hands trembled with excitement. After hardship comes joy. Let it flow. He spun again. Reward card. 3 coin-carrying crows. Another crow? Do I have some fate entwined with crows? Collecting coins? Wei Lai watched as the reward card transformed into crows. The moment 3 crows landed in the cramped shelter, chaos ensued. Squawking raucously, 1 crow spotted a pouch of silver coins peeking from beside Wei Lai's bed. Flapping over to peck at it, attempting to escape through the chimney. Damn it, a thieving crow. Fortunately, the chimney's narrowness ensnared the crow as it tried to fly in. Wei Lai swiftly yanked it out and reclaimed his coins. You better go steal from someone else. He uncovered the shelter's lid and shooed the 3 crows outside. Continue drawing. Reward card. 3 protection vouchers for Pandora's box. Even if the transformation fails, items will not vanish when using this voucher. This is excellent. Wei Lai delightedly tucked the vouchers into his wallet for future use. Reward card. 3 succubus incense. Incense that allows entry into the succubus's dream realm, releasing the mind. What is this? Testing me. A would-be priest? You think I'm an easy target? Wei Lai chuckled, stowing it away. Watching the dwindling reward cards, Wei Lai's spirits lifted as the likelihood of drawing punishment cards grew. What perilous fate awaited him with the ultimate devil card? He fervently hoped to avoid it. Yet, the more one fears something, the more it approaches. To his astonishment, the ultimate punishment card was drawn with alarming speed. One moment he was reveling in joy, the next. The pointer landed on the devil card. The jester demon's laughter became even more grating. Trembling, Wei Lai plucked the devil card from the wheel. The surface of the card bore an ominous inscription. You have one last chance. Tear up this devil card and concede, or this card shall engrave itself into your memory forever. Note, once you concede, the roulette game will end. Concede? Ha ha ha. A true man stands firm amidst heaven and earth. How could he concede? Are you reluctant to part with the grand prize? Even if you force me to eat a carrot, I would accept it. A gambler knows no remorse, only death will suffice. With a roar, Wei Lai tore open the devil card. Congratulations, you have triumphed over the demon's trial and acquired a demon power, the ominous eye, originating from the demon sorcerer, the crow doctor, Rom. It is said that this pair of eyes can perceive the trajectory of death. You can control the crow flock and gain their perspective, consuming demon power during use. Wait, isn't this a punishment card? Why has it granted me a demon power? Wei Lai stood in stunned silence for a moment. Good heavens, the devil card is actually a reward. That golden card must be a trap. The jester demon, unable to ensnare anyone, sighed and dissipated into a cloud of smoke. Hey wait, didn't I say I was done playing? Why are you rushing off? Wei Lai suddenly called out, having drawn all the grand prizes. Isn't the remaining half all punishments, especially a super prank card. You still want to continue? The jester demon danced with glee, reintroducing the roulette wheel. excitement lighting up its face at the thought of what was to come. I am just kidding. I'm done playing. The jester demon cackled in delight. Wei Lai pointed at the jester, laughing like a chicken. The jester, startled, realized that the true jester was none other than himself. With a thud, the smoke vanished. Damn it, another reward is an eye. An all-seeing eye, an ominous eye. Do I have enough sockets for all these eyeballs? Should I cram the extras into my skin? Thankfully, this ominous eye is not a real eyeball, but a source of magic. Summoned to enter my eyes at will, thus not conflicting with the all-seeing eye, let us brighten the holy candle a bit. Today's evening class ends here, with the sizzling magazine and succubus incense in hand. He set forth. As dawn broke, refreshed and invigorated, Wei Lai resumed his delivery journey across the wasteland. He looked up to find 3 coin-carrying crows perched on a nearby tree, their beady eyes darting about. Some crows have an innate tendency to collect shiny objects, be it gems or silver coins. Suddenly recalling the grand prize from yesterday, the ominous eye from the crow demon, he realized it might grant him control over crows. Ominous eye, activate. Suddenly, a chilling magic surged from the demon's seal at the heart, rushing towards my eyes, as vast swathes of black and crimson engulfed my entire field of vision. The sky and earth transformed into a monochrome palette of black, white, and gray, with sinuous black lines twisting throughout, reminiscent of the scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper. Only the crows above glimmered in vibrant red. The children gathered around Wei Lai, directing their gaze towards the crows. Indeed, they successfully established a magical connection, bringing the birds under their control to go to the nearby village and steal some silver coins, then bring them back to offer to your great master. And don't forget to bring along those 2 mourning crows from my hometown. For the first time, Wei Lai found the crows endearing. It seemed prudent to keep a few more, as they would both earn silver coins and increase his misdeed value. What should have been a 3-day journey at full speed took Wei Lai an entire week to reach the Arezzo region. However, as soon as he stepped into this territory, an overwhelming sense of nausea filled the air, with the low-hanging clouds above displaying a sickly green hue, clearly tainted by the direct influence of decay and the plague god. Upon arriving at the roadside sign marking the Arezzo region, he was greeted by a terrifying inscription accompanied by a skull, quarantine zone. Do not enter. Who are they trying to scare with this quarantine nonsense? Scanning the area for anyone around, Wei Lai wiped the sign clean and altered it. Welcome to the Arezzo Nuns hotspot. 10 misdeed value. Do not enter. A raspy voice suddenly called out from behind him. Belonging to a short, hunchbacked figure draped in a linen cloak, wielding a pitchfork and swaying as it spoke. I've been commissioned to deliver goods, just a half-freight man. Do you know the way to the Arezzo convent to deliver medicine? Wei Lai explained. Do not enter. The short figure muttered as if in a trance, its body swaying precariously. Brother, you haven't passed on, have you? Wei Lai inquired, peering down to ascertain what was amiss beneath the cloak. To everyone's surprise, the figure suddenly lunged at him with a frenzied roar, and from beneath the lifted cloak emerged an exceedingly grotesque face, resembling a toad riddled with warts, making it nearly impossible to discern its features. What the hell? How can something be so horrendously ugly? Wei Lai, burdened with cargo, had no time to flee. He raised a foot and kicked a stone on the ground, which flew up and struck the hideous creature squarely in the forehead. Splitting its skull open, Wei Lai couldn't bear to look for even a moment longer, fearing it would haunt him for a lifetime. Shaking his head, he donned a simple cloth mask and entered the Arezzo region. In this plague-ridden area, a faint green miasma pervaded the air, filled with corrosive properties. Anyone exposed for an extended period would contract a disease, whether mild or severe. To safeguard himself, Wei Lai added purifying incense to the holy lantern. Seeking protection, this thin, toxic miasma would infect common folk within a short span, while those endowed with divine power, like clerics, could still purify themselves with minimal exposure. Along the way, he encountered no one, only gravestones filled with newly erected crosses. Passing by several villages, he found them entirely deserted, leaving him to wonder if the inhabitants had relocated or perished. Not only had the people vanished, but even the vegetation was scarce, amidst the plague miasma. Plants began to mutate and distort, with gnarled trees sprouting agonizingly twisted human faces. This state of affairs in the area was not a consequence of a single day's misdeeds, but had likely been long established. Wei Lai suspected that this place had been devoid of life for some time. The mourning crows under his control perched on branches, calling loudly, "All dead. The whole family is dead. Shut up. Save your energy. Wei Lai scolded the crows. As the miasma thickened, the surrounding structures grew increasingly indistinct, rendering him unable to discern directions. Evil eye, open. With the vision of a demon activated, he suddenly perceived vast shadows of death swirling above a particular area amidst the suffocating miasma. Should I go take a look? With no one to confer with, he turned to his crows. The morning crows screeched. Dead. All dead. Forget it. I shall investigate myself. Wei Lai ventured toward the shadowed area of death. Walking for about an hour before halting before a heavily deforested region, I am a nun of the martyrdom order. May the Lord grant me unwavering will and boundless strength to conquer the evil within my body. A frail whisper resonated through the mist ahead, accompanied by the sound of axes chopping with dada. Is that sister nun? I'm coming. Wei Lai exclaimed, filled with excitement at the prospect of encountering a living nun. Before the divine, he envisioned a smooth process of teasing, penance, and confession. Sister nun, I'm here. However, amidst the dense fog, Wei Lai rushed too eagerly and failed to notice the slope ahead. His foot slipped, and the weight of his cargo caused him to lose balance. Tumbling down the hillside, it was only when he neared the bottom that he realized it was no mere pit, but a massive graveyard. Piled high were dozens of corpses, each as grotesque as the one he had encountered before. Malformed and with twisted features, resembling trolls more than humans. What the hell? Someone pull me up. Wei Lai kicked the nearest repulsive corpse away, attempting to climb out of the almost vertical grave. Yet, before he could escape, he heard rustling sounds from above, where voices were conversing. Sister Lien, we must complete the cremation immediately. It won't be long before they turn into living corpses. The wood is too damp to ignite. We lack sufficient fuel. We cannot allow the forces of evil to desecrate the bodies of the villagers. It is time for the nuns of the martyrdom order to offer ourselves to the Lord. Hey, what are you talking about? Can someone pull me up first? Help? Wei Lai shouted desperately from below. Sister Lien, I think I hear someone begging for help down there. Do not heed the whispers of the evil god. They are attempting to thwart our sacrifice, came the resolute response from Sister Lien. Whispers, my foot. I'm a freight worker. For heaven's sake, pull me up. Wei Lai shouted angrily, but no one paid him any mind. The frenzied nuns resumed their prayers, terrified to use his kitchen knife to climb, fearing it might anger the blade spirit. Wei Lai could only dig his fingers into the earth, inching his way up. After climbing halfway up the 10-meter pit, he suddenly heard the powerful prayers from above. Please, Lord, hear the final prayer of the nuns of the martyrdom order. May my blood and flesh burn to become flames of mercy. Purifying this evil thought, looking up, he saw a figure in a black cloak leap into the pit. Bad news. Just as Wei Lai had climbed halfway out, he was knocked back down. Good news. It was a woman who fell. Oh, so soft. A nun descended from above, engulfed in flames, and Wei Lai hurriedly reached out to extinguish the fire. In the chaos of extinguishing the flames, he inadvertently touched an inappropriate area, which was not entirely unexpected. Misdeed value 10. Wait a moment. Sister, why do you have 4 lumps? Wei Lai exclaimed in shock as he hastily lifted the nun's hood. Goodness, even nuns are infected with this virus, though not as severely afflicted as the deceased villagers. Her body was still grotesquely deformed, with numerous growths on her face. Inadvertently, he had touched them. What bad luck. The nun, discovering her sacrificial flames extinguished by someone, was aghast, though her pallid visage had little color left. I told you I'm a freight worker. I fell into the pit you dug. Before Wei Lai could finish explaining, another nun, a flame, leaped down upon him. What the? Nuns are falling from the sky. Can't one of them be healthy? Wei Lai dashed to catch one after another, ultimately catching 3 nuns, but he felt 16 lumps in total. What kind of hellish joke is this? Who are you? And why do you stop our martyrdom? Despite having saved their lives, the nuns appeared furious and immediately rewrapped their veils to conceal their hideous faces. So you were in martyrdom. I thought you were poisoned by the evil god's thoughts and were contemplating suicide. Wei Lai scoffed, rubbing his nose dismissively. Suicide? We are engaged in sacred martyrdom. The nuns were even more incensed. In their doctrine, suicide was a severe sin. Wei Lai was well aware of their intentions. They were likely eager to incinerate the corpses in the grave to prevent them from rising again. However, the freshly felled trees simply refused to ignite, and there were no other combustible materials at hand. Thus, they could only become living torches themselves, leaping into the mass grave to kindle the fire. Purifying the bodies tainted by the malevolent deity. What a noble spirit of martyrdom. They had already dedicated themselves to God, yet fate had spared them from death. Naturally, they were enraged by Wei Lai's interference. Was this not a form of deception? Calm down, sisters, Wei Lai implored. I am an apprentice priest from Jir village, also serving as a makeshift courier, here to deliver supplies to your convent," he hastily explained. Seeking to embellish his own stature in the grand scheme of things, an acolyte was merely a priest who had casually chosen a young boy as an assistant. He hardly counted as a cleric. An apprentice priest, however, could be regarded as a legitimate member of the clergy. The three nuns gazed incredulously at the box behind Wei Lai, struggling to believe that someone would dare to deliver goods to a plague-ridden area. Was this also a form of martyrdom? Bound by duty, the courier had already sacrificed himself en route, and it was imperative that Wei Lai deliver the supplies to the convent. His resolve was unwavering. "If that is the case, I can guide you." The first nun who had leaped into the fray spoke with newfound respect. "Once I depart, you shall not follow suit into martyrdom, will you?" Wei Lai asked. Suddenly filled with doubt. "To die for the justice of expelling the malevolent deity is a path we shall unwaveringly tread," the martyr nun declared. "Indeed," the other two nuns echoed, their eyes devoid of hesitation and brimming with fervor for martyrdom. At that moment, a stir erupted from the pile of corpses behind them. Bereft of the nuns' prayers as a soothing balm, the bodies began to undergo a grotesque transformation, their misshapen forms writhing and struggling. Before long, they would become a horde of savage corpses. "Sisters, the time for martyrdom has come," the leading nun declared with resolute eyes, preparing once again to immolate herself to ignite the mass grave. They possessed the ability to unleash the holy fire spell. However, their bodies had long been ravaged by the plague, and the divine power within them was insufficient to summon the sacred flames. Thus, they could only burn their own souls and flesh. "You must escape quickly," another nun urged, casting a glance at Wei Lai. "Wait," Wei Lai interjected, raising a hand to halt them, his gaze penetrating as he looked skyward. "If the Lord has led me to meet you, it must be for me to intervene and save you, allowing you to retain your lives and to look forward to a more resplendent martyrdom in the future." "Amen." In the next instant, a searing flame erupted from the cross held aloft by Wei Lai, instantly igniting the wood in the mass grave. The roaring fire silenced the corpses before they could fully awaken. "You have saved 3 martyr nuns, earning 30 merit points." The nun, unable to achieve her martyrdom, exhibited a trace of regret in her eyes. "Alas, I forgot to climb out before setting the fire," Wei Lai mused. Preoccupied with his own bravado, until the flames began to encroach upon him, prompting him to scramble upwards, he pulled the other 3 nuns up alongside him, finally collapsing in exhaustion and gulping down a mouthful of fresh water. The 3 nuns, their faces veiled in black fabric to conceal their deformities, appeared less frightening. Yet, upon witnessing Wei Lai drink, they instinctively swallowed hard. It had been ages since they had enjoyed such refreshing water. Wei Lai noticed the longing in their eyes and offered them his silver flask. "We used your utensils. It may infect you." One nun shook her head. "Then let us use this." Wei Lai produced a crushed silver canister. Fashioning it into a cup shape, pouring each of them a drink, they cherished it immensely, drinking deeply and exhaling in relief. "Thank the Lord for his gifts. Go eat dirt." Wei Lai rolled his eyes, initially intending to share some biscuits with them. "Since you thank God and not me, be gone." Yet he still inquired, "What sort of plague has befallen this place?" The plague known as leprosy had begun to spread through the village 6 months prior. Initially dismissed as a mere skin ailment, little did they know, by the time it erupted, nearly 23% of the population had already been infected. Those afflicted would first develop grotesque growths on their skin, their limbs contorting, followed by the displacement of their facial features. Although the nuns did not place great importance on their appearance, they were still women. The mere thought of their bodies transforming into something malformed caused them to clutch their thick robes anxiously. "Rest assured, the medicine has arrived. It should be able to cure your ailments," Wei Lai reassured, patting the box behind him. "Let us hope so. The Arezzo convent is not far from here. You need only walk a few hours in that direction." One nun pointed the way to Wei Lai. "Alas, cannot you accompany me as guides?" Wei Lai genuinely believed that navigating through the miasma of the plague was not a prudent choice. "We sincerely apologize. But we must remain here at the pyre, purifying the corpses brought from various locations. We must continue to fell trees. The next batch of corpses may very well be on its way." The nuns once again grasped their heavy axes, preparing for the next round of cremation fueled as Wei Lai observed the fierce flames reflecting upon the steadfast figures of the 3 nuns. He couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. He had saved them this time. Yet perhaps it would not be long before they would once again offer themselves as fuel for martyrdom. Their bravery moved Wei Lai, inspiring him to concoct a dark jest. What is the difference between a martyr nun and a Jewish person? After receiving directions, Wei Lai was en route to the convent. Hastening his pace to avoid lingering in the toxic haze of the plague, not half an hour had passed before he discerned a figure emerging from the mist ahead, shuffling towards him. With vigilance, Wei Lai swiftly concealed himself behind a nearby thicket, obscuring the light of his lantern with his robe that, "O Lord, I am Sister Ling, a martyr nun. I beseech you to grant me strength." "Mr. Like, do not frighten me with mutations." Sister Ling trembled that a frail young nun, barely 5 feet tall, struggled to drag a heavy corpse bag towards the pyre. Delivering bodies, truly? They even have half-grown children doing such grim work. What would happen if they encountered a villain on the road? Wei Lai grinned mischievously. Shall I frighten her? He picked up a stone and tossed it onto the corpse bag, producing a soft thud. Instantly, the young nun named Ling jumped in alarm, her hair standing on end. Cautiously, she glanced back, relieved to see the bag undisturbed, and exhaled deeply. Phew, I scared myself. Oh. This little nun has not yet been infected. Wei Lai observed her pristine features, his eyes lighting up with wicked intent. Let us summon a pair of ominous crows to frighten her. With a mere glance, 2 crows began to circle above the young nun, cawing. Someone is about to die. Someone is about to die. Go away. Bad birds. Get away. Sister Ling leaped up, trying to shoo the crows away. One of the crows landed directly on the corpse bag, pecking at it. The ominous presence of these harbingers of death could easily awaken the dormant corpses. What had been a still body, now stirred to life, struggling within the bag. This horrified the young nun, who, in her naivety, attempted to press down on the infected corpse. Alas, her strength was insufficient, and she found her wrist grasped by the infected hand through the bag, a horrific visage contorting beneath the thick fabric, roaring and lunging at her. Ah! Sister Ling screamed in terror, appearing as fragile as a newly hatched chick compared to the 3 martyr nuns from the pyre. Depravity points 10. Ah! The points are in the bag. It is time to unleash my full power. With the added strength of a courier's legs, Wei Lai executed a powerful side kick, sending the leper's corpse flying at least 10 meters away. Crashing against the remnants of an old building. Purification by fire. He unleashed a fiery incantation from the cross, igniting the corpse bag and causing the infected body within to gradually char. Ah! Sister Lings, still processing the situation, gazed up at the timely arrival of this man with a look of bewilderment that I almost arrived too late. Are you hurt? Let me check your body. Wei Lai curled his lips, revealing a mischievous grin. Ah, I'm fine. The little nun Ling looked up at Wei Lai, her face inexplicably growing warm. I am here from Arezzo to deliver medicine. Wei Lai bent down and pulled the little nun up with a swift motion. I am a trainee nun from the Arezzo convent. Little nun Ling stammered, too shy to meet his gaze. So you are also a trainee nun. Just now, I seemed to hear someone praying, claiming to be a martyr nun. Did I mishear? Wei Lai said with a hint of mischief as he stroked his chin. Ah, I was just trying out the holy incantation. The little nun nervously fumbled her words. In the name of usurping, I call upon the Lord. If the convent's matron finds out, I fear I will receive a sound thrashing. Oh, come now. Don't be so tense. It's just a little secret. I won't be the one to hold it against you for life. Now, lead me back to the convent. Wei Lai patted little nun Ling's shoulder in a friendly manner. Ah, all right. The little nun Ling finally took delicate steps, guiding Wei Lai toward the direction of the convent. The chilling green mist enveloped the surroundings, and sporadic eerie cries echoed through the village, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of Silent Hill, prompting Ling to unconsciously draw closer to Wei Lai, seeking a semblance of safety. Is there not a single man here? A priest, a constable, or a soldier, and yet they send out a little girl like you to carry corpses? Wei Lai casually continued the conversation. They are all ill. The soldiers who went to seek the source of the plague have yet to return, Ling timidly replied in a hushed voice. Oh, may the Lord bless them with safety. But why have you not contracted the illness? Could it be that you were also untouched by impurity? Wei Lai inquired with curiosity. I do not know. Our training group has been studying at the convent, and the nuns have only allowed us to come out to help because the adults are overwhelmed. Ling said, somewhat fearful, worried she might become as grotesque and terrifying as the lepers. Alas, what a pity. How many beautiful little nuns must be sacrificed? Even sending 2 to the church in Jill village to lend a hand would have kept me from running out here. Wei Lai lamented dramatically. What are you saying? We are also part of the martyr nun order, willing to dedicate ourselves to God. Ling's declaration lacked conviction, and she seemed somewhat timid. All right. Meaningful sacrifice is called martyrdom, while meaningless death is termed suicide. Not cherishing the life bestowed by the Lord is a complete violation of doctrine. Wei Lai gently ruffled Ling's hair, offering a slight smile. Ling silently mulled over his words. Feeling inexplicably that they held great wisdom, the two finally arrived at the Arezzo convent before dusk, which had been converted from an old-fashioned elementary school that it was not large, surrounded by walls covered in green vines. With a bell tower standing in the center, radiating a faint holy light, shielding the nearby peopled the entrance of the convent, numerous tents had been erected, filled with various grotesque lepers, and the afflicted nuns moved in and out to care for them. Although this care offered no actual treatment, it provided a semblance of comfort in their final moments. The bodies of the deceased were continuously carried out from the tents and placed by the roadside, awaiting transport to the pyre. All combustible materials in the vicinity had been exhausted for the purpose of cremating the corpses, leaving behind charred pits everywhere. Now, the deceased could only be dragged further into the nearby forest for burning. Wei Lai's arrival, especially with his cargo-laden back, attracted quite a bit of attention. The director mag is inside, Ling pointed out to Wei Lai, though she hesitated to enter. Wei Lai passed through the convent's doors and entered the chapel, where he happened upon the martyr nun order's director, kneeling in fervent prayer before the crucifix. The director, likely in his 50s and mildly infected with leprosy, bore several grotesque tumors on his face. Respected Director Mag, temporary delivery man Wei Lai reports for duty. Please acknowledge receipt of your cargo, Wei Lai said solemnly as he produced the shipping manifest. Director Mag displayed a hint of astonishment. The support he had requested had indeed arrived. To think someone would deliver it here, especially since this area has been designated a quarantine zone. I regret to inform you that the previous delivery man was ambushed and killed on his way here, and some of the cargo was lost. I am a trainee priest from Jill Village, Wei Lai lamented as he presented the shipping manifest. Director Mag scrutinized the goods listed and solemnly signed his name. May they assist in overcoming the crisis here. Wei Lai retrieved half of a silver key that I fear that may no longer be possible. Basic medicines hold little efficacy against an outbreak of plague. I only hope. Director Mag took out the other half of the key. Once combined, it fit into a silver chest. With a click, the silver cabinet opened, revealing an object that radiated a sanctified light. Soul Gun. Rage level. 6-tier sacred artifact. A revolver constructed entirely of holy silver alloy, powered by an absolute faith in God, inflicting tremendous damage upon evil entities. Alongside the soul gun lay 12 exquisitely engraved silver bullets. What the? Wei Lai was utterly taken aback. He never anticipated that a first-tier delivery man's cargo would include a 6-tier revolver. Had I known, I would have pried it open no matter what. I see. Director Mag seemed to grasp something as he gazed at the sacred gun in the cabinet. Are you dissatisfied with the goods? I can assist you with an unconditional return. Wei Lai felt a sense of regret, as if he had missed out on a fortune. The Holy See's directive is to ensure the eradication of the plague's source, preventing its spread, rather than rescuing already infected civilians. Director Mag's eyes hardened as he called to a nearby attendant. Summon Sister Fasiki. Soon, a tall, confident young nun strode into the convent, a short sword at her waist, and knelt with a resounding thud. Judging by her robust demeanor, she had likely not contracted the virus. Martyr Nun Fasiki, reporting for duty. The walls have been repaired significantly. What are your orders? How impressive. Wei Lai observed her, perceiving her more as a soldier than a nun. The Holy See's support has arrived. A sacred revolver. It is temporarily entrusted to you for use. You must swiftly attune to it and prepare to eradicate the plague's source. Director Mag spoke gravely. The holy gun. Sister Fasiki's eyes fixated on the silver cabinet, visibly brimming with fervor, as if she yearned for battle. This opportunity must be cherished. There may not be a second chance. Do not engage in any tasks for the next few days. Focus solely on gathering your strength. Director Mag instructed with utmost seriousness. Yes, I shall not fail the glory of the martyr order. Fasiki thumped her chest, her eyes ablaze with zeal. Quite impressive. Wei Lai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the vigorous display. Fasiki noticed Wei Lai's gaze and furrowed her brow, wondering who he was. I thank this diligent delivery man. He risked danger to enter the quarantine zone and deliver the holy gun here. Director Mag maintained a degree of cordiality. Excellent. We require a delivery man to transport the corpses. You are hereby conscripted. Fasiki regarded Wei Lai with a haughty demeanor. Hey, who do you think you are? Conscripting me? Wei Lai retorted defiantly. Delivery man Wei, we shall compensate you accordingly. 1 corpse for 1 silver coin. Director Mag expressed his eagerness for assistance in clearing the excessive accumulation of bodies to prevent a collective transformation. Wei Lai felt displeased. I asked this about money. It's about attitude. What do you mean by conscription? Am I a mule? Just based on her attitude. Then the price must increase. We can offer 2 silver coins if you can indeed transport all the bodies. Director Mag reasoned that in this dire situation, money had little significance. Furthermore, given Wei Lai's entrapment in the quarantine zone, he would likely fall ill soon, rendering any earnings futile, as he would ultimately end up as another corpse in the plague-ridden area. Deal. Wei Lai's enthusiasm surged instantly. Father Kane's monthly salary is only 3 silver coins. To move a single corpse for 2 silver coins, at this rate, even without bodies, I could create some. After unloading all the cargo, Wei Lai sought out little Nun Ling, who was busy transporting the next corpse. What does that woman Fasiki do? And why is she so arrogant? Are you referring to Sister Fasiki? She is the valiant sister of the battle corps within our monastery, who has devoted herself wholeheartedly to her faith in the Lord, bravely resisting the encroachment of the plague. In recent outbreaks of reanimation, it has been she who has led the efforts to quell the chaos, earning her the title of a true hero. Ling, with her fists clenched and a face full of reverence, yearns to possess such strength. Humph! What a pathetic sight! Wei Lai scoffs disdainfully as she speaks. She rubs her hands together, ready to begin the grim task of transporting corpses. Here at the monastery, at least 50 bodies have already accumulated, and moving them all would yield a sum of 100 silver coins. However, making multiple trips seems a tremendous waste of time, doesn't it? Logically, beheading them in advance could mitigate the risk of reanimation to some extent. Yet according to doctrine, the uncorrupted dead remain followers of the Lord, and those who have been decapitated cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. Thus no one dares entertain such malicious thoughts. Don't you have any carts? A flatbed cart? Wei Lai inquired, having searched high and low for any means of assistance. Carrying the bodies by sheer physical strength alone would take countless trips. We dismantled all the wooden tools for fuel some time ago, the novice nun whispered timidly. Wow, what a genius. You dismantled all your means of transportation for firewood. Wei Lai couldn't help but applaud. We never anticipated that the situation would escalate to this severity, the novice nun replied, her voice quavering. Why not just tear down the houses? That way, you'd have more fuel. Wei Lai suggested, gesturing towards the nearby residences. Suddenly, she smacked her thigh, exclaiming, Yes, demolishing houses. No, absolutely not. Doctrine states that houses are private property, sacred and inviolable, the novice nun, Ling, exclaimed, frantically shaking her head. All the homeowners are dead. No one will accuse us of trespassing. And the Lord would surely understand. Wei Lai grinned mischievously as she dashed off to begin demolishing the houses. In truth, the furniture, tables, and beds had already been removed and used as fuel. Only the beams and window frames remained. Wei Lai set to work, tearing off doors and windows, and when that proved insufficient, she dismantled the beams, stacking them into a pyre, layer upon layer of corpses atop. The novice nun watched anxiously, unsure of how to proceed. Hey, novice nun, if you don't help out, they'll reanimate after dark. At that point, the villager souls won't be able to ascend to heaven, and you'll be the sinner. Wei Lai urged fervently. Isn't sacrificing oneself to save others also a form of martyrdom? Wei Lai continued to persuade her. Is that truly martyrdom? Sister Ling paused, finally coming to terms with it, and began assisting Wei Lai in transporting the wood. Finally, after demolishing 3 houses, they collected enough timber to construct a cremation pyre. Wei Lai should also earn 30 points of moral demerit. May the souls of all believers find solace in the mercy of the Lord. Amen. Wei Lai prayed earnestly for the departed, igniting the pyre with the flames of the cross, the sacred power fueling the fierce fire to incinerate the bodies of the lepers. Having completed the cremation ritual, she earned 50 points of virtue. Phew. After using the already scarce sacred power twice in one day to accomplish the cremation, Wei Lai felt utterly exhausted, a wave of fatigue washing over her mind. Even as notifications of reaching maximum virtue and demerit points rang out, she lacked the energy to care, merely longing for rest. Please, take me to rest. I'm utterly spent, Wei Lai gasped, stuffing her mouth with sugary biscuits she had saved along the way. Let's rest in that nearby house, Sister Ling suggested immediately. No way. Who knows what might come creeping out at night? Let's find a room in the monastery, Wei Lai rejected decisively. But men aren't allowed in the monastery, Sister Ling protested, shaking her head repeatedly. What does it matter at a time like this? Breaking the rules to save lives is also a form of martyrdom, Wei Lai insisted, successfully convincing Sister Ling to accompany her into the monastery. They found a secluded, empty room to rest. After hanging her lantern from the ceiling, Wei Lai finally relaxed on the bed, Phew. Finally at ease. I'll take my leave now. Sister Ling felt uneasy lingering there. Don't rush off. Let's eat something. You haven't had a proper meal in ages, have you? Wei Lai declared, pulling out a jar of biscuits and a honeycomb. Indeed. We've only had a spoonful of oatmeal porridge each day recently. Sister Ling gazed longingly at the biscuits in Wei Lai's hands. Come on. Eating something shouldn't violate the rules, right? Wei Lai said, scooping a generous spoonful of honey onto a biscuit and offering it to her. Ultimately, Sister Ling could not resist the allure of the sweet treat and accepted the honey biscuit. Finally, someone to share food with. Come. Wild radishes are crispy and sweet. We must eat before they spoil. Wei Lai was thrilled to have found a dining companion who didn't nag incessantly. She pulled a wild radish from her backpack, deftly slicing it into thin pieces with her knife, and generously poured 2 cups of wine from a silver bottle. Sister Ling was left astonished, hardly believing the abundance of food Wei Lai had produced from her backpack. Is life outside the monastery so extravagant? Here, eat. Wei Lai urged. A sudden itchiness and discomfort struck Wei Lai. She had indeed contracted the leprosy bacillus. However, this time, the infection was not as severe as before. It did not erupt overnight but quietly lurked within her. The prolonged incubation period and high infectivity were what contributed to the widespread outbreak of leprosy. Wei Lai rolled up her sleeve, observing the raised bumps on her skin, yet she paid it little mind, eager to collect her wages from the previous day. After all, the work was paid daily, and the longer one waited, the more one feared being cheated. Meanwhile, within the monastery, nearly everyone was bustling about. The medicines Wei Lai had brought the day before were already being brewed. Even if the effects were minimal, they provided a sense of solace. Director Mag, I dealt with 50 corpses yesterday, all safely cremated. Time to settle up. Wei Lai, who had slacked off the previous day, boldly asked for payment. 50? Director Mag paused in surprise. Indeed. Novice nun Ling can attest. She accompanied me to help. Wei Lai insisted on dragging the novice nun into it. Yes, the bodies have indeed been moved. Director Mag glanced outside, surprised but eventually turned back to retrieve her coin pouch. In this plague-stricken area, currency had lost its value, and those infected could not escape the fate of decay. Wow. Wei Lai beamed at the shining bag of silver coins, delighted by the pleasant clinking sound. Director, if you have any more tasks, feel free to assign them. Are you certain you want to continue with tasks? Director Mag looked at Wei Lai with some skepticism. Observing the lumps that had begun to form on his face, did he truly not understand the fate that befell those infected with leprosy? Of course, for the sake of saving the Lord's followers, I am willing to selflessly offer myself, and perhaps earn a bit more money in the process. Wei Lai had never encountered such a lucrative opportunity. If that's the case, please help us dig graves. If you can carve tombstones, I will pay you 5 silver coins for each complete grave. Director Mag took a deep breath. 5 coins is fine. We may not be able to procure coffins, but digging simple graves is definitely within our capabilities. I promise to provide you with a properly dug villa-sized grave. Wei Lai was instantly invigorated by this profitable venture. She was determined to stay and dig, even if it meant using her teeth as shovels and her toes as hoes. This is our monastery's list as for tombstone materials. There should be plenty at the cemetery. Director Mag solemnly handed over a list. Wei Lai took a look and was stunned to see that the names of living individuals were listed. The novice nun Ling, battle nun Fasiki, and even the director herself. Mag, Director Mag, did you give me the wrong list? Everyone on here is still alive. Wei Lai quickly inquired. Indeed, this is the list of graves prepared for the entire monastery. Go and make the necessary arrangements. Director Mag sighed. Are you implying that everyone will die in this plague-stricken area? Wei Lai began to grasp the reality. Indeed, no one can escape the plague. All we can do is eradicate the pathogens and prevent the spread of the decaying evil god's minions. Director Mag spoke without fear. Only regret for her sisters, who would not be able to manifest a more valuable martyrdom. There truly no way out. Wei Lai gazed upon the list of living names, suddenly finding the silver coin in his hand to be devoid of allure. Dean Mage cast a glance at Wei Lai. We have already sunk into deep corruption. Unless a high-ranking priest of the Scarlet level were to purify our unclean bodies, the fact that they have sent us the Holy Spear indicates they are preoccupied with other matters, expecting us to resolve this ourselves. Busy with other matters, I suspect they are merely preoccupied with embracing young boys. Feeling discontent, Wei Lai departed from the chapel, digging up graves. The mere thought of the list drained him of any motivation. What are you doing here? Suddenly, Sister Ling's voice, soft and timid, broke in beside him. Today, she too wore a black hood and veil, yet her petite stature of 1 meter 50 still rendered her conspicuous. Instantly recognizable. Have you been infected as well? Wei Lai reached out and lifted her veil. What are you doing? Ling gasped, relieved to find that beneath the veil was a fair and unblemished face, with no signs of swelling. TCH, if you're not infected, why cover your face? Wei Lai rolled his eyes. I just felt guilty seeing everyone else infected while I felt fine. Ling hastily donned her veil once more. The dean said you are all doomed. Leaning against the wall, Wei Lai crossed his arms and sighed. Yes, we are all prepared for that. Sister Ling showed no sign of shock, her hands clasped before her chest as she murmured, we can only hope the Lord will still accept our unclean souls. Haven't you thought of fighting back? Just waiting for death. Wei Lai glanced at her. How to fight back? Sister Ling appeared puzzled. Forget it. Wei Lai shook his head and turned to leave. Where are you going? To fight. Wei Lai strode to his room without looking back, kneeling before the crucifix hanging on the wall. Activate Angel's Blessing. Angel's Blessing 1. Tier 3 weapon. You have obtained an offensive Tier 3 weapon, not particularly needed. Angel's Blessing 2. Sacred Word Technique Majesty. You have learned the Tier 3 Sacred Word Technique, capable of intimidating evil souls. This might have been useful under normal circumstances, but it offers little assistance now. Angel's Blessing 3. Revelation. You receive a divine revelation, illuminating an answer to your current doubts. Is the Almighty providing me with answers? Wei Lai stared at this blessing in astonishment, instantly realizing it was precisely what he needed. Choose Revelation. The blessing's mist enveloped the crucifix of the agony of Christ, radiating a golden glow. Lord, please tell me, is there a 10th tier artifact, easily found and easily controlled, with no side effects? Please reveal its location to me. This is my greatest doubt. Without a 10th tier, even a 7th, 8th, or 9th tier would suffice. Well, I was overjoyed. There are remnants of ancient technology here that can dispel this plague. A cluster of light floated from the crucifix, landing on Wei Lai's forehead, marking a directional arrow in his field of vision, pointing toward a specific area. Wait. I don't want to know how to resolve the plague. Artifact. Tell me where the artifact is. Wei Lai exclaimed. Unfortunately, the golden light on the crucifix had already vanished, as if it felt embarrassed to engage in further conversation with Wei Lai. Damn. Wei Lai felt he had missed a golden opportunity. Sister Ling, who had been following closely, happened to witness this scene, feeling her spirit profoundly shaken. Revelation, it is the Lord who has granted me enlightenment. Wei Lai smiled faintly. Revelation. Sister Ling's face almost immediately flushed crimson. It is said that only the most devout of God's chosen can receive his insights. Was that golden light just now truly the revelation? Hey, what are you daydreaming about? You were saved. Wei Lai lifted Ling's chin, revealing a mischievous grin. What? Sister Ling touched her face, startled. God has revealed to me a way to cure leprosy. We must now seek the relics of the ancient era. The thought of ancient relics filled Wei Lai with a hint of excitement. Sister Ling pointed to herself. Are you expecting me to go alone? Please, this isn't just my affair. Your convent must contribute as well. Wei Lai even went directly to seek out Dean Mage, requesting some combatants. However, when he arrived at the convent hall to explain the situation, Dean Mage, upon hearing of Wei Lai's revelation, exhibited considerable surprise, even tinged with skepticism. After all, if the Lord were to grant a revelation, why bestow it upon an outsider like him, rather than on herself or the other nuns? It seemed utterly unreasonable. Nevertheless, she informed Wei Lai that if he needed support, he could seek Sister Fasiki, who was in charge of the Martyrdom Convent's combat group, overseeing all trained personnel. Fasiki? This could be problematic. When Wei Lai found Fasiki, she was in the convent's rear courtyard, training all the combat nuns in preparation to eradicate the Zero patient. The Lord has granted us life. Thus, we wield our lives as swords to vanquish all enemies of his. On the day of our martyrdom, we shall ascend to the kingdom of heaven. Martyrdom. The group of slightly infected martyr nuns were all stirred up with fervent zeal. Wei Lai glanced at the soul gun revolver at Fasiki's waist, instantly feeling envious. That should be his, regardless of whether he could wield a 6th-tier soul gun. Could he not sell it if he couldn't? At this moment, Wei Lai stepped forward to request a support team, but Fasiki didn't even let him finish his reasoning before casting him a cold, indifferent glare. Do not hinder our martyrdom. Damn it, martyrdom. A bunch of crazies eager to rush to their deaths, having received no support. Wei Lai could only set out alone, armed with merely 2 nuns' short swords. Naturally, he also needed to bring Sister Ling along. Even if she couldn't assist, she could serve as a mascot to lighten the mood, and in a pinch, be used as bait to distract enemies. What a bargain. Although Sister Ling was somewhat fearful, upon learning it was for the sake of saving the entire Arezzo district, she mustered her courage to join Wei Lai. Based on the instructions from the revelation and the map, Wei Lai's destination lay in the outskirts of the Arezzo district. requiring passage through a stretch of ancient ruins. Considering the unusual circumstances along the way, traversing on foot would likely take 2 days. Thus, the two of them walked side by side, lanterns in hand, through the miasma, heading toward the direction indicated by the revelation, occasionally sharing jokes to dispel their unvoiced fears. After distancing themselves from the convent, leprous corpses would sporadically appear by the roadside, lunging at them with ghastly howls, launching attacks. Regardless of their attacking power, their grotesquely deformed bodies were unsettling enough. Wei Lai attempted to draw his soul blade, but triggered its displeasure. The heavy blade refused to sully itself by cutting through such filthy corpses. Left with no other choice, he had to draw the nun's short sword for combat. These corpses, cursed by the corrupt plague deity, had their strength significantly amplified, and being tackled by them was no trivial matter. Wei Lai's fighting style was straightforward. With his limbs reinforced, he relied solely on his legs and right hand. He executed a knee strike to break the opponent's kneecap, then seized the opportunity while they were falling to stab the short sword into their brain from beneath the jaw. There was no need for decapitation. That would only waste effort and dull the blade. The nun's short sword was no divine weapon. It was inferior to an ancient stainless steel kitchen knife. Of course, this method of execution had a significant drawback. The blood of the leprous corpses was rife with leprosy bacilli, and as they were slain, it inevitably splattered across Wei Lai's face and hands. As the blood splashed down, grotesque swellings immediately surfaced on his skin. Too much viral infection, and the leprosy was about to enter an acute mutation phase. Wei Lai, are you all right? Sister Ling, who had been protected all along, felt a pang of helpless guilt upon seeing his condition. Rest assured, my faith is unyielding. Even if my body falls, my ironclad will shall sustain my form to press on. Wei Lai pointed resolutely ahead, his eyes gleaming with determination, resembling a statue forged from steel. The young nun bit her lip, overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. Yet, after merely a few hours of travel, during which they had vanquished a dozen leprous corpses, the leprosy bacteria within Wei Lai surged into a critical phase, causing grotesque distortions on his skin and depleting his physical strength significantly. Let us find a place to rest, he suggested. There's a freight handler's shelter nearby. Wei Lai could already feel the fever rising within him, and the ominous call of the corrupted father echoed in his ears. With Ling's support, the two arrived at the freight handler's shelter, the entrance still obstructed by a massive stone. A precaution against theft. With the last vestiges of his strength, Wei Lai managed to move the stone aside, revealing the passage into the sanctuary. Exhausted, he was dragged inside by Ling, where they discovered a modest stockpile of emergency supplies. Clean water and food awaited them. Lying on the bed, Wei Lai felt the pathogens rampaging through his body, gnawing at his cellular structure, his face contorted in agony. His mind faced the seductive allure of the corrupted god, his mental corruption index soaring. Join our loving family. This is a bountiful garden, devoid of suffering, where one can eternally relish the beauty of life. Do not resist. Surrender to the bliss. No, the corruption is repulsive. I shall only pledge allegiance to the god of joy. Wei Lai, though his consciousness was fading, remained steadfast in his rejection of the corrupted god's temptations. Child, do not resist. Once you integrate into our family, you shall find the corrupted body to be a marvel. What should I do? Ling, the young nun, touched Wei Lai's feverish body, her hands trembling with anxiety as she unfastened his clothing, repeatedly wiping him down with the clean water stored in the shelter to bring his temperature down. The fever left Wei Lai mentally weakened, further exacerbated by the direct influence of the corrupted god in this realm. His spirit continuously subjected to decay. That I shall not follow you. I will only serve the Lord of Joy. This was Wei Lai's final act of defiance. Do, who calls to me? A voice, sultry and enchanting, echoed in his mind. This is my domain. My banquet is not to be coveted. The corrupted god, displeased that someone dared to eye his feast, mused, well, it seems we shall meet again. But first, allow me to bestow upon you a small gift. The beguiling voice chuckled. An unsolicited thought took root in Ling's mind, as if it had always been there. What? Can this truly expel Wei Lai's virus? The young nun's face turned pale with anxiety. The following morning, after a night of torment, the demonic vaccine and the vile bacteria within Wei Lai finally ceased their assault. His body returning to a semblance of normality, even feeling somewhat stronger. You have triumphed over the leprosy bacteria, stage 4. Your physical strength has been enhanced. Constitution 3, strength 1. Stage 4 leprosy bacteria? Aren't vaccines only effective against stage 3 plagues? How could I have resisted a stage 4? Wei Lai pondered, somewhat confused. merely attributing it to good fortune, completely unaware of the sacrifices made by another to extract the poison from him. Feeling refreshed, he stretched and donned his clothing. Damn, how did I end up stripped down to nothing when I fell ill? He glanced around, noticing Ling, the young nun, standing awkwardly to the side, appearing flustered. What's wrong? I'm fine now. Thanks to the Lord's blessing that relieved me of my affliction. I feel revitalized. Well, I felt as though he had shed all burdens. You don't remember? Ling looked down, clutching her skirt tightly. Remember what? Did I say something in my sleep? Well, I gasped. You mustn't believe it. It was all the tempting whispers of the corrupted god. I didn't heed a single word. No, it's nothing. Ling bit her lip, shaking her head vehemently. Then let us have breakfast. Let's see what wild provisions this shelter has. Wei Lai rummaged through the cabinets, discovering several jars of corn kernels, mashed potatoes, and sugary biscuits. While they were hardly gourmet, they were certainly preferable to an empty stomach. Wei Lai opened the biscuit jar and handed 13 to the young nun. But we have to keep moving today. No time for cooking. Once we finish our business here, I will treat you to a splendid feast. Don't get mixed up with these nuns. They're a bunch of lunatics, constantly shouting about martyrdom and death. I just want to find a small town, carve out a cozy corner to build a little chapel, serve as a humble priest, and take care of a small nun, perhaps in white stockings. Why aren't you eating? You'll be too weak to walk. I can't carry you. At last, Ling brought a biscuit to her mouth, only to find the once sweet treat tasteless, like chewing wax. Quickly, let us muster our strength to reach the designated location before the apocalypse. After finishing his meal, Wei Lai began packing up, taking a moment to visit the shelter's private restroom to utilize the demonic blessings and Pandora's boxes. Demonic Blessing 1. Malediction Flame Spell. You have learned the demonic incantation to summon a sphere of dark fire for attacks. Demonic Blessing 2. 3 crows. You have gained 3 powerful second-tier claw crows to fight for you. Demonic Blessing 3. Demonic Imp. You will receive a small imp that will obey your every command. Not very impressive. Satan, look at what these rewards entail. Compare them to the blessings next door. For the first time, Wei Lai drew 3 blessings that failed to pique his interest, ultimately choosing the 3 crows, as they at least had some synergy with his ominous eye, allowing him to stealthily pilfer the villagers' small coins for a bit of moral depravity. Next, considering his 3 uses of Pandora's box, Wei Lai aimed to enhance his own strength, opting not to consume them, yet he had secured 3 enhancement protection vouchers last time, so he feared no equipment breaking. Wei Lai affixed the freight handler emblem, stage 2, with a protection voucher and tossed it into the Pandora's box. Buzzing and shaking. Boom. The enhancement failed, turning the protection voucher to ashes. No matter. I still have 2 chances left. Buzzing and shaking. This time, the box emitted a cloud of smoke with words. The freight handler emblem is about to transform into another random emblem. Would you like to use a protection voucher to halt this transformation? Wei Lai felt torn, hesitating between the allure of a new emblem and the anxiety of landing an ineffective class. After all, the freight handler enhancement was quite useful. Ultimately, he decided against the transformation. Boom! The protection voucher vanished. Last chance. God bless, Satan bless. Buzzing and shaking. A golden light burst forth. Enhancement successful. Freight handler emblem level 3 tier. First tier bonus. Increases carrying capacity by 30 kilograms. Second tier bonus. Increases leg strength by 5. Third tier bonus. Increases movement speed by 20. Excellent. Movement speed is up. I can run faster now. Ling, let us set off. Well, I secured the emblem at his waist, patted his thigh, and strapped on his bag. The 2 continued their journey, with the young nun Ling feeling aggrieved and on the verge of tears, her legs aching intensely, slowing down after only a few steps. What's wrong? Can't move. Well, I turned to glance back at the young nun trailing behind. My legs hurt, she whimpered, on the brink of tears. Well, I sighed, shook his head, and squatted down, gesturing for her to climb onto his back. You've barely taken a few steps. I can't do anything with you. Come on, hop on. Ling hesitated for a moment, but ultimately clambered onto Wei Lai's back. Oh, you know how to make a nun pregnant. Wei Lai, noticing Ling's gloomy demeanor, couldn't resist sharing a devilish joke. The young nun gasped. Hee. Let a little boy fart at the base of the nun's thigh. Wei Lai smirked mischievously. With a thwack, Ling smacked Wei Lai on the head in indignation. Hold on tight. Steady the lantern. I'm about to speed up. Well, I secured Ling's legs and took off running. With the stage 3 freight handler emblem enhancing his speed, he disregarded the bothersome leprous corpses entirely. Sprinting past them. As they raced forward, they soon entered the outskirts, where human presence dwindled, replaced by grotesque, mutated beasts similarly afflicted by the leprosy bacteria, their distorted forms rendering them even more terrifying and ferocious. I run, I leap, and I shall not cease my battle. The beings contaminated by the corruption of decay are devoid of any valuable spoils. Pausing to glance at them would be an utter waste of effort. If possible, one should circumvent them entirely rather than engage in battle. Wei Lai discreetly activated the ominous eye, directing the flock of crows to divert the horde of corpses ahead, ensuring a clear passage for himself. As he ran with such unimpeded momentum, the celestial indications of the apocalypse drew ever closer, ultimately leading him to a severely damaged edifice, the Arezzo Disease Control Center, a relic from 3 centuries past. When the world was still in the grip of a bygone era, the surface had been reduced to mere ruins, overrun by contaminated vines, and a sunken pit hinted at a subterranean section of the structure. The air below was thick with noxious miasma, the ground undulating with a coral-like green fungal carpet, indicating that the environment beneath was exceedingly harsh and far from conducive to exploration. "Shall we descend?" asked Sister Ling, her voice tinged with trepidation. "You may choose to remain here, but the nearby monstrosities will not spare you, my dear little nun." Wei Lai pointed toward a corner where a leering leprosy beast lay in wait. With that, he opened his spice box, filled with various converted incense materials. The daily transformation opportunities from Pandora's box were primarily utilized for crafting consumables, resulting in an abundance of fragrant incenses. The purifying incense, Tier 3, once ignited, would create a purification field within a radius of 1 meter around his body, repelling the foul miasma of decay for a duration of 30 minutes. Quantity, 6 pieces. Thus, we had a mere 3 hours to navigate the ruins of the bygone era. Ruins of the bygone era, Arezzo Disease Control Center, underground laboratory area. Wei Lai and Sister Ling descended into the underground laboratory, igniting the purifying incense and establishing a sanctuary of cleanliness as they cautiously advanced. Over 300 years had elapsed, and the traces of the old world, now exposed to the miasma of the corrupt deity, had mostly vanished, leaving behind a plethora of shattered glass vessels scattered haphazardly. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of fungi, writhing as if imbued with life, and stepping upon it imparted a soft, unsettling sensation. The arrow of divine revelation still flickered, guiding him deeper into the laboratory. "Remain vigilant. This place feels perilously unsafe." Wei Lai's hair bristled with unease, an instinctual awareness of lurking dangers, as if countless eyes were fixated upon him. The mental tendrils of the corrupt deity were palpably tainting his consciousness here. "Wei, I sense it within me." Sister Ling suddenly grasped Wei Lai's arm, her brow contorted in pain as she clutched her abdomen. "Concentrate. Do not let the malevolent god ensnare you. If it becomes unbearable, close your eyes and recite the scriptures." Wei Lai's faith was unwavering. He would rather embrace the deity of pleasure than submit to the corrupt god of decay. Certainly, should the deity of pleasure beckon him, he would present himself as an erudite, yearning for profound knowledge, wishing to flirt with treachery while remaining untouched amidst the blossoms. Sister Ling obediently held her cross, eyes closed in prayer, resisting the allure of the corrupt deity. After traversing several hundred meters, they arrived at a room with a steel door ajar. The weathered signpost at the entrance, once obscured by the fungal blanket, revealed the words, "Virus Sample Storage Room." The steel door stood wide open, and nearly all the sample storage tanks had burst. Their contents vanished without a trace. That it appeared the virus samples had come to life, tearing free from their containers in an escape, rather than having been shattered and pilfered. This was not a recent event. Perhaps it occurred centuries ago. Hopefully, those awakened viruses had long since departed. However, from the shadowy corners came rustling sounds, and a strong sense of impending danger surged within him. Omniscient Eye, activate. The all-seeing eye, adept at detecting traces of evil, suddenly revealed a myriad of red dots within his vision, akin to an infrared display. Rats, scurrying through streets and alleys, they moved unseen, infiltrating every nook and cranny. The finest carriers and spreaders of pestilence, swarms of vermin, their eyes glistening with a sinister red hue, fixated on the unwelcome intruders, their bodies festering and deformed, yet still alive. That it was not due to their robust immunity. Rather, the corrupt deity required these creatures as vessels for the virus, agents of disease propagation. One could ascertain how many strains of virus they harbored. Even though Wei Lai had received the demon vaccine, he dared not risk a scratch from them. "Damn it! Run!" Wei Lai shouted, raising the flaming cross and unleashing a blaze to obstruct the advancing plague-ridden rodents, pulling Sister Ling along as they fled. Squeak, squeak. The tide of vermin surged behind them. Thousands of infected rats in hot pursuit, eager for the feast of fresh flesh. Were doomed. I should have chosen the fiery arts this morning instead of those 3 worthless birds. What use are they? Wei Lai lamented bitterly. However, it wasn't long before Wei Lai's crow minions displayed their worth, as 8 crows shrieked down from the opening, swooping low through the passage, their sharp cries instantly intimidating the rodent horde. The newly recruited 3-clawed crows executed low passes, seizing infected rats and ripping them apart in a bloody frenzy. This won't do. The divine target lies beyond the rat swarm. We cannot turn back. Wei Lai swiftly dispatched a leaping infected rat with a dagger, cleaving it in 2 that we might be able to circumvent them, Sister Ling suggested, eyeing the myriad of pathways with trepidation, gripping her silver cross tightly. Help me block the door. Wei Lai lifted a tempered glass door from the ground, propping it against the wall of the entrance, signaling for Sister Ling to brace it. We can only improvise for now. Oh, Blade Lord. I shall do my utmost. Sister Ling pressed her entire weight against the glass door, straining to hold it firm. The tide of rats crashed against the glass door in an instant. Through the transparent barrier, Sister Ling could see the rotting rodents, their bulging, festering eyes screaming in terror. All hail the Blade Lord. I beseech you to emerge. With your keen edge, sever the filthy rats. I shall cleanse your blade with the purest holy water. Wipe it with the whitest cloth, and hone it with the finest whetstone. I shall offer 10 exquisite culinary ingredients to honor your merit. Wei Lai shook the incense ball, soothing the spirit of the blade. As a Michelin 3-star chef's knife, it was reluctant to engage in such a sewer-like battle, yet Wei Lai's praises brought it a degree of joy. Is it done yet? The glass was beginning to crack. And Sister Ling trembled as the encroaching tide of rats loomed perilously close, inching ever nearer, their stench wafting through the air. Turning back, she saw Wei Lai still muttering to himself, comforting the spirit of the blade. At last, the glass in Sister Ling's grasp could withstand no more, shattering into a storm of shards as the rat tide surged forward. Ah! Sister Ling screamed in fright, crouching down and covering her head. However, to her astonishment, the swarm of rats completely ignored the delectable presence of Sister Ling, instead veering toward Wei Lai to sink their teeth into him. Left eye, omniscient, allow me to discern the true form of these vermin. Right eye, ominous, guide me to capture the trajectory of death's approach. The spirit of the blade was elated. Kill. The sole blade, barely the length of an arm, danced in Wei Lai's wrist like a blooming lotus, instantly weaving a brilliant web of steel. No rat could breach the barrier of light. Each one cleaved in half, tumbling to the ground. Impressive, Wei Lai flicked the blood from the blade, respectfully cleansing it with holy water. Wiping it down with a cloth and sheathing it. Pleasing the spirit of the blade was somewhat troublesome, yet its assistance was unprecedentedly invaluable. Why didn't they bite me? Sister Ling looked at her hands in confusion. They didn't bite you. What a stroke of luck. You must be a favored one, graced by the Lord's protection. Wei Lai's eyes sparkled with realization. The leprosy bacillus had not infected her, and even the infected rats avoided her. This little nun must indeed be blessed. She must be taken along. But before that, since the rats do not bite you, why not scout ahead? The little nun never anticipated that Wei Lai would indeed prove to be a pragmatist, compelling her to forge ahead as a pathfinder. Given that the range of the incense used to dispel the miasma was limited to a mere meter in diameter, they could not venture too far apart. Wei Lai, therefore, nonchalantly elevated her slender leg and draped it over her neck. It was somewhat shameful to think that selling one's leg could be deemed a form of martyrdom, as expected, under the protection of the little nun. The rats scurrying about the underground facility exhibited no inclination to attack, completely ignoring their presence. The two proceeded in this peculiar manner, gradually delving deeper into the subterranean laboratory. At long last, they reached the end of the underground area, where a gray wall loomed before them. Were it not for the divine guidance of the apocalypse, no one would have known that concealed behind this sealed wall lay a hidden chamber. As they pried apart the severely weathered bricks, they revealed a stainless steel door that remained steadfastly sealed. The electronic lock to open it had long since decayed, and the mechanical gears appeared to be jammed, refusing to budge. The only fortunate aspect was that not only the mechanical lock had succumbed to erosion, the surrounding concrete wall was equally crumbling. Indeed, the door continued to guard its duty, while the wall could no longer sustain its weight. Wei Lai flexed her ankle, then leapt forth, delivering a powerful kick to the steel door, which shattered the juncture between the door and the wall with a resounding crash. A few more kicks. Boom! The door collapsed entirely, sending up a cloud of dust and revealing the final sealed laboratory. After centuries of obscurity, this hidden chamber was finally laid bare before their eyes. Inside the modest room lay a desiccated corpse. Draped in a tattered researcher's white coat that disintegrated at a mere touch, the badge hanging from its chest indicated that he had been the senior researcher of this very laboratory. On a table rested a yellowed farewell letter, which read as follows: "Everyone outside has gone mad. They are smashing and destroying everything. They fear the so-called evil god and seek to obliterate anything that could disturb their sanity. Yearning to return to the most primitive society, it is utter madness. This is anti-science, anti-humanity. I will not allow it, absolutely not. This is the culmination of our collective research, the fruits of everyone's labor. And it must not be destroyed. The pathogenic cell analyzer merely requires the needle to pierce the patient's body. The extractor will commence collecting the infected pathogenic cells from the blood and automatically analyze their RNA structure. According to the Calvin biological formula, it will compile a targeted synthetic bacteriophage vaccine. Note: this device can only produce recorded bacteriophages. Unrecorded viruses require original strains for analysis. Current records, 0.I in simpler terms. This apparatus serves as a bacterial gene analysis device, capable of analyzing the structure of pathogens based on the aforementioned Calvin biological formula and subsequently creating effective bacteriophages for treatment, even in 2030. Such concepts would be considered advanced. It was astonishing to find that research had already yielded results here. Wei Lai beheld the device, vacuum-sealed within a protective casing, which was not large in size and bore a resemblance to a firearm, akin to an electric drill. After shattering the vacuum glass, Wei Lai grasped the relic from the bygone era, feeling its considerable weight. Naturally, an object that had lain dormant for centuries could not be used immediately. Even its energy source was a concern. The divine apocalypse in Wei Lai's eyes, a swirling mass of golden light, unexpectedly emerged and penetrated the ancient artifact, bestowing upon it a semblance of divinity. If the evil god can corrupt all matter, why can't my lord imbue something with divine essence? However, possessing merely the pathogenic cell analyzer was insufficient. It had not recorded any viral or bacterial profiles. And obtaining original strains was imperative. Fortunately, others had already undertaken this task. The martyr nuns from the convent, under the leadership of Fasky, had set out to confront the pathogens of the plague, and he could simply benefit from their endeavors later. Wait, damn it. Once those women defeat the pathogens, they are bound to incinerate everything. Oh no, don't let them burn my original strains. That would be my merit. Wei Lai hastily packed the pathogenic cell analyzer into her backpack and pulled the nun Ling along as they fled the underground laboratory. Do you know where Fasky and the others are going to confront the leprosy pathogens? Wei Lai inquired immediately after they dashed out of the disease control center. I know about the leprosy pathogens. They broke out in Diwan village, which was the first area to be quarantined. Many patients were not evacuated. The first patient was Uncle Hunter Dak. Nun Ling replied promptly. Oh, you seem to know quite a bit. Wei Lai exclaimed with surprise. Well, I was born in Diwan village and occasionally return home to visit my uncle and aunt. Many villagers hunt wild animals for food, Nun Ling admitted somewhat bashfully. Oh, you eat game too. If we had gone a few days earlier, it would have certainly pleased the Blade's soul. Wei Lai lamented that I advised them not to hunt wild animals for food, but they wouldn't listen. When I was a child, I even had a little creature that curled into a ball. I called it Little Ball. I wonder how it is doing now. Nun Ling expressed her concern. All right, whether it's Little Ball or Little Peach. We can share childhood stories later. We need to be on our way. I hope that woman has finished the fight yet, Wei Lai urged as they set off. The two immediately raced toward Diwan village. As marked on the map, for the sake of our martyrdom oath, sisters, forward. We are the blazing sword of our Lord. We shall shatter all filth. It must be said that the fervent Fasky, this mad nun, possessed remarkable charisma, and under her impassioned rallying cry, the martyr nuns, despite their frail physiques, unleashed an inexhaustible fighting spirit. Diwan village was among the first areas to experience an outbreak of leprosy. The security team and station soldiers had failed to suppress the chaos. Within the dense miasma, at least hundreds of leprous corpses prowled. Blessed by the corrupt god of pestilence, their physical prowess greatly enhanced. The battling nuns of the Martyrdom Society found it exceedingly difficult to sever the heads of the leprous corpses with a single strike. Their squad, comprised of only 20 members, was soon heavily encircled by the grotesque horde. Though Fasky wielded a sole revolver provided by the headquarters of the church, it contained but 12 bullets, which she was reluctant to expend unless absolutely necessary. Sisters, I can no longer fight alongside you. May my blood illuminate your path forward. For the Lord, cried a severely injured martyr nun, unable to rise, as she knelt on the ground, embracing her body and initiating the martyrdom ritual. Transforming into a blazing torch, the other nuns displayed a flicker of reluctance on their faces but still plunged their short swords into the body of their sacrificed sister, using the blade tainted with martyr's fire to sever the heads of the leprous corpses. Whenever the martyr's torch threatened to extinguish, another nun resolutely offered her body, embracing the sister who had sacrificed herself, becoming fresh fuel to illuminate the darkness shrouded by the miasma of pestilence. When Wei Lai and Nun Ling arrived, the martyr nuns had already lost half their number, yet their momentum intensified with each battle. The blazing martyr's torch soared high into the sky, dispelling the noxious clouds cast by the corrupt god of pestilence. A horde of madwomen, utterly deranged. Wei Lai could not help but curse upon witnessing the scene. Beside him, Nun Ling's eyes shimmered with tears, her hands clasped around the crucifix, clearly moved. However, the leprous corpses, blessed by the corrupt god of pestilence, were not easily vanquished. Some among them were not merely corpses but individuals who had willingly embraced the father of corruption while alive. Retaining their consciousness from life, they did not mindlessly charge forward like soulless zombies but exhibited considerable combat prowess. Currently, Wei Lai discerned 5 warriors who had succumbed to the god of pestilence. Identifiable by their attire, 1 hunter, 1 security captain, and 3 soldiers of the church. In the name of the Almighty, traitors, your fate is sealed. Death. This time, Fasky withheld no restraint, brandishing the soul revolver and bellowing as she pulled the trigger. With each bullet fired, the air trembled visibly. The silver bullets traced a straight line of judgment through the air, violently rending apart the enemies who had joined the ranks of evil, causing their heads to explode like rotten watermelons. The soul revolver, aptly named Fury, could only be wielded by those of a frenzied disposition, perfectly aligning with the character of Nun Fasky. Had it been in Wei Lai's hands, he would likely have struggled to appease even 2 incense balls, let alone operate the revolver without jamming. Bang, bang. Fasky discharged 6 bullets in rapid succession, quickly reloading as she pursued the most agile leprosy hunter, firing 3 shots in quick succession, all of which missed their mark. This iron contains impurities. Wei Lai shook his head in distress. What does it mean? Sister Ling asked, puzzled. We still have to refine it. Dear sister, Wei Lai was delighted to have someone to play along with. Fasky, witnessing the waste of 3 precious bullets, felt her anger ignite. My heart is the Lord's heart. My eyes are the Lord's eyes. The Lord's words are infallible. Sacred words technique. Under absolute faith, it could alter certain established physical rules and achieve many incredible feats. The next bullet, though evaded by the nimble leper hunter, suddenly veered sharply at the last moment, striking its green brain tissue at the back of its head. What the heck? Is this yin shuangying? Bullets can curve. Wei Lai was profoundly shocked. The battle in Diwen village had reached a temporary conclusion. Clearing the mindless corpses of the lepers was not particularly troublesome, seeing the battle turn in their favor. Wei Lai jumped in to assist, recklessly charging forward, nearly getting shot by Fasky. Wow, it's me, the courier Wei Lai. Don't shoot. Wei Lai quickly raised his hands to identify himself. You again. Fasky frowned. Indeed, it's me once more. But this time, I have obtained an ancient divine relic capable of curing your leprosy. You should be grateful. Wei Lai arrogantly pointed to his backpack, giving a thumbs up. Ancient divine relic. Fasky's eyes reflected deep skepticism as she regarded Wei Lai. Believe it or not, but you have no more choices: survive or rot meaningless in the plague of the corruption god. Wei Lai shrugged and approached the first infected leper hunter's corpse, glancing at Fasky. Mind if I give it a try? Go ahead. Fasky continued to scrutinize Wei Lai's every move. Wei Lai extracted the pathological cell analysis gun from his backpack, aimed at the leper hunter's heart, and fired. Several needles pierced its body, beginning to extract the pathological cells within. After a few minutes, the extraction was complete, and a green indicator light illuminated, transitioning into the bacterial analysis phase. Thanks to your assistance. MS. Fasky, once the bacterial structure is analyzed, this device will continuously produce medication capable of curing leprosy. However, I typically charge a fee. Wei Lai mused, still calculating the price in his mind. Suddenly, a malfunction alarm lit up. Oh no, what could this be? Is the machine aging after hundreds of years? No way. Wei Lai fumbled, inspecting the indicator lights and flipping through the manual. Alarm indicator. Sample error. This sample is not the original strain. Please re-extract the sample. Huh. Isn't this the leprosy pathogen? Then who is? Wei Lai raised his head, puzzled. As the original infectious agent, possessing the original strain bestowed by the corruption god, it was usually the strongest. But wasn't the leper hunter the strongest? Fasky had fired 4 shots before bringing it down. What's going on? Fasky approached. It is not the leprosy pathogen. Only the original strain of the pathogen can be analyzed. Wei Lai stared blankly at the analysis gun. What? It is not the pathogen. Fasky immediately became alert, scanning the surroundings. Ling, didn't you say this hunter was the first infected person? Wei Lai turned to ask. However, upon looking back, he saw Sister Ling, her frail frame standing alone in the toxic mist, trembling in agony as she clutched her body. Beneath her gray habit, something seemed to be violently stirring, no matter how she pressed down. It could not be contained. Wei Lai, sensing the terror in her eyes, lifted his gaze towards her, seeking help. What's happening? You weren't infected, were you? Wei Lai looked at her in confusion, while the cawing of crows echoed ominously in the branches, making him hesitant to approach. Someone's going to die. Someone's going to die. Yet, in the next moment, a grotesquely deformed arm bulged from beneath Sister Ling's right rib, as if a python had emerged, with the end of the arm revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Lunging straight towards Wei Lai. What on earth? Wei Lai barely had time to react, attempting to roll away. However, the toothy arm was not aimed at Wei Lai himself, but rather at the pathological cell analysis device in his hand. The corruption god disdained this object, and it had to be destroyed. The toothy arm lifted the analysis gun and tossed it into the air, preparing to crush this precious relic of the ancient era. Just then, bang! Fasky fired, precisely shattering the arm. Wei Lai hurriedly caught his precious device, incredulous, and looked at Sister Ling, confused about what had transpired. I'm sorry, I truly didn't know. The small nun's face was pale, resembling a corpse, her body rapidly sprouting countless tumors, almost instantly engulfing her original form, transforming her into a grotesquely malformed mass of leprous flesh, dozens of deformed arms flailing helplessly. At that moment, Wei Lai finally understood. Sister Ling was the leprosy pathogen. No wonder she couldn't be infected by the leprosy virus. No wonder the laboratory mice wouldn't touch her. She was a symptomless carrier meticulously cultivated by the corruption god, who would not display symptoms herself but could spread the bacteria everywhere. Damn it, I never expected the corruption god's vile claws were lurking within our convent. Fasky gritted her teeth in fury, raising her soul gun, facing the massive mass of leprous flesh, unsure of where to shoot to strike a vital point. Don't say that. She probably doesn't even know her own condition. Wei Lai clenched his fists in anger, having finally found a promising nun to mentor. Damn you, corruption god. You ruined everything. Sisters, prepare to continue the battle, Fasky shouted fiercely, drawing her nun's short sword, assuming a combat stance. You all keep fighting. Wei Lai quickly stepped back 2 paces. Humph, coward. Fasky showed no hesitation in her disdain. Your father is the coward, Wei Lai retorted, inciting her further. A little incense. The hymn begins. The surviving martyr nuns, each skilled in combat, enhanced their blades with the fire of their martyrdom and charged at the mass of leprous flesh. The leprous mass resembled a colossal viral entity, its bloated body covered in tumors, with grotesquely elongated arms extending from various angles, flailing wildly. The martyr nuns fearlessly charged forward, relentlessly slashing at these arms, carving a path for Sister Fasky to attack, to cleanse the shame of the martyr society. The flames shall spare no coward, Fasky roared, leaping high, her short sword ignited with blazing fire, piercing into the flesh of the leprous mass. Yet her attack failed to cleave through the mass, quickly obstructed by protruding bones, bursting tumors splattering her with putrid green liquid, instantly igniting grotesque tumors upon her skin. Meanwhile, Wei Lai finally appeased the spirit of the sword, sprinting forward, leaping over the path carved by the sacrificed nuns, and plunged the sharp kitchen knife into the flesh of the mass until the handle, pulling down, the razor-sharp blade glided through as smoothly as a butcher dissecting beef, instantly cleaving the entire leprous mass in half, indescribable organs spilling forth. Ling. Wei Lai spotted Sister Ling, encased within the thick, fatty blood tissue, connected by countless grotesque veins. Wei Ling's blurred consciousness gazed at the man calling her name, struggling to raise her arm. Wei Lai desperately grasped her hand, attempting to pull her free. However, the slippery tissue fluid made it impossible to hold on tightly. Meanwhile, the wound from the torn leprous mass was slowly beginning to close. Get back. Fasky shouted in anger, already raising her soul gun behind Wei Lai. Wait, Ling, give me your hand. Wei Lai continued to struggle. Bang. Fasky's bullet whizzed past Wei Lai's ear, creating a deafening sound as it struck Ling's heart. Instantly blooming a vivid spray of blood. Damn. Wei Lai felt dizzy. The madwoman behind him had fired, nearly deafening him. She is no longer human. Fasky grabbed Wei Lai by the collar, yanking him from the impending closure of the leprous mass. He saw Ling's chest, where the shot had struck, slowly regenerating grotesque flesh to fill the void. Indeed, how could one favored by the corruption god easily escape a fate of decay? No, she is the one I believe in. She will certainly break free from the corruption god's control. Wei Lai gazed intently at Ling, whose pale visage bore an unsettling calm. Her lips quivered slightly as her gentle hands caressed her abdomen. Do not depart, Wei. Let us, as a family of three, meander through the garden of compassion. Suddenly, Ling's belly swelled grotesquely, expanding like a balloon. It continued until her skin threatened to rupture, revealing a hideous, gaping maw, replete with a grotesque tongue and dripping with thick saliva. It seems that reality is devoid of fairy tales. Wei Lai's face contorted in terror as he grasped Fasky's hand, exclaiming, Fire! Quickly shoot it! Eliminate it! Eradicate her! Perhaps, in this world, there are not so many inspirational tales. Much like how an egg succumbs to boiling water, personal will is often powerless against erosion. The fallen nun Ling exhibited no signs of lucidity in her eyes. Her entire being began to undergo a violent transformation. Wei, the compassionate father, had prepared a feast of decay in the breeding ground of pestilence. Why not drink the pus with me? My will is as unyielding as steel. No filthy pest or rotting maggot shall sway me. Faced with the allure of the pestilent deity, Wei Lai felt an overwhelming wave of revulsion. Sisters, the final moment has arrived. The martyr nuns shall not permit any traitor to succumb to the malevolent god. In a fit of rage, Fasky dragged her short sword across her palm, igniting the blade with the fire of martyrdom. Then let me merge with it, becoming the sustenance for the father of decay. Ling raised her arms, and the monstrous growth erupted, releasing a potent miasma of plague, from which dozens of deformed arms extended, sweeping towards everyone present. Are we not retreating? Wei Lai observed the martyr nuns beside him, who, undeterred by the overwhelming cloud of poison, ignited their faith and charged forward with unwavering resolve. Bravery is commendable, but lacking in reason. Watching the nuns press on fearlessly, Wei Lai inhaled deeply and plunged into the thick miasma. Not to mount an attack, but to locate a few severed leprous arms. Drawing out the cellular analysis gun from behind, he plunged it into the infected tissue, commencing the extraction of mutated cells. Insufficient samples. Then I shall extract a few more limbs, until the display confirms successful sample extraction. Cell structure analysis in progress. Artificial bacteriophage compilation in progress. Compilation complete. Current bacteriophage reserve. 1020. In mere minutes, over half of the martyr nuns entangled with the leprous mass had succumbed. Their weakened bodies unable to withstand the encroaching plague, the infected areas worsening by the second. Even Fasky, who had fervently resisted the pestilential corruption, now bore large tumors on her face, gnawing at her steadfast faith. At that moment, she was ensnared by several leprous arms, being dragged towards Ling's gaping maw. Yet, just as she was about to be consumed, Fasky surprisingly raised her soul gun with one hand, aiming at Ling's head. Ling's hoarse voice rasped, You are out of bullets. With absolute faith in the Lord, my unwavering loyalty, my flesh, every bone is my most fervent bullet. With a wild, frenzied roar, Fasky bit off her pinky finger, stuffing it into the magazine. Die. Filth of decay. Boom. Despite the absence of bullets, the soul gun erupted in a brilliant blaze, shooting straight into the head of the corrupted nun Ling. What the hell? Can someone explain how a finger found its way into the magazine? And how it fired? This is utterly unscientific. Wei Lai's astonished roar echoed. However, the shot did not obliterate Ling entirely. As a pathogen, she bore no vital points. Her entire body of viral cells was her source of power. And the explosion that shattered her head began to slowly mend. This shot merely granted Wei Lai the opportunity to strike. Clutching the cellular analysis gun, he charged towards the grotesque mass of flesh. Leaping with all his might to drive the gun into Ling's chest, that a torrent of artificial bacteriophages designed to combat the leprosy bacillus surged into Ling's body. Like microscopic robots, they immediately began to voraciously consume the mutated cells within her. Almost visibly, the massive tumor's surface began to peel away, disintegrating like ash, as the grotesque form collapsed in anguished cries. Yet, no ailment can vanish instantaneously through medication. Healing requires time. Although millions of bacteriophages had been introduced, they could not dismantle her in an instant. The frenzied nun Ling flailed her deformed arms in agony, seizing Wei Lai's body and attempting to force him into her serrated MAW. No matter how he resisted, he could not escape her overwhelming strength. Ling, awaken! Wei Lai gritted his teeth, shouting at her face. Mere feet away, Wei. The young nun, her face ravaged, finally exhibited a flicker of consciousness amidst the relentless assault of the bacteriophages, revealing a glimmer of confusion and pain. Awaken! Do not submit to such a hideous creature. You are the valiant martyr nun. You are unyielding. Wei Lai roared with all his might that a single tear traced down Ling's cheek. And astonishingly, she released Wei Lai. Controlling her grotesque, leprous form, she slowly approached the flickering ember of martyrdom left by the nuns. You are unworthy of defiling. Fasci, an ardent purist, would not allow one who had fallen into the chaotic realm of evil to die a martyr's death. Yet, Wei Lai had already pressed himself atop Fasci, firmly covering her mouth. Damn it. I finally roused her will, and you still prattle on. What if she falls again? What will you use to restrain her? Your day-old leftovers? Fasci, devoid of strength, glared furiously, her eyes wide with rage. Were it not for her dogma, she might have unleashed every curse she had ever known. Ling dragged her burdensome form forward, each step causing her body to disintegrate into ashes. I shall not yield. I am the martyr nun. I shall not yield. Ultimately, Ling surrendered to the flames of martyrdom, her entire being engulfed in fierce fire, her colossal form gradually collapsing into an empty shell. Disintegrating into ash upon the wind. As the pathogen perished, the skies above the plague-ridden area grew clearer, the thick clouds of pestilence dissipated, coalescing into a phantom of the corrupt deity. Lost children, I shall not blame you for the destruction of my plague farm. You simply do not understand our beauty. Until we meet again, may you find solace in my embrace. Thus, the epidemic in the Arezzo region finally reached a conclusion, and all survivors stood in disbelief, gazing skyward. Begone! Fasci, furious, pushed Wei Lai aside, still convinced that the once-fallen nun Ling did not deserve to rest alongside the other sacrificed martyr nuns. Even in death, your remains shall not be interred together. With that, Fasci approached, intent on separating Ling's remains. With a mere glance, Wei Lai summoned the crows perched in the trees, who descended in a flurry, their wings stirring a tempest, talons raking wildly. Hey, Fasci, now, tell me, which ashes are sacred? Which are fallen? Fasci, infuriated yet powerless, nearly ground her teeth to dust, yet could only begrudgingly acknowledge Ling's identity as a martyr nun. Sighing, Wei Lai produced a ball of incense, standing before the burned ashes. In his capacity as a novice priest, he guided the souls of the martyr nuns to the sacred realm of paradise. However, just as the ritual concluded, a faint wisp of smoke lingered, swirling around Wei Lai, ultimately entering the incense ball. Souls that have fallen into evil are not accepted by God. The soul incense ball transformed into a soul-bound artifact, acquiring the special ability, soul fragrance. When the soul fragrance is pleased, the effects of the incense are significantly amplified, bestowing unique effects. There is no displeasure. Ling cannot be displeased. Ling shall always enjoy being with Wei Lai. Wei Lai never anticipated that his intent to befriend a seemingly vulnerable young nun would lead to her becoming his very own soul companion. What a bizarre world this is. It is truly disheartening. Upon returning to the martyr nun convent in Arezzo, Wei Lai informed Dean Mag that he possessed a serum capable of treating leprosy, which could cure all afflicted patients. However, as a mere freight handler, allow me to be somewhat mundane. I must charge AFEE.AT. That moment, the system provided a conversion table: 0 holy silver coins 5 merit points, 5 holy silver coins 0 merit points, and 10 holy silver coins 5 demerit points. In other words, the more one charges, the fewer merit points one accumulates if one were to exploit the misfortune of others and demand exorbitant fees for treatment. One could also accrue demerit points. Alas, this poses quite a dilemma for Wei Lai, who wishes to earn merit while also acquiring silver coins. What to do? It is simple. The impoverished shall exchange merit points, while the wealthy shall be fleeced of demerit points. The analyzer had already generated sufficient leprosy bacteriophages, and Wei Lai first injected the sisters of the martyr nun convent, witnessing effects within a mere 8 hours. If the limbs and features had become severely deformed, the serum would not provide significant cosmetic benefits. However, for mild cases, any deformities would recede within 24 hours post-treatment. This relic of a bygone era is not merely a technological marvel, but also a blessing from the divine, yielding astonishing results. Fasci, a rather imposing woman, stared intently at Wei Lai as he administered the bacteriophage to the other nuns, yet hesitated to approach him. particularly as Wei Lai explained that the sooner the injection was given, the higher the probability of recovery for the deformed areas. The martyr nuns, while unconcerned about their appearances, did not wish to present a grotesque visage before the holy icon of the crucifix. In the end, she could no longer contain herself, walking over to Wei Lai, turning her head away, silently linking her arm with his, and extending her hand. "You stubborn fool." Wei Lai shot her a disapproving glance, silently administering a dose, as he had no desire to engage in petty rivalry. Being eager to exploit the affluent, with merit points exceeding 100, he pondered whether to invoke a heavenly blessing or to increase his stakes. After administering the serum to the nuns, Wei Lai treated several commoners in the tents before announcing that the serum was depleted, with the next batch not available until the following day. Prioritizing the impoverished, this news sent a wave of anxiety through the gathered crowd, comprising merchants and overseers who understood that each day of delay increased their risk, and without timely treatment, they risked permanent deformity. Immediately, a shrewd merchant approached Wei Lai, attempting to purchase the serum with holy silver coins. This was unacceptable. How could one insult a clergy member with mere currency? Wei Lai, a man of principles, could not simply discard his morals. Purchasing the serum was out of the question. However, one could donate their entire fortune to him in exchange for a penance certificate, which could be traded for the serum. Thus, some wealthy merchants, in great distress, relinquished their entire fortunes to obtain Wei Lai's penance certificates, which they then exchanged for the serum. Not only did he earn 100 holy silver coins, but also gained 10 demerit points. Regrettably, in this era, where the clergy are revered and merchants are scorned, the wealthy remain a minority. Wei Lai did not manage to fleece too many sheep, but it was still more than a village priest could earn in a lifetime. Due to the replication of the bacteriophages, which required the expenditure of holy power, the entire treatment process lasted a week. Wei Lai managed to amass 1,024 merit points, 114 demerit points, and 514 holy silver coins. By continuously increasing his stakes, he preserved enough merit points to unlock a prism-level angelic blessing, which filled him with immense anticipation. Finding an unoccupied room, he burned incense, bathed, and recited prayers, preparing to receive the blessing. Prism-level angelic blessing 1. 3 emblems. You receive 3 random occupational emblems, with levels fluctuating between 1 to 6. Truly, a prism-level blessing. It immediately grants 3 emblems. Had he known, one of Wei Lai's freight handler emblems provided substantial bonuses to carrying capacity, leg strength, and movement speed. With these 3 emblems, would he not be transformed into a superhuman? However, the random level between 1 to 6 instilled a sense of unease within him. Prism-level angelic blessing 2. Radiant sacred artifact. You will receive a random radiant sacred artifact. Splendid. Simple yet powerful. It is known that level 1 to 3 equipment is merely considered sacrificial items, while level 36 is classified as sacred artifacts. This radiant sacred artifact is undoubtedly of level 7 or higher. Yet, Wei Lai hesitated. Could he truly wield such high-tier artifacts? Would they become mere trophies, coveted by others? He decided to see the next blessing. Prism-level angelic blessing 3. 666 that you receive. A level 6 scholar emblem, a level 6 holy crystal, and a level 6 scholar holy technique. This blessing removed all randomness, revealing all rewards. Wei Lai felt an overwhelming conflict within, yearning to claim all 3, yet nearly pulling his hair out in frustration. Ultimately, he settled for the 666. It seemed the most prudent choice. After all, higher rewards might prove unattainable. As the smoke of the blessing dissipated, 3 items materialized before him. The first was a silver emblem intricately carved with the image of a book, emanating a soft blue glow. Scholar emblem. Level 6. Levels 1 and 2. Energy recovery speed 25. Levels 3 and 4. Mental strength 12. Levels 5 and 6. Learning speed 50. Thus, the scholar emblem enhances his intellect, allowing for swifter learning. Had he possessed such an item in his previous life, he would not have stressed over the college entrance examination. Without a second thought, Wei Lai donned it on his shirt pocket, immediately feeling a refreshing surge of power enveloping his mind, invigorating his spirit, and assuring him that enduring 2 sleepless nights was no issue. Next, he turned to the second item, a blue crystal pendant. Blue crystal pendant. Level 6 sacred artifact. Energy storage 0500. Casting spells conserves 25 energy. During prayer, increases energy recovery speed by 25. A 6th generation energy saving gem. It stores energy, conserves energy, and enhances recovery speed. Perfect for a man like Wei Lai. whose faith wavered and whose vitality was lacking. Without hesitation, he hung it around his neck. Finally, he examined the last item, Level 6 Scholar Holy Technique. Deep Meditation.it allows one to close their mind and enter a state of deep meditation, shielding against external disturbances, enabling focused thought at an accelerated time flow, significantly enhancing cognitive ability. This appears to be an auxiliary enhancement, truly considering oneself a scholar. Wei Lai was just about to test whether deep meditation could aid in dispelling daydreams when Dean Mag of the convent called for him. With no choice but to rise, he followed the nun to the dean's office. Before the office, Dean Mag expressed immense gratitude for Wei Lai's healing efforts, liberating the people of Arezzo from the clutches of the plague god. Wei Lai had heard enough polite phrases. They were meaningless. How about some financial support? He thought. The convent of Arezzo, now in dire need of reconstruction, required funds for sustenance, and he hoped that Father Wei could be generous. Dean Mag's aged visage twisted into a strained smile as she spoke. Previously, she believed all of Arezzo was doomed, and silver coins had lost their value. Thus, when seeking labor, she had been indifferent to the cost. Now that the region was recovering, the need for money had become pressing. Thick-skinned old hag. I haven't even asked you for money, yet you come begging. Wei Lai seethed internally, nearly leaping up in frustration. I regret to inform you that my recent freight run was rushed, resulting in significant damage to cargo at the freight station, and I must return to face penalties. The money I earned may not even cover the fines. Wei Lai feigned hardship, even considering asking for more. Father Wei, in light of your assistance to our convent, I would like to invite you to peruse the sacred pages of the Bible preserved in our convent. Dean Mag, well versed in the ways of human interaction, understood that one must reciprocate assistance with something of value. The convent, being impoverished, had little to offer. It would be inappropriate to have the nuns serve him. Almost every large church or convent possesses a page of the Bible bestowed by the holy headquarters or a relic of a saint. As a divine shield, it prevents the malevolent claws of the evil gods from encroaching. Naturally, the little chapel in Gill Village is devoid of such relics, relying solely on its righteous aura to expel evil. Dean Mag wished to exchange the remnants of ancient pages for Wei Lai's silver coins. A privilege granted only because of your rescue of the monastery. Otherwise, the average person would not have such an opportunity. Wei Lai hesitated, pondering the significance of merely glancing at the pages, which were not a gift to him. However, after a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced. It was a perfect chance to validate his scholarly prowess and discern the contents of the original Bible, hoping to glean some insights. With a heavy heart, he withdrew 100 holy silver coins and handed them to Dean Mag. You may peruse for an hour, she stated, also specifying the price. What? An hour? How exorbitant! Is this Bible inscribed on the thigh of a saint? Wei Lai grimaced in dismay. After traversing several buildings with Dean Mag, they arrived at a tall bell tower. Upon opening 2 iron gates guarded by combat nuns, they began their ascent. The entire bell tower, repurposed from an ancient observatory, was not particularly high. After climbing 2 stories, they reached their destination, a room adorned with protective incantations to deter any ill-intentioned individuals from stealing the sacred pages. The remnants of the original Bible, over 2,000 years ago, were inscribed by the disciples, chronicling the holy words and deeds of Jesus on papyrus, now referred to as the original Bible. After millennia of transmission, many fragments have been lost, leaving only a few remnants, which still possess formidable magical power. Wei Lai gazed at the floating remnants before him, often feeling tempted to report a scam. A piece of papyrus the size of an A4 sheet, torn into 4 or 5 fragments, bore illegible, faded writing, rendering any content nearly indistinguishable. Even if legible, the linguistic system of over 2 millennia ago starkly contrasts with modernity, resembling Latin at first glance. Yet, delving deeper into its meaning was nearly impossible. A century ago, the founder of their monastery, the first martyr nun, derived the essence of martyrdom from this very fragment, subsequently establishing the order of martyr nuns, and Dean Mag gazed longingly at the remnants. May I touch it? Wei Lai inquired, eyeing the fragments suspended in the air. Absolutely not. Dean Mag resolutely declined. For heaven's sake, I've paid so much, yet I can't even touch it. What a ripoff. I shan't return. Wei Lai lamented over his expenditure. Understanding. What could he comprehend? He couldn't even recognize the characters. Nevertheless, having paid the price, he had obtained a scholar's emblem, an opportunity to attempt interpretation. Wei Lai settled cross-legged, focusing intently on the floating remnants, imprinting each character onto his mind, entering a state of deep meditation. Although he comprehended nothing of the ancient text, the Indo-European language family shares a lineage, evolving gradually from the Phoenician script of millennia past. Much like the pictographs of ancient China, despite their abstraction, one could eventually trace back hints through traditional characters. The characters on the Bible remnants danced chaotically in Wei Lai's mind, intertwining and seeking comprehensible segments. The sixth-tier scholar's emblem significantly aided Wei Lai in grasping the entirety. An hour elapsed, yet his understanding remained elusive, prompting Dean Mag to remind him that time was up. 3 hours past, and Wei Lai discerned a glimmer of inspiration. Unlocking deeper comprehension. Dean Mag, unable to contain her impatience, urged him on, but still, no response came. At last, 5 hours had elapsed, and a complete biblical narrative unfolded, with words intertwining and dancing. Figures seemingly sprang to life from the remnants. As if Wei Lai were experiencing it firsthand, the teachings of the saints vividly manifested in his mind. Slowly, Wei Lai opened his eyes, clarity and brilliance radiating from his gaze. It is sacrifice. The entire fragment conveyed the story of a saint igniting his finger amidst darkness to bring forth light. It is a tale of self-sacrifice. The first-generation martyr nun misconstrued the essence of the Bible, misinterpreting sacrifice as martyrdom. From the remnants, you have comprehended the sacred art, the sacred fire of sacrifice. By offering one's own soul, ignite an ardent divine flame, inflicting severe fire damage upon foes, at the cost of both mental and holy power. Wei Lai approached the window of the bell tower. Gazing at the figures below transporting corpses, reflecting on self-sacrifice, divine fire, burning his soul, purifying the world, and banishing evil. May the light of the divine guide my path. The power of sacrifice shall incinerate malevolence. Amen. With hands clasped in prayer, Wei Lai sighed skyward, and a crimson golden sacrificial array materialized beneath him. The blazing holy fire swirled around his body, coalescing into a fiery tongue that descended upon the pile of corpses, transforming into a golden sea of flames. Dean Mag looked at Wei Lai with incredulity. Was that the sacred fire of martyrdom practiced by the order? Did you just glean that from the Bible remnants? Why is its power so magnified? Why does the scene appear so sacred? In contrast, when our martyr nuns wield it, it resembles terrorists carrying explosives, feeling dizzy and exhausted. Wei Lai realized he had perhaps overextended himself. His holy power was now depleted. Can you share what you comprehended from the Bible remnants? Dean Mag inquired, her gaze filled with urgency. Wei Lai, not one to withhold, explained that personally deriving sacred arts from the remnants was akin to a profound epiphany. Vastly different from mere instruction. You have misunderstood. The remnants do not speak of martyrdom, but of sacrifice. Yasu is not as extreme as you think. Not martyrdom, but sacrifice. Dean Mag murmured, her spirit quaking. Wei Lai paid little mind to the potential harm his words might cause. He was drained, feeling faint, and produced his recommendation letter to Dean Mag. Please write a recommendation for me. I'm off to rest. Dean Mag sighed regretfully. The order of martyr nuns had existed for over a century, and the resolve to sacrifice for the light resonated within every nun's heart. She feared she lacked the strength to alter this conviction. Even if it was erroneous, they would continue in their misguided ways. Forcibly reversing it might yield contrary results. She had already become the most moderate faction within the martyr nuns and hoped that the nuns she nurtured in the future would not be so fanatical. While uncertain of the true splendor of the Vatican's papal headquarters, it was nonetheless a path laid out by Father Cain. Lacking a definitive purpose, Wei Lai chose to follow it in the monastery of martyr nuns in the Arezzo region. Dean Mag penned a highly favorable evaluation in the recommendation letter, endorsing Wei Lai's admission to the Vatican Seminary for further study. As Wei Lai prepared to depart, he noticed Sister Fasiki was also packing to leave. Where are you headed? Wei Lai inquired, intrigued. This incident has revealed my own insignificance. Facing the minions of the evil god, I feel powerless. Continuing my studies here will not yield greater improvement. Therefore, I have resolved to return to my homeland and participate in the border war. Sister Fasiki replied, her gaze fixed on the somber northern sky. Homeland? Aren't you from Arezzo? Wei Lai asked again. I was born in the Germanic lands, ravaged by the scourge of war. My parents sent me here for refuge in the monastery. I believe it is time for me to return, Sister Fasiki declared, her eyes ablaze with fervor for battle. A German. No wonder your temperament is so fierce. I dare not provoke you. Farewell, Wei Lai exclaimed, shaking his head in astonishment. After organizing her belongings, she prepared to leave the region. At that moment, Dean Mag produced a list of required supplies, requesting Wei Lai to travel to the Umbria region to deliver it to the bishop. Seeking the transport of urgently needed materials for the monastery, with no specific course of action in mind, Wei Lai accepted the task and set off for the Umbria region, with an empty box on his back. He ambled leisurely along the way, foraging for herbs, spices, and vegetables. Before nightfall, he sought out a shelter, where he could indulge in incense-making and culinary delights, becoming a chatterbox to Ling, the soul of his incense ball. He could not help but share hellish jokes. "Ling, do you know what a little dog says upon encountering a martyr nun?" The dog exclaims, "Thank God for granting me a piece of roasted meat." The incense ball jingled in protest. Expressing its discontent, Wei Lai chuckled heartily, sitting beneath the candlelight, opening a blank book to commence documenting his research on incense making. The incense recipes taught by Father Cain were rather basic, primarily of the first and second tiers, while Pandora's box frequently produced third-tier incense thrice daily. Having recently obtained a scholar's emblem, Wei Lai aimed to reverse engineer these third-tier incense recipes to secure a stable source. Once he successfully devised the formulas for third-tier incense, Pandora's box would have the potential to yield fourth-tier incense at that time. A fourth-tier incense formulation will be researched, evolving into a fifth tier. Currently, Wei Lai is diligently studying a third-tier awakening incense, whose primary function is to rouse individuals from unconsciousness, invigorating those who are drowsy, and enabling those ensnared by the sinister whispers of the dark deity to momentarily escape the taint of their minds. By scraping a bit of incense with a small knife and igniting it, one can delicately savor its emanating aroma. Analyzing its compositional elements, mint leaves, apple wood, and calamus, Wei Lai tirelessly strives to discern the most crucial scent amidst the smoke. It is not merely a plant, but rather a magically altered botanical essence. What could it be? Where there are inquiries, there exists a thirst for knowledge. Where there is a thirst for knowledge, one easily draws the attention of the most cunning of dark deities. The hallucinogenic sage, treated with brimstone and crushed into powder using ice stones, is then extracted with lavender essential oil, such a complex process. Who speaks? Wei Lai is suddenly startled. The voice that just echoed in his mind is undoubtedly the insidious whisper of the dark deity. How cunning! To directly reveal the answer while he is engrossed in his research, over time, does it seek to make him reliant upon it, ultimately falling under its control, gritting his teeth in frustration. Wei Lai recognizes that the answer offered by the treacherous deity is indeed correct and profoundly enlightening. Had he embarked on this investigation alone, it would have taken him months to conceive such a convoluted method of preparation. You devious dark god, how cunning you are! Wei Lai's pen trembles as he wrestles internally, unable to commit the configuration suggested by the treacherous deity to paper. Record it. I merely admire any seeker of knowledge. I shall not interfere with your thoughts, a wise elder. I offer you a spark of inspiration. He understands that once he documents it, a mental vulnerability will linger, leading him to rely on the treacherous deity's guidance whenever faced with challenges. His thoughts gradually corroded until he ultimately becomes a pawn in its grasp. In a tumult of inner conflict, Wei Lai finally retrieves a spicy magazine bestowed by a demon, releasing his pent-up stress, thus liberating himself from the deity's seduction. He then opens the incense ball, filling it with the forgotten incense, directing it towards himself to dispel the answers implanted by the treacherous deity. Seek answers. One must not take shortcuts. Self-exploration must be undertaken step by step. The dark deity sighs and retreats in disappointment. Another day of triumph over oneself. Wei Lai feels rejuvenated, settling down to continue his research on the awakening incense, focusing on the formulation of the final ingredient. The struggle is arduous and directionless. Who can assist me? A hint would suffice. The dark deity replies. I hear someone calling for me. Perhaps try delving into meditation to see if you can find clarity. Wei Lai's sixth-tier scholar skill is characterized by the ability to seal off the mind, resisting external distractions. The dark deity is met with a closed door. Within the realm of meditation, Wei Lai's thoughts become exceptionally focused and clear, allowing him to untangle the web of confusion. The pairing of incenses is akin to mathematics. One cannot simply attempt to achieve 10 by forcefully jamming together 1, 2, 3, and 4. While that may yield results, it is devoid of intellect. One must explore the properties of the spices, understanding their effective components, extracting their essences, discarding impurities, and harmoniously pairing them to enhance the incense's characteristics. That a page of notes detailing the properties of spices begins to inscribe itself in his mind. The immersive meditation allows him to concentrate deeply, entirely shielded from external disturbances. Throughout an entire night of research, he feels no fatigue. Wei Lai has cataloged the fundamental characteristics of the spices in his mind, opting not to preserve tangible notes to avoid the corruption of the treacherous deity. Engaging in research necessitates complete vigilance against the dark deity, as Father Cain had repeatedly advised. For the cunning treacherous deity operates with a subtlety distinct from the other three dark gods. Its motives are not as overt, making it easy to guard against. The treachery of the dark deity is so profound that one might believe, upon reaching the pinnacle of their life, that they owe their success solely to a benevolent system. Umbria City, a relatively less damaged small city from the old era compared to others, with some factories still operational. This region serves as the most prosperous light industrial area in all of Old Italy and a logistics hub, even hosting a mint.I in addition to a grand cathedral. It is also home to the Holy See's direct military forces, the Holy Soldiers, and a security management oversight team. The role of a freight worker, critical in this new era, has its headquarters established here, transporting goods across the nation and occasionally handling international assignments. Wei Lai, carrying a few empty boxes, is naturally regarded as a freight worker and is warmly welcomed by the local merchants, who are well aware that those returning from missions are often quite prosperous. Wei Lai's identity is somewhat awkward. After all, his professional badge was pilfered from a corpse, and he had utilized Pandora's box to erase the binding mark for his own use. However, this incident was not particularly severe, and Wei Lai felt no need to engage in deception. The more lies he fabricated, the more his internal tension and guilt would provide an opening for the treacherous deity. Wei Lai confidently approached the Umbria Freight headquarters, where he explained his situation to the staff that a first-tier freight worker had perished during a delivery near Gil village, due to the importance of the cargo. A local apprentice priest took over the freight worker's task, delivering the goods to the terrifying epidemic zone. This is undoubtedly a heroic tale worth celebrating. Who would question your acquisition of another's badge? As for why the badge, bound to its user, would be usable by him and even upgraded, surely it is a miracle bestowed by the Almighty. If one wishes to delve deeper, they ought to consult the Almighty. Wei Lai faces no hindrances. The perilous role of a freight worker is perpetually in demand. Moreover, the fact that he dared to venture into the epidemic zone only adds to his merit. Faced with a personnel shortage as winter approaches, the head of the freight headquarters promptly invites Wei Lai to officially join the Umbria Freight Center, bypassing the internship period and directly inheriting a third-tier position. Wei Lai does not decline, as being a freight worker is indeed lucrative. A single trip can equate to a year's wages for an ordinary farmer. Thus, the head of the center formally registers Wei Lai's identity. And Bishop Russell, stationed at headquarters, bestows upon him a new exclusive third-tier badge, while the old badge is reclaimed and returned to the deceased's family. Bishop Russell is a kind and gentle elder cleric, radiating warmth. Under his gaze, one cannot help but feel the care of a paternal figure. He oversees the creation and upgrading of all badges at the freight headquarters and blesses the departing freight workers, cleansing their spirits and healing their wounds. Wei Lai recounts the events at the Arezzo Monastery to Bishop Russell, presenting the material request from Dean Mage Dado. The nuns in Arezzo must be in dire straits. I will arrange for the best freight workers to deliver supplies as soon as possible, Bishop Russell responds, astonished that the martyr nuns could triumph over the taint of the plague deity. Your Excellency, aside from being a freight worker, I am also an assistant priest in Gil village. Father Cain has recommended me for further studies at the Vatican Seminary, so I require some letters of recommendation. If you have any tasks, please feel free to assign them to me. Wei Lai spoke with utmost respect. Father Cain, if I recall correctly, he is indeed a remarkable master of incense that it is no small feat to pursue further studies in the Vatican. Every year, numerous young individuals from various nations come here to learn. The system of recommendation letters is undeniably a form of gatekeeping, yet young people ought to embrace this opportunity, he remarked, as Bishop Russell nodded in approval. I merely wish to draw closer to the glory of God, Wei Lai humbly expressed. Well, I shall assign you some tasks. Fear not, they shall not be overly perilous, considering you are still a newcomer. If you can accomplish them, I would not hesitate to provide you with some paper and ink as a recommendation, Bishop Russell said with a kind smile. Thank you, Your Grace, Wei Lai replied. Now, go and diligently learn the skills of a freight handler. Delivering goods is no easy endeavor. Even seasoned freight handlers face a high mortality rate, often succumbing to unforeseen dangers. The freight headquarters has not seen anyone reach retirement in years. Moreover, the mortality rate for newcomers is a staggering 50%. Most of them suffer from madness, lost in the wilderness, or perishing from various crises. Thus, to cut costs, the freight headquarters ceased providing any equipment long ago, requiring freight handlers to procure their own gear. Damn it, even the delivery service I worked for provided a uniform. Here, they don't even supply a work outfit, Wei Lai exclaimed in furious indignation. Nonetheless, the headquarters did arrange for an injured veteran freight handler to train Wei Lai and several other young applicants on the essentials of wilderness survival. The old freight handler proved to be quite diligent, providing hands-on instruction on which knots to use in different situations, how to pack goods to minimize swaying when carried on one's back, and techniques for maintaining balance and conserving strength while running and climbing. He imparted knowledge on how to procure food and water in the wild, and instructed them on how to read maps, identifying marked water sources, monster lairs, villages, and shelters. Having traversed various regions of Italy for years, the old freight handler, despite being merely a fifth-tier senior handler, possessed a wealth of experience that could fill days and nights with tales. Unfortunately, the pre-job training was limited to a mere day, and Wei Lai yearned to learn more about the experiences of a freight handler. Thus, he invited the limping old man to dine and drink with him in the evening. The veteran handler was tempted, as his meager retirement income left him nostalgic for the days of his youth when he spent freely. He understood that this young man sought to glean more from his experiences. Regrettably, storytelling is fraught with peril. The careless slip could entangle one with a malevolent deity, drawing its attention and tainting one's mind. Surviving to retirement required an abundance of caution, while other freight handlers boasted of their safe returns. He quietly refrained from sharing his tumultuous experiences, believing that a lower profile and subdued demeanor would prolong his existence. Thus, he coldly declined Wei Lai's invitation. Pure admiration, a faith in the elder, nothing else. Just a simple meal, Wei Lai protested, unwilling to let such a valuable opportunity for learning slip away. Very well, the old freight handler relented, unable to resist the allure of a fine meal. But I shall choose the venue. And it will not be inexpensive. Of course, Wei Lai agreed, thinking, could you possibly make me weep over a meal? He was also keen to discover the culinary delights of Umbria, when the old freight handler led Wei Lai to a rather obscure restaurant, a place known only to seasoned freight handlers who could procure rare delicacies. Wei Lai's anticipation grew. He expected something extraordinary from such a bustling trade hub, allowing the old man to order freely. However, when the dishes arrived, Wei Lai could hardly contain his dismay. Is this truly the pinnacle of Italian cuisine in this era? Boiled steak in salt water. How dreadful! Chef, are you treating us like dogs? Fresh vegetables and fruits tossed together haphazardly? Is this stew or swill meant for pigs? Is this bowl filled with noodles or paste? Wei Lai slammed his hand on the table and stormed into the kitchen to confront the chef. Step aside, let me show you what a real chef looks like. The kitchen's dazed chef stepped back, revealing his blood-stained garb, resembling a butcher more than a cook. The Vatican had long advocated for restraint in desires and simplicity in diet, discouraging the pursuit of gastronomic pleasures to avoid succumbing to the temptations of malevolent deities. Such coarse fare had dulled the palates of the people, who no longer demanded quality. Wei Lai scoffed at this notion, refusing to believe that a single good meal could lead to such corruption. I refuse to believe the Pope dines on slop. Step aside. Do not waste these precious ingredients. After pushing the chef aside, he drew forth his sole knife, gently brushing over the assortment of fresh produce that was seldom seen, available only in the bustling supply hub of Umbria. It was time to rekindle the nostalgic culinary memories of the Italians of yore. The sole blade rejoiced. With a flash of brilliance, the knife danced, sending vegetable peels flying, as various ingredients splashed into the pot, stirred with an array of spices. Freshly slaughtered steaks sizzled over the sacred flames, coated generously with oil and sprinkled with spices, crackling under the high heat. The spices Wei Lai gathered were not merely for incense, but were fragrant seasonings in their own right. Suddenly, the aroma wafting through the restaurant drew the attention of those waiting outside, their heads poking in with an inexplicable longing. Within half an hour, Wei Lai distributed the hearty stew and served the grilled steaks at the table. My God, what is this flavor? Why does my mouth water incessantly? My soul trembles. Yet, Wei Lai did not forget the dining etiquette. He tapped the pot with his spoon. Let us remember to thank God, for in His mercy, He has provided us with this food. At that moment, the guests came to their senses, closing their eyes in sincere gratitude for the Lord's bounty. After the prayer, They eagerly spooned the richly aromatic farmhouse stew into their mouths, and in an instant, the unprecedented flavor conquered their palates and souls. Italians, within them flowed the genes that seek comfort and culinary delight. Oh God, I have never tasted anything so exquisite in my life. This must be a banquet of the heavenly realm. The soul blade rejoiced. Leveling up? Next task, create 30 delightful dishes. The knife in Wei Lai's hand sparkled with dazzling light. Even the old freight handler, moved to tears, reminisced as he savored the stew, recalling the vegetable soup his mother had crafted in their kitchen during his childhood. Back then, the restrictions were not as stringent. Young brother, what do you wish to know? I shall tell you everything, provided you continue to cook such dishes, the old freight handler said earnestly, gripping Wei Lai's hand like a priest. Of course, no problem. Now, tell me about the most extraordinary event you encountered during your freight journeys. Wei Lai inquired, pleased with his culinary prowess. Oh, that was truly a terrifying plague that rained down on all exposed, instantly poisoning them. The elder finally opened up, recounting his bizarre experiences filled with harrowing adventures that marveled at the horrors of the world, man-eating forests, toxic rains, beguiling night songs, and terrifying beasts in the wilderness. Not only was Wei Lai captivated, but the other patrons in the restaurant also began to engage in lively discussions. The previously dull atmosphere suddenly invigorated, until a whistle echoed through the night. The inspectors are coming. The patrons scattered like startled birds, fleeing into the shadows. Even the limping old freight handler opposite Wei Lai jumped up in fright. Running faster than a dog to as he dashed away, he did not forget to warn Wei Lai. Don't let the inspection team catch you. Run. Is everyone in the big city this wild? Wei Lai thought, hastily making his escape. Most of the patrons were former freight handlers, their legs remarkably strong. By the time the inspection team, brandishing torches, arrived, everyone had vanished without a trace. Captain Lorry, those rabbits have escaped again. The captain of the inspection team, with a face as harsh and chiseled as if carved by a knife, bearing numerous scars, entered the makeshift dining hall, harboring no expectations of apprehending anyone. The group of faithless porters, emboldened by their perceived indispensability, continually devised various means to undermine the edicts of the Holy See, an endeavor that seemed never-ending. Even if they were caught in the act, severe penalties were seldom enforced. It was not a matter of principle, as the bishop of the freight terminal would invariably find a way to extricate them, especially with winter approaching and a pressing shortage of porters. However, on this occasion, he sensed an unusual air, and his previously numb gaze transformed into one of fierce intensity. He extended a finger and lightly scraped the bottom of a wooden bowl, tasting the remnants of vegetable soup. And in that instant, his soul was shaken. It became evident to him that a true chef had emerged. In the bygone era, a chef, even if not revered, was as common as a cabbage, ranging from the head chef of a five-star restaurant to the cook in every household. Yet, in this new age, being a chef had become a taboo subject under strict scrutiny. The tenets of the Holy See advocated for self-denial and the curbing of inner desires. Wei Lai was entirely unaware that he had already been placed on the first-level wanted list by the inspection team, despite his likeness being shrouded in darkness. The following day, Wei Lai continued to meander through the public market in Umbria, purchasing various curiosities that he initially believed that possessing over 600 holy silver coins constituted a considerable fortune. But as he browsed, he quickly realized it was insufficient. An exceptional porter, accustomed to surviving in the wilderness, absolutely required top-notch equipment, with the weather growing colder. He thought to acquire a thermal and waterproof leather bodysuit. A premium lambskin bodysuit cost him 100 holy silver coins. While traversing the ruins, he encountered sharp debris everywhere. Thus, a sturdy pair of cowhide-soled boots, which offered warmth and waterproofing, was essential, according to seasoned porters. Boots were akin to a porter's second life. One must never skimp on footwear, and if funds permitted, it was wise to have an extra pair on hand. 2 pairs of climbing boots cost him another 100 holy silver coins. This did not even account for the myriad of other miscellaneous items. The cargo boxes provided by the freight headquarters were outdated refuse, neither durable nor lightweight. To ensure a stable and secure transport, one must purchase their own cargo boxes. Ordinary goods could be stored in iron boxes, while heavy, they offered stability. Should one manage to scavenge old plastic boxes from the bygone era on the black market, it would indeed be a stroke of luck, as those boxes were both light and robust. Fresh produce required silver boxes to ward off the corrupting influence of chaotic magic, while higher-grade goods necessitated the protection of sanctified cabinets inscribed with incantations. This did not include ropes, tape, shelves, climbing picks, saws, shovels, or canned food. These odds and ends collectively amounted to a significant expense. Wei Lai felt a pang of regret as he purchased items, lamenting the crows he had once scorned for not keeping a couple more. At least they could have brought him silver coins daily, thereby increasing his mischief value. He acquired a small silver cabinet with preservation capabilities to store his foraged wild fruits and vegetables. If left exposed to the air, the corruptive magic of the plague deity would render them inedible within a day or two. As he continued to browse, Wei Lai paused at the entrance of a canned goods shop, astonished by the exorbitant prices, lamenting that wild food was far superior. Suddenly, without warning, he was slammed against the wall by a pair of powerful hands, and two stern-looking men in uniforms, exuding an air of menace, interrogated him. "Did you visit the black market restaurant in the old ruins yesterday?" Their accusatory tone was laden with certainty. Wei Lai appeared utterly bewildered, stammering, "Black silk? What black silk? Where is there any black silk?" Another inspector swatted away his companion's hand, saying, "Don't waste time on this young fool. The black market isn't for someone of his ilk." Subsequently, the two inspectors turned their attention to another, slightly older porter in the shop. This porter, quick on his feet, darted out the back door in an instant. "Stop, don't run." The inspectors took off in pursuit. Porters, accustomed to carrying heavy cargo boxes through the ruins while being chased by ferocious beasts, often managed to survive. Could these mere rabbits catch up? Wei Lai, intrigued, peered curiously at the commotion. Who knew? The inspection team seemed to meddle in everything, even questioning the deliciousness of canned food. Who could he complain to? Was it wrong for porters to enjoy a good meal after their hard work? The shopkeeper grumbled in irritation. They regulate even the tastiness of canned goods. What about when I have a delightful bowel movement? Wei Lai retorted angrily. Well, that is not regulated. Ha ha. Little brother, would you care for a few cans of freshly sealed mashed potato? It can last a month. The shopkeeper then mysteriously informed Wei Lai. We added sugar. Damn it, is adding sugar to potatoes such a big secret? If I didn't know better, I'd think you were adding some special spice. Wei Lai inquired. Oh, you have honeycomb goods? High sugar biscuits? He believed these were the true delicacies. The shopkeeper's expression soured immediately. This is a reputable canned goods shop. We don't deal in such contraband. Get out, get out. These are all prohibited items. You must never venture to the black market on Old Ruin Street at night and purchase honey canned goods from a merchant with a canister. Oh, Wei Lai suddenly realized. Oh what, if you can't afford it? Don't disturb my business. The shopkeeper waved him away. After leaving, Wei Lai decided to find a tavern to stay at, waiting for nightfall to explore the black market for treasures. The food provided by the tavern was, of course, unpalatable to Wei Lai's discerning palate, so he roasted some beef in his room instead. His crows returned with 2 pure silver coins, earning him 1 point of mischief value, and Wei Lai rewarded them with 2 strips of meat. The city's defense forces in Umbria were no less formidable than those in Gil village. The crows, under Wei Lai's command, stood still like ordinary birds, too afraid to make noise, lest they be shot down by the city guards. Wei Lai sat at the second-floor window, savoring the fragrant spiced roast, glancing at his mischief value of 345 points, and resolved to engage in some mischievous deeds to accumulate it to 500 points, thus unlocking a golden-level demon blessing. What mischief to engage in? Wei Lai glanced at the idle crows perched on the adjacent rooftop, and a wicked thought surged into his mind. The ominous eye of the demon appeared, and his vision shifted to the crows. A few of them took flight, seizing Wei Lai's spice jar and soaring off into the distance. It was dinner time, and many places were preparing simple meals. Wei Lai's gaze fell upon the inspection headquarters backyard, where smoke was rising. A plump cook was stirring a bland oatmeal porridge in a large iron pot. Seizing the moment, she turned to fetch water. Wei Lai directed a few crows to swoop down, scattering seasoning into the pot. The cook paid no mind, simply adding water and stirring the mixture thoroughly. Taste? What was there to taste in a pot of grain porridge? It all tasted the same, until bowls of thick porridge were served to the inspectors. The first spoonful elicited confusion. After another taste, what flavor was this porridge? Many couldn't resist taking a few more bites. The chief inspector, after merely sampling it, slammed his hand on the table, overturning his bowl. Who made this porridge so delectable? What did you add? The plump cook nearly wet herself, kneeling in distress. I truly don't know. I cook this way every day. I don't know how it became delicious. If it was to you, could it be those birds? The inspector pointed at the crows perched on the eaves. I don't know. I don't know. Take them away. Interrogate them. All the porridge was immediately discarded. Mischief value increased by 30 points. Wei Lai, observing through the crow's eyes, saw a group of inspectors licking their lips. Relishing the savory porridge, and couldn't he help but chuckle. As night descended, the people of Umbria, harboring their little secrets, stealthily infiltrated the darkness, heading to the black market in the southern old ruins for a trade in contraband. Wei Lai donned a full-length cloak, complete with a hood and mask, and slipped into the shadows, advancing toward the old ruins. The location of the old ruins technically still belonged to the Umbria urban area. Situated not far from the residential district, due to the extensive damage to the buildings, the cleanup has proven to be labor-intensive, resulting in a temporary abandonment of the area. Consequently, it has inevitably transformed into a haven for unruly freight handlers who engage in the trade of various contraband goods. These couriers, perpetually on the move, often traverse the ruins of a bygone era in search of shortcuts or find themselves fleeing from ferocious beasts. Inadvertently stumbling into ancient relics, this frequent exploration allows them to unearth well-preserved artifacts from the past. Normal channels for trade are utterly ineffective. Inspectors diligently sift through thick tomes of regulations, striving to classify these items as illicit contraband before confiscating them. Reluctant to relinquish their finds, the couriers resort to the burgeoning black market. Arriving early, Wei Lai found the market sparsely populated, with only a handful of masked vendors, cloaked in anonymity, lighting sacred candles to ward off malevolent spirits while peddling their wares. As Wei Lai surveyed the offerings, his excitement surged. Most of the items for sale were relics from the old world. Rarely seen artifacts now seemed commonplace among the freight handlers. However, his elation was swiftly tempered upon realizing that many of these so-called treasures were mere facades, grossly overpriced. For instance, one stall displayed a small metal object shrouded in chaotic black mist, priced at 200 silver coins. The vendor claimed it was obtained from a chaotic fire sorcerer of the old era, possessing the ability to summon flames and dispel darkness. Wei Lai pondered the object's size and shape, concluding it resembled a simple lighter. Although uncertain of its potential after purification, he mused that a price of 200 silver coins felt excessively steep. Most relics were enveloped in dense chaotic magic, which had preserved them over the span of 3 centuries and endowed them with unique properties. They required purification by clergy to dispel the chaotic energies and reveal their true forms. Akin to unboxing a mystery, yet for Wei Lai, this mystery was merely a guessing game. Based on the vague outlines obscured by chaotic magic, he could nearly discern their true nature. As he stroked his chin, contemplating the various items, he suddenly noticed a newly established stall drawing a crowd. Tears of an angel, someone exclaimed. I saw someone sell it last time. Is it true? The tears that can restore sight to the blind? How much do you intend to sell it for? 300 silver coins. Too expensive. Expensive. Those are tears capable of restoring sight. If I were blind, I'd pay 500 silver coins. Once my sight is restored, I could earn back even more. 300 silver coins. I'll buy it. A voice rang out as a one-eyed man stepped forward, tossing a bag of silver coins onto the stall. He was a top-tier freight handler who had been splashed in the face by beast venom, losing one of his eyes. Shill. Although some recognized the man, a tacit understanding prevailed in the black market to remain silent. Tears of an angel. What is that? Wei Lai leaned in for a closer look at the small vial shrouded in black mist, which vaguely resembled eye drops. The one-eyed courier, having exchanged coins for the old-world relic, immediately decided to test it, pouring a jug of high-purity holy water over the chaotic mist. In a sizzling, smoky display, the chaotic magic was purged, revealing a soft gel vial. It truly is the tears of an angel. What a windfall. The surrounding onlookers were instantly envious. Though 300 silver coins was a hefty sum, enough to purchase a modest home in a corner, it paled in comparison to the value of sight. The one-eyed man removed his eye patch, tilting his head back to let the tears of an angel drop into his eye socket, hoping to restore the vision lost to venom. However, instead of the soothing relief he anticipated, searing agony engulfed him, rendering his already compromised eye completely blind. Ah, this is not tears of an angel. It's poison, he roared, seizing the vendor in a fit of rage. I never claimed it was, the vendor stammered, his legs trembling. Get lost. Refund me. The one-eyed man's fury was palpable. The vendor, equally bewildered, knew that in the black market, once an item was sold, the seller bore the consequences, regardless of the quality. Faced with the wrath of the one-eyed man, whose mind had been tainted by the corruption of a malevolent deity, the vendor reluctantly returned the coins, along with the toxic vial. The crowd, having witnessed the spectacle, shook their heads in disbelief and dispersed. Only Wei Lai remained, pointing at the vial on the stall. How much for that now? Huh? You want it? The vendor was taken aback. The potion was toxic. Just asking. If it's cheap, I might take it, Wei Lai replied nonchalantly. If you want it, 5 silver coins, the vendor said, uncertain of its value. Wei Lai casually tossed 5 silver coins, claiming the counterfeit tears of an angel. Isn't this just powerful glue? Dripping it into one's eyes is truly reckless. He mused, shrugging as he stowed the glue away. While it may not serve a grand purpose, it was still an artifact from the old world and could be useful in a pinch. Gradually, the number of vendors in the black market swelled, and the quality of goods improved. Wei Lai finally spotted something worth pursuing. A multifunctional folding entrenching tool. Judging by its contours, it was indeed a folding entrenching tool. It combined the functions of chopping, sawing, digging, prying, pickaxing, hammering, and even boiling, all in one compact design. Owning such a tool could save one from carrying a plethora of others. However, the vendor was no fool. Despite not knowing the item's precise nature, the substantial weight of the metal meant it couldn't be sold for a pittance. Thus, he casually set a price of 500 silver coins, curious if anyone might bite. Wei Lai, inquiring around the stall, soon realized the vendor had no intention of lowering the price and planned to seek a wild priest for purification if it didn't sell. Desiring the item, yet knowing not to reveal too much eagerness, Wei Lai grew increasingly anxious. Finally, he decided to set up his own stall beside it. Hey, brother, have you been to the ruins of the old world? What do you have to sell? The vendor joked. Wei Lai grinned, and after a bit of fuss, he found a metal box to serve as a stand. Using his holy fire as fuel, he skewered several pieces of lamb meat and began grilling. A sprinkle of spices sent a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, drawing a crowd. Grilled skewers, 2 silver coins each. If it's not tasty, you don't have to pay. Wei Lai enthusiastically promoted his wares. 2 silver coins for a skewer, that's not cheap, but the scent is divine. Several patrons, lured by the fragrance of spices and fat, decided to try a skewer. Upon tasting it, they were utterly astonished. The rich aroma of the grilled meat, enhanced by the flames and spices, created an unparalleled culinary experience. I'll have another skewer. I want 2. Forget counting. Give me 5. All of them. In an instant. The 30 skewers Wei Lai had prepared were snatched up. The sound of coins jingling resonating as the adjacent vendor stared in disbelief. All gone. Come back tomorrow. Wei Lai hadn't prepared an abundance of materials. His holy power could only fuel the flames for so long. And he couldn't squander all his aromatic spices on grilling. Hey, what are you selling? How did you make so much? The vendor selling the entrenching tool asked, astonished. Here, I saved one for you to try. Wei Lai said, his eyes narrowing beneath the hood as he offered a skewer of grilled meat. Did you really save one for me? Thank you so much. The vendor took the skewered meat, removed his mask, revealing an honest and unassuming face. After devouring a skewer, he was equally stunned and could only exclaim, how on earth is this made? It's absolutely delicious. He leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially, just between you and me. Don't let anyone else know about this iron box. It's an artifact from the olden days known as an oven, and it's even possessed by a culinary spirit, as long as you place the raw ingredients inside. It will help you roast them into delectable dishes, Wei Lai said, his voice low and sly. A spirit of the kitchen. Is it really that remarkable? The vendor asked, astonished. Indeed, just be careful not to mention it to others, or the inspectors will surely come to seize and destroy it, Wei Lai warned, lowering his voice even further. Of course, those damned inspectors are always looking to siphon off our profits. By the way, are you selling this oven? The vendor eyed the 60 silver coins Wei Lai had made in just half an hour, clearly feeling envious. Of course it's for sale. You have no idea how difficult it is to appease a culinary spirit. If the spirit is displeased, you could beg for ages without it cooking a thing. Wei Lai lamented. That's trivial. How much are you asking? The vendor rubbed his hands nervously. I'm not sure. This is my first time setting up a stall. If you want it, just offer what you think is fair. Wei Lai barely contained his laughter, realizing he had the vendor at a disadvantage. I'll give you 200 silver coins. I know it's not enough. Just let me pick what I want from your stall. The vendor was visibly anxious. This is a relic from the olden days with a spirit. It's always been priceless. Moreover, for something that can generate profit, people would fight over it even at 2,000 or 3,000 silver coins. I feel a bit guilty for underpricing this young man. Wei Lai thought to himself, forget the selection. I'll take everything. he declared, his greed getting the better of him, and he scooped up all 3 items from the stall. All right then. Deal. The vendor promptly pushed the items towards him. Wei Lai, equally eager, handed over the iron box while advising him to treat the culinary spirit well, as it had quite the temper. Clutching the old era oven, the vendor was grinning from ear to ear, dreaming of the profits he would make from this relic. He wanted to ask Wei Lai for more details on its use, preferably a demonstration. However, Wei Lai, fearing exposure, shouted, "The inspectors are coming." In an instant, chaos erupted in the black market, with vendors and shoppers alike fleeing into the shadows. Wei Lai gleefully gained 30 points of mischief for his antics and received a multifunctional entrenching tool. With the breath of the divine, calm the curses. With a pure heart, dispel all evil. May the hand of God soothe all pain, and I beseech the power of the Holy Spirit to purify all filth. Upon returning from the black market to his inn, Wei Lai placed the 3 acquired relics on the table. He took out a fragrant ball, filled it with 3rd-tier purification incense, and began chanting incantations around the artifacts. The sacred purifying smoke swiftly neutralized the chaotic magical energy enveloping the old relics, revealing their hidden nature. The first item was indeed the multifunctional entrenching tool. However, it was no ordinary tool. Having been eroded by chaotic magic for centuries, its material had been enhanced, granting it additional capabilities. Uncanny entrenching tool grade. Tier 5, a uniquely shaped spade. Its functionalities are astonishing, with a blade even capable of frying eggs. Uncanny power. When you excavate items, it will disturb nearby dormant creatures underground, inciting them into a frenzy. What a treasure! Wei Lai exclaimed, waving it in his hand. It felt just right. Not merely a tool, but a fine weapon as well. The sharp edge could likely cleave through bone. Having been infused with chaotic magic, its metal strength had been reinforced, making it impervious to damage. He casually glanced at the other 2 artifacts he had swindled. A fruit phone. What the hell? In this day and age, it's useless without power or signal. Why would I want a phone? Although it appeared intact, when Wei Lai attempted to power it on, it showed no response. Opening an old-era mystery box only to find electronic products was undoubtedly the most frustrating outcome. A complete loss. Should I try the Pandora's box for a transformation? I haven't used it today yet. The box buzzed slightly. With a puff of smoke, he revealed a pair of Sony sports earphones, an in-ear design that could hang around the neck, but alas, it seemed to be devoid of power. Great, something worth several thousand is now reduced to 300, and still useless. What a wasted opportunity. Wei Lai thought about breaking it, but decided against it. It wasn't heavy, so he left it in a corner. The 3rd item was a doll, not a cute stuffed animal, but a lifelike doll with a realistic baby face. Looking at its eerily realistic features sent shivers down Wei Lai's spine. Triggering the uncanny valley effect, he even discerned a faint label. Made in China, Yiwu City. Oh, it's a domestic product. Wei Lai felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia, wondering what his homeland had become after such a cataclysm. Surely, it hadn't turned to worshipping deities, right? The warrior's iron resolve must have endured. Feeling a pang of melancholy, he embraced the domestic doll, murmuring, 300 years have passed, and it's just the 2 of us now. We must rely on one another. Suddenly, the doll blinked, and its mouth twisted into an unsettling grin. Wei Lai's expression dropped as he opened the window and kicked the doll out, exclaiming, "You creepy thing." Farewell. The corrupted doll, awakened by chaotic magic, might not possess great power, but it could surely frighten anyone. From this day forth, a ghostly doll would haunt the Umbrian city, lurking by windows to scare children at night. Another 20 points of mischief gained. Why am I being penalized for releasing a wild doll? Wei Lai pondered. This night's haul had yielded only the multifunctional entrenching tool. Clearly, opening old-era mystery boxes wasn't as profitable as he had hoped. Wrapping the entrenching tool in leather, he stowed it away, knowing that if the inspectors discovered it, confiscation was inevitable. It had been another fruitful day, and he thanked the divine for his blessings before settling in for sleep. In contrast to Wei Lai's bounty, the vendor who returned home with a mere rusty box began his life of appeasing the culinary spirit, lighting holy candles, and singing hymns. He even placed fresh ingredients into the box. Yet nothing happened. Even after they began to it was entirely normal for a culinary spirit to be difficult to please. Once appeased, all would be well. In the following days, Wei Lai didn't dare to return to the black market for fear of being caught by the vendor. Instead, he continued to procure the supplies he needed. Incense, in particular, had no direct use for common folk, and thus most of it was supplied directly to the church, leaving no corresponding shops outside. After much inquiry, Wei Lai finally located a minor official managing an incense warehouse, attempting to bribe him into stealing some rare incense for personal sale. After all, no matter how diligently he collected, he could only gather so many varieties himself. Ultimately, he would have to rely on purchase. The minor official struggled for 2 days, contemplating the harsh winter ahead and the potential for his children to fall ill. After much internal conflict, he reluctantly agreed to the theft. But the price would be marked up by 50. This was to account for his confession and penance at the church, with half of the profit going to the priest. Goodness, one of us is buying to profit, while the other risks theft. Half the earnings go to the priest. Wei Lai was envious. He resolved to establish a church himself to sell indulgences. Enduring the sting of financial loss, he purchased 300 silver coins worth of rare magical incense, significantly enhancing his material repository for incense research. Unexpectedly, his instigation of theft earned him an additional 30 points of mischief to compensate for his dwindling silver coins. He began contemplating selling food that he knew that the local couriers were not honest folks. With a spirit of freedom prevalent, they had always resisted the constraints of dogma, making them excellent trade partners. Thus, Wei Lai set up a simple kitchen in his own room, purchasing fresh ingredients to cook delectable Italian risotto, which he then canned in silver containers. As dusk approached, he donned a hooded cloak and ventured onto the streets, resembling a vintage-era hustler. Spotting a courier, he approached with a flourish of his cloak. "Friend, how about a boxed meal?" He was selling fried rice with a hint of stealth. Fortunately, nearly every courier is eager to foot the bill. A single can of stew, excluding costs, can easily net 3 silver coins, thereby providing a much-needed boost to one's purse. However, the lackeys of the inspection team are nothing but a swarm of bothersome flies. It was only 2 days after Wei Lai began selling his wares that they caught wind of his activities and launched a widespread manhunt for those vending canned meals. A courier who isn't pursued by inspectors is hardly a worthy courier if one cannot evade the inspectors. Fleeing to the wilderness only serves to become fodder for wild dogs. Half of a courier's running skills are honed by the relentless pursuit of these inspectors. Even if one isn't apprehended, it matters not, for Bishop Russell will surely bail you out. This has become the mantra among couriers. Now, Wei Lai has joined their ranks, selling boxed meals while being incessantly hounded by the inspection team's lackeys, with a crowd of onlookers among the couriers cheering him on. "Hey, kid, run faster, don't get caught and embarrass us." Although the new era has deprived Wei Lai of a mobile phone, he still finds joy in daily runs, feeling that a day without being chased through several streets by the inspection team is a day wasted. However, this time, the chief inspector is exceptionally enraged and has issued a death warrant for the capture of the chef who has gravely violated the regulations, demanding serious repercussions. Each time Wei Lai ventures out to sell his goods, he dons a hooded cloak to conceal his identity. Yet he increasingly senses the invisible pressure mounting around him, with the number of inspectors pursuing him growing ever larger and more formidable. Were it not for the hallucinogenic incense he employed yesterday to befuddle his pursuers, he might have been caught. On this particular morning, before Wei Lai even entered the farmer's market, the crows were already cawing ominously. Sensing an ill omen, the aggrieved inspectors had mobilized a substantial force, lying in wait near the market, intent on capturing the chef at this crucial juncture. "Surrender, deceptive chef. You are under arrest." A hooded figure suddenly found himself ensnared in a fishing net, dragged and beaten by the infuriated inspectors. "No, not me. You've got the wrong person. No matter your cries of injustice. First, to the interrogation chamber with you." Such utter savagery. Wei Lai stood at a distance, his heart aching at the scene. He had merely spent 2 silver coins to hire a novice courier of similar stature, dressed in a hood, to fetch some groceries, and indeed, it was a trap. The moral decay seems to be intensifying. It is high time to lay low for a while. Bishop Russell is far too indulgent towards this delivery crew. He ought to retire. Couriers should be subjected to stricter regulation. Thus begins the daily lamentation of the inspection department. After finally apprehending 2 violators, they had yet to administer proper punishment when Bishop Russell, under various pretexts, managed to extricate them once more. Yet, what can be done? Bishop Russell is a divinely appointed clergy of the Vatican, while they are merely local law enforcement recruits. Meanwhile, Wei Lai finds himself in the sanctum of the courier headquarters, undergoing a trial task set forth by Bishop Russell. "Wei, Are you prepared for your trial? The bishop's wrinkled face bore a warm smile. Despite handling hundreds of matters daily, he still remembered Wei Lai. Always ready to serve the Lord. Wei Lai replied with a bow. Very good, young man, you exhibit great faith. Bishop Russell nodded in approval. Let me find you some simpler tasks to begin with. How about this task? The village of Bruce has been struck by blight, causing all crops to wither overnight, and they are in dire need of food supplies. You must deliver 300 kilograms of grain within 3 days. There should be little danger along the way. Can you manage it? Wei Lai's eyes twitched at the mention of 300 kilograms of grain. Are you treating me like a mule? This will surely strain my youthful back and adversely affect my fertility. With all due respect, Bishop, in order to temper my resolve, I am willing to undertake a more perilous task, Wei Lai declared, hand over his heart. The youth possesses courage, Bishop Russell remarked, flipping through a thick stack of tasks. There is a Tier 3 task. You need to go to the West Tower pasture and shepherd 30 sheep back to Umbria. You will undoubtedly encounter ferocious beasts along the way, and you must ensure the safety of the flock to the best of your ability. Wei Lai was taken aback. Is herding sheep a task for couriers? If he were to encounter the temptations of a lecherous deity along the way and falter, it would unjustly tarnish his task evaluation. Bishop, I have never herded sheep before. Could we perhaps consider another option? Wei Lai was indeed being quite particular. It seems I must search diligently for you. Bishop Russell, surprisingly unperturbed, rubbed his temples in vexation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. You are a disciple of Father Cain. You must possess some basic ritual skills, yes? Indeed, I have studied under Father Cain for quite some time, Wei Lai nodded. Then, this task that has long troubled me. I hope you can bear the burden. Bishop Russell expressed a flicker of hope. I shall assist you. Bishop, Wei Lai felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. The matter is this. Beneath the church lies a unique corpse. And I require a stalwart believer who can transport her to the volcano for the cremation ceremony, Bishop Russell stated, immediately feeling a tinge of regret after speaking. However, this is an exceedingly perilous undertaking. I vow to tread fearlessly upon this sacred path, Wei Lai boldly declared. Can one earn Bishop Russell's recommendation by executing some ordinary tasks? Such a task that vexes even the bishop would surely yield a higher evaluation. Wei Lai mused, believing that someone as kind as Bishop Russell would not assign particularly dangerous tasks to a novice. Accepted, Bishop Russell mused, noting Wei Lai's unwavering acceptance of such a perilous task. Indicating his confidence, follow me. Bishop Russell rose and led Wei Lai into the cathedral located at the rear of the courier headquarters. They traversed through a throng of priests, bowing in respect. Arriving at the underground chamber beneath the church, the modest stone chamber was adorned with various sacred incantations, and in the center lay a sarcophagus, exuding a foreboding magical aura. The pentagram etched on the ground featured a priest kneeling at each point, chanting spells to suppress the corpse within. What is this? Wei Lai felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing the scene. You mean to tell me I must transport a corpse that requires 6 priests to suppress it all by myself to the volcano? This is the remains of a harbinger of the malevolent deity, slain by the holy knights of the temple half a year ago in the city of Umbria, and has since been sealed beneath the temple. Bishop Russell explained succinctly. Why not incinerated directly? Wei Lai inquired, puzzled. That is impossible. It still harbors immense chaotic magic within, which could result in a catastrophic energy explosion, posing a grave threat to the safety of Umbria. Submerging it in the volcano to be consumed by the natural fire created by God is the most prudent course of action, Bishop Russell said solemnly. May I ask which malevolent deity it serves? Wei Lai gulped. The deity of lust and pleasure, Bishop Russell replied, a hint of distaste crossing his face. Oh no. Wei Lai stared blankly at the sarcophagus. What? Is there a problem? Bishop Russell inquired. No problem, Wei Lai stammered. This task is indeed rather dangerous. It may be too much for anyone lacking firm resolve. Are you certain you can handle it? Bishop Russell confirmed once more. No, it's not too much. Wei Lai shook his head vigorously. When will you be ready? Can we depart now? Bishop Russell questioned. Both the courier headquarters and the cathedral are perpetually understaffed. Once this corpse is dealt with, 6 lower-tier priests can be freed up for other duties. The only concern is whether this young man can truly manage the task. If he were to abandon the corpse in the wilderness, it would necessitate sending out even more personnel for recovery. Give me an hour. I will be ready to depart in an hour. Where is the restroom? An hour later, The low-ranking priest carefully descended the body of the messenger of joy from its stone pedestal. Affixing the coffin with various sacred seals inscribed with divine incantations, and binding it with chains of holy silver, Wei Lai, leaning against the wall, appeared haggard and emaciated, reminiscent of the remnants of a medicinal concoction from the Hawan sect. His steps unsteady as he returned to the secret chamber. 1 hour, 7 times. It truly was the limit. Not a single drop remained. During the transport of the corpse, one must not open the coffin, nor gaze directly upon its visage. Regardless of the temptations faced, one must steadfastly uphold their faith. May the Lord be with you. Amen. Bishop Russell finally raised his staff and gently cast a blessing upon Wei Lai. The angelic blessing spell would enhance his physical attributes by 20 for a duration of 3 days. Wei Lai took a deep breath, accepted the task list handed to him by the bishop's attendant, and instructed the priest to secure the coffin firmly onto the metal frame strapped to his back. He then covered it with a layer of cowhide to protect it from the elements. It was heavy, weighing approximately 200 kilograms, yet it had not yet reached the limits of his physical capacity. He jumped in place and ran around a bit. Everything was secure. No issues. Off we go. Special mission: transport the body of the messenger of joy to the volcano for incineration. Difficulty: SS level. The difficulty of this task did not stem from external dangers. The body of the messenger of joy was lifeless, incapable of stirring up any further turmoil. However, the malevolent power of the dark deity contained within would still affect the surrounding psyche, posing its own peril. As Wei Lai departed the cargo headquarters with the coffin on his back, many seasoned freight workers, upon glimpsing the outline of the coffin, instinctively stepped back, their thumbs raised in admiration, whispering praises. Goodness, the audacity of this rookie to take on such a daunting task without fear. Good luck to you, they exclaimed. A coffin brings fortune. Amen. Wei Lai chuckled heartily, reciprocating their well-wishes. It was only when he was about to leave the main road of Umbria City that he realized the inspection team had gone awry. Demanding to scrutinize the cargo workers entering and exiting the city, particularly focusing on youthful faces. In recent days, during the vigorous pursuit of the chef, the inspectors had not been entirely fruitless. They had uncovered a crucial lead. The chef was relatively young, approximately 18 years old. It was speculated that he would likely be undertaking a mission soon to evade the spotlight. Thus, the inspectors stationed themselves at the entrances, interrogating young freight workers. Me? Come and check. Wei Lai turned his body, allowing them to rummage through his belongings. The inspectors, showing no courtesy, lifted the cowhide rain cover from Wei Lai's back. In the next moment, their faces turned pale, and they stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground. The coffin was ensnared with numerous incantations and chains. The most sinister corpse transport mission. Why not check it? Open the coffin and see. There might be contraband inside. Wei Lai grinned mischievously and took a couple of steps forward. Get lost, quickly. The captain of the inspection team turned an ashen shade, shooing him away like a harbinger of doom. Wei Lai raised 2 middle fingers, mockingly taunting them. Striding out of Umbria City with an air of arrogance. He glanced at the signpost, compared it with his map, confirmed his direction, and set forth. He mused about visiting the black market more often. Hoping to procure a compass, relying solely on the map could be untrustworthy. Folding his map, he advanced in a singular direction. This one-way journey would take approximately 7 days, covering a considerable distance, to avoid any unforeseen delays. He needed to hasten his pace. The initial 12 hours of travel were remarkably stable, as Wei Lai traversed well-established roads, encountering many other freight workers returning from their tasks along the way. One seasoned freight worker even shared a tip with Wei Lai. During the day, he could remove the rain cover to allow the coffin to absorb the sun's positive energy, thereby diminishing its malevolent aura. Grateful for the advice, Wei Lai followed suit and removed the rain cover, planning to replace it at night. As anticipated, by evening, the coffin began to stir uneasily, emitting soft whispers that danced around Wei Lai's ears. Akin to a seductive beauty breathing warm, gentle words into his ear. Do not call out. There is not a single drop left. Wei Lai, as serene as a sage, remained utterly unshaken, his heart a tranquil sea. Consulting his map, he located a shelter for freight workers and pushed open the heavy stone door, stepping inside. Situated near a major transport route, the shelter was bustling with activity, and to his surprise, he found 3 other freight workers residing there. This was Wei Lai's first encounter with fellow freight workers in a shelter. though the space was ample enough to accommodate 7 or 8 individuals comfortably. Wei Lai felt a pang of regret, realizing he could no longer hoard canned goods. "Oh, it's quite lively today." Another newcomer, a middle-aged freight worker with a bushy beard, laughed heartily. "Hey, kid, haven't seen you before." A rookie, a short but muscular freight worker, called out with a grin. Come, sit down and try some ale I brought from Finley Village," announced the last of the trio, a rotund freight worker, lifting a bottle from the table. "Hee, greetings, esteemed seniors." Wei Lai cheerfully unloaded his cargo, placing it in the adjacent empty space, and approached their dining table. What a true rookie. Just look at those spindly arms and legs. The short one, feeling quite familiar, pinched Wei Lai's arm. "Let me show you how the muscles of a veteran freight worker should look." The bearded man laughed heartily, rising to his feet. "Ho ho!" The 3 seasoned freight workers shouted in unison, slapping their thighs, showcasing their rock-solid muscles like champions of bodybuilding. "Now, that is the physique a freight worker ought to possess. Young man, you still have much to train." "Indeed, I just started in this line of work. I need the guidance of my esteemed seniors." Wei Lai humbly smiled. "Ha! Well said." The rotund worker boomed with laughter. Suddenly, the rain cover he had placed in the corner slipped, revealing the chains and incantations that covered the coffin. In an instant, the shelter fell silent, breath seemingly suspended in the air. The smiles of the 3 seasoned freight workers froze upon their faces, contorted with discomfort. "Damn it, it's a corpse bearer. That is an evil corpse." The bearded man stammered, confirming his suspicion. "Indeed, but rest assured, it is quite docile. It hasn't made a peep all the way, just hums a little tune now and then, and it's rather melodious." Wei Lai chuckled. "I think the night is still young. We can still make some headway." The bearded man suddenly stood up and walked toward his cargo rack. "Don't go, esteemed senior. It's dangerous at night," Wei Lai urged hastily. "Not dangerous at all. I'm off." The bearded man dashed off with his cargo rack. What could be more perilous than sharing a room with an evil corpse? "Oh, I just remembered. Tomorrow is my daughter's birthday. I must hurry home," the short worker exclaimed, hastily rising. "There's no rush. The celebration is in the evening." Wei Lai attempted to reason with him. "In no rush. If I leave now, I can make it back for the birthday feast. Tomorrow the whole village will be celebrating. Wait for me. Let us go together." The rotund freight worker, already out of his shoes, saw the other 2 departing and hurriedly got up, fumbling as he chased after them. "The ale, brother, you forgot the ale," Wei Lai called out. "Forget it. It's yours now." The rotund worker clumsily stumbled out, shouting after the 2 ahead. "Wait for me. TSK. Freight workers are truly good people." Wei Lai nodded approvingly. If he were in a shelter, minding his own business, and encountered a corpse bearer, he would certainly have kicked him out. Good people deserve to be aided on their journey. Wei Lai even sent out a mourning crow, cawing loudly to frighten the 3 away, earning himself 30 points of mischief. Now, the shelter was left with only Wei Lai and, well, a corpse. He resumed his scavenging for canned goods, preparing a simple meal to reward his stomach. For how could one gain strength without nourishment? Today's menu looks promising. The knife spirit rejoiced, recording the recipe. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, with ample time before sleep, Wei Lai once again immersed himself in the study of advanced incense formulas. However, the coffin beside him stirred restlessly, as an enchanting purple aura seeped through the cracks like smoke, coiling around Wei Lai's neck, whispering softly, as tenderly as the most alluring princess in a business kitty. "Cease your calls. Do you think a sage would be swayed? I have exhausted myself to undertake this task. Your allure is to me akin to offering a film to a eunuch." Wei Lai remained focused on his incense preparation. Entirely devoid of any worldly desires, to ensure a full 8 hours of restorative sleep. He devoted merely 3 hours to his studies before covering himself with a blanket, utterly impervious to the temptations of the agent of pleasure. On the 2nd day of transporting the cursed corpse, Wei Lai's route had diverged from the main thoroughfare, leading him down a narrow path towards the volcano, where he encountered not a soul. Bored, he trudged along the broken road, which, after centuries, had been stubbornly breached by resilient grass and trees. Beneath the direct sunlight, the coffin behind him fell silent once more, emitting no sound. The stillness only served to heighten Wei Lai's ennui, prompting him to break the silence. "If Maria bore a child, does that equate to ASU taking her virginity?" A chuckle escaped from the coffin, its sinister magic swirling around Wei Lai's ears, laughing softly. "Do not lose your mind. My conversation with you does not grant you the liberty to tease me." Wei Lai remained as sage-like as ever, glancing at the map, though the hour was still early. He felt it prudent to plan his day's journey, where to rest, where to replenish his water supply, and where to spend the night. This path was quite secluded, with few shelters along the way. Relying on his own stamina, he had to quicken his pace to reach the next refuge before nightfall. Consequently, he hastened his steps, running at the cost of his energy, and eventually approached the designated shelter as dusk fell. Pausing to take a sip of water while observing the setting sun, he covered the coffin with a leather rain tarp, preparing to push onward to the shelter's location with renewed vigor. However, the day's relentless pace had inevitably drained him of considerable energy and focus, leading to a moment of carelessness. While leaping over a puddle, he stumbled, with a thud, as Wei Lai landed on the grass on the opposite bank. He heard a metallic clank, a trap. He had no time to react as a massive stone rolled beside him, and a noose ensnared his feet, hoisting him upside down, his head striking the ground with force. A trap, set by humans. Gah! We've caught one. Finally, a fish has bitten. A week. I have been starved for a whole week. A fat sheep. It must be a plump one. 3 filthy ruffians, brandishing rusted blades, approached with gleeful cackles. Suspended upside down, Wei Lai, still reeling from the blow to the back of his head, felt dizzied. He tried to reach for a blade to cut the ropes binding him, but his hands repeatedly grasped at emptiness. Just then, one of the brigands rushed over and knocked him unconscious with a heavy blow. In his hazy state, he could still hear their conversation. "Boss, let's slaughter him. Feast on his flesh. Wait, this lad has delicate skin and smells delightful." Came the lewd giggles of the 3 men. The nearby shelter had now become a den for the thieves, and Wei Lai was bound and brought inside, beneath the flickering flames of the hearth. The 3 brigands rummaged through their spoils. Wei Lai was not their first victim. This remote road had its advantages, with all missing porters presumed to have perished in the wilderness, a common occurrence that no one would investigate. Yet this time, they encountered a cargo unlike any they had seen before. This a coffin. Why are there so many papers on it? This chain is pure silver. It must be valuable. The 3 foolish thieves felt they had struck gold. Tearing away the sacred symbols affixed to the coffin, intending to dismantle the silver chain for profit. Ugh! Fortunately, at that moment, Wei Lai groggily awoke. As he opened his eyes, he saw the 3 brigands had already removed the sealing silver chain. Their insatiable lust for plunder driving them to pry open the coffin. "Stop!" Wei Lai shouted, struggling against his bindings, but his angry roar failed to rouse the 3 thieves, whose eyes were glazed with greed as they pried at the coffin's nails. As the silver nails began to be pulled from the coffin one by one, Wei Lai, in a moment of desperation, began to chant a spell. "This body shall be offered, to fight for justice. Sacred fire, burn my soul, purify this world. Evil, begone." In an instant, a fierce will ignited into holy flames, severing the ropes binding Wei Lai, who sprang up like a cheetah, delivering a knee strike that shattered the temple of the 3rd brigand. Following with a powerful blow of holy fire, he forced the sacred flames into the 2nd brigand's ear. The leader, now awakened, hastily grasped a rusted sword to fight back, but Wei Lai had already seized a discarded entrenching tool. Swinging it with force, cleaving the leader in half along with his rusty blade, before he could catch his breath, the floorboards creaked ominously, and as Wei Lai turned, he noticed the coffin lid slowly lifting. A torrent of purple mist escaping from within. Damn! Wei Lai leapt into action, horizontally striking down with an elbow to force the coffin lid back down. Sensing the coffin's agitation, he exerted all his strength to hold it down. Attempting to re-nail it, but his hands were too occupied as the lid began to rise again with tremendous force. Wei Lai gritted his teeth. Ling! With a chime, a silver incense ball flew into Wei Lai's hand. Shaking with urgency, he opened the incense pouch and took out a 4th-tier corpse-restraining incense created by Pandora. After igniting it, he held it near the coffin lid's seam, laboriously reciting the sacred scripture to suppress the corpse within. The smoke from the incense seeped through the coffin's cracks, accompanying Wei Lai's prayers, diminishing the force pushing the lid open. However, the malevolent magic that had escaped seeped into the nostrils of the 3 brigands he had just slain, reviving them momentarily, and they staggered to their feet like mindless zombies. Meanwhile, Wei Lai was engrossed in the corpse-restraining ritual, unable to spare a moment to confront the 3 undead. A flash of crimson in his eyes. Crows. Come forth. Fortunately, the 3 foolish brigands had deemed the heavy stone door of their shelter too cumbersome to move daily, and had replaced it with flimsy wooden planks. 5 clawed crows shattered the wooden door. using their talons to scratch at the zombies' necks, pecking out their eyes, preventing them from advancing toward Wei Lai. In the name of the divine, I command you, decaying bodies, cease your unrest. You no longer belong to this world. Return to the shores you ought to inhabit, as an emissary of the divine. With justice and mercy in my heart, I suppress your turmoil. May you find peace. Amen. Boom! As the last incense ball burned away, the coffin lid was finally pressed back down, and the undead ceased their thrashing. Wei Lai let out a long sigh of relief, methodically renailing the silver nails back into the coffin, using a sacred silver chain to bind it tightly once again. Regrettably, the seal inscribed with the incantation had been torn off by the three fools, rendering it ineffective. Damn it! Wei Lai was utterly exhausted, unable to lift his hands. Turning back, he saw 3 corpses awaiting disposal, prompting him to curse under his breath. Calm down. As a qualified priest, one must uphold the principle of pure goodness. Regardless of the sins committed in life, I should patiently guide you in prayer, purifying your transgressions and ferrying you to the heavenly realm. Alas, I am unworthy. Summoning a modicum of strength, Wei Lai nailed the 3 corpses to a nearby tree, angrily carving the words, "The fate of those who rob porters." What a tiresome day it had been. Little did he expect to be so drained by the next morning. He could only hope for a more tranquil journey ahead, without even glancing at the spoils. He hastily consumed a few honey biscuits and succumbed to a deep slumber in the filthy shelter occupied by the brigands. Only after a full night's rest did he awaken, revitalized, to inspect the contents of the shelter. 3 porter badges. These brutes had ensnared at least 3 porters here. Moreover, their ranks are not low. They are all at the 3rd tier. Their cargo boxes lay in disarray, ravaged and scattered, with all consumables devoured and inedibles thrown about haphazardly, yielding no particularly valuable items. Even the area beside the fireplace was littered with gnawed white bones, robbery, and even cannibalism. Leaving the corpses to rot in the wilderness truly is a light punishment for them. If I had the time, I would surely dig out their skulls to use as toilets. Now, Wei Lai faced 2 choices: to return the badges to their families, revealing their final fate, earning 30 points of merit, or to toss the badges into the Pandora's box for transformation, possibly acquiring a new class emblem, earning 30 points of depravity. After careful consideration, Wei Lai concluded that the changes from Pandora's box, with a 23 chance of either disappearance or upgrade, held no benefit for him. The 13 chance of transforming into another class emblem might not be of any use either. The source of depravity points was stable, while merit was hard to come by, so returning the badges seemed the wiser choice. Thus, Wei Lai stuffed the 3 badges into his backpack, pocketed a bag of holy silver coins he had scavenged, hoisted the coffin onto his back once more, and continued his journey. This marked the 3rd day of carrying the corpse. The seals and charms on the coffin had been destroyed, and the magical aura emanating from it had become increasingly tangible, constantly tugging at Wei Lai's heartstrings. The palpable magical energy clung to his neck, akin to a playful maiden, elegantly perched on his shoulder, whispering sweetly in his ear, "Are you tired, young sir? Why not sit down and chat with me a while? I am dreadfully bored. My heart, steadfast as rock, my courage, undaunted as I forge ahead." Wei Lai focused intently, shutting out the enticing whispers, even resorting to lighting incense to fortify his will against the temptations of the harbinger of pleasure. Checking the map, he noted that further ahead, there would be no more cargo hauler shelters. However, a small village lay ahead, home to a resident priest and a well, providing a source of clean water. Wei Lai had nearly exhausted his own water supply and truly needed to replenish. Today's goal was that village. The harbinger of pleasure in the coffin behind him was relentless along the way, alternating between teasing him with seductive words and transforming into a pitiful young girl, sitting on Wei Lai's shoulder, twirling her pigtails and tickling his ear. "Does my brother not like me this way? Truth be told, I was forced into this. When I was very young, I was sold into a den of iniquity, coerced by the madam to please loathsome men. I truly despise this life. Wei Lai, you are a good man. Could you let me go? I promise I will never do anything bad again. Please, Wei Lai, I beg you." Wei Lai's gaze remained resolute as he pressed forward, not daring to glance at his shoulder, fully aware that yielding to compassion would only lead to his mind being invaded by the allure of lust. "Oh, dear brother, just take a look at me. Are you afraid of your little sister?" She giggled. This time, Wei Lai remained unresponsive, his incense burning furiously. The ball of incense, ignited to ward off evil, erupted into a cloud of holy white smoke, shattering the image of the girl perched on his shoulder. With a piercing scream, the soul of the harbinger of pleasure was driven back into the coffin. Well done. Wei Lai could not help but commend. The journey on the third day was not particularly hurried. Yet the path grew steeper and more treacherous, requiring considerable climbing. By the time dusk fell and he arrived at the village, Wei Lai was utterly exhausted. It was hard to believe that such a remote location could harbor a small village. Yet, it was necessary, for a grove of maple trees thrived here, yielding a high-grade syrup, an important luxury resource sent to the Vatican, requiring care and collection. The workers tasked with gathering and refining the maple syrup had settled in this village. Under the watchful eye of a resident priest and some security soldiers in everyday life, the village could cultivate and gather enough basic supplies for 50, yet still faced a 50-unit shortfall that needed to be supplied by the Umbrian haulers. Thus, Wei Lai's arrival was met with great enthusiasm. After all, the hauler came only once a month, and missing that would force the villagers to tighten their belts, a fear that grew as winter approached. Don't celebrate too soon. I'm not here to deliver goods. I have another task. Dozens of villagers welcomed him. Wei Lai waved his hands in a flustered manner, his embarrassed explanations drowned out by the cheers. It was only when someone eagerly approached from behind, attempting to help unload the coffin, that Wei Lai shouted in protest, "Silence! I am not a delivery man. Where is your priest?" This brought a hush over the excited villagers, their expressions shifting to one of shocked, "I am Father Raven. May I inquire what brings you to our village?" A middle-aged priest with deep-set eyes and a faded gray robe emerged from the crowd. "Greetings, Father Raven. I am the hauler Wei Lai, sent on a critical mission by Bishop Russell. I require a place to rest for the night." Wei Lai offered a courteous bow. "You are not delivering supplies?" Father Raven's demeanor shifted, his gaze lingering on the large box behind Wei Lai. "I regret to inform you that I am not. I have another task." Wei Lai's response elicited despairing expressions from the surrounding villagers. "Has there been some upheaval in Umbria? We have not received aid for 2 months." Father Raven's brow furrowed deeply. "There has been no upheaval in Umbria, but on my journey here, I encountered 3 robbers who looted all passing haulers. Although I have dealt with them, I fear your supplies have been completely consumed," Wei Lai explained, prompting a chorus of disheartened sighs from the villagers. According to past customs, lost supplies were seldom replenished by Umbria. Even a reapplication would face significant delays in priority. Father Raven's deep-set eyes reflected a profound sense of regret. No one enjoys the gnawing pangs of hunger, particularly with winter approaching, making food increasingly scarce. Wei Lai observed the gaunt faces of the villagers, especially the children whose hunger was evident. His heart ached for them, yet he had no surplus food to share, as his rations were barely sufficient for his own needs. "All right, everyone disperse. Go back." 2 resident soldiers, seemingly well-fed, brandished their swords and shouted to drive the villagers away. "I wish to pray in the church. Please lead the way, Father Raven." Wei Lai addressed the priest. "This way." "Please." Father Raven guided Wei Lai to the wooden church at the heart of the village. The Church of Maple Syrup Village was dilapidated and far from the cleanliness maintained by Father King. The wooden walls were drafty, the altar covered in dust, and the central cross of Jesus bore signs of peeling paint. It was evident that Father Raven was not a reliable priest, had he known Wei Lai's thoughts. Father Raven would have been tempted to retort, "If you had gone 3 days without food, would you have the energy to keep the church spotless? I could barely muster the strength to speak during Mass. The nuns have starved themselves to save food for the children." As it stood, Wei Lai had hoped for the priest's reliability, akin to Father Cain, to help him guard the coffin through the night. Ensuring a restful sleep, it seemed he could not rely on this priest. He would have to keep watch himself, hoping the brilliance of the holy icon would grant him a peaceful slumber. "I regret I cannot provide you dinner. Our food supplies are quite scarce," Father Raven remarked, his eyes even deeper with sorrow. "I am immensely grateful for the opportunity to rest here. Please do not trouble yourself with dinner. I kindly ask, Father, that you ensure no one disturbs me tonight, including yourself," Wei Lai respectfully replied. Father Raven hesitated for a moment, but eventually spoke. "Do you have any excess food? We have many hungry children here. And in truth, I last ate 2 days ago." Wei Lai was taken aback, not expecting the village to be in such dire straits. Though he had not prepared an excess of food, he still had enough to share. After some contemplation, he decided to offer a few cans of food he did not particularly enjoy to Father Raven. Merit points increased by 10. "Thank you. Thank you." I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Father Raven for his unexpected embrace of the canned goods on behalf of all the residents of Maple Syrup Village. Bowing repeatedly as he exited the chapel, assisting in locking the door behind him. However, as he cradled these cans and made his way to the long-neglected kitchen, intending to concoct a pot of porridge to distribute among the villagers, his charitable resolve began to waver. The insidious presence of treachery incessantly undermined his altruism, enticing him to hoard the provisions for himself. The notion of sharing with the villagers, offering but a meager sip of thin soup to those gripped by pervasive hunger, seemed futile. This was not mere selfishness, but a calculated decision for the greater good. Retaining the sustenance for himself would ensure his survival and enable him to care for more. He grappled with tormenting inner conflict. Deep within, the steadfast bulwark of his faith was being relentlessly eroded by hunger. This village was far from tranquil. Wei Lai inspected the doors and windows of the church, noting their flimsy construction that could be easily breached with a single kick. It was nothing more than a symbolic gesture. Fortunately, those who were sated could afford to ponder on darker desires. This famished throng of villagers was unlikely to be swayed by the allure of malevolent deities. He had to remain focused on suppressing the ominous presence of the coffin behind him. Wei Lai found no pleasure in indulging in gourmet meals. He hastily opened a can of potatoes, mixing it with honey and a handful of gathered berries, settling for a simple dinner. He lit a sanctified candle upon the altar, casting its glow upon the crucifix. Subsequently, he sat upon the coffin lid, crossing his legs in meditation, prepared to sense the slightest disturbance. For the first time, he recited the scriptures with solemnity, praying that the sacred icon would grant him a peaceful night. Wei Lai's arrival seemed to have broken the last thread of hope for Maple Syrup Village. As despair clouded the villagers' eyes, prior to this, they had clung to a flicker of optimism that the Deliverer Man might bring supplies to help them survive the winter. However, the news brought by Wei Lai extinguished their hope entirely. A call to seize the maple syrup. This haunting refrain echoed in their minds, a dreadful thought taking root and compelling their actions. The maple syrup was the village's tribute to the Vatican, a high offering dedicated to God. Yet, the villagers and the sugar workers were strictly forbidden from tasting it, under the vigilant watch of station soldiers who would not allow any unauthorized consumption. The villagers had always adhered to this decree, for as loyal followers, how could they pilfer food meant for the Lord? Nevertheless, faced with the specter of starvation and the sinister provocations of treachery, they cast aside their faith and, in unison, stepped out of their homes, marching resolutely toward the syrup warehouse. What do you intend to do? Have you all lost your minds? Return at once. This syrup is meant for the Lord. Dare you defy this command? In the darkness, a handful of soldiers stationed at the warehouse brandished torches and swords, attempting to intimidate the encroaching villagers. We're starving. Have mercy and give us something to eat. Uncle, we are so hungry. The soldiers, despite their threats, could not dissuade the advancing villagers. Kill, the captain resolved, swinging his sword in an effort to deter them. The loss of syrup was a grievous sin. Yet, even as two villagers fell, the others pressed on, possessed by a frenzied greed, their eyes devoid of fear. An unspoken command reverberated in their minds, and the villagers surged toward the warehouse in a collective frenzy, leaving the soldiers no time to wield their weapons a second time before being overwhelmed and thrust into the warehouse. Autumn and winter were not the seasons for maple syrup production. The reserves housed within the warehouse were scant. Otherwise, Umbria would have dispatched someone for collection long ago. Due to the syrup's high sugar concentration, bacteria and microorganisms could not thrive, so the containers were merely ordinary wooden barrels, requiring no preservatives. The starving throng broke through the warehouse doors, frantically smashing the wooden barrels that held the syrup, shattering them on the ground. They fell upon the spilled syrup, greedily licking it from the dirt, utterly oblivious to the filth. Sweet, so sweet. I never knew the syrup I've helped produce for years could taste this divine. Generations had labored for decades to craft this syrup, yet this was their first taste. Cease, you wretched fools, you all deserve to be hanged. The captain roared in a futile attempt to stop them, but was knocked aside by the throng, the torch slipping from his grasp, igniting the damp straw, wooden barrels, and the very walls of the warehouse in an inferno. Yet, the ravenous villagers were lost in madness, wholly disregarding the encroaching flames that licked at their bodies, continuing to feast, even as the fire began to consume them. They felt no pain. Hungry, so hungry. We want to eat. There must be food in the Deliverer Man's large box. It's certainly filled with treats. If he refuses to share, we shall take it by force." Though the four dark gods remained indifferent to one another, the treacherous deity had no qualms about rescuing the joyful followers from this coffin, intending to eradicate the deliverer man in the process. What in the world is happening outside? Wei Lai was roused by the cacophony beyond the church, peering through the window to witness a house engulfed in flames, illuminating half the village. Why was no one attempting to extinguish the fire? Had something gone awry? Should he retreat? Wei Lai sensed danger looming, glancing back at the coffin, which was now emitting an unsettling purple aura in the dead of night, without the protective presence of the church's icon. Could he contain whatever lurked within this coffin? Perhaps it was best to wait and see. For safety's sake, he grasped his entrenching tool and kitchen knife, positioning them within easy reach, remaining vigilant as he inspected the doors and windows to ensure they were securely locked. "You are doomed. You are doomed." Three cawing ravens perched upon a distant rooftop, their discordant cries echoing ominously. Damn it. Wei Lai felt an urge to whip off his belt and fashion a slingshot to silence the incessant cawing. As expected, amidst the ravens' mournful cries, shadowy figures with unsettling gaits approached the church, their movements disjointed and erratic. This was it. A crisis was unfolding. Wei Lai gritted his teeth, retreating beside the coffin, observing the statue of the goddess Azu emanating a faint holy light. Her compassionate smile prompting him to stand firm within the chapel. Surely, Father Raven could assist in warding off whatever threatened him. "Father Raven, come forth. There is trouble outside." Wei Lai pounded on the door in anger. From the adjoining chamber where the priest resided, strange sounds emanated. "Father Raven?" Wei Lai raised the candle and lantern in one hand while gripping the entrenching tool in the other, cautiously advancing. Upon nearing the kitchen, he beheld a hunched figure kneeling on the ground, clad in a tattered gray clerical robe, clutching the canned goods Wei Lai had recently provided, drool dripping onto the floor. "That I am sorry," the priest muttered. "Gluttony has led me to betray my faith that I cannot control this taint upon my belief." With each utterance, Father Raven's tongue elongated grotesquely, stretching down to his chest, his bones cracking ominously as his form twisted. Exuding an aura of dread by the heavens, Wei Lai was horrified to witness the transformation overtaking Father Raven, his gaze shifting from shock to sorrow. "Forgive me." With a swift motion, he swung the entrenching tool, severing the priest's neck, dark blood gushing forth. The headless body continued to grope blindly, rising as if the weakness lay not in the absence of a head. "May the holy fire grant your soul redemption." Wei Lai kicked Father Raven's body into the fireplace, clasping his hands together to summon the sacred flames that blazed fiercely, ensuring that from this moment forth, the priest would traverse the chimney like a spectral Santa Claus. Bang! Bang! The church doors were violently struck, the already feeble wooden planks creaking ominously. Ready to give way. As Wei Lai dashed back to the chapel, he found the church heavily besieged by the frenzied villagers. Battering at the doors and windows their forms had transformed. They could no longer be called villagers. They had become famished gorgers, with tongues half a meter long hanging from their mouths, their emaciated bodies enhanced by chaotic magic. Tough as leather, sharp claws scraping against the church's already unstable wooden walls. So hungry. "All of you, come forth." Wei Lai twirled the engineer shovel in his hand, his gaze unwavering. This was merely a small village, numbering only a few dozen inhabitants. By exerting some effort, he could still fend them off. However, the treacherous god was a master at manipulating hearts and minds. When it struck, how could it merely corrupt a group of villagers into attacking? Its true aim was not the physical body, but the soul. Those who had not undergone the brutal training at the Holy See always harbored vulnerabilities in their hearts. The instinct to protect the innocent, especially children, was ingrained in human DNA. Wounding the soul with the blade of a child was a tactic the treacherous god had employed time and again. The church windows, a few children, still in the grips of corruption but not yet fully transformed, stretched their frail arms through the gaps, feebly waving. "Uncle, I'm so hungry." Once Wei Lai was forced to harm the children, even if he survived this crisis. The indelible guilt would forever scar his soul, allowing the treacherous god to exploit this wound repeatedly. This was the treacherous god's cruel knife aimed at children. Wei Lai gazed at the children by the window, who had not yet succumbed fully to corruption. If he could exorcise them in time, they still had a chance to return to their former selves. Yet, in such a dire situation, did he truly have the capacity to focus on performing the exorcism? The system triggered two temporary tasks before his eyes. The fallen are unworthy of sympathy. Eliminate any who betray their faith and descend into chaos. Dogmatism 3. Save the residents who are not, yet deeply corrupted. Earn 10 merit points for each saved. Dogmatism was a prerequisite for promotion to the rank of Judgment Knight, a necessary condition for such clerics that in simpler terms, it was an absolute adherence to doctrine. Even if one's own mother violated the doctrine, they would mercilessly wield their blade without a hint of mercy. Wei Lai barely had time to think, as the church's flimsy door was already smashed open. And the hungry leech-like creatures, with their long tongues and hunched bodies, began to pour in. I'm starving. So hungry. How bothersome. If you're hungry, gnaw on tree bark. Wei Lai flipped the engineer's shovel over, and with a single swing, sent one villager flying. For the sake of 10 merit points, I shall spare your lives. Omnipotent Father, we humbly come before you. May your holy light penetrate all darkness and filth, cleansing our souls and steering us away from sin and temptation. Wei Lai spread his arms wide, gazing up at the holy image upon the altar, taking a deep breath. Ling, let us purify and save these lost lambs together. A silver chain fell from his wrist, and the incense ball emitted wisps of white smoke. As the engineer's shovel swung in a wide arc, its back struck a villager's face, sending him flying. Simultaneously, the exorcising incense's white smoke coalesced as if alive, forming a small serpent that, under the control of the incense spirit Ling, darted into the nostrils of the fallen villager. The villager then writhed on the ground in agony. Ling, the incense spirit, was far more effective than that difficult-to-handle kitchen knife. Wei Lai stood before the holy image, his feet planted firmly on the coffin lid, one hand holding the incense ball and the other wielding the shovel, single-handedly battling against the frenzied villagers. Despite their skeletal appearances, the villagers had been empowered by the treacherous god's magic and were surprisingly strong. One even sank its teeth into Wei Lai's calf, had he not swiftly brought down the shovel to sever its neck. Its bite, akin to that of a hyena, would have surely left a chunk of flesh missing from his leg. May your light penetrate the darkness, illuminating every corner of our hearts and shielding us from the temptations of evil, guiding us steadfastly along your path of light. As Wei Lai recited his fervent prayers, the image of Jesus began to emit a faint glow, gradually weakening the treacherous god's magical influence within the church. Wei Lai's shovel soared, while the incense smoke, akin to a guided missile, precisely entered the mouths and nostrils of each fallen villager. Merciful Lord, we acknowledge our frailty and shortcomings, beseeching your forgiveness and guidance. May your power lead and protect us from all evil, allowing us to remain unwavering in our faith until our last breath. Amen. As Wei Lai concluded his prayers, his hands clasped together, the image of Jesus radiated a brilliant light, instantly dispelling all the dark magic that had shrouded the church. The villagers' transformations gradually receded, restoring them to their original forms. Merit points gained. 240. Exhaustion overwhelmed Wei Lai, both physically and spiritually, as he wiped the sweat from his brow. In the village of Maple Sugar, 4 soldiers and 1 priest had perished overnight, amidst a warehouse fire and chaos in the church. Only 24 souls remained, yielding Wei Lai an additional 240 merit points. The surviving villagers huddled in the corners of the church, racked with pain and regret, engulfed in despair. What else could they do? To save lives completely, one must guide them to the end, without a pastor to lead and comfort them. Their shattered souls would soon sever their ties to faith, becoming puppets once more for the treacherous god's whims. Fortunately, Wei Lai possessed solid foundational skills in this regard. After spending months alongside Father Cain, he had picked up some oratory skills. Even while dragging his weary body, he dedicated an hour to officiating the Mass, granting absolution for the villagers' sins in place of God. By the time everything concluded, the first rays of dawn had already pierced the sky, leaving him utterly exhausted from a sleepless night. After organizing the villagers to clear the scene, Wei Lai finally found a moment to rest. With merit points being hard to come by, typically only accumulating during significant crises, Wei Lai opted not to wait for a golden blessing and instead opened 2 silver-level angelic blessings directly. Angel blessings were typically straightforward, devoid of any convoluted twists, and the silver tier offered no particularly noteworthy selections. Angel Enhancement Coupon 4. This can enhance any order type item to level 4 and randomly bestow new properties. Ling had been so helpful lately, obedient and without tantrums, yet still residing in a mere level 2 incense ball. It was time for an upgrade to a luxurious new house. Without hesitation, Wei Lai applied the enhancement coupon to the incense ball, receiving a purifying effect amid a dazzling light. Everlasting Holy Silver Incense Ball level. For attributes, Order Property 1. Order Type Incense gains an 80 enhancement effect. Chaos Type Incense gains a 40 enhancement effect. Property 2. Incense burn duration increased by 100 dada. Ling is both obedient and practical, making her the perfect companion. Wei Lai was exceedingly pleased with the feature that extended the incense's burn time. It was as if one was equivalent to two. I shall call you the King of Endurance. The spirit of incense rejoiced. Upon receiving the second angelic blessing, Wei Lai recognized his own weaknesses. He simply lacked holy powers. Fortunately, among this round of blessings, one was a holy spell reward, which he promptly selected. Holy Word, Silence. You have acquired the Holy Word Silence, which allows you to mute sounds within a certain range. It serves as a countermeasure against the treacherous god's seductive whispers. Good, good, good. While this skill may not directly inflict damage, it at least allows the women in the coffin to momentarily silence their voices. The only flaw remained his insufficient holy power, preventing him from using the silence spell continuously. After accepting the two blessings, Wei Lai managed to snatch a brief 3 hours of sleep, though he still felt drowsy. Nevertheless, he had to rise. The villagers stood in the village square, appearing lost and without direction, bewildered about their next steps. Having survived this disaster, what lay ahead? Would they continue to starve, with no other options? Wei Lai reluctantly set aside some time to teach them how to eat tree bark, how to prepare wild vegetables, personally cooking a pot of tree bark and wild vegetable soup to help them endure this trying period. Upon returning to Umbria, he would personally seek aid from Bishop Russell. The kitchen knife spirit, used for preparing such humble fare, was decidedly displeased. It served the refined nobility, crafting exquisite dishes, not concocting peasant food. The disgruntled knife spirit would likely require more than a couple of hymns to placate it. After instructing them on how to prepare wild vegetables and assisting in cremating the deceased, Wei Lai finally set out again at noon, resuming his mission. Of course, before departing, he didn't forget to engage in a bit of mischief. Rummaging through the burnt warehouse, he discovered a small barrel of surviving maple syrup, a rather rare seasoning that, when subjected to the intense heat, had an even richer flavor. Tasting it, he found it more aromatic than honey, with a unique fragrance of maple. Instead of dedicating it to the Pope in the Vatican, he thought, why not indulge himself first? After saving so many lives, wasn't it reasonable to claim a little reward for himself? The treacherous minister, a vile deity, persistently attempted to interrogate Wei Lai regarding his alleged theft. You despicable thief. You have pilfered the offerings, your soul is tainted, the chasms of your spirit arise from guilt. What I possess is rightfully mine. Without guilt, there can be no spiritual void. And you, cunning minister of malevolence, must you fixate on me, a man of humble ambitions? Why not exert your efforts to corrupt the bishop and the paladins instead? Beyond the hill behind Maple Syrup Village, the landscape transformed into a desolate expanse. Void of any habitation, no shelters constructed by porters, no villages, only the remnants of towns yet to be explored. The wasteland, however, harbored its own advantages. At least the wilderness was replete with botanical resources, with occasional clusters of berries and wild spices. Yet, in this moment, Wei Lai had no time to indulge in foraging for spices, having endured a sleepless night. He must concentrate on moving forward. Why toil so hard? The old man can offer nothing but ephemeral encouragement. While I can genuinely guide you to paradise, the skies have cleared, the rain has ceased, and the women within the coffin have resumed their mischief. Silence. With a swift incantation, Wei Lai silenced the disturbances emanating from the coffin. Indeed, tranquility returned, allowing him to focus on his journey through the desolate region, where no paths were marked on the map, compelling him to forge his own way. Fortunately, he carried a versatile entrenching tool, which made clearing obstacles and constructing bridges effortless. However, misfortune struck as he traversed the jungle. He stumbled upon a rare serpent-scaled fruit. How foolish I am, he mused, knowing only that the fruit's flesh is delectable and its skin can be turned into spices. Yet oblivious to the fact that snakes might inhabit the vicinity, that a venomous serpent, hidden beneath the dried leaves, sank its fangs into his forearm. Had it been another porter, perhaps he could have savored a moment of pleasure before succumbing to his fate. But Wei Lai was unfortunate enough to encounter a serpent infected by the plague god's corruption. Its venom transformed into a virus. This serendipitously granted him a glimmer of hope. as he had previously received the demon vaccine. Yet, based on past experiences, overcoming the virus would entail a night of excruciating torment, turning his body into a battleground where the inactivated vaccine would combat the virus to restore his health. He needed to find a safe refuge immediately. With none readily available, he would have to construct one. Pressing onward, he resolved to escape the jungle first. The onset of the serpent's venom was not immediate. But Wei Lai could already sense a creeping weakness. After hastening his steps, he finally discovered a suitable location for shelter. A tree, large enough for three to embrace, that had inexplicably withered away. Its sturdy trunk bore a hollow, which he could easily expand to accommodate 2 or 3 individuals seeking refuge. Although there was still some time before nightfall, Wei Lai set down the coffin, seized his entrenching tool, and summoned his remaining strength to excavate and enlarge the tree hollow. The chill and weakness washed over him, severely undermining his resolve. The women in the coffin could no longer contain their provocations. Purple mist began to waft from the coffin's seams, coalescing into a shapely figure with long legs. Perched on the coffin's lid, swinging her legs. "Brother, why are you so careless as to be poisoned? It pains me to see you so," she cooed. "Let me blow on it, be quiet." Silence. Wei Lai, his face pale and beaded with cold sweat, struggled to utter another incantation. Dragging his increasingly heavy body, he propped the coffin upright and maneuvered it into the expanded hollow, leaning back himself and covering the entrance with the intact bark. He then hung a holy candle lantern overhead and ignited an incense ball to ward off evil. Utterly exhausted and succumbing to slumber, the plague venom ravaged his bodily functions, leaving him to feel as if he had been plunged into the Arctic. Continuously hunching his body and curling into a tight ball, his bones creaked as they were forcibly stretched. He nearly folded into a spherical shape. The virus from the plague serpent mutated from the poliovirus, primarily attacking the joints and nervous system, leading to dislocation and deformity of limbs. After an entire night of torment, by the break of dawn, the demon vaccine triumphed over the virus, and Wei Lai's contorted form gradually unfurled, returning to its original state. What a troubling existence this is, Wei Lai thought as he pushed open the rudimentary wooden door and stepped out of the tree hollow, stretching his limbs with a satisfying crack, as though every joint was being realigned. Even amidst a quest, he encountered serendipity. His strengthened bones enhanced his flexibility, enabling him to perform difficult yoga poses with ease. This unexpected boon felt as miraculous as discovering a wonder drug after plummeting from a cliff in a martial arts tale. This marked the 5th day of his mission. He could no longer afford to squander time. Wei Lai must hasten his pace to make up for the lost ground, ascending to a vantage point to survey the surrounding terrain. He consulted his vague map and resolved to take a shortcut through the ruins of a nearby town. Energized, he dashed forward. "Brother, why are you in such a hurry to trample flowers? Can't you spare a moment for your sister to talk?" "Silence. Be quiet." The sanctity of the word silence proved increasingly useful to Wei Lai, as he stuffed a silencing ball into the mouth of the corpse maiden. Regrettably, the silence spell had its limitations. With insufficient holy power, he could not maintain it indefinitely. After several attempts to silence her, he rolled his eyes and resigned himself to her incessant chatter. At this point, she no longer relied on seductive allure to entice him. Instead, she adopted an emotional appeal, weeping and recounting her tragic fate, pleading for mercy and offering to serve as a slave. She bore no name, as the impoverished often believed that a longer name would attract the attention of evil deities, like Dog, which would easily be overlooked. Illness plagued her mother, her father gambled, and her brother attended school. They could barely afford to feed one more mouth, leading her to a local convent to become a nun. It was only then that she acquired a name, Gloria. She had hoped that under the radiance of her Lord, life would improve, only to discover that while ostensibly serving God, the convent secretly trained courtesans to cater to passing men and earn silver coins, with the headmistress dispatching them to corrupt the faithful. Gloria, blessed with a sweet voice, was inducted into the choir at a young age and later groomed by the fallen headmistress to become an envoy of pleasure, sent to various churches to seduce priests and other clergy. Her every word resonated with painful authenticity, and the shameful details stirred within Wei Lai a restless tumult of emotions. "Silence," he exclaimed, shaking his head to dispel the tumultuous thoughts, and began to recite scripture to regain his composure. "Oh, don't be afraid. Why act like a timid monk? I won't bite. Give her a slap." Wei Lai ignited a calming incense and hung it around his neck. Smoke billowed from the incense ball, forming a large hand that delivered 2 slaps to the petite figure on his shoulder. "You little wretch, don't you dare escape. Otherwise, I shall extract your soul and stuff it into a public toilet as a toilet spirit." "Silence!" Wei Lai silenced her once more and quickened his pace, striving to navigate through the ruins of the town before nightfall. Meanwhile, the pleasure envoy Gloria, confined within the coffin, began to acutely sense the looming threat. Regardless of the allure of seduction or the theatrics of despair, nothing could sway his resolute determination. Wei Lai was acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. The more cognizant he became of them, the more he fortified his defenses, leaving no opportunity for incursion. Soon, he found himself within a desolate town, littered with the remnants of collapsed structures, where nature had fiercely reclaimed the land once dominated by humanity. With each step, he trod upon shattered bricks, occasionally needing to scale a fallen wall. Wei Lai quickly realized that his judgment had been flawed. This was no mere small town, but a sprawling ruin extending for miles. Navigating through it before nightfall would prove to be a formidable challenge. Simultaneously, he discovered that within these ruins lurked a pack of savage, corrupted wild dogs, moving like wolves through the town, preying on other creatures from a distance. Their scarlet fur was accentuated by powerful musculature, with numerous pale bone spikes protruding from beneath their skin, giving them an appearance reminiscent of living pincushions. Such a fearsome visage bespoke their corruption by the deity of destruction and slaughter, the only malevolent god Wei Lai had yet to encounter. Fortunately, Wei Lai had prepared for the expulsion of these feral beasts, igniting a noxious skunk incense designed to repel them. Indeed, upon its ignition, the savage dogs, which had been sniffing around behind him, were startled into a violent sneeze and hastily retreated. Observing this, Wei Lai felt a sense of relief as he continued to traverse the town. However, another soul, intent on seizing this moment, silently dispersed its magic, leaving behind a series of beacons upon the ground. As dusk descended, the corpse of the joyous envoy within the coffin pulsed with increasingly potent magic, luring the savage wild dogs trailing behind. When Wei Lai became aware that the skunk incense had lost its efficacy, he turned to see that the wild dogs had formed a formidable pack. Their crimson eyes fixed hungrily ahead, viscous drool dripping from their jaws. "Damn it!" Wei Lai exclaimed, momentarily stunned, glancing at the incense ball, utterly perplexed as to why it had failed. "What now? My sister is quite adept at training dogs. If only she would free me from this predicament, I might avoid becoming a feast for them." "Bitch, it's undoubtedly you." Wei Lai ground his teeth in frustration. "That I advise you to behave, or else I cannot guarantee these rabid dogs 1t silence your foul mouth." "Silence." With a fierce determination, Wei Lai cast a silence spell. He then tightened the straps of his gear, his boots, his belt, preparing himself for a full-speed escape. Almost the instant he began to run, the savage dogs erupted into a cacophony of barks, their four-legged speed far surpassing his own, especially burdened as he was with a coffin. "Damn it! What joyous envoy! You must weigh at least 200 pounds. Wei Lai gritted his teeth, feeling as though he were carrying a pig. The joyous envoy, now rendered mute by the silence spell, seethed in anger. "That I cannot run like this. If I run in a straight line, they will surely catch me." With the sound of barking drawing closer behind him, he thought, "Up the wall. I'll use the ruins to evade their pursuit." Wei Lai changed course, sprinting towards a slightly intact low building, leaping to the rooftop, and springing across a sprawling tree to the street beyond. Just as he believed he had momentarily eluded the wild dogs, the decayed walls crumbled beneath him, and the pack was once again hot on his heels. That he was forced to leap to another dilapidated structure, executing a series of agile jumps. However, the sheer number of the canine horde had shifted into hunting mode, and no matter where he fled, he encountered 1 or 2 dogs lurking nearby, perhaps owing to his experiences selling lunchboxes in Umbria, where he was often pursued by inspectors. Wei Lai had honed his urban parkour skills. The uneven remnants of the town posed no hindrance to his swift movements as he navigated the treacherous terrain, evading the savage dogs. Of course, there were instances when he found himself cornered by these ravenous beasts, compelling him to wield his entrenching tool as a makeshift weapon that he lacked the strength to kill with a single blow but aimed to incapacitate a leg, ensuring they could not pursue him. However, as he darted through the chaotic ruins under the cover of night, he began to lose his sense of direction. Observing a crow idly perched nearby, he thought, "You re of no help at all. Open my vision. Left eye. Ominous eye. Activate." Ugh! How dizzying. as Wei Lai activated dual vision for the first time, one eye granting him a bird's-eye view while the other remained normal. He nearly overwhelmed his senses. Fortunately, under the heightened pressure, he managed to stabilize himself, maintaining balance while using the aerial map to discern the distribution of the wild dog pack, allowing him to navigate around them effectively. Utilizing this dual vision, coupled with his adeptness at traversing ruins, he evaded the dogs for several hours, finally nearing the town's exit. However, just as he leaped from the wreckage of a building, ready to plunge into the woods, a savage dog, hidden amidst the debris, leapt forth with a ferocious snarl, its massive jaws clamping down on the coffin strapped to his back. Crack! The terrifying force of its bite shattered a large section of the coffin, splintering wood into the air. Damn it! Wei Lai found himself suspended mid-air, struggling futilely as he was immobilized. Reluctantly, he drew his kitchen knife, severing the bindings on the shelf, freeing himself from the coffin's grasp. Turning to face his assailant, he beheld a remarkably robust savage dog, its gaping maw savaging the coffin, its razor-sharp teeth threatening to cleave it in two. "You are a vile creature," just when he thought he was on the verge of escape. This unforeseen calamity struck, igniting a seething rage within Wei Lai. Lowering his center of gravity, the kitchen knife glimmered menacingly. What was inedible would be deemed refuse, while what was edible was merely sustenance. The knife spirit rejoiced. The savage dog, swinging its head, struck the coffin with a heavy paw, sending it crashing to the ground. This devastating blow shattered the lower half of the coffin, severing the silver chains binding it. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Lai slid forward, the knife's fragmented light shimmering as it erupted against the dog's forepaw, sending forth fountains of blood. Roar! The enraged dog lunged, only to miss its mark. Wei Lai cast a glance back at the shattered coffin. Damn it! It's in such disarray. The crow, a harbinger of doom, cawed incessantly, warning of the approaching pack. There was no time for contemplation. With a swift motion, Wei Lai slashed at the wild dog's hind leg, evading its bite through a roll, and miraculously grasped the hair of the joyous envoy, dragging the corpse from the coffin as he bolted away without looking back. Having eluded the pack, he finally stumbled upon an isolated, dilapidated signal station atop a hill and pried the door open to rest. Wei Lai regarded the corpse, now mummified in bindings, and fell into a long silence. From the moment of departure, a series of unforeseen events had peeled away the layers of the seal. Paper talismans, silver chains. Now, not even a coffin plank remained. Only the body, bound tightly in sacred wrappings, persisted. It seemed that this final layer of sacredly inscribed bandages was the last bastion of defense. "Brother, we have drawn closer. Haven Tiwi. Come now. We're so familiar. Don't you wish to see my face? I am utterly at your mercy, unable to move. Control yourself. Do not force me to unleash my wrath upon you." Wei Lai panted heavily, gulping down maple syrup as he sought to regain his strength after a night of frantic running. "Brother, please don't be angry. I am but a fragile maiden." The discarded bandaged corpse began to exude a seductive magic, attempting to ensnare Wei Lai's mind. "Ling, summon her." Wei Lai shook the incense ball, releasing a cloud of corpse-repelling vapor that clashed against the corpse, forcefully dispelling the lustful magic. "You shall not have him. He is mine." This time, without the coffin's confinement, the suppression was not as pronounced. The two swirling clouds of purple and white magic entwined and clashed for a time before finally settling into silence. Ignoring their struggle, Wei Lai slid into a corner, closed his eyes, and surrendered to sleep, needing to replenish his energy for the arduous journey ahead. On the sixth day, as dawn broke, the spirit of the incense, Ling, who had protected Wei Lai throughout the night, began to lose her strength and succumb to slumber. "Ling, rest well. I shall not be swayed by this temptress." Wei Lai tucked the incense ball safely away. Gazing at the corpse, tightly wrapped in bandages, he could discern that it was the form of a slender woman, her shapely calves somewhat alluring beneath the bindings. Smack! Wei Lai slapped himself awake. "What the hell? Why am I looking at legs at a time like this? What is there to admire in a corpse?" Crouching down, he examined the condition of the corpse. The binding was made of ordinary linen, inscribed with an unknown red pigment, adorned with incantations imbued with sacred power. However, it was not securely tied. During his escape from a pack of dogs yesterday, it had dragged along the ground for some distance, causing the binding at the back to loosen. This wouldn't do. Dragging it on the ground would hinder his progress, as the shattered stones could easily sever the binding. It had to be fastened directly to his back. Oddly enough, it felt quite soft, not at all like a corpse. Damn it. Why was he even thinking about this, carrying a pig on his back? Wei Lai self-hypnotized as he embarked on the final leg of his journey. This time, without the assistance of the fragrant soul bell, Wei Lai had to confront the temptations posed by the harbinger of pleasure. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze had swept in overnight, the previously desolate wasteland transformed under the gentle caress of the wind, blooming into a vast sea of romantic flowers, akin to rolling waves. Accompanied by the petals brushing past his ears, a cascade of silvery laughter echoed around him. In the blink of an eye, Wei Lai, a wretched corpse-bearer, found himself transformed into a pure-hearted youth. Strolling through a floral paradise while carrying his first love on his back, that I truly wish to be with you forever, he thought. Let us marry. Tender words of love resounded in his ears. How much is the betrothal gift? Do we exchange gifts during the holidays? Should I give red envelopes for birthdays? Must I provide for my parents? Do I have to support a younger brother? Who will wash the dishes after marriage, and who will handle the household chores? What surname will the children carry? Can we conduct a paternity test? If you cheat, how many years will you be sentenced? Wei Lai's fervent desires were gradually suppressed by mounting frustration. How bothersome. The all-seeing eye. Activate. Wei Lai's eyes shimmered with golden pupils, and in an instant, all illusions before him shattered, revealing the barren wasteland beneath. My brother, you truly lack a sense of humor. Wei Lai felt a warm, magical aura enveloping him, occasionally blowing gently into his ears. Silence, he thought. It would be prudent to refrain from using his sacred power unnecessarily, especially since the effect of the quieting spell lasted only about 10 minutes, and today's journey had only just begun. Better to conserve his strength. Let her chatter on. The powerful allure of desire coalesced into a translucent, exquisite figure, playfully leaping before Wei Lai, resembling a youthful maiden in her frolic. You claim your faith is unwavering, yet why not look me in the eye? I refuse to believe you are truly so empty. The translucent figure cupped Wei Lai's face in her hands, their gazes locked at close range. My faith may not be steadfast, for I am rather lascivious. It is my fear of you that prevents me from looking. Alas, it is regrettable that you lack the power to control fear, or else I would have surrendered by now, Wei Lai candidly admitted, his gaze passing over her face as he looked toward the visible outline of a volcano ahead. Oh, then why not simply submit to the will of the dark god? The figure, taken aback, did not expect that this person who had resisted her temptations all along was now confessing his lack of faith. I never claimed I wouldn't submit, but it must be at the right moment. Yes? If the great demon of destruction were to beat me senseless, demanding my allegiance, of course, I would yield if your harbinger of pleasure were to offer me a grand palace, complete with 300 succubi and 300 saintly maidens, providing for my every need without assigning me any tasks. I would gladly submit. Yet, you expect me to pledge my loyalty for mere empty words. That is quite the predicament, my dear. Wei Lai shrugged. 300 succubi and 300 saintly maidens. You truly dare to dream. Even the corner of the harbingers I twitched at such an audacious claim. Desire is but a stepping stone for human advancement. Without it, what difference is there between us and a salted fish? Wei Lai remarked casually. Please, I beg you, spare me. I truly do not wish to die. The figure implored, her expression brimming with sorrow, helplessness, and pity, compelling even the hardest of hearts to feel compassion. 10,000 silver coins, and I shall release you. Wei Lai pondered for a moment, upon hearing the sum. The figure trembled. That I, the illustrious harbinger of pleasure, have corrupted countless steadfast believers and squandered vast treasures of gold and silver. I have exhausted all my seductive charms on you, and you propose 10,000 silver coins as the price for my life. Pure silver coins, not mixed silver. I can offer you holy silver coins. Who do you think you are insulting? The harbinger's voice cracked, nearly breaking into a wail. Then you shall pay. How about 100,000? I will give you 100,000. I promise I will, even if I have to sing for it. No, small transactions are not permitted on credit. Wei Lai firmly shook his head. That was a roar of gradual despair. A furious shout relinquishing all hope. The sky began to darken. As the saying goes, the mountain is in sight, yet the horse is still far away. Wei Lai could already see the silhouette of the volcano, but knew there was still a considerable distance to traverse. During this final stretch, the harbinger of pleasure, Galia, had seen through Wei Lai's essence, a man with carnal desires yet lacking the courage to act. His fear of corruption far outweighed his thirst for desire. and he would never submit to himself. Then let the bow be drawn. With the harbingers howling, the heavens and earth shifted, dark clouds gathering ominously above. Soon, cold raindrops began to fall from the sky. The rain splattered against Wei Lai's cheeks, causing him to feel an inexplicable sense of alertness. Oh no, why is it suddenly raining? Wei Lai quickly reached for his rain cover, only to find nothing. Damn it! The rain cover, which had been wrapped around the coffin, had been shredded by the mad dogs and left behind in the ruins of the town. Would this rain soak the sacred binding, causing the seal to fail? Wei Lai hurriedly turned to check the corpse behind him. Sure enough, the sacred inscriptions on the binding had begun to blur from the rain. That if the rain intensified, the final seal would surely vanish. Looking up at the heavy clouds, it was evident a downpour was imminent. The opportunity was given to you, foul man. You failed to cherish it. Prepare to embrace death. A voice filled with resentment echoed behind Wei Lai as the gusty winds whipped the loosened bindings into a chaotic dance. You are going to die. You are going to die. The ominous cawing of the harbinger of death sounded with a twisted excitement. Damn it! Is there not even a place to shelter from the rain? Wei Lai glanced ahead, only to find the terrain barren, covered in volcanic rubble, without a single sizable stone in sight. Even the trees were thin and withered. Utterly ineffective for shelter. There's no choice. I must dig. Wei Lai swiftly drew out his entrenching tool, transforming into a human excavator, and began to frantically dig a pit, determined to create a refuge before the torrential rain descended. It's futile. I can already sense the release of power. You had best comply and avoid unnecessary suffering. The sacred inscriptions, soaked by the rain, began to dissolve, and the binding loosened, revealing the head of the harbinger of pleasure. A girl with icy blue skin. Her terrifying smile stretching as she extended her long tongue to lick Wei Lai's earlobe. A chill spread from the nape of Wei Lai's neck throughout his body. This icy touch was no longer the manifestation of magical power, but the reality of flesh and blood. This meant the harbinger of pleasure had awakened. Darling, you belong to me now. The harbinger's voice grew increasingly twisted with excitement. Just then, Wei Lai halted his frantic digging, suddenly feeling a violent tremor beneath his feet. Looking up, he witnessed the massive expanse of volcanic rubble trembling. What was happening? Had the volcano erupted? However, the next moment, the cause of this minor earthquake revealed itself. With a thunderous roar, a gigantic lava sandworm, adorned with serrated rings, burst forth from the ground like an ancient behemoth, sending a shower of stones raining down. Cursed entrenching tool. Digging carries a certain risk of awakening slumbering creatures from the depths. How fortuitous! Beneath this volcano dwelled such a colossal lava sandworm, its diameter exceeding that of a heavy truck, with a portion above ground measuring 30 meters, while the length below remained a mystery. Roar. The sandworm's roar echoed as debris cascaded from above. Fortunately, Wei Lai, with the cushioning of the corpse on his back, bent down just in time to avoid the downpour of stones, just as he was about to deal with the harbinger. Another sandworm appeared. Fool, run. What are you standing there for? The harbinger's shrill cries rang in Wei Lai's ears. In truth, she too had made a foolish mistake. Sandworms had long since evolved to thrive underground. Their vision completely degraded. If it were to remain utterly still, it might very well struggle to discern the location of its prey. However, once it begins to move, the sandworm can detect the vibrations of the ground, allowing it to precisely capture its quarry. Wei Lai, not being an expert on insects, was naturally oblivious to the sandworm's characteristics, yet he was profoundly astonished that such a terrifying creature truly existed in the world. After a roar from the harbinger of joy, Wei Lai finally regained his wits and fled from the molten lava sandworm. The vibrations caused by his frantic escape reached the sandworm's sensory system, enabling it to pinpoint the location of its prey. It abruptly opened its fearsome serrated maw and lunged. Quick, hide! The harbinger of joy shrieked once more, feeling the shadow of the sky above him. Wei Lai leapt to the right, narrowly evading the gaping jaws of the molten lava sandworm and landing on a patch of open ground. The sandworm's jaws clamped down on a pile of stones, the sound of crunching echoing as its formidable teeth shattered the hard rock into fragments that fell like rain. What on earth is the difference between this and a stone crusher? Wei Lai thought, realizing that if the creature were to seize him, he would be reduced to mere mince within a second. Keep running? Not a chance. Its speed far exceeds mine. Blinded. Yet, as Wei Lai gazed up at the sandworm's mouth parts, he found no semblance of eyes. Only bristly hair stood rigidly upon its wrinkled skin. Are you waiting to die? Run now. Don't slow me down. The harbinger of joy's voice rang out again. Be quiet. It seems this creature doesn't rely on sight to hunt. Overwhelmed by terror, Wei Lai's thoughts raced like a train. Although he had never studied the habits of sandworms, he had watched a few episodes of The World of Animals and understood that animals could locate prey using several methods: sound, thermal sensing, olfactory cues, dynamic tracking, or sensing vibrations. Given that the sandworm lived underground and lacked eyes, it was highly probable that it sensed the location of its prey through vibrations, as long as he remained still. It was likely that the creature would not detect him. Sure enough, even when Wei Lai was merely 2 meters away from the beast, it did not attack. Instead, it expanded the steel-like hairs on its skin, attuning itself to the surrounding movements. Shoo! Wei Lai cautiously picked up a stone the size of a basketball and hurled it into the distance. The moment the stone struck the ground, the resulting shockwave indeed captured the attention of the molten lava sandworm, which darted toward it and snapped its jaws down, once again chewing on the stones, unleashing a furious roar that sent a storm of debris flying. That it truly relies on vibrations to locate its prey. Wei Lai congratulated himself for his cleverness. Turning around, he nearly stumbled in fright as a bluish face loomed over his shoulder, sporting a bizarre smile. "You are quite clever," it said. "Damn it, you nearly scared me to death." Wei Lai barely managed to regain his balance. The immediate priority was to distance himself from this horrifying sandworm. Wei Lai dropped to all fours, moving stealthily like an animal, striving to minimize any noise. However, after crawling just a few dozen meters, the molten lava sandworm lowered its head and chewed on a mouthful of stones, its skin seemingly transforming into a high-temperature furnace, glowing with an orange-red hue. Then, with a thunderous roar, countless molten rocks erupted into the sky, raining down like a meteor shower, nearly engulfing an area of 100 meters around. If one of those searing rocks were to touch him, it could very well sear through flesh and bone. Damn it. Wei Lai realized the creature's intention. It was forcing him to run and evade its attacks. He could not fall for its trick. "I will endure." Wei Lai hoisted up the lifeless body of Galia, using it as a shield over his head. "You are cursed." Galia, though having dispelled most of her seals, lacked the ability to move. Helplessly watching as the fiery rain of magma fell upon her, hissing and emitting black smoke, Wei Lai felt a searing pain on the outer side of his thigh from a molten rock, causing his eyes to twitch in agony, but he dared not move. After what felt like an eternity, once the meteor shower had subsided, he resumed his position on the ground, inching forward. The molten lava sandworm seemed to have a peculiar thought process. Was it not enough to consume the two of them? Having failed to sense their presence, it resumed chewing on the stones, preparing for a second wave of molten rain. It sensed an evil force lurking nearby. Spotting a slightly larger stone ahead, Wei Lai hurriedly crawled towards it for temporary refuge. What cursed creation of some malevolent deity is this? Why is it relentlessly pursuing me? Wei Lai gritted his teeth. Cleansing the burn on his thigh with holy watered it is not the creation of any malevolent deity. It belongs to the neutral faction, a natural guardian of this planet, set to eradicate anything that disrupts the balance of nature. Its teeth can even shatter souls. The harbinger of joy was equally terrified, knowing that being consumed by this creature would leave their souls and flesh in tatters. That moment, even a fragmented soul would not be welcomed by the deity of joy. Not a creation of a malevolent deity, a natural guardian. Damn it, why is it trying to bite me too? Wei Lai pressed himself against the large rock, gritting his teeth as he tore 2 strips of bandage from Galia's body to bind his injured thigh. Humans were equally the scourge of nature, making them targets for the creature, while the harbinger of joy did not seem to be regarded as an enemy. Damn it, I've never been on a yacht, never tasted bear paw, and now retribution has come knocking at my door. Wei Lai cursed. If I could partially revive my powers, we could surely float away. The harbinger of joy, Galia, gazed affectionately at Wei Lai, licking his earlobe. "What are you staring at? Revive yourself." Wei Lai shot back. "I just need one more condition to revive." The harbinger's voice turned suddenly coy again. "What condition?" "Of course, it is the love between us. Dear brother, the more joy we share, the more my power will return." The harbinger of joy purred seductively. "What the hell?" "Yes." Sobbing. "Come to me." Sobbing. "Go to you." Wei Lai and the harbinger of joy embraced, generating a flicker of joy that momentarily reignited some of their magical energy, allowing them to levitate. Below them, the molten lava sandworm continued to spew scorching lava. However, the two held differing opinions. Wei Lai wished to float to the summit of the volcano to continue his incineration task. While Gallia undoubtedly wanted to flee from this volcanic region, they argued, they slowly began to descend toward the ground, right into the massive, gaping maw of the molten lava sandworm, which was growling as it sought the location of its next meal. Hurry! Give me more joy! Damn it! At a time like this, how can I feel joy? What the hell? You can't even use tools. As they neared the terrifying abyss of jagged teeth below, Wei Lai ignited a holy candle and pressed it firmly against Gallia's body. In an instant, the erupted joy-infused magic propelled them into the air, completely escaping the reach of the molten lava sandworm's attack. Yet, once they were free from their shared peril, their temporary alliance swiftly inverted, turning them into foes once more. With a modicum of magical energy restored, Gallia began to whirl her long black hair, her face contorting into a maddened expression, sinister patterns appearing upon her visage as she fixated her gaze upon Wei Lai's eyes. "You foul man, look into my eyes. I'll be damned," Wei Lai retorted, pulling out a glass vial of holy water and splashing it onto Gallia's face, the liquid hissing and emitting white smoke as it disfigured her features. "Ah, my face, you wretched soul," Gallia howled in agony, her long fingers tightening around Wei Lai's throat as they both plummeted toward the ground. "If you die, then die quietly. Do not think you can rise again." Wei Lai struggled to twist his body, pinning Gallia beneath him once more. With a thud, they crashed onto the volcanic wasteland, the sound of Gallia's spine shattering against the rocky ground resonating in the air as Wei Lai also fell hard. Bracing himself against the ground, dislocating every finger in the process, he had to use his teeth to realign each finger one by one. Grateful for the divine favor, he noted the fortuitousness of their landing. They were perilously close to the volcano's crater, less than 500 meters away, with the air thick with the scent of sulfur. "Must you truly seek my demise?" Gallia lay helplessly on her back, gazing up at the gray sky. "Death is not the end. I shall beseech the heavens for forgiveness, purifying your sins and restoring your soul to its former purity." Wei Lai roughly hoisted Gallia's body over his shoulder. Trudging step by step toward the volcano's mouth, Gallia, having lost her ability to move once more, could only softly sing. Suddenly, an eerie enchantment once again enveloped Wei Lai's mind, and vivid illusions manifested before his eyes. The once fervently desired indulgences of wine and feasting, extravagant parties filled with inebriation, and the youthful girl group swaying their bodies danced before him. If only Wei Lai could set aside the heavy responsibilities weighing upon him, he could freely immerse himself in this world of illusions. Silence. Wei Lai struggled to extract a single word from the ecstatic reverie, and in that instant, the illusions shattered, restoring tranquility, leaving only the powerless figure of the harbinger of joy. Limbs drooping limply, step by step, Wei Lai trudged forward, burdened by the lifeless body, ascending to the volcano's rim, gazing down at the roiling crimson lava and the billowing black smoke. He laid Goliath's corpse horizontally at the volcano's edge, kneeling reverently as he gazed skyward. In her final moments, I wish to believe she has profoundly reflected upon her sins and sought the path of repentance. God is merciful. He welcomes every soul willing to repent and grants them a chance at redemption. I pray that God forgives her transgressions in life, accepting her soul into heaven, away from sin, guiding her towards the path of light and salvation. No, you shan't think so. My soul, my body, shall forever serve the god of lust. The Lord of pleasure, Goliath roared in despair. Damn it. I'm here helping you repent, and you're ruining my moment. Wei Lai cursed, kicking Goliath into the volcano. As Goliath plunged into the abyss, her smile suddenly twisted into a frenzied grin, her long hair wildly spreading, ensnaring Wei Lai's calf, attempting to drag him down with her. Join me in this demise. Together, let us serve the Lord of pleasure, you wretched harlot. Even in death, you wish to drag me down. Wei Lai, with a swift movement, embedded his shovel into the rock crevice to stabilize himself, raising the fiery cross and striking down a sacrificial flame to sever her hair completely. The Lord of pleasure shall certainly guide me to his perfect palace, where I shall await your arrival. Before descending into the lava, Goliath's smile gradually brightened. Suddenly, a lava sandworm erupted from the magma, devouring Goliath's body in one swift bite, its serrated teeth tearing her apart before it submerged back into the molten depths. Oh, splendid! Let the worm tear you to shreds. Neither God nor the dark deity shall claim you now. Wei Lai clapped in gleeful malice. Bishop Russell had warned that the harbinger of joy contained immense dark power. which could trigger a catastrophic energy explosion if it clashed with material energy. Thus, the bishop had entrusted the task of disposing of the body in the volcano. Wei Lai was aware of the grave danger of energy surges, but was entirely unprepared for the magnitude of the impending disaster. A deafening explosion resonated as the entire volcano quaked violently, spewing molten rock hundreds of meters into the air, resembling a meteor shower. Even the gluttonous lava sandworm was left with half a mouthful blasted apart. Wei Lai barely had time to escape, tumbling down the volcano, fortunate enough to evade the lava eruption, albeit in a disheveled state, escaping without burns. You have destroyed the body of the harbinger of joy. Goliath, earning 100 merit points. Finally, the task was accomplished. Wei Lai exhaled a long sigh of relief, pondering whether Bishop Russell might reward him. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly sensed a disturbance from the knife spirit. Drawing forth the kitchen knife, he noticed its glow seemed to guide him in a certain direction. Following it, he discovered a large piece of steaming dark red flesh on the ground, accompanied by a complete sandworm tooth. Goodness, did I just kill the sandworm? What was the knife spirit implying? That this was a delectable ingredient? Well, why not? Wei Lai collected the sandworm flesh, placing it into a silver canister to prevent decay, and took the tooth as well, knowing it could fetch some money. Thank you for your generous gift, Goliath. May you rest in peace. Wei Lai traced a cross over his chest. However, as soon as he uttered her name, a small cluster of light flew toward him. Is this a fragment of Goliath's soul? Am I to collect it like a soul vessel? Panicking, Wei Lai searched for something to contain this spirit. Yet, after emptying his belongings, he found nothing sacred, only trinkets unworthy of the spirit's attention. Ultimately, Goliath's lingering essence chose to inhabit a worthless item, a pair of motion-sensing headphones. Why would you choose to inhabit this? Wei Lai scratched his head in confusion. Your merit points have reached 100. Would you like to immediately activate the Angel's Blessing or choose to place a bet? Activate. Angel's Blessing 1. 1, 2, 3. That you receive a first-tier consumable, a second-tier item, and a third-tier equipment. Not appealing. Pass. Angel's Blessing 2. 1 strengthening point. Strengthen any limb, organ, equipment, or item. This was a solid option. Last time, he had enhanced his right arm, granting him exceptional strength at Angel's Blessing 3, 10 coins. This straightforward offer caught Wei Lai's interest, as he had yet to touch any coins. After much deliberation, he ultimately decided on the strengthening point. If it had been 2 points, he would have enhanced both legs. But with only 1, he certainly wouldn't want to be lopsided. Thus, he opted to strengthen his waist. After all, the waist is a man's most precious asset. He couldn't afford to injure himself under the weight of hundreds of pounds. You consumed the neutral entity, the lava sandworm's flesh, gaining 2 points of constitution and fire resistance of 10. It wasn't until the second day after leaving the volcano that Wei Lai had the chance to roast the lava sandworm's flesh into maple syrup glazed meat. Filled with regret, he lamented, had I known eating the meat would yield such benefits, I would have risked my life to search for any leftover pieces in the volcano. Just that one piece of worm flesh made Wei Lai feel invigorated. He had to jump into the river and swim twice to cool down from the excess heat. 3 days later, he retraced his steps back to the city of Umbria, heading to the headquarters cathedral to meet Bishop Russell. Initially, Wei Lai had been anxious about how to prove he had indeed disposed of the harbinger of joy's body into the volcano. To his surprise, Bishop Russell greeted him with a warm smile. I was initially worried for you. Considering the danger of this task, that it was only a few days ago that I sensed unusual activity from the volcano, confirming I had not misjudged you. Young man, you have fulfilled my mission. Wei Lai, stifling his eagerness for a reward, bowed deeply. Indeed, Your Excellency, this journey was fraught with peril. That he then produced 3 cargo worker medallions, recounting his encounter with highwaymen, resulting in the death of 3 cargo workers. He also mentioned the food crisis in Maple Syrup Village. Bishop Russell closed his eyes, sighing deeply. May the Lord bless their souls and grant them peace. That I will arrange for a new batch of supplies as soon as possible. Wei Lai embellished the subsequent crises he faced, nearly elevating Goliath, the minor harbinger, to the status of a great demon, while portraying his own resolve as that of a sage, despite his busy schedule. Bishop Russell postponed other arrangements, patiently listening to Wei Lai's experiences, growing increasingly fond of the young man. Many fine young individuals had not appeared in his diocese's monasteries for quite some time. I have a question. What exactly is the lava sandworm? Why would it attack the harbinger of joy? Wei Lai expressed his curiosity, handing over the sandworm's broken tooth. Bishop Russell took the tooth from his assistant, caressing it before nodding in response. The lava sandworm is also a child of God, a guardian of nature. They possess the innate ability to hunt down evil deities, yet they often accidentally harm the Lord's children. You are indeed fortunate to have survived. Well, that's quite a flattering depiction of God. Everything seems to be his creation. Wei Lai found Golai's assertion more believable, that the lava sandworm was a neutral entity, a guardian birthed by the Earth's will to protect itself. This sandworm's tooth is remarkably intact. I can arrange for the church's blacksmith to forge it into a weapon for you that, if all goes well, it will inherit the sandworm's properties, granting it the ability to end the creations of dark deities. Bishop Russell was indeed knowledgeable, and Wei Lai was somewhat puzzled by this concept. To put it simply, the undead demons of the play god do not have the vital points of normal humans. Even if one were to sever their heads, they can still act. Even if they are shredded into pieces, they can reassemble. If we were to unleash the attack of the natural guardians, we could utilize their unique abilities to utterly eradicate their sins. Bishop Russell pondered for a moment before providing an illustration. That sounds splendid, Wei Lai exclaimed with great enthusiasm. However, there is one matter that may pose a challenge for you. Bishop Russell mused thoughtfully. Your Excellency, feel free to command me. I shall always be on the path of service. Wei Lai responded, despite a lingering sense of unease. Could it be that he desires my sandworm's tooth? I acquired that through great peril. Ordinarily, I would have committed to writing you a letter of recommendation to the Vatican, for you have successfully completed your mission. However, you are also aware of the dire shortage of skilled couriers in Umbria. If you are willing, might you continue to undertake tasks for Umbria for a while longer? It is rather remarkable that a bishop of such stature would engage in negotiation with Wei Lai in this manner. Is that so? I would gladly alleviate the concerns of your Excellency. Wei Lai bowed, genuinely fond of the courier profession. After all, it often allowed for exploration of the city's ruins and the discovery of relics from a bygone era, with considerable financial rewards. However, having executed this task exceptionally well, I cannot neglect to reward you. Do you have any requests? I shall endeavor to fulfill them as best as I can, Bishop Russell said with a smile, his gaze fixed on Wei Lai. Knowing that as long as the demands were not excessive, they would likely be granted, Wei Lai found himself in a quandary. If he asked for too much, he feared it might tarnish the bishop's opinion of him. Yet if he requested too little, he would feel he had lost out. Suddenly, he recalled the ancient biblical fragment he had contemplated at the martyr nun's convent. Your Excellency, I had the fortune of meditating upon a page of biblical scripture at the Arezzo convent, and it imparted profound wisdom upon me, as if I had personally heard the Lord's teachings. Might there be any biblical fragments here as well? Wei Lai inquired with a hint of expectation. That is indeed a request that is hard to refuse. The cathedral does possess 2 pages of biblical fragments, but they are never lent out, Bishop Russell replied, pausing briefly before breaking into a somewhat humorous smile. However, I cannot thwart the aspirations of a devout pilgrim. I believe I can make an exception and allow you to meditate on them for a night. Thank you, Bishop Russell, Wei Lai exclaimed, brimming with excitement. 2 pages. This cathedral holds 2 entire pages of biblical fragments. Go ahead. These pages contain the chapters of the gospel. If you can glean sufficient insight from the stories of miracles, it would be a splendid outcome. Bishop Russell said with a mysterious smile, casually providing a hint. Subsequently, the bishop's personal attendant, armed with Bishop Russell's keys, escorted Wei Lai to the secret chamber housing the biblical fragments. After a series of intricate unlocking processes, a stone chamber, located on the 2nd floor of the cathedral and adorned with restrictive seals, was unveiled. The preservation conditions were vastly superior to those of the Arezzo convent, and the 2 pages of original biblical fragments appeared remarkably intact. Suspended above a stone pedestal while emanating a faint golden glow, the bishop's attendant inverted an hourglass within the room and, without any arrogance, politely stated, Lord Wei, you may peruse these pages for 8 hours. But please refrain from touching the pedestal, lest you trigger the alarm system. Thank you. Wei Lai bowed gratefully. Yes. Soon as the stone chamber door closed, he settled cross-legged before the biblical fragments, igniting an incense designed to enhance concentration and inspiration. Donning a scholar's emblem and activating the all-knowing eye, the 2 pages radiated a sacred, gentle light, gradually imprinted into Wei Lai's spiritual consciousness. The ancient Hebrew text remained as obscure and convoluted as ever. Fortunately, Bishop Russell had provided a small hint. The chapters of the Gospel. This might refer to the Gospel of Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John, each representing the life, teachings, and miracles of Jesus Christ, as well as his death, burial, and resurrection. Bishop Russell further hinted, miracle stories that undoubtedly pointed to the Gospel of Luke. With this thread of insight, Wei Lai's understanding of the biblical fragments became clearer and more fluid. The biblical fragments from the martyr nun's convent embodied the principle of devotion, leading him to grasp the essence of sacrificial fire. In contrast, the 2 pages from the Umbria Cathedral conveyed the concept of blessing. From the original biblical fragments of the Gospel of Luke, he discerned the divine art, the art of blessing, weapon blessing. Chant a hymn of praise to bestow a radiant blessing upon the weapon, endowing it with divine or other attributes, increasing its potency. Consuming 20 points of divine power. Angel's blessing. Chant a hymn of praise to augment the target's physical attributes by 20 and provide a personal shield capable of absorbing 100 points of damage. Consuming 20 points of divine power. Dawn blessing. Chant a hymn of praise to grant the target an additional 20 points of vitality, 20 points of willpower, and a resistance of 20 points against adverse conditions. Consuming 20 points of divine power. Honor blessing. Chant a hymn of praise to bestow fearlessness upon the target, granting immunity to all mental attacks for a brief period, engaging in fierce combat. And upon achieving a certain number of kills, gaining the state of honor baptism, with all attributes receiving a 30-point enhancement, consuming 30 points of divine power each time. Note, the specific enhancement effects of the art of blessing are influenced by the maximum value of divine power infusion. Indeed, the contents recorded on these 2 biblical fragments recount the story of the Son of God, the Trinity, as he traversed the earth, bestowing blessings far and wide. Grasping the biblical fragments felt akin to being transported back 2 millennia. Witnessing Jesus himself preaching and imparting blessings, the 4 forms of blessing he discerned were the fruits of his meditation. Were there more time, perhaps he could have gleaned even further insights. Alas, the hourglass had run its course, and the bishop's attendant entered to rouse Wei Lai and escort him out. Thankfully, the knowledge from the biblical fragments had already taken root in his mind, and he would have opportunities to delve deeper in the future. Initially, Wei Lai had intended to express his gratitude to Bishop Russell and perhaps boast of his understanding, but the attendant mentioned that the bishop was preoccupied with other matters, inviting Wei Lai to explore the foundry adjacent to the cathedral. Naturally, Wei Lai was also concerned about his spoils and followed along to the foundry. This place had once been an armory from a bygone era, where the old-fashioned furnaces continued to roar with vibrant flames, and a dozen craftsmen were diligently forging various tools and items. The bishop's attendant introduced Wei Lai to the finest craftsman here, a muscular gentleman with a head of graying hair and sunglasses. Named Dam.Is this the sandworm's tooth you brought back, little one? Dam remarked, lowering his sunglasses to scrutinize Wei Lai. Ha. Thanks to the Lord's protection, otherwise, I would have returned with a toothless grin. Wei Lai replied with a humble smile. Full of nonsense. I detest charlatans. I won't let him take anything. Craftsman Dam huffed, turning back to his work. The bishop's attendant coughed awkwardly. His temper is indeed quite foul, but his skills are unmatched. Please engage with him properly. After resting for 2 days to reflect, return to seek a task from the bishop. I have to negotiate myself? Very well, Wei Lai said, rubbing his nose. Once the attendant left, Wei Lai attempted to engage Dam. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was met with a brusque retort. Don't just stand there getting in the way. Can't you see I'm busy? With that, he shouted again. Blower, what are you doing? Increase the flames. I'll take care of it. Wei Lai quickly seized the opportunity, rushing over to the blower, firmly planting his legs, gripping the lever, and vigorously pumping the bellows with an ample supply of air. The furnace erupted in fierce flames, yet Dam barely glanced at Wei Lai, his brow furrowed as he focused on a piece of black iron in his furnace. The temperature is still insufficient. Blow harder. Where's the coal? Are we saving it for dinner? Typically, that level of heat would suffice to melt normal cast iron. However, this was a piece of tank steel from a bygone era, not only of a more unique material, but also corrupted by dark energy, making it far more challenging to melt with ordinary flames. Wei Lai's arms felt as if they might fly off, while nearby apprentices were tirelessly shoveling in high-quality coke, yet the black material showed no signs of glowing red. What on earth am I trying to burn? This won't melt. Wei Lai grew increasingly perplexed. All-knowing eye activated. A flash of gold revealed the surface of a piece of black material, shrouded in a sinister aura of magical energy. Impervious to ordinary flames that could not purify it if only I had known earlier. What a waste of my strength. I haven't even had breakfast yet. With that, Wei Lai pulled an apprentice to his position, then approached the furnace, kneeling on one knee with his hands crossed over his chest, beginning to chant a sacred incantation that I offer this body, sacred fire, ignite my soul, purify the world, banish evil. May the light of the divine guide my path, and the power of my offering incinerate the wicked. Instantly, a golden holy flame blazed within the furnace, rapidly shattering the black shell of the black iron, while the interior material gradually transformed into a fiery orange under the intense heat. The eyes of the master blacksmith, damn, gleamed with excitement. Good lad. Hey, just a minor trickster, Wei Lai chuckled self-deprecatingly at his own assessment. What are you waiting for? Keep that fire burning, Uncle Dam commanded without hesitation. Gesturing for the apprentice attendants, bring out all the black iron in the storeroom that one team melt. What? Am I just a gas canister to you? Wei Lai's eyes twitched in irritation. Fortunately, there wasn't much of this black iron. After just half an hour, he had completely burned away the black shell, melting the inner iron. A dozen blacksmiths promptly took the molten material away for forging. Wei Lai, however, refrained from asking Uncle Dam if he could assist him in crafting a sandworm's tooth, choosing instead to rest while observing the work of the blacksmiths. Most were forging weapons and armor, while a few were creating other tools. As a logistics hub, the city of Umbria also bore the responsibility of supplying weapons to surrounding regions. Aside from custom orders, the majority were standard equipment. Though of good quality, they held no distinct features. Suddenly, an apprentice rushed over. Master Dam, that hammering machine has broken down again. Shouldn't we extinguish the furnace first and check it? The hammering machine was a relic of a bygone era, capable of striking impurities from iron and shaping it, greatly reducing manual labor. Otherwise, using sheer strength to wield a heavy hammer would surely exhaust a person. Damn this junk, it breaks down every few days. What else there to check? Who can fix these old things? Just give it a kick against the furnace, and it should be fine. Dam cursed with annoyance that I've already kicked it, and it didn't help. The apprentice replied helplessly. Every day, just feeding off scraps. Let me handle it. Uncle Dam, with his size 49 feet, rushed over to the hammering machine and delivered 2 powerful kicks. Useless piece of machinery. Get moving already. Otherwise, I'll dismantle you for scrap. However, this time the hammering machine seemed to have completely shut down, emitting a hissing of red steam as the heavy hammer fell, collapsing in a thundering crash. Motherfucker, Dam shouted in fury, lifting his foot to deliver another kick. Wait. Wei Lai hurried over, recalling that he had seen a faint gleam of a machine's spirit emanating from the machine when he scanned it with his all-seeing eye. He was all too familiar with such light. Counting the song spirit he had just acquired, he possessed 3 machine spirits. Could it be that this machine had also developed a machine spirit? No. Wait, such large machines should be referred to as machine souls. Has this machine ever crushed someone? Wei Lai suddenly inquired. How did you know? It happens often. There are always foolish apprentices who stick their heads in. Uncle Dam furrowed his brow. Indeed, a machine's soul requires soothing. Stand back. Wei Lai dismissed those nearby, retrieving a soothing incense ball, igniting a soul-soothing incense, and began to pacify the various parts of the hammering machine. Simultaneously, he had someone bring over a bucket of grease, applying it to key components based on his rudimentary understanding of machinery from his past life. First verse of the song, I praise your rods. May they remain forever strong and powerful. Second verse, I praise your boiler. May it forever burn as hot as magma. Third verse, I praise your pistons and pumps. May they always operate smoothly and seal tightly. As the 3 verses were recited, the soothing incense wafted around the machine, and in moments, the cracks on the piston pump began to mend themselves, the bent rod straightened, and the boiler's crankshaft became even more fluid. This is utterly unscientific, Wei Lai thought, though it seemed this world cared little for science. Boom, boom, the hammering machine roared to life with unprecedented vigor, rhythmically pounding as the red-hot iron on the anvil sparked with each strike. Becoming densely compacted, this scene left all the blacksmiths dumbfounded, utterly unaware of how Wei Lai had managed to repair the old machine. Apply more grease to the key parts and add more water to the boiler. Wei Lai simply instructed, add water. Why would we ever add water? "We've never done that before," one blacksmith questioned in confusion. "A steam hammering machine without water. Even for internal circulation, water is essential. Otherwise, what pushes the piston rod?" Wei Lai's eyes twitched. This world was utterly insane. A self-circulating steam engine that had operated for decades without a single drop of water. How had it managed all this time? What had it been burning for all these years? Within the forging hall, the hammering machine struck powerfully, flames from the furnace leaping high, while everyone worked industriously. After resolving two significant issues, Uncle Dam finally agreed to forge a weapon from the sandworm's tooth for Wei Lai. Of course, if he wanted the best materials to maximize its effectiveness, additional costs for materials would be necessary. So, our friendship only covers the processing fee. Does it? Wei Lai nearly gritted his teeth as he handed over 500 pure silver coins to purchase the finest materials available to accompany the sandworm's tooth. The crafting would take at least 3 days, so he was instructed to return afterward. After leaving the forging hall, Wei Lai found an inn, spending 10 pure silver coins to book the finest room. Enjoying a refreshing bath and a somewhat soft white bread for a meal. Gloria has reincarnated into a sports headset. I need to find a way to check the black market for a battery or power bank. I also need to earn some money to replenish my empty wallet, Wei Lai mused, commissioning the inn's attendant with 2 pure silver coins as a runner's fee to procure some fresh ingredients he required. He then promptly went to sleep, replenishing his energy for a night out in the black market. Several hours later, as night fell, Wei Lai finally awoke, fully refreshed and ready to rise, under the night sky. The streets of Umbria were illuminated by the lighthouse of the cathedral, safeguarding vast areas while the inspectors enforced a curfew. No one was permitted to be on the streets without cause. Those caught would face strict interrogation. Although Wei Lai had not undertaken many tasks, he, like the seasoned freight handlers, scoffed at the meddlesome inspectors. Cloaked and masked, with prepared ingredients on his back, he slipped into the dark streets, heading toward the ruins where the black market was located. Many inspectors had grown numb. Even upon spotting him, they could only shake their heads in resignation. That's enough. Who the hell can catch these fellows who rely on their legs? Upon arriving at the black market, a considerable number of vendors were already set up, and Wei Lai found an empty spot to display his wares. Skewers of cubed beef and lamb, grilled over the sacred flames, were sprinkled with fragrant spices, flames dancing and aromas wafting. It hardly required any shouting. Throngs of people surrounded Wei Lai, eager to buy and taste his offerings, each one relishing the delectable bites, their mouths dripping with oil, longing for more. Unfortunately, Wei Lai had a limited supply of spices and did not intend to sell out entirely in one day. He still wished to explore the market in just a short time. Wei Lai earned 200 pure silver coins. The money from this food business was indeed easy to come by. Damn, I must double the price tomorrow. Who else could provide such exclusive cuisine, with his pouch feeling a bit fuller? Wei Lai began to stroll once more, searching for batteries. Many of the relics from the bygone era in the black market were enveloped in chaotic magical energy, making it difficult to discern their outlines. Leaving him to guess, Wei Lai found several rectangular black fog clusters and retreated to a corner to purify them. A cigar lighter. Are you trying to turn me into a smoker? This group of freight handlers, having come across discarded items outside, absurdly treats them as family heirlooms for sale, often demanding exorbitant sums of silver coins, dozens or even hundreds at a time. It feels akin to slicing flesh off a body. As they part with substantial amounts. In the end, nearly all of today's earnings were spent on a heap of junk, and after much effort, they managed to procure a power bank. This power bank, a relic of a bygone era, is a compact energy cell capable of absorbing surrounding grievances and converting them into electrical energy, currently holding a charge of 60. Remarkably, it is even reusable. Grievances? What could possibly harbor more grievances than those of the laborers? If placed in a few sweatshops, it would likely be fully charged in no time. Today's task is considered accomplished. Wei Lai found a secluded corner to charge his sports headphones, inexplicably filled with excitement. Hearing songs from the old world amidst this desolate landscape truly brings tears to one's eyes. After a crackling surge of static electricity, soft murmurs emerged like shockwaves, spreading outward. It was akin to a serene classroom suddenly blaring music at 80 decibels. Leaving Wei Lai blushing in embarrassment as he hurriedly switched it off. Almost every individual in the black market heard that piercingly powerful sound, glancing around in search of its source. Wei Lai quickly feigned nonchalance. Turning to fixate intently on a nearby man munching on a cucumber, his unwavering gaze drawing the attention of others to me. The cucumber-chewing man stammered, taken aback. Depravity points 5. Subsequently, Wei Lai dashed to a more secluded spot, donned his headphones, and softly called out the name of Julia. Clearly, as but a remnant spirit, it could not respond to Wei Lai's summons, merely emanating simple emotions. The song spirit was displeased. A series of jarring electric sounds pierced Wei Lai's eardrums. Alas, how petty this woman is. Even in death, she bears a grudge. What to do? Comfort her, of course. Wei Lai retrieved a soul incense ball, intending to placate the song spirit. The fragrant spirit was displeased. How dare you have the main house soothe the concubine? What an audacious thought. Thus began Wei Lai's efforts to tenderly console the fragrant spirit one moment, while extolling the song spirit's melodious voice the next, likening it to heavenly music. He puffed and flattered, bustling about like a little Tom. Finally, the song spirit gradually relaxed, its emotions softening, and began to sing sweetly some amorous tunes. Ahem, such serenades can wait. Could we perhaps have something more conventional? Wei Lai cleared his throat awkwardly. Julia, when dispatched to corrupt various bishops and priests, relied on her clear, resonant hymns, singing praises with a voice that was both gentle and sacred, truly enchanting. However, Wei Lai wasn't particularly fond of such melodies. Was there nothing more dynamic, intense, rock, madness, vigor, passion? Naturally, Julia had never learned such songs, but this old sports headphone contained a plethora of music from the past, owned by a trendsetter filled with lively beats. The pulsing rhythm ignited Wei Lai's fervor, his pent-up energy yearning for release. Suddenly, a shrill whistle pierced the air. The inspectors are coming. Oh no. Run, a freight handler near the edge of the market screamed, as the stealthy inspection team pinned him to the ground, mercilessly beating him with their batons, eliciting cries of pain. Experienced stall owners, nearly all of whom possessed a one-click dismantle feature, swiftly pulled the ropes of their carpets and fled, listening to the invigorating music. Wei Lai felt an urge to unleash his energy as the inspectors swept through. While other freight handlers fled in a panic, Wei Lai stood atop a wall, defiantly beckoning the inspectors with a flick of his fingers, then turned to expose half his backside, pouting. How brazen! The inspectors were instantly engulfed in fury. They had never encountered such audacity. He must be caught and subjected to severe interrogation. With a command, nearly all inspection officers brandished their batons, surrounding and pursuing Wei Lai. Having clashed with freight handlers for many years, the inspectors might not match the endurance of these workers who ran daily through the streets. Yet, their coordinated tactics of encirclement and interception had been honed to perfection. Though lacking any buffs, Wei Lai, with the driving beat of the music, found his running rhythm inexplicably smooth and effortless. He transformed into one of those extreme runners from the old era, darting and leaping through the ruins, occasionally performing backflips mid-air. Seeing the inspectors lag behind, he took to a higher ground and, accompanied by the lively music, broke into a classic Michael Jackson dance, utterly audacious. Catch him! The inspectors gritted their teeth in frustration. A thrilling chase unfolded amidst the ruins of the city, and no matter how they attempted to surround him, Wei Lai always managed to evade their grasp with his agile movements. With his headphones on, Wei Lai seemed to be performing a personal showcase, turning the ruins into a dazzling stage, toying with the inspection team, after running for nearly half the night, leaving them panting. A young inspector, while pursuing Wei Lai, slipped and teetered on the edge of a high-rise floor, narrowly grasping the ledge. The 10-meter drop lay below, with jagged stones. A fall would surely result in severe injuries. With a swift motion, Wei Lai reached out and pulled the struggling inspector back to safety. Let us keep the fun lighthearted. No need to lose lives over this. Merit points 3. Thank you, the young inspector exclaimed. Pale and shaken, Wei Lai kicked up the baton wielded by the inspector, striking at the heart of the nest. A piercing scream echoed through the air. Song spirit. Parasitic entity. Sony in-ear sports earbuds soul source. Joy bringer Julia. When the song spirit begins to sing, you will enter an immersive state corresponding to the background music, achieving optimal physical and emotional conditions. When the song spirit is elated and sings passionately, you will also enter a state of exhilaration, with all attributes undergoing extraordinary assessments. When the song spirit is displeased, It may emit inappropriate sounds at inopportune moments. What is the optimal state? For example, when you wake up on a Monday ready for work, feeling well-rested and nourished, and yet still enter the office with the demeanor of a defeated dog, naturally making frequent mistakes and failing at tasks. The song spirit can adjust your state to unleash your skills perfectly. After resting for 2 days in the city, while perusing a culinary guide, Wei Lai suddenly discovered a Michelin restaurant nearby, not far from the city of Umbria. For his next task, he could aim to explore that vicinity. This wretched city lacks places for indulgence, and with no acquaintances around, Wei Lai grew bored at the inn. After 2 days of crafting incense, he decided to pay a visit to Bishop Russell. As the saying goes, gifts facilitate matters. Wei Lai had meticulously prepared a small box of high-purity, high-quality holy incense, carefully packaged as a token of appreciation for the amiable Bishop Russell. Your Excellency, thank you for your nurturing guidance. This incense was taught to me by my mentor, Father Cain. It is a small token of my respect. Wei Lai presented his crafted incense to the bishop's attendant. Initially, he thought it was merely a formality, but to his surprise, Bishop Russell actually opened the box, allowing the attendant to ignite it for a sample. He then nodded in approval, exclaiming, "A remarkably pure, sanctified incense. It appears Father Cain's research has reached an impressive level of mastery. But this is not Father Cain's formula. He had only achieved the 3rd-tier level of incense. This was a 4th-tier incense, enhanced through the Pandora's box, derived from an intermediate formula. Your Excellency, I am prepared. Please assign me some tasks that I hope to head towards the direction of Old Pi City." Wei Lai stated, "Well, it is indeed a good thing to be assigned tasks, but are you certain you do not need a moment to rest? Accumulated mental pollution from the malevolent energies is not something to be taken lightly." Bishop Russell advised. His stance had always been thus. Freight handlers, often traversing the night, are frequently susceptible to spiritual corruption from the dark gods. Upon returning from missions, they should attend the church to receive guidance and confession, aiding in the reduction of mental pollution. Adjusting one's state before embarking on another journey is beneficial for the freight handler's well-being. No problem, Your Excellency. I am in excellent condition. Although Wei Lai expressed his thoughts, the Chamberlain approached with a more sophisticated mercury measuring helmet in hand. "I apologize, but this is for your health," he stated, placing the helmet upon Wei Lai's head and affixing several cold patches to his forehead and the back of his head. Moments later, the mercury gauge barely registered a slight movement. Only 0.8. Your mental state is remarkably sound. The Chamberlain remarked with a faint smile that a mental pollution level of 0.8 is considered quite low, indicating that he had recently been invaded by some malevolent deity, but was swiftly expelled, leaving behind only faint traces. "Indeed, my faith is unwaveringly loyal." Wei Lai sighed in relief, anxious that yesterday's encounter with Chun Gu might be revealed. "Well, since you insist, I do have numerous tasks that require the assistance of capable individuals." Bishop Russell flipped through the parchment documents. Routine cargo tasks could be directly accepted in the main hall of the headquarters. But the matters at hand were complex and significant. Due to Wei Lai's specified direction, the selection of tasks had considerably narrowed. Investigate the truth. Recover the cargo. In recent times, at least 5 couriers have vanished near the old city of Paya. Aside from the task records, there is no information available, and we are short-staffed, leaving no time for investigation. Task requirements. Ascertain the truth and recover as much cargo as possible. Side task. Retrieve the remains and badges of the couriers. The 5 couriers had perished there, indicating that this mission was quite perilous. However, the location of the task coincided with a Michelin restaurant from the culinary guide, so Wei Lai decided to accept it. "I shall ensure the completion of this mission. May the Lord bless you, Emmanuel," Bishop Russell added, intending to bestow a blessing to aid Wei Lai in accomplishing his task more effortlessly, and no need for that. "I appreciate your guidance, Bishop. I have learned the blessing technique myself," Wei Lai replied, clasping his hands together and reciting an angelic hymn, causing a pair of radiant angelic wings to unfurl behind him, showering the area with shimmering light. "The angel's blessing." "Ha. Off you go then," Bishop Russell said, a benevolent smile illuminating his face as if he could foresee the future of Umbria. After departing the cathedral, Wei Lai ventured to the foundry to check on the completion of his sandworm tooth. The foundry was bustling with activity, the sounds of clanging metal resonating throughout. Upon finding Uncle Dam, he nonchalantly gestured toward a nearby box, as if it were a mere trifle. Here it is, all done. Wei Lai opened the box to reveal a short dagger of ivory hue, its slightly curved blade adorned with exquisite silver filigree. With the hilt crafted from holy silver and embedded with a crimson gemstone that it resembled a work of art more than a weapon. Despite Uncle Dam's attempts to appear indifferent, a glimmer of pride shone in his eyes. You little rascal, this is made from teeth. Unlike swords that can be sharpened when dull, this thing, once cracked, cannot be repaired. Don't foolishly engage in a brawl with it. Cannot engage directly? How is that any different from a piece of art? Wei Lai questioned, lifting the weapon with curiosity. Try infusing it with holy power, Uncle Dam suggested. Folding his arms as he watched, Wei Lai attempted to channel holy energy into the hilt. The golden energy flowed through the sacred engravings on the blade, converging at the tip and erupting in brilliance, causing the entire tooth dagger to shimmer. Did you see that? The tooth blade retains the ability to annihilate the creations of the corrupted gods. Just pierce it into the body of the foul creature, and it shall be vanquished. Uncle Dam grinned, increasingly pleased. So it must only be used as a finishing move? Wei Lai pondered, gazing at the dazzling tooth blade. Do as you wish. Just don't disgrace the weapon I crafted for you. That I had to pull some strings to get that engraver to carve the sacred runes, and the amount you paid me barely covered the material costs. Uncle Dam huffed with a hint of arrogance. Ha ha ha, then I truly appreciate your efforts. Here, have a smoke, Wei Lai offered, producing a box of aged cigars from the black market he had acquired a few days prior. What is this? Uncle Dam queried, unfamiliar with the item, but upon Wei Lai's assistance in lighting it, a rich aroma enveloped his senses, providing a notable relaxation. Good stuff. Is this entire box for me? Hey, who knows? I may need your help again in the future. Wei Lai secured the sandworm tooth in a crocodile leather sheath at his waist. Yes, I must practice a finishing move. The old city of Paya was a town of moderate size, now reduced to ruins due to humanity's self-mutilation in the bygone eras. This task involved recovering cargo. Wei Lai traveled light. Aside from essential supplies, he carried only some tape and twine for repairs. He traversed the desolate wilderness with a brisk pace, reminiscing about the days when cars zoomed by, wondering if any relics from the old era still existed that could serve as transport. He would willingly spend his fortune for one. Consulting the map and the Michelin culinary guide, he confirmed that the restaurant he sought lay at the heart of the city's ruins. However, as he approached the city's edge, the concrete and plant-filled forest revealed several grotesque, beastly heads, lurking ominously. These were deeply corrupted creatures, with vicious beasts on the outskirts. It appeared that this city was anything but peaceful. The couriers daring enough to take a shortcut through here must possess remarkable skills. Once inside the city, Wei Lai encountered several corrupted wolves, prowling the ruins in search of an opportunity to strike. They had undoubtedly been cursed by a malevolent deity, their necks festooned with green growths, and their drool dripping with corrosive properties. This was poison, not a virus or bacteria. Even Wei Lai's vaccine could not counter it. This time, Wei Lai did not resort to incense to drive them away or flee. Instead, he boldly extended his hand in provocation. Just a few pups. I can't keep avoiding combat, can I? With a growl, the three corrupted wolves completed their encirclement and leapt forward simultaneously. Wei Lai drew the standard machete he had acquired from the foundry, raising it high as he solemnly prayed for the weapon's blessing. I beseech the wisdom of the Holy Father, the strength of the Holy Son, and the mercy of the Holy Spirit, to bestow infinite wrath upon my instrument. The half-meter blade sliced through the air, unleashing a 2-meter arc of golden light. The strongest male wolf, leading the charge, was struck down, its skull cleaved in half as it crashed to the ground. With a swift lateral strike, he evaded the smaller female wolf's pounce, severing her midsection, and nimbly leaped back, dodging the splatter of foul blood. The last wolf cub, sensing the danger from Wei Lai's blade, turned to flee. Family should leave together. Wei Lai bent his legs, unleashing explosive speed that rivaled the cub's, chasing it down and delivering a fatal blow to its neck, with the wolf carcasses left behind. It was a pity to waste the meat. He wondered if any parts were salvageable. Wei Lai was notoriously frugal, unwilling to let even the meat of corrupted beasts go to waste, lacking experience in butchering such creatures. He drew his kitchen knife, hoping the blade spirit could provide some guidance. Indeed, even in corrupted beasts, portions remained uncontaminated and safe for consumption. The blade spirit offered advice, reminding him to exercise caution while harvesting to avoid contamination. From the 3 wolves, he successfully harvested 3 pieces of wolf meat and a liver, draining and storing them in his portable silver canister. As he pressed deeper into the city, the streets lay in ruins, with rusted signposts barely recognizable, making the search for the Michelin 3-star restaurant arduous. As dusk approached, the crows cawed ominously. "You are doomed. You are doomed." Damn it. Cursed crows. Though Wei Lai cursed, he understood that the harbingers of doom had sensed danger. Quickly seeking shelter in a hidden corner, he activated his ominous eye. Shifting to the crow's perspective, suddenly, Wei Lai beheld an extraordinarily corpulent humanoid creature, towering at least 5 meters high, with a belly that exceeded 10 meters in circumference. It swayed unsteadily, staggering along the street like a farmer meandering through his fields at dusk, merrily humming a discordant tune as it harvested its crops. Indeed, these were crops. The corrupted beasts, upon nearing this grotesque figure, quaked in terror, collapsing helplessly to the ground, immobile, allowing the creature's massive hands to seize them and pinch the grotesque tumors sprouting from their bodies, just as a farmer plucks ripe tomatoes from a vine. It devoured them with greedy delight. This one is ripe and ready to eat. This one still needs a few more days to grow. It even carried a basket, gathering the harvested tumors. Wei Lai was astounded. What manner of being was this? Treating the entire city's wildlife as its personal farm, it injected viruses into the beasts, allowing various diseases to fester within them, before harvesting the resulting festering tumors. Could it be that the deliverer-man had been snatched away by this creature? Just as Wei Lai pondered this, an earth-shattering roar erupted, causing the decaying structures around to shower down dust and debris. Who is it who has stolen my crops? Steal them if you must, but do not ruin my fields. Who is it? The corpulent figure bellowed in rage, having spotted a deer recently slain by Wei Lai. Disgusted by the multitude of eyes sprouting from the deer's head, Wei Lai had set its carcass ablaze. No wonder the creature was furious about its ruined crops. The fire had yet to extinguish, and it was still nearby. The enraged creature began to batter the surrounding buildings, its destructive force rivaling that of an earthquake. Wei Lai had initially found refuge in a corner of a building, but faced with the creature's overwhelming might, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Indeed, as the creature's bulk collided with the structure, it groaned ominously, threatening to collapse at any moment. If he did not flee, he would be buried beneath the rubble. Gritting his teeth, Wei Lai dashed forth. An agile figure leaped from the crumbling edifice, yet the creature's keen eyes caught sight of him. Dozens of eyes fixated on Wei Lai's form. "A thief of my fruits. I have you now." The creature's massive hand scooped up a handful of debris, hurling it towards Wei Lai with the force of a shotgun blast. Even as he ran at full speed, he could not evade the widespread barrage. A brick grazed his leg, instantly severing a chunk of flesh. "Where do you think you're running?" The creature's second wave of projectiles followed swiftly, raining down like explosive ordnance. In what seemed like his last moment, Wei Lai summoned every ounce of strength, leaping behind a relatively intact wall. Boom! Though he avoided the brunt of the attack, the wall could not withstand such tremendous force and collapsed, crashing heavily upon him. This was it. This was the end. The ominous cawing of crows echoed, heightening the sense of doom. However, the creature did not strike a fatal blow. Instead, it approached the wall with a certain glee, gently lifting the unconscious Wei Lai and brushing off the dust from his body as it ambled toward its dining hall. Hee, another guest. How delightful. In the city of Old Paya, within a Michelin 3-star restaurant, the sound of bubbling broth echoed ominously. When Wei Lai regained consciousness, he was met with an overpowering stench of decay. He attempted to pinch his nose, only to find himself ensnared by a powerful adhesive substance. Struggling to open his eyes, he discovered that his limbs were firmly affixed to the wall by a pinkish slime, rendering him utterly immobile. The entire restaurant was enshrouded in a carpet of fungi. Much like the previous Michelin establishment, that he was not alone, for half deliverymen were similarly stuck to the wall. Why half? One of them was missing his upper body, reduced to a flat meat patty, merging with the wall. In the center of the restaurant, the gluttonous head chef, a grotesque figure, swayed before a colossal cauldron, stirring a repugnant concoction. The ingredients comprised the festering tumors and eyeballs harvested from the recently captured beasts. Enough to make one shudder. Brother, when the chef serves you, don't hesitate to eat. Otherwise, he might flatten you with a single punch. The other delivery men still exhibited some awareness. Wei Lai turned to them. noticing their bodies were covered in grotesque tumors, nearly obscuring their facial features. You spineless traitors, abandoning your true faith to survive by bowing to the minions of the plague god. Wei Lai scolded them in a rage. The 4 delivery men hung their heads in shame and sorrow. If you refuse to eat, the chef will tear your mouth apart to force it down your throat. If you dare critique him, he'll flatten you into paste with a single slap. The chef hummed merrily, concocting his foul broth, his ambition being to create the most delectable plague soup to present to the plague god, seeking praise in return. Hell no, I would rather die than consume such filth. Wei Lai surveyed his surroundings. In the corner lay an assortment of boxes, remnants of the deliveryman's cargo, including his own. The incense balls, portable cassette player, sandworm teeth, and kitchen knives had not been confiscated, likely because the creature deemed them harmless and unworthy of inspection. No, I cannot escape. The restaurant is sealed by this fungal carpet, and even if I were to break free, I would not withstand a single blow from that creature, let alone retaliate. I am not so foolish as to believe I can confront it head-on. While contemplating his predicament, the chef had already finished preparing the soup, scooping out a grotesque serving, waddling over to the first deliveryman. "Ah, my dear guests, you have waited long enough." The first deliveryman, having been there the longest, seemed to have acclimated to the repulsive fare, gulping down the soup while exaggerating. "Your culinary skills have improved tremendously, chef. Please, may I have another spoonful? It is exquisite." You little glutton." The chef, in high spirits from the praise, obliged him with 2 extra spoonfuls, even allowing him to sample some meat. The other 3 deliverymen, however, struggled to accept such a meal. Yet, overwhelming fear compelled them to open their mouths, suppressing the intense stench. Trembling as they swallowed, "Delicious." The chef, seemingly displeased with their reactions, presented the spoon to Wei Lai, his jiggling flesh quivering eagerly. "Taste my delectable stew. It is undoubtedly the finest dish in the world." Even if Wei Lai tried to avert his gaze, the nauseating odor assaulted him, nearly overwhelming him. "Pah! This is garbage soup. I refuse to drink such slop." Wei Lai scoffed disdainfully. "Don't be stubborn, little brother." One of the nearby delivery men attempted to persuade him. The chef's face quivered with rage. "I am giving you one last chance. Will you drink it yourself, or shall I smash your teeth and force it down your throat? I want to taste your risotto beef stew. That is your signature dish." Wei Lai attempted to employ the same tactic he had used to subdue the knife soul. You know my signature dish, risotto beef stew." The chef erupted in laughter, slapping his belly in delight. "This pot is my perfected beef stew, refined over countless iterations. Completely different. This chef's corruption has evidently reached a deeper level. Since you have ordered, then eat. Hurry up." A large spoon was thrust toward Wei Lai's mouth. "No, this is not the finest risotto beef stew. I challenge you to a culinary duel. Let us see whose beef stew is superior," Wei Lai bellowed. The chef was momentarily taken aback, mulling over the phrase before erupting into boisterous laughter. Shaking his belly, "A culinary duel? Someone dares to challenge me to a culinary duel? How absurd." "What? Are you afraid?" Wei Lai provoked further. "Of course. I have no problem with that. What shall we compete in? My specialty is stews." The chef grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of teeth like a catfish. "Let us compete in stews. Your finest dish, beef stew." Wei Lai retorted loudly, "No problem. But who will be the judge?" The chef of the corpse recalled the long-forgotten rules of culinary duels. "Those 4, Wei Lai pointed at the 4 porters nearby. "They were all human, and surely they should stand by my side, right? Ah, who would truly engage in a culinary duel with you? How foolish of me. Whether I win or lose, I gain nothing from it. 2 chefs with fundamentally different flavor styles will never be satisfied with each other's culinary skills. It's like the heavily sweetened dishes of Shizai and the intensely spicy fare of Xiangcai. Not just the chefs, but even the diners could get into a heated argument over it. The tastes are so divergent. How could one possibly acknowledge the other's culinary prowess? Aside from them, you and I must also taste and evaluate each other's dishes. It's a matter of respect. No problem." Although Wei Lai had no desire to taste the vile meat soup, he agreed nonetheless. "If you lose, you'll assist me for a lifetime. How about that?" The chef of the corpse smirked. "All right, if I win. Can I take the items here?" Wei Lai casually gestured towards the boxes on the ground. "No problem. When do we start? I can hardly wait." The chef of the corpse's smile grew ever more intense. "Anytime you wish, but I'd like to borrow your farm to gather some of your ingredients." Wei Lai revealed his true intention. Of course, you may freely use my ingredients. I'll give you a day to prepare. Is that sufficient? That's plenty. Wei Lai nodded. Now can you release me? The chef of the corpse waved his hand, allowing the fungal blanket on the wall to release Wei Lai, simultaneously unfastening the fungal wall of the restaurant. You may gather your food now. I'll be waiting for you. As Wei Lai landed, he felt a sharp pain in his legs. Indeed, he was still injured. Fortunately, it did not impede his movement. He limped towards his box. And the chef of the corpse had no doubt that Wei Lai would flee, allowing him to collect all his gear. He even inquired with concern, "My farm's crops can be a bit wild. Do you need my assistance?" "No need. I can manage myself." Wei Lai hoisted the box, and, as soon as he stepped out of the restaurant's confines, he felt an urge to run on all fours. A culinary duel, spare me. However, Wei Lai's reluctance to participate did not deter the chef's spirit, as the chef's knife seemed to burn with fervor. The spirit of the knife was brimming with battle intent, triggering bond advancement conditions. Victory in the culinary duel. Wei Lai truly did not wish to return to the competition, but the fiery spirit of the knife compelled him that if he fled now, the bond with this knife would be severed. Alas, back to the fray it is. In the old city of Pai, at the plague-ridden farm of the corpulent chef of the corpse, a nimble figure was deftly hunting and gathering ingredients. Wei Lai had little confidence in his culinary duel against the corpulent chef of the corpse. How could he persuade the chef of the plague-infested cuisine to acknowledge the superiority of his own dishes? He even pondered whether he could concoct a pot of plague-infested meat soup himself. It seemed like a contest of who could create the most repugnant dish. However, when he witnessed the hunt for beasts and saw the chef gathering cysts from them, he felt an immediate wave of nausea. Ugh, he gagged uncontrollably. Indeed, this was beyond his capabilities. Not only could he not manage it, but the spirit of the knife also refused to comply. So, what methods could he employ to defeat the chef of the corpse? Just as Wei Lai contemplated this, the chef of the corpse unexpectedly emerged from the restaurant, eager to seize this opportunity to surpass his previous skills and create a more delectable plague beef soup. He caught a small deer, gently tugging at its neck and extracting dozens of eyeballs from it. He then grinned at Wei Lai, popping one of the eyeballs into his mouth and chewing. "What do you think? Want to try some? They're super bouncy." Wei Lai felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly left, seeking to hunt other beasts. For beef stew, the primary ingredient must be beef. Wei Lai targeted a relatively less infected wild bison. Its skin bore a layer of moss-like fungus, but its muscles were uninfected. After a chase and a swift strike, Wei Lai began to gather healthy cuts of meat from the bison, beef shank, brisket, and fresh muscle fibers still pulsating. With the main ingredient prepared, he turned to the plant area to seek supplementary ingredients and spices. This abandoned city was rarely visited, so the plant-based ingredients were abundant. Wei Lai could choose from the freshest accompaniments and the ripest spices. As the appointed time for the duel approached, Wei Lai knelt on one knee, earnestly praying to the divine for wisdom and courage. He then stepped into the Michelin-starred restaurant enveloped in fungal blankets. The corpulent chef of the corpse was already eager, his plump tongue licking his lips. Covered in lumps, "You've finally returned. Are you ready? Let us begin." "No problem, but before that, I need to borrow your kitchen." Wei Lai pointed to the long-abandoned kitchen in the restaurant. "Of course, feel free to use it." The chef of the corpse had only a massive plague soup pot as his cooking tool. Wei Lai entered the kitchen, pouring holy water from his flask, diligently cleaning the cooking equipment. These utensils had likely not been used in hundreds of years. Even made of stainless steel, they were coated with a thick layer of grime. Including the cutting board and stove, Wei Lai spent a full hour scrubbing until everything gleamed as if new. Maintaining clean and tidy kitchenware is a fundamental quality of a chef. In stark contrast, the chef of the corpse's soup pot resembled a cesspool untouched for centuries, covered in thick green grime, with maggots crawling about. The sight was utterly revolting. The chef of the corpse shuddered in disgust as his ample flesh quivered. Just as Wei Lai detested filth, the followers of the plague god equally abhorred cleanliness. "Now we can begin." Wei Lai finally completed his preparations. "Though, can we finally start? Come on, I've been waiting." The chef of the corpse excitedly waved his ladle. Extracting the pus from cysts to serve as the base broth, he chopped the meat lumps and added them to the pot, crushing blood-sucking ticks with the knife's blade and having the cystic eyeballs. The horrific culinary skills were enough to make one's mind explode with dread. An eerie green plague fire ignited beneath the pot, not ordinary flames, but an evil energy that activated the bacteria and viruses. In an instant, the pathogens in the pot surged and multiplied like a fountain. Wei Lai did not dare to glance at his opponent, but remained focused on his own cooking. He realized that mere ordinary cooking techniques would not guarantee victory. No matter how delicious his dish was, the chef of the corpse would never acknowledge it. He needed to create a holy meal. By incorporating the process of incense making into his cooking, he aimed to produce a dish infused with magical effects that would awaken the chef of the corpse's original soul. Following the culinary guide, Wei Lai's knife spirit adeptly sliced through the ingredients, following traditional methods as he added them to the pot, igniting the sacred fire that blazed fiercely at the bottom. Subsequently, all of Wei Lai's attention turned to blending spices, even producing an incense ball, chanting hymns to praise the pot of soup, praying for it to become more delectable. The chef of the corpse watched Wei Lai with an expression mirroring Wei Lai's own gaze towards him. Holy fire, incense, sacred song. Ugh, the chef of the corpse even retched, fortunately not into the pot, though the concoction simmering in his pot looked no different from vomit. After 2 hours of cooking, both declared their dishes complete and served the contents of their pots on the dining table. One bowl exuded a sacred golden light amidst steaming vapors, while the other bubbled with putrid froth. In the first phase, for porters served as judges, deciding who would taste first posed a significant dilemma. Ultimately, they resorted to rock, paper, scissors to determine the order. Wei Lai emerged victorious and was the first to sip the holy soup. The 4 porters, filled with an unknown dread, drank the beef soup Wei Lai had prepared. The first, deeply corrupted, erupted in a fit of vomiting, while the other 3 simultaneously shed tears, lamenting in anguish. It's so delicious. Is this truly the grace of the Lord? O Lord, redeem us. We should not be lost in this hell. Until the chef of the corpse thrust a ladleful into their mouths, an instant transformation erupted. The porters, still retaining about 70 of their human form, began to mutate amidst agonizing wails. Their skin turned a mossy green. Their features grotesquely distorted, and eyeballs erupted from their faces, their limbs grotesquely swollen, resembling mutated frogs. Delicious. Delicious. More. The thoroughly mutated porters resembled hungry young birds, stretching their necks and opening their beaks wide, eagerly anticipating the arrival of delectable sustenance. It appears I have triumphed. The chef zombie chuckled heartily, patting his belly. Who says you have won? They just acknowledged that my food is exquisite. Wei Lai promptly retorted. Well then, how shall we settle this? The chef zombie scratched his head in confusion. Almost simultaneously, both recalled the supplementary rule. The chef must taste the soup of the opposing side and provide a critique. Wei Lai and the chef zombie were both reluctant to sip from each other's concoctions, as doing so would be akin to swallowing poison for their respective camps. Shall we call it a draw? Wei Lai proposed, but neither his chef's knife nor the rotund chef zombie was willing to accept this. A victor must be determined today. Then please, indulge, Wei Lai urged, pushing his sacred medicinal soup pot toward the chef zombie. You too, the chef zombie trembled in fear, nudging his plague-infested soup pot toward Wei Lai. Both were hesitant to taste the other's dish, almost forcing themselves to pick up their spoons in unison, neither willing to take the initiative even for a brief moment. You eat, I will eat. If you do not eat, I shall not eat. Damn it, here goes, Wei Lai thought as he gazed at the bubbling green sludge in his spoon, summoning the courage akin to drinking poison, and took a spoonful into his mouth. The chef zombie steeled himself and gulped down the sacred soup. Both bore expressions twisted in agony, as if compelled to consume poison, nearly succumbing on the spot. The chef zombie's pot of plague soup had simmered with countless bacteria and viruses, potent enough to incapacitate an elephant. Even with Wei Lai's prior injection of the crow sorcerer's demonic vaccine, he could scarcely withstand such virulent onslaught. Fortunately, the infection was not via the respiratory tract, mucous membranes, or blood, but rather through the stomach, where gastric acid could neutralize most pathogens. Cleverly, Wei Lai had anticipated his fate and preemptively consumed a bottle of high-quality holy water, transforming his stomach into a veritable furnace, capable of incinerating any virus that dared to enter. The chef zombie, however, did not suffer as much. His pot of beef stew lacked overwhelming holy power and was instead infused with unique spices, bestowing various effects, including soul purification, memory awakening, and the dispelling of malevolent energies. No. Who are you? Get out. After finishing the soup, the chef zombie clutched his head in agony, as if a long-buried memory began to resurface. Struggling to regain control of his body, that I am a proud and exceptional chef, a culinary artist filled with passion, that I greet all my patrons with a warm smile. You have turned my life into chaos. You are brewing a pot of filth. No, get out. I am the true chef. I cook for the Lord of Corruption. The rotund chef zombie writhed in torment, his soul nearly tearing itself apart into two entities. The soul could not endure for long and would soon be devoured anew. The opportunity was razor thin. Wei Lai, suppressing his discomfort, donned his headphones, clasped his hands together, and began to sing the blessing quartet. Weapon blessing, angel blessing, dawn blessing, courage blessing, for brilliant beams of light descended upon Wei Lai's form, while in a flash he darted behind the chef zombie, raising his gleaming chef's knife to unleash a dazzling cross-slash. Akin to carving a mushroom. In an instant, the chef zombie's hefty back erupted with a spray of blood, tearing apart in a cross pattern, with countless streams of fat gushing forth, alongside dark red rib bones. This body shall be sacrificed. The sacred fire shall burn my soul, purifying the world, banishing evil. May the light of the divine guide my path, and the power of sacrifice incinerate the wicked. This strike was the culmination of Wei Lai's strength. Spirit and will, the sandworm's tooth, not a conventional weapon, was instead a divine instrument of annihilation. With a leap, Wei Lai radiated with the flames of sacrifice, brandishing the sandworm's tooth, aimed directly at the chef zombie's plump, throbbing heart. A brilliant and searing golden light gathered at the tip of the tooth, piercing the heart without restraint, erupting into an overwhelming blaze. Even as the sacred fire engulfed him, the chef zombie's layers of fat ignited into fierce flames. Yet Wei Lai gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with brilliance, pouring every ounce of belief into the sandworm's tooth, that he knew this was his singular chance. He could not falter. Ah! Stop! The chef zombie roared in agony, thrashing wildly as the wound on his back spouted torrents of foul blood, pestilential mist, and greasy fat. Yet nothing could deter Wei Lai's resolute determination. Burn, dead fire. Ignite. Ah! With a thunderous boom, akin to the heavens collapsing, a deafening roar echoed through the air, as if seeking to rend the very fabric of reality. Accompanying this terrifying bellow, countless splashes of fat rained down like droplets, intertwining and colliding with the inferno. Instantly igniting a towering blaze, the fire spread with astonishing rapidity, voraciously consuming nearly half of the restaurant in the blink of an eye. Thick smoke and flames greedily licked at everything within reach: tables, chairs, utensils, and the fungal wall. None were spared, all swept into the terrifying conflagration. Hours later, the chef zombie lay lifeless, and the protective fungal mat of the restaurant withered and decayed. The four mutated porters, hunched low, sniffed the charred ashes as if they had discovered something, clawing through the cinders. Suddenly, a chef's knife erupted from the rubble, slicing through the throat of a mutated porter, followed by a pair of excessively pale hands that emerged feebly from the charred remains, still bearing remnants of unfallen blackened crust. Yasu, you old fool, your cunning is surpassed only by your ignorance. Just a couple of jests, and you truly left me to fend for myself. Wei Lai weakly crawled from the ashes, his clothing completely incinerated, not a strand of hair remaining. Damn, I spent hundreds of silver coins on that outfit. Damn, my magnificent azure dragon has turned into a mere green dragon. Initially believing he had survived the self-immolating attack due to divine favor, he soon realized the truth upon glancing at the system prompt. You have consumed the chef zombie's plague soup. Tier 5. Your immune system has triumphed over the plague soup. Gained 5 constitution. Enhanced life recovery ability. Logically, one could not expect to be immune to a Tier 5 plague soup with an elementary demon vaccine. That it was precisely due to the stomach's absorption and the prior ingestion of holy water that most pathogens were eradicated, weakening the remaining ones, allowing the demon vaccine to prevail. Thus, it was this pot of plague soup that had saved Wei Lai, not the benevolence of a deity. Besides this notification, another prompt appeared. You have slain the plague envoy. The chef zombie, gaining 300 merit points. Open 3 angel blessings, or retain and accumulate. The silver tier angel blessings held little allure, so Wei Lai opted to reserve his points, waiting until he amassed 500 to unlock a gold blessing. After rummaging through the ashes, he was relieved to find his equipment unscathed, and the other belongings stored in a silver cabinet remained unburned. He hastily donned a set of spare clothing, neither waterproof, warm, nor sturdy, merely simple replacements. Upon further searching, he indeed discovered beneath the remains of the chef zombie a large spherical cooking pot, its exterior adorned with a jovial, chubby face. The pot was remarkably hard and exceptionally heavy. Soul pot of the fat dragon, a vessel forged from the body and soul of an ancient chef zombie, adept at cooking and possessing unparalleled mastery over heat control. Current bond level, Tier 1. Advancement conditions: cook 30 dishes that satisfy the fat dragon. Pot spirits elation state. The pot expands, growing larger, significantly reducing cooking time and enhancing the richness and aroma of the broth. Pot spirits displeasure state. The pot becomes heavier, making it difficult for ingredients to heat and cook properly. It lacks combat capability. Wei Lai couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Yet, the fat dragon was inherently a pacifist, even when corrupted by the evil god. It merely sought refuge in the ruins of a city, cultivating plagues. Even when capturing humans, it treated them as guests to be fed. Despite lacking overt combat abilities, the weighty pot itself held potential. Whether wielded as a shield or brandished to strike, it is indeed a remarkably useful tool. After stowing away the pot, Wei Lai once again redirected his gaze towards the remaining 3 mutated porters. Despite their bodies having undergone severe transformations, a flicker of human consciousness still lingered within them, as they cowered in terror, curled into a ball on the ground, weeping and uttering strange cries. "Save me. Help me. I am truly sorry, but your corruption has run too deep for me to purify you." Wei Lai lamented as he approached, shaking his head in sorrow. "That I regret to inform you that your souls will not find redemption. May the Lord forgive your transgressions." The divine flames once more enveloped the 3 mutated porters, liberating their souls from their tainted vessels and guiding them, through the song of prayer, to the sanctuary of their spirits. 30 boxes, a full 30 boxes. Wei Lai's primary mission this time was to recover supply crates. Remarkably, the supply boxes belonging to the 5 porters remained in relatively good condition, aside from a small amount of flour and grain that had been contaminated. The majority could still be salvaged. Most of these were essential goods: cotton fabric, linen, salt, dishes, and ordinary weapons, with the porters seemingly oblivious to any potential for embezzlement. After thorough inspection, he finally discovered a few bottles of holy water in one of the crates and accepted them gladly. Additionally, he unearthed a bag intended for military salaries at the border mining area. Upon opening it, he found over 300 pure silver coins. Having sacrificed so much, with his clothes burnt to ashes, he was uncertain whether the bishop would provide any compensation. So he decided to accept the coins first and think later. Wei Lai had no intention of making multiple trips to transport the 30 crates. He certainly couldn't afford the luxury of time, nor did he wish to discard any of them, for they were the fruits of labor from the hard-working farmers. Instead, he hung 8 on his legs, 4 on his arms, 4 on his chest, and carried 4 in his hands, with the remainder piled high on his back. Tightly bound with tape, he resembled a human freight machine. Thankfully, his physical constitution had improved considerably recently, allowing him to bear the substantial weight. Although he was severely overloaded, he was still able to move. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a wheelbarrow? Wei Lai gritted his teeth, trudging laboriously forward, the towering crates behind him visible from hundreds of meters away. Fortunately, after igniting the beast-repelling incense, no ferocious creatures dared to attack, allowing him to proceed in peace. The journey that had taken only 2 days to reach now consumed a full 5 days to return. On the last 2 days, when he finally reached the main road, he encountered other porters. Initially, he had hoped they would lend him a hand. However, to his dismay, that group of slackers insisted on letting everyone witness this record-breaking feat, refusing to assist him and instead cheering him on from behind, urging Wei Lai to persevere alone back to Umbria. Damn it! Wei Lai felt as though he were no longer in command of his own body. His legs could not cease their movement, for if he were to stop, he feared he would never rise again. Fortunately, the final stretch was short, and amidst the enthusiastic crowd of porters, he entered the city like a hero. 30 boxes. No one has ever carried 30 boxes before. What was the previous record? 22 boxes. A return from a mission. Surely just empty crates. How could it possibly be 30 boxes of goods? Bah! He had been tasked with the recovery mission, and all were filled to the brim. The staff at the freight headquarters, while assisting Wei Lai in unloading, marveled that someone could carry 30 boxes of goods in one go. They had anticipated that Wei Lai would earn a title like Super Strong Wei Lai of the New Era Truckers of Umbria. To their surprise, the simple-minded folk could only come up with the title Human Mule of Umbria. Exhausted, Wei Lai swayed unsteadily and was helped to the temporary rest area of the freight headquarters, where he slept for an entire day and night, only then beginning to regain his strength. Next, he naturally sought out Bishop Russell to claim his credit. However, upon arriving at the cathedral behind the headquarters, the guards informed him that the bishop was currently engaged in a 5-day retreat and advised against disturbing him unless it was urgent. Wei Lai, indeed, felt no urgency and deemed it unnecessary to interrupt the bishop. So he proceeded to the nearby foundry to order some silver lunchboxes. There was no need for pure silver. That would be excessively costly. 30 aluminum lunchboxes would suffice to prevent food from being corroded by bacteria for a short time. Although this era lacked the capacity for large-scale aluminum extraction, remnants from the old world were still plentiful, and due to its limited applications, being too light for swords and too soft for construction, it was relatively inexpensive. On his way back, Wei Lai pondered that a mere king could fetch dozens of pure silver coins, so surely, with his culinary skills, he could sell a meal box for 30 coins without issue. The process was straightforward, merely a matter of hammering and shaping, and there were no particularly stringent requirements. The foundry personnel promised delivery by the next day. After paying a deposit, Wei Lai set out to find a place to rent. He couldn't possibly continue living in an inn indefinitely. There were indeed many vacant houses in Umbria, as porters occasionally met unfortunate fates away from home, leaving their properties behind. Wei Lai sought a house with a larger yard, situated in a more secluded area to evade the patrols of the inspection team. Numerous rental listings were available, as some porters, during their lifetimes, had earned a substantial amount, providing homes for their wives, children, and parents. However, when misfortune struck and the primary earners were lost, their families had no choice but to rent out or sell their properties. Wei Lai casually inquired in a residential area, only to be met by several widows who eagerly approached him, pleading for him to rent their yards, offering to wash shoes, sew clothes, and even keep him warm in BAD. It was evident that families who had lost their main breadwinners were struggling immensely, especially with winter approaching. Without sufficient funds for coal and warm clothing, many faced the grim possibility of freezing to death. Wei Lai was taken aback by the fervor of the widows, however, given that they were still in the city center, where patrols were frequent. He hastily declined and fled in a panic. In truth, these widows were among the relatively better off. At least they resided in city center homes and could still sell their properties if necessary. The truly unfortunate ones were those who had already sold their homes and relocated to impoverished communities, having no way out and unable to secure adequate employment, forced to rely on the church's daily food distribution to survive. Upon arriving in this destitute community, Wei Lai felt an uncanny sense of suitability in the environment. The terrain was complex and remote, with the inspection team rarely patrolling here. There were numerous vacant houses, and the rent was exceedingly low, only 1 pure silver coin per month. By simply registering at the community church, he could move in. The priest of the community church was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who found it quite peculiar that a robust young porter would choose to reside in a place generally inhabited by the desperate and destitute. To live simply and eat frugally is to strengthen one's faith, Wei Lai recited, attempting to evade the inquiry. Very well. There is a reasonably well-equipped house available, with a ready bed and fireplace, for a rent of 5 pure silver coins per month. Would you accept? The community priest flipped through his ledger and inquired. Wei Lai noted that at least 90 of the properties listed were in arrears, with some tenants having not paid rent for an entire year, even though the monthly rent was merely a symbolic silver coin. Is everyone here facing such hardship? Wei Lai asked. Indeed, there are insufficient job opportunities here, resulting in a lack of income. Our only reliance is on the church's funding and the donations from our porter brothers. But even that falls woefully short, the priest sighed in acknowledgement. Well, though my resources are limited, I hope they can survive this harsh winter. Wei Lai, rummaging through his pockets, donated 20 silver coins, reminding himself that he still had greater ambitions to pursue. Donation of 20 silver coins grants you 2 merit points. Thank you for your generosity. May the Lord bless you. The middle-aged priest said, neither overly joyful nor sorrowful in his praise. This fellow thinks my donation is insufficient. Wei Lai scoffed disdainfully. Isn't my money earned with my life? After taking the key handed by the priest, Wei Lai departed the church and made his way to his rented home on the narrow streets. He occasionally spotted children peering through the windows, staring vacantly at the desolate streets through the grime-covered glass. Upon seeing Wei Lai's figure, they would suddenly burst through the door, barefoot, and while running, shout, "Daddy's home! Daddy's home!" A child burst forth, soon followed by a multitude of other children. At that moment, the autumn chill had set in, and Wei Lai, observing the frail garments and bare feet of the child, felt a pang of sympathy and swiftly scooped the little boy into his arms. "Daddy, is that you? Daddy?" The boy gazed intently at Wei Lai's face. "Does an older brother look so young, as if he were a married man?" Wei Lai smiled softly. Just then, the equally poorly clad mother hurried out, taking the child into her embrace and repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry. The child has mistaken you for someone else." Wei Lai began to comprehend. These young widows had not disclosed the news of their husband's demise to the children, instead weaving a benevolent lie to provide a glimmer of hope amid their numbed existence. Daddy has returned, and life will improve. Thus, the children awaited their father's return with unwavering anticipation. In truth, for every orphan and widow who moved to this community, their fathers had perished outside, with no chance of survival. "Brother, have you seen my father?" The innocent eyes of the children, brimming with hope, rendered Wei Lai momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Should he reveal the truth? He feared it would extinguish the last flicker of hope within them. Just then, the cawing of the morning crows joyfully interrupted, answering for Wei Lai. "Your dad is dead! Your dad is dead! Caw, caw, caw!" Instantly, cries filled the air. How cruel, Wei Lai thought. Why should I be troubled by this? As Wei Lai settled into the widow's community, he scrutinized the residence he had rented, which was nothing short of a relic from a bygone era, adorned with rudimentary patches accumulated over centuries. Verging on the state of a beggar's abode, the glass windows had vanished, replaced by wooden boards that allowed the wind to seep through. This age had lost the ability to smelt glass. One would have to venture to nearby ruins to dismantle it or retrieve shattered pieces to be melted anew. The glass reprocessed in this manner lost its clarity, becoming cloudy and filled with bubbles. Yet it still allowed light to filter through and shield against the wind. One could only wonder if humanity harbored resentment towards those who 3 centuries ago decreed the destruction of all technology and knowledge. The only intact items within the room were a bed and a fireplace. There was not even a table, yet Wei Lai was unbothered, as he had no intention of staying long, fearing theft. Wei Lai stowed away some inconsequential items and set off with a box to procure provisions in the open market. He found it impossible to acquire the fresh beef and vegetables he desired. As these were not accessible to the common folk, he would still need to navigate the black market, bribing warehouse managers to obtain a few essentials. The weather has turned cold. I should buy some coal for my elderly mother. Perhaps I should also get a leather jacket. Let us not let the children suffer too much. If the anguish became unbearable, he could always confess at the church. The priest would help him atone, and the merciful Isu would surely forgive. Under the corrupting influence of Wei Lai's money, the warehouse managers succumbed one after another to his financial inducements, nervously tracing crosses on their chests as they opened the warehouse doors. After all, a warehouse manager's salary barely sufficed to keep one fed, let alone warm. Corrupt manager, 30 depravity points. If I engage in a few more wicked deeds, I'll soon accumulate 500 points and unlock the golden level demon boon. Upon returning to the widow's community with a bounty of ingredients, Wei Lai noticed at the church's entrance a distribution of black bread, with each household in the community lining up in an orderly fashion to receive their share. He felt a profound discomfort. Compared to Father Cain's small-town church, something essential seemed to be lacking here. The community priest stood listlessly at the front of the line, mechanically reciting praises for the food. While the impoverished residents bowed in gratitude, their expressions devoid of sincerity, warmth, or genuine appreciation it was as if they had lost their souls and hope, merely existing in a state of numbness that I had thought this was a novice village. But it appears to be a peak of despair. Not every priest is as responsible as Father Cain. Wei Lai sighed, shaking his head that a priest in a region is akin to the head of a large family, tasked with guiding the community's residents along the righteous path, providing them with solace for their souls, and instilling hope. Wei Lai refrained from meddling further. After placing the ingredients down in his dwelling, he ventured out to fetch water and wash the provisions, eager to sample the delights of his fatty dragon pot. he blocked the window seams, leaving only the fireplace to breathe, as if fearing the greedy eyes from outside would catch a whiff of his cooking. 2 hours later, after chopping, simmering, and seasoning, the collaboration with his sole artifact kitchenware had nearly elevated the flavor of the beef stew to its zenith. Even if one were to transport this dish back to humanity's golden age 3 centuries ago, it could easily become a signature dish in a Michelin restaurant. Wei Lai, alone, devoured the hearty stew with oat bread, his belly swelling in satisfaction that Father Cain was mistaken. It is not fine cuisine that leads one to ruin, but the absence of it. With the recipe firmly in mind, he resolved to adhere to this formula in the future. That it was still early, and upon checking, his depravity points had reached 470 with a bit more effort tonight. He could amass the full 500 points and behold the golden level demon boon. Recently, Wei Lai had grown cautious about crafting hellish jokes involving ASU, especially given the multitude of fatherless children in the widow's community. Wei Lai's demonic eyes glimmered with mischief as he seized control of several mourning crows, commanding them to flutter to the rooftops and peck at the boarded windows. "Who is out there?" A child's fearful voice immediately queried. "Children, it's riddle time. What has 2 legs but never moves? Is it an easel?" "No, it's your dad. He.'s dead. Mom." The child erupted into terrified wails. "Caw, caw, caw." The crows cackled gleefully, flapping their wings as they took flight. 10 depravity points. The crows alighted at another child's doorstep, tapping at the window. "Riddle time. What do the children in the city have that you children in this community currently do not and never will? Is it bread? No, it's the time spent with your father. Congratulations. Your dad is dead. Caw, caw, caw. Mom." 10 depravity points. The crows flew to yet another house, pecking at the window. "It's riddle time. Who places gifts under your pillow on Christmas? Santa Claus." "No, it's my mother." "Oh, you're so clever. Congratulations. What's the prize?" "Is it bread? It's the news of your father's death." "Caw, caw, caw." 10 depravity points. "Oh, how delightful." Wei Lai listened to the chorus of cries echoing throughout the community, his heart aching to the point of suffocation. His depravity points reached 500. Shall I commence the golden level demon boon? Or shall I reserve my wager? Activate. Amidst the echoes of demonic laughter, 3 puffs of dark golden smoke materialized, each adorned with a corresponding visage. Demon boon 1. Clown's disguise, golden level. From Demon Clown you gain a clown's disguise, simulating an appearance identical to yours, while possessing 30 of your attributes. It will obey your commands, and, upon receiving fatal damage, will erupt in a mocking laugh. Not bad. In critical moments, I could use this to lure enemies and save myself. Demon boon 2. Advancement, ominous eye from Crow sorcerer. Your ominous eye has been upgraded, unlocking additional sorcerer abilities. An advancement. While it's appealing, I don't particularly enjoy using the ominous eye. I've only employed it to control crows thus far. However, considering the multiple instances of unlocking demon boons, it seemed that most of the rewards were linked to the clown demon and the crow sorcerer. Could it be that these are the only demons left under Satan's command? Turning to the 3rd demon boon, he arrived at the most classic and anticipated gambling segment. Compete against the demon clown in rock, paper, scissors. 1 round to determine the victor. If you win, you may receive both boons simultaneously. If you lose, you forfeit this boon entirely. Well, that's a no-brainer. If there's a gamble to be had, one must take the plunge, for to not gamble is to languish in eternal night. Wei Lai, a master of this art, was not one to shy away from the challenge. Yet, just as he was about to select this 3rd boon, he suddenly caught sight of the demon clown's insidiously gleeful grin amidst the mist. Last time, it had tricked him by mixing up the demon and angel cards. Now, it was so benevolent, wanting to play a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. That devilish creature, grinning so widely, surely had a scheme up its sleeve. Today is not my lucky day. I shall forego the gamble and simply take your clown's disguise. Wei Lai broke into a grin, extending his hand towards the first wisp of blessed smoke. Instantly, the sinister smile of the devilish jester froze upon his face. Not gambling anymore. How could someone with such a propensity for risk refrain from playing? I have prepared a magical mirror to toy with you. You'll be engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors with the mirror all night long. Why the hell aren't you playing? Why are you stripping me of my doppelganger ability? No, please, don't. The devilish jester reached out a hand, desperately trying to halt Wei Lai. With thoughts racing, Wei Lai, like a flash of lightning, touched the third wisp of blessed smoke with his right hand, which instantly transformed into a pair of scissors. They clamped down upon the outstretched palm of the devilish jester. Tick. Time seemed to stand still as the jester remained in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? Has the game begun? No, it is already concluded. Wei Lai emerged victorious. The three wisps of smoke simultaneously dissipated into nothingness. From the first wisp, a wooden jester doll fell. The second wisp transformed into a dark red orb of energy, which directly invaded Wei Lai's eyes. The third wisp emitted a desperate wail that ha 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 ha. Wei Lai burst into a cackling laughter, rolling on the ground in delight. One golden demon blessing had instantly doubled. Such good fortune had never graced his life. It was more exhilarating than stumbling upon gold. Two. Well then, let me see what this jester's doppelganger is all about. Jester doppelganger. Create a jester doppelganger, implanting your soul fragment within. Turning it into a puppet under your control that mimics your appearance and gains 30 of your attributes, albeit with greater susceptibility to defeat. When the doppelganger is vanquished, it requires 24 hours to be resummoned. If destroyed, it must be recreated. Note: you can access the memories accumulated during the doppelganger's existence. Wei Lai picked up the puppet-like jester doll, crafted from wood, with its joints strung together by rope. Its face adorned with an exaggerated jester's grin. I still need to implant a soul fragment. A thought inexplicably crossed Wei Lai's mind as he sliced open his fingertip, extending it into the jester's mouth, allowing it to absorb his soul fragment through his blood. After unknowingly draining several cc's of blood, the jester doll finally seemed to come to life, wobbling upright and mischievously blinking its eyes. It seems the jester doppelganger possesses two forms. Even in its puppet state, it can move freely, transform. With a puff of smoke, the doppelganger rapidly grew in size, becoming an exact replica of Wei Lai, like gazing into a mirror. However, its eyes and facial expressions carried a hint of the jester's cunning. Wei Lai directed it to mimic several actions, which it executed flawlessly, moving with the agility of a living being rather than a mere puppet. Go, fetch water and clean the pots and pans. Wei Lai pointed at the messy kitchen waste strewn about. The jester doppelganger looked at itself in shock, yet still trudged off to complete the task. Not bad, not bad. I've just gained a obedient and loyal servant. In times of danger, I can use it as bait. Wei Lai was thoroughly pleased. He then ventured into the deserted backyard, activating the advanced version of the ominous eye. Instantly, his face erupted with crimson veins that reached the corners of his eyes, his pupils shining with a terrifying scarlet light. New ability 1. Ominous summoning. Summon a bird, magically transforming it into your raven. Obedient to your commands, and you may bestow magical power upon it to enhance its abilities. What? Any bird can be transformed into a raven. Darwin, tell me, does this sound like human speech or the ramblings of a ghost? With that, Wei Lai's gaze fell upon a white dove perched on the eaves of a nearby community church. That I summon you for my service. In an instant, dark red magic ruthlessly engulfed the dove, which cried out in despair as its feathers turned pitch black, becoming a raven, its eyes now filled with scarlet light. Darwin's coffin lid couldn't possibly contain this revelation. 10 points of malevolence added. Damn it, it's just a bird. What's the harm in that? Wei Lai summoned the dove closer, curious to see if it had truly transformed into a raven or merely darkened in hue. Upon approaching, he discovered that the dove was actually a carrier pigeon belonging to the church, its legs still bound with a message canister. What a sin, I truly had no idea. Shall I open it? Goodness, it turns out to be a letter from the community priest to his father, a high-ranking official in the Vatican, pleading for a transfer away from Umbria, claiming it was too dull, and that he was ostracized by the bishop, relegated to a corner as a priest. What a scoundrel. Turns out he's a bureaucrat's son. Wei Lai casually burned the letter, thinking it none of his concern, and resumed experimenting with his new abilities. The dove had indeed lost all semblance of its former self, entirely transformed into a raven, though whether it conformed to the theory of evolution remains uncertain. Its abilities, however, remained intact, now functioning as a messenger raven. Well, it seems there's no one to send messages to. Perhaps I could send a letter to Father Cain. The affluent do not return home, akin to walking in splendid garments under the cover of night. I must flaunt my current achievements. The only acquaintance in Gill Village worth contacting is the historian Alvin. I'll lure him to study artifacts from the bygone era. Wei Lai decided to take the time to write a couple of letters. Continuing with the ominous summoning, he could also endow the ravens with magical power. Most of Wei Lai's ravens were 1 star, with only 3 clawed ravens rated 2 stars. Bestowing them with magic would elevate their status. Wei Lai's magical power was limited, just like his holy power. Both needed refinement. Holy power derives from steadfast faith combined with personal strength, or directly from divine bestowal. Demonic power is drawn from the chaotic magic of the cosmos combined with one's own strength. Wei Lai's faith was not unwavering, hence his lack of holy power. Feeling somewhat depleted, the chaotic magic of the cosmos now belonged to the domain of the 4-pillar evil gods. To extract magic from their territory would mean confronting their mental assaults. Wei Lai felt a twinge of trepidation. Perhaps he could pilfer a little like an ant moving a mountain, but he would never dare to draw power brazenly. However, there was another method. Ravens, being scavengers, could consume the remains of the creations of evil gods to acquire the chaotic magic within, thereby evolving independently. With only 120 points of magic power at present, Wei Lai attempted to elevate one of the clawed ravens. He infused 100 points of magic power, successfully enabling one clawed raven to ascend. It remained a raven, yet its feathers were now composed of dark red magic. Its entire form not purely corporeal, but partially energy-based. Its claws as solid as black steel. Raven assault. Wei Lai pointed at a nearby stone, and the 3-star clawed raven transformed into a streak of black light, gliding over the stone's surface, leaving behind 6 deep scratch marks. Quite impressive. 1 or 2 may not pose a threat, but with numbers, they could certainly become a formidable force that in addition to controlling the ravens, the second stage of the ominous I bestowed even greater powers. Death Omen. This pair of eyes can foresee the arrival of death with greater clarity. Peering through the ominous eye, Wei Lai observed houses in the community, each shrouded in the shadow of death. Without intervention, these orphans and widows would likely struggle to survive the harsh winter. Lastly, the final ability, Demonic Ascension. Summon all ravens to converge within your being, replenishing your magic power and merging with you. Fully unleashing the power of the demon, transforming into the Black Raven Demon. The transformation will consume 200 points of magic power and expend 3 points of magic power per second. This ultimate move consumes a considerable amount of magic. It's a power I cannot wield at present. It seems I must concentrate on gathering some magic power within myself during my idle moments, starting from tonight. Today has been fruitful. Time to tidy up and return indoors. Inside, the jester doppelganger had completed the dishwashing task assigned by Wei Lai and was rummaging through his storage cabinet, pulling out an assortment of magazines. "You son of a gun!" Wei Lai delivered a swift kick, sending the jester doppelganger back to its original form. Simultaneously, the memories of the jester's work within the house were relayed back to Wei Lai, evoking a remarkable sense of shadow clone technique. Perhaps it could even be utilized for training. He then discarded the jester doll into the frigid wilderness, intending for it to scare children and accumulate some malevolent points. Now, it is time to begin refining demonic power. Unlike the prayers to the holy power, Wei Lai was compelled to immerse his spirit beyond the confines of space, seeking to absorb the chaotic magical energy that roamed freely through the void. The 4 pillars of the malevolent deity loomed in the void beyond Earth, claiming dominion over everything in their vicinity. Wei Lai's actions were akin to thievery, and he could only dare to absorb the energy with utmost caution. His magical power increased by 30, 60, and then 120. After 4 hours of painstaking effort, Wei Lai finally managed to siphon a total of 300 points of magical energy. "Child, do you desire power? Submit to me, and I shall bestow upon you boundless dark energy." In an instant, Wei Lai's handsome visage grotesquely morphed, swelling with countless festering pustules. Alarmed, he realized he had roused the attention of the plagued deity. Merely a direct utterance from the dark god nearly led to his corruption. Trembling with fear, he severed the connection and hurriedly lit candles and burned incense, beginning to purify the corruptive energies within him. After a long night of purification, Wei Lai finally expelled all malevolent energy from his body, restoring his pure form, leaving him in a state of dread. It seemed that any future endeavors to steal magical energy would require utmost vigilance. Subsequently, he fed the 300 points of stolen magical energy to his crows, promoting the other 2 clawed crows to 3 stars, while the 1-star mourning crow was elevated to 2 stars, enriching its lamentations. Now, wherever there was a funeral, The morning crows would flock to the gravesite, dancing and singing a joyous tune. Damn it, the deeds of the birds were all credited to Wei Lai. Birds had their busy lives, and Wei Lai returned to his own affairs. He went to the forge to retrieve his custom silver aluminum lunchbox, then headed to the warehouse area, where he spent money to bribe the administrator and smuggled out a considerable amount of ingredients. Upon returning to his rented room in the widow's community, he set about cooking in large pots. Seeing such an abundance of ingredients, the fat dragon pot was overjoyed, expanding to a cubic meter, devouring all the ingredients in one gulp, and began to stew. Cautious Wei Lai, akin to a drug manufacturer, sealed every crevice of the windows that he left only a chimney, ensuring that even the scraps of ingredients were buried deep underground. Finally, by evening, 30 portions of stewed beef lunchboxes were ready. The tender, flavorful beef infused with a rich aroma, with the distinct grains of oat rice soaked in savory broth. As night fell, and everyone returned home, Wei Lai set up a stall in the black market, offering each portion for 35 pure silver coins, a fixed price, 30 coins for the meal, and 5 coins as a deposit for the silver aluminum lunchbox, which could be reclaimed upon its return. Initially, nobody paid attention to Wei Lai's lunchboxes. At such a high price, who would believe they could see Jesus after eating? Until someone recognized him. "Aren't you the one who sells kebabs?" Wei Lai attempted to open the market. Yes. Yes, this is my new dish. Would you care to try? The customer hesitated. 35 silver coins seems a bit steep to as a regular customer. I'll give you a discount, 20 silver coins, and just return the lunchbox after eating. Wei Lai seized the moment to kick off his business with a bang. All right, I'll give it a try. The customer finally, intrigued, produced 20 pure silver coins and exchanged them for a lunchbox, squatting down nearby to eat. How is it? Tasty. Others watched eagerly. It's absolutely delicious. The first customer trembled with delight, savoring a flavor he had never experienced, rendering him momentarily speechless. I'll have a box too. I'm a regular. Can I get a discount? Fine. Since it's the grand opening today, everything's discounted. Remember to come by often. Wei Lai was determined to establish a customer base. Even at 20 silver coins, it wasn't a trivial price, and not everyone rushed to buy. Many hesitated, watching others eat with such ecstasy that they ultimately gritted their teeth and purchased a portion. As the last lunchbox was about to be sold, a middle-aged man prepared to pay. Wei Lai suddenly called out, "Wait." The last customer, puzzled, responded, "Huh? What's the matter?" Wei Lai sighed, "Take it and eat. It's on the house." Do you know me? No questions, just eat. Save the money for your family." Wei Lai shook his head in regret. How could he accept money from the deceased? Consider it a final meal. At least he would enjoy good food before passing. With Wei Lai's ominous foresight, he had already glimpsed the signs of the man's impending demise. This mission might very well be his last. Merit points increased by 5 that each person who purchased a lunchbox left it spotless, as if washed clean. They all inquired whether Wei Lai would be selling again tomorrow, lamenting the difficulty of finding him on other days. Although it was expected, the fervor of the customers exceeded Wei Lai's imagination that I won't come to the black market often. How about you tie a red ribbon on the box to indicate a demand for lunchboxes? That way, transactions can occur even when I'm not around. Wei Lai pondered. After all, a trip to the black market meant a sleepless night, and he couldn't keep making those trips. That I asked that how it works? A courier tied a red cloth to the box. Yes. If I have lunchboxes to sell, I'll come to you. Wei Lai nodded. The crowd finally dispersed in the dead of night, as he hurried back to the widow's community. Wei Lai suddenly noticed that the sacred flame in the church bell tower had extinguished, prompting him to curse the lazy community priest. Father Cain had once said that a church protects the entire neighborhood, and that light effectively shields the residents nearby from the temptations of dark deities. The lamps must never be allowed to extinguish. Damn it, the irresponsible sloth. I'll do a good deed and relight the flames. Wei Lai leapt nimbly up to the church bell tower, discovering the oil had run dry, with a barrel beside it, yet no one had refilled it. Shaking his head, Wei Lai expertly filled the oil, ignited the sacred flame, and after a brief prayer, the gentle glow once again dispelled the darkness. Even if the distant houses could not be directly illuminated, seeing even a flicker of light from the windows instilled a sense of peace, assuring the residents that God was by their side. What was that lazy priest doing? Ignoring the extinguished lamp. Wei Lai had no intention of leaving just yet and slid down the ladder into the church interior. Just moments before, the community priest, lacking in faith, was suffering from mental torment. He was a descendant of priests from Vatican City. Raised in a religious environment, he could recite every scripture by heart and was on track to become a second-generation priest. However, upon being dispatched to Umbria for an internship, he was assigned by Bishop Russell to the most impoverished church in the widows' community for the sake of experience. Naturally, Bishop Russell hoped this young talent from the Vatican would guide the orphans and widows of the community. Regrettably, this exceptional youth believed Bishop Russell was deliberately targeting and ostracizing him, yearning only to return to the Vatican to become a pure priest, with such psychological weaknesses and a value susceptible to manipulation. He became a prime target for the dark deities to ensnare. The malevolent deity frequented him like a regular patron, corrupting his soul and sowing discord between him and Bishop Russell. The lustful deity occasionally tempted him to indulge in his status to exploit young boys. On this day, the community priest finally succumbed to the turmoil within, unable to bear the heat of his desires any longer. His previously numb face gradually morphed into a lewd smile as he took slow, deliberate steps toward the nuns' quarters. However, the nun in the church was not a proper convent sister, but rather two widows hired from the community who could read and were loyal in faith. Serving as assistants. "Madam, you wouldn't want the children to go hungry, would you?" "No, Father, please don't do this. This is a church, a pure place of God." The nun's screams echoed throughout the church at that moment. Wei Lai jumped into the church, intent on teaching the priest a lesson for neglecting to light the lamps in the dead of night. Hearing the nun's cries, he rushed over his shock. He found the community priest, with a lewd grin plastered across his face, coercing the poor nun. Inching closer, Wei Lai activated his all-seeing eye and, indeed, saw the priest emanating a potent aura of the lustful deity. "Lecherous scoundrel, allow me to cleanse your vile roots." Wei Lai launched a powerful kick. With the force of a courier's powerful legs, he sent the priest flying, his body becoming a gruesome mess, splattering like broken eggs. "Oh dear, that was too much force." Wei Lai berated himself for failing to control his strength and hurriedly attempted to staunch the bleeding. However, he lacked any knowledge of healing spells. Perhaps he could resort to cauterization, as he had heard it could constrict blood vessels. Holy flame, roast some chicken, he thought. Assaulting a cleric was a grave offense. Even if there were justifiable reasons, he would still face interrogation and investigation. With a plethora of secrets that he wished to keep hidden, Wei Lai quickly fled the scene. Shocking news spread. The community priest had been attacked, leaving eggs shattered everywhere. In this era, there were no ambulances, and by the time he was carried to the bishop's hall for treatment, dawn was nearly upon them. The incident eventually reached the ears of Bishop Russell, who promptly interrupted his prayers and meditations to assess the situation in the Great Hall. As a seasoned clergyman, Bishop Russell had yet to examine the wounds but keenly sensed the intense aura of the malevolent deity surrounding the priest, rather than rushing to treat the injuries. He first ordered an assessment of the priest's spiritual contamination, which registered at a staggering 52. Such a high concentration suggested a history of corruption. Upon observing the horrific wound in the priest's nether regions, it was evident that the damage was beyond repair, having been both grievously injured and scorched. When inquiring with the accompanying nun, it became apparent that he had attempted to engage in acts contrary to doctrine. Who could have intervened so violently? Bishop Russell sighed, reflecting on this promising clergyman sent by the Vatican, who could recite scripture backward yet failed to embody the sacred teachings of the Lord. After all, his parents were officials of the Holy See. Perhaps he deserved a modicum of compassion. Thus, Bishop Russell treated the priest's wounds, purified his spirit, and arranged for guards to escort him back to the Vatican. Consequently, the community was left without a priest and would need to find a replacement. Oblivious to the chaos he had inadvertently caused, Wei Lai slumbered soundly in the widow's community, having earned a decent sum but feeling utterly exhausted. Yet, due to the complete destruction of his gear during his last mission, he needed to exert himself further to purchase a high-quality winter outfit suitable for deep winter adventures. Rising late, around 10 in the morning, he set out to procure ingredients before returning to his courtyard to wash and prepare meat. However, that day brought an unexpected turn of events. With the community priest injured and absent, no relief food was distributed from the church. A group of hungry orphans and widows stood helplessly at the church's entrance, unsure of what to do. Yet, some of the more spirited children, driven by an extreme hunger, caught a whiff of food in the air. Following the scent, they scampered to Wei Lai's rental home. Peering through the cracks of the door, inhaling deeply, relishing the aroma of the food at tea that very moment. Wei Lai had stepped out to fetch water. Coincidentally, the pot he used was a boastful one. "It smells so good," they exclaimed. Surely, it contained the most delicious food in the world. The pot was elated. "Let us get cooking, children." The pot, filled with the oatmeal Wei Lai had prepared in advance, erupted with excitement as it crashed through the door. Eager to share the meal. "Eat more. Eat more." The children, accustomed to hard, stale black bread, found even simple oatmeal to be a taste of luxury they had never experienced. When Wei Lai returned with water, he was almost driven to madness by the sight before him, the pot exuberantly shaking and spewing rice. While the children beamed with joy as they feasted. "Damn it, that's my food," Wei Lai exclaimed, dropping the water bucket in shock at a tea that moment. The children's mothers heard the commotion and rushed over, horrified to see their children digging into the pot, their faces smeared with rice. They nearly screamed in shock, rushing to stop them and apologizing to Wei Lai. They had no money to offer as compensation. "Well, there goes my lunch plan," Wei Lai sighed, observing the chaos. "Go ahead and eat, but keep your mouth shut afterward." The mothers were still in disbelief. "Mom, you have to try this. It's super delicious," one child urged. Hands full of rice, completely unbothered by the heat. "Can't you have some table manners?" Wei Lai scolded. Tapping the pot firmly, he retrieved a lunchbox and began distributing food to everyone. "Thank you. Thank you." The mothers bowed gratefully. "Wait, are you just eating rice without any vegetables? I'll whip something up for you." Wei Lai shook his head and quickly stir-fried some potato and carrot shreds. The pot was displeased. After all, it was a stew pot, not a frying pan. Rebellious pot. Wei Lai kicked the pot, exclaiming, "You seemed delighted when I was serving the rice." A simple meal, which would have cost 8 coins 300 years ago, brought tears of joy to those who partook in it. The pot's spirit gained 20 points of merit. Wei Lai was furious. The pot was receiving accolades while he was left feeling cheated. "Damn it, you little brats, you can't just eat and not help. Go wash the pot and bowls." The children diligently scrubbed the pot, eliciting laughter from the pot's spirit. With the day's events settled for now, Wei Lai ventured out to purchase spices and ingredients. By the next morning, as Wei Lai began to rinse rice and prepare to cook, he opened the door to find a swarm of eager children waiting outside, their eyes filled with anticipation. Some held water buckets, while others clutched brushes. It was clear they had come for more food. Realizing that doing everything himself was quite exhausting, Wei Lai, not naturally inclined to hard work, decided to delegate tasks to the children. He instructed them to fetch water, rinse the rice, wash the vegetables, scrub the pots and bowls, and chop firewood, while he focused solely on seasoning and cooking. This arrangement proved to be much more manageable. Of course, after preparing the Ryester beef stew rice, he couldn't allow the children to partake. He needed those lunchboxes to sell. He meticulously packed everything into silver aluminum containers, reserving only the scraps and broth for the children. Even the leftovers brought radiant smiles to their faces, with some thoughtful children saving half for their mothers, who, after the priestess' departure, had no idea where to seek food. Wei Lai glanced at the packed lunchboxes and, feeling somewhat lazy about selling them himself, decided to give the considerate older children 1 box each, instructing them, "Take these to the streets and sell them. Find those freight workers with red ribbons on their boxes and sell each for 25 silver coins. You'll each earn a coin for every box sold. Even if you can't find those with red ribbons, just look for any seemingly wealthy freight worker," he added, "and be cautious of the inspectors. If they spot you, run." An older child nodded vigorously, clutching the lunchbox. "My dad used to say, the inspectors are all sycophants, right? They're all sycophants, so you need to avoid them. If you get caught, don't implicate me, or you'll never eat again." Wei Lai threatened menacingly. "Got it," the older children assured him as they secured the warm lunchboxes tightly and hid them beneath their clothing. "Go on." Wei Lai waved them off, and the children dashed out excitedly toward the city streets. "Now, the rest of you, wash the pots and bowls," Wei Lai beckoned. He even composed a song to praise the pot, singing as they scrubbed, ensuring the pot's spirit remained in high spirits. "O pot, your belly is large and round. O pot, your stews are the finest around. O pot, we sing praises of your generosity." The pot spirit was delighted, but the knife spirit was not pleased. After all, they were both tools of the kitchen. Why did the pot get a special song and a full-body massage? The knife spirit was displeased. Reluctantly, Wei Lai had to create a song for the knife spirit as well to teach the children. The small room buzzed with life, filled with energy. By evening, the children who had gone out to sell the lunchboxes returned, each presenting Wei Lai with 25 silver coins with utmost sincerity, true to his word. Wei Lai rewarded each child with a silver coin and gave half a coin to those who had helped wash the pots and bowls. With help from others, selling lunchboxes had become an organized affair. Although a considerable sum of money has been expended, I have nonetheless liberated myself, gaining precious leisure time to engage in more personal endeavors. With nothing to occupy my time, Wei Lai now intends to venture out in pursuit of a few birds, transforming them into her own crows. It appears there are numerous pigeons near the cathedral. The children, having tasted the sweetness of success, are now exceedingly eager, standing in the biting cold long before Wei Lai has risen, anxiously awaiting at her door, fearful that if they arrive late, she might dismiss them from their tasks. Wei Lai inexplicably feels pressured to work. Several mothers, wishing to express their gratitude while also concerned that their young children might clumsily ruin things, have come to assist her personally. This influx of hands has significantly increased the production of lunchboxes. However, Wei Lai's modest rented room has become exceedingly cramped, nearly unable to accommodate everyone. Yet, this community lacks a more spacious courtyard, unless one considers the community church. The church stands as the largest structure in the area, equipped with tables, chairs, and a kitchen, offering ample space for utilization. Given that the community priest has been unceremoniously removed, there will be no one to replace him anytime soon. Wei Lai decides to move in, returning to a familiar setting. With sufficient manpower now available, production will double, nay, triple. As long as there is demand, I will supply. In a short time, the previously somnolent widows community begins to awaken with vitality. A group of children surrounding the cauldron, singing songs of stews, radiating warmth and happiness as though it were a festive Christmas banquet. Although the women only receive a few silver coins as compensation, they glimpse hope for a better life, their lips curving into rare smiles. After packaging all the lunchboxes and distributing them to the older children running errands, Wei Lai suddenly remembers that today is the day she is to meet with Bishop Russell, and she should return to him with her report. She subsequently heads to the cathedral to request an audience with Bishop Russell. After a brief wait, she enters the cathedral, where Bishop Russell, though busy, takes the time to patiently listen to Wei Lai recount her task's progress. Wei Lai emphasizes how, while using the sandworm's tooth to slay the blighted corpse, her clothing was entirely incinerated. The implication is clear: I undertook this task for you, and my equipment was destroyed. Shouldn't I be compensated? Bishop Russell, evidently pleased with Wei Lai's accomplishments, remarks, "You have performed admirably. After defeating the harbinger of corruption, your safety should be considerably enhanced. That I shall provide you with a set of blessed thermal gear as recompense." He promises to send it over shortly. The attendant also notes this matter in the to-do list and casually inquires where Wei Lai is currently residing. Filled with joy, Wei Lai inadvertently exclaims, "In the widow's community." Bishop Russell suddenly recalls something and asks, "Are you aware that your community's priest was attacked a few days ago?" Wei Lai is momentarily taken aback. She contemplates offering a defense but decides it best to acknowledge her involvement before the bishop. As it was not her fault to begin with, she responds, "It was indeed me. That day, I sensed the presence of evil and, while patrolling, witnessed someone committing violence against the nun in the church. I truly did not realize he was the priest, so I acted a bit too forcefully." Bishop Russell sighs. Well, it is also his fault for lacking resolve, being swayed by the whispers of the dark deity. I hope he can awaken to the truth in time. Has a new priest been appointed for the community yet? The orphans and widows require care. Wei Lai attempts to inquire. Not at present. Each priest here has more pressing duties, and it may require a request to the Vatican before someone can be sent, Bishop Russell admits, looking troubled. Then leave it to me. I have been managing the church in Gill Village, and I am quite familiar with the responsibilities that I can temporarily assume this role. Wei Lai is worried that her lunchbox operation might be scrutinized. However, I have more tasks for you. Bishop Russell expresses reluctance to part with Wei Lai's skill. No problem. I will manage both sides effectively. Moreover, I have already formed a good rapport with the children there. I will surely guide them along a path of light. Wei Lai asserts firmly, "Very well." If you are determined, Bishop Russell concedes, though he flips through some nearby documents. I do have additional tasks available that, if possible, I wish to head to the grain-producing area to execute a task and procure some grains for the community's children. As they are truly hungry, Wei Lai promptly suggests. After all, the demand for her oats is substantial. and even the warehouse manager dares not sell them off, so she must venture directly to the grain-producing area to carry them back herself. If that is your request, I can save some time. Bishop Russell quickly finds a task. Urgent assistance required in Oat Village. The crops in Oat Village have been contaminated by an unknown source and require a substantial amount of holy water to purify the tainted soil. Otherwise, the harvest will be entirely lost. Urgency level: very high. This is a delivery task, and if possible, you must depart at once. Bishop Russell is evidently concerned about the situation in the grain-producing area. No problem. As soon as the holy water is prepared, I can leave immediately. Wei Lai nods affirmatively that I will arrange it right away. The bishop's attendant swiftly goes to make the necessary arrangements, seizing the moment. Bishop Russell smiles. I believe it is time to imbue your badge with greater power. Thank you, Your Excellency. Wei Lai offers her cargo worker's badge with both hands. After receiving the badge, Bishop Russell begins to bestow new blessings upon it, elevating it directly from level 3 to level 5, symbolizing his recognition of Wei Lai's capabilities. Cargo worker badge level 5 user, Wei Lai effect level 1. Increases weight capacity by 100 kilograms effect level 2. Enhances leg strength by 8 effect level 3. Boosts running speed by 30 effect level 4. Augments jumping ability by 30 points effect level 5. Increases stamina by 10 points, such a formidable blessing. Even the preceding effects are enhanced as well. After putting on the badge, Wei Lai indeed feels her body grow significantly more resilient, allowing her to jump higher, run faster, and carry more. May your tasks be successful. Bishop Russell bids her farewell. Wei Lai then arrives at the cargo transfer center, collects her task order, and straps on a massive holy water tank, which likely holds a ton of holy water. Truly, only a sturdy Umbrian mule could manage such a load. In a wonder, Bishop Russell upgraded her badge a level. Wei Lai remains apprehensive about the possibility of an attack. If the tank were to crack, all the water would spill out, so she requests some tape. The attendant also promptly provides Wei Lai with a set of blessed leather armor, offering superior warmth and water resistance, rendering her nearly impervious to the cold. With everything in place, before embarking on her task, Wei Lai returns to the community church to leave a small sum of money and inform the previous nun of the situation. This time, she leaves the cauldron behind. 1 tank of holy water is heavy enough. Children, go play with the pot. Urgent task in Oat Village. Due to the urgency of this task, which concerns the safety of the entire grain-producing area and future harvests, Wei Lai does not pause for rest, carrying the holy candle lantern and running through the night. While the lantern can deter the intimidation of dark deities, it also attracts the attention of nocturnal predators. However, with her ominous eye activated and the crow's aerial perspective, she can swiftly discern the direction of impending dangers and evade them. With refreshing incense and sustenance to replenish her energy, she marches onward. What should take 3 days of travel, Wei Lai astonishingly accomplishes in just 12 hours, reaching the outskirts of Oat Village. As expected, the vast wheat fields here show signs of decay, with the still immature wheat exhibiting green rot at its roots. Yet, Wei Lai finds it curious that, even in late autumn, the wheat here has yet to be harvested. As a key grain-producing hub, many soldiers are stationed here, and upon seeing Wei Lai and her water tank, they are filled with excitement, leading her to meet the village priest. This priest appears akin to an elderly farmer, with calloused hands and a face lined with wrinkles, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank God! Thank the bishop! I thought it would take several more days for you to arrive. You ought to thank me." Wei Lai rolls her eyes, exasperated as she slams the heavy water tank onto the ground. Panting heavily, nearly unable to straighten her back, "I am grateful to this cargo worker. Please take a moment to rest. I must preside over the purification ceremony now." After the venerable farmer priest bowed deeply, he gestured for several soldiers to assist in moving the water cabinet. However, the 4 ordinary soldiers struggled mightily, almost grinding their teeth in frustration, to shift the holy water cabinet even a few paces. It was hard to fathom how the freight carrier had managed to transport it alone. Never mind, it's just a couple more steps. Where do you intend to carry it?" "Allow me." Wei Lai disdainfully hoisted the holy water cabinet once more. Following the priest towards the nearest patch of farmland, the old farmer priest opened the cabinet and poured forth a large basin of holy water, kneeling reverently before the field as he chanted incantations to conduct the purification ritual. The basin brimmed with crystalline holy water, which seemed to shed the shackles of gravity, transforming into a sphere of water that floated above the farmland, subsequently falling as gentle, nourishing rain. Almost visibly, The extensive blight staining the wheat fields began to recede swiftly, and the crops appeared rejuvenated. A group of villagers wept tears of joy, offering thanks for God's blessing. Wei Lai scratched his head, puzzled, and called over a squad leader. Did he just heal it directly? Shouldn't we investigate the cause of the affliction? There must be some reason for the contamination. This epidemic is cyclical, the squad leader explained. Once treated, it can maintain normalcy for a while. Are you kidding me? You're only addressing the symptoms, not the root cause. Are we supposed to keep running back and forth as freight carriers? It's exhausting, you know. Wei Lai shot back, a hint of irritation creeping into his voice. The old farmer priest caught wind of Wei Lai's remarks and bowed apologetically, saying, I apologize for the trouble. We truly have no means to prevent this corruption from the blight god. We can only purify it in a timely manner. Enough already. I've personally witnessed the zones afflicted by the blight god. The very air is thick with a green miasma, and plants decay uniformly from tip to root, Wei Lai stated, approaching the edge of the field. He touched the wheat and continued, Look at your crops. The decay starts from the soil, then spreads to the roots, stems, leaves, and the grains themselves remain intact. This is clearly an issue with the soil or the groundwater. Your repeated purifications are merely treating symptoms, aiming to exhaust us freight carriers. The old farmer priest was momentarily taken aback. Oh, it's the soil and groundwater that are problematic? We must stop this at once. We cannot waste any more holy water. We need to locate the source of the decay and address it. Indeed, as freight carriers, our experiences should lend us a broader perspective, Wei Lai urged. The farmer priest turned to the squad leader. Seeking assistance, the squad leader, equally perplexed, wondered where they might find the source of the decay. You all search for it. I'm utterly exhausted. I'm off to sleep, Wei Lai declared, having traveled tirelessly throughout the night. He sought out a bed in the church and fell asleep, leaving a few individuals pondering aimlessly. Soil and groundwater. Underground things? Let's dig. Under the priest's guidance, the villagers and soldiers began to excavate everywhere. True to their farmer instincts, they spent the entire day turning over the earth surrounding the village, yet found no trace of the plague's source. As dusk settled, Wei Lai finally awoke feeling refreshed. Stretching and yawning, he stumbled out of the church, only to trip and nearly fall. At first glance, he thought the village had been subjected to a bombardment, as holes pockmarked the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the villagers were all digging for gold. Grabbing one person to inquire, he learned they were searching for the source of the plague. Are you all digging blindly with your eyes closed? Do you plan to excavate until the year of the monkey? Stop digging. Save your strength. Wei Lai rushed to the old farmer priest and waved his hands. But you said we needed to find the source of the decay. The priest replied, puzzled. That doesn't mean we should dig aimlessly. Wei Lai sighed, recognizing he needed to put in more effort as he had requests to make later. Finding a higher vantage point, he sat cross-legged, akin to a meditative monk. What are the freight carriers doing? I don't know. Silence. I am listening for divine revelation. You all close your eyes and pray. Wei Lai preferred to conceal the unsettling appearance of his awakened ominous eye. The villagers quickly complied, shutting their eyes and joining in prayer. With veins bulging and face flushed, Wei Lai activated the ominous eye, gaining a crow's eye view of the village's terrain. Indeed, the majority of the wheat fields had succumbed to corrosion. However, the degree of decay varied, revealing a distinct pattern. If one were to draw a line connecting them, the source of the corruption would be near a small hillock. Aha! Let us go. Wei Lai closed his ominous eye and led the way towards the hillock. After a brisk 15-minute walk, the old farmer priest expressed skepticism. Are you sure? This is quite far from the village. Are you questioning the divine revelation bestowed upon me? Wei Lai shot back, rolling his eyes. The priest, taken aback, immediately began to repent. Dig. Wei Lai tossed his entrenching tool to a soldier stationed in the village, opting not to exert himself with labor. The soldier, puzzled by the odd tool, approached the hillock and began to dig vigorously. This cursed entrenching tool possessed the ability to disturb subterranean creatures. As soon as a layer of soil was removed, the lurking creature stirred in disgust that a giant earthworm emerged, its body oozing a putrid green slime, unmistakably a sign of profound decay. Yet, even in its corrupted state, it exhibited cowardice. Upon being unearthed, it hastily severed its own body in a desperate attempt to burrow back underground. You think you can escape after coming this far? By this offering, sacred fire, ignite my soul, purify the world, and banish all evil. May the light of the divine guide my path, and through my sacrifice, may all malevolence be consumed." In an instant, a torrent of flames surged into the earth, incinerating the blighted worm's form. Initially, the ground quaked violently, but soon it stilled completely. When the farmers unearthed it, it had already been reduced to a charred remnant. The corruption in the wheat village was eradicated. With the elimination of the blight, Wei Lai earned 50 merit points. The priest and villagers were overwhelmed with gratitude, to the point where they hesitated to refuse Wei Lai's subsequent request. He sought to purchase a ton of oats. Given that this village produced a continuous supply of grain, as long as the priest's prayers for abundance were effective, all the produce was allocated to various towns, with individuals permitted only to purchase a limited amount. Wei Lai's request for a ton was quite significant. This is quite a dilemma. Yet, having aided in resolving the corruption, they found it difficult to refuse, ultimately agreeing reluctantly. Not only oats, but this bountiful village also raised numerous chickens, and the eggs were a local specialty. So Wei Lai procured a substantial quantity of eggs to accompany the oats back. The containers for storing the grains were specially crafted, otherwise they would easily rot. Silver aluminum boxes, with several holy symbols placed within, ensured extended preservation. After a half-day's rest, Wei Lai hoisted the heavy box of oats onto his back and returned to Umbria. "Why haven't you set off yet? Did you encounter some sort of issue on the way?" 3 days later, when Bishop Russell saw Wei Lai appear in the Great Hall, he nearly lost his composure. The significance of the grain-producing region was paramount, directly impacting the food crises of several nearby cities. It was deemed an urgent task, and yet you still hadn't departed? "No, I traveled overnight and completed the task successfully," Wei Lai replied innocently, handing back the task order. So soon, Bishop Russell was momentarily taken aback, expecting it to take at least a week. Upon seeing the old farmer priest's signature and commendation on the task order, he realized that Wei Lai had indeed accomplished the task and even helped identify the lurking source of soil corruption. "Well, it seems I misjudged you, my child. You worked hard on this task." Bishop Russell apologized slightly. "That I merely did my duty to the Lord." Wei Lai is also quite modest. "You should head back and rest. I still have a plethora of tasks to attend to." Bishop Russell, without any hesitation, patted a hefty stack of special task orders beside him, explaining that these were tasks only 6th-tier couriers could handle. Yet it was evident that Wei Lai was remarkably suited for them. The Chamberlain also brought forth the remuneration for this task, 3 silver coins. Well, that's just enough for a box of takeout. Upon returning to the church in the widow's community, the atmosphere felt desolate after 3 days of absence. Wei Lai placed 4 heavy crates of oats on the ground and opened the lids, prompting 2 temporary nuns to exclaim in astonishment, so much for what? The takeout will be consumed quickly." Wei Lai had already devised a plan to purchase grains and eggs from Oat Village on a long-term basis. It would be unwise to make the trip himself. Instead, he could discreetly commission passing couriers to bring back supplies. Let the children come over. Today, the takeout is back on sale. We'll sell 50 boxes. Wei Lai rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Before long, a jubilant group of children dashed into the church, either gathering around the large cauldron to sing praises or assisting with fetching water and washing vegetables. It wouldn't do to serve beef stew continuously. The warehouse manager had become apprehensive after so much beef went missing. So today they would prepare a sumptuous dish of braised pig's feet with soft white beans. Pig's feet are not favored by the upper echelons, allowing for a degree of leniency in management. However, if prepared deliciously, it would become the cherished meal of the common folk, and Wei Lai relished it as well. The cauldron bubbled enticingly, filling the church with a delightful aroma, causing the children to swallow in eager anticipation, aware that these delectable pig's feet were not meant for them. Yet, just a spoonful of broth poured over rice, especially with a bit of meat clinging to it, would be a heavenly delight. Wei Lai unabashedly scooped out the first pig's foot, savoring it with grease dripping from his mouth, leaving the children wide-eyed in envy. "What are you staring at? Fill your bellies and then train your bodies. Once you become couriers, there will be plenty to eat." Wei Lai had no intention of sharing. A spoonful of broth with a few beans was a gesture of gratitude. Once the lunch boxes were packed, 20 older children each took 2 or 3 boxes and scampered off to sell them, the process becoming increasingly refined. However, after just 2 days of operation, as the sales of the lunch boxes escalated, the vigilant inspectors caught wind of this illicit activity and began their investigation. Initially, they apprehended a courier sneaking pig's feet rice in a corner for questioning. The courier, however, proved to be resilient, stating, "You won't get anything out of me without torture." Torture? On the pillar industry of Umbria? Oh, I've been subjected to severe penalties and can't perform my duties for months. Within 24 hours, the bishop would surely secure the courier's release. Subsequently, the inspectors had no choice but to trace the source of the sales. After several days of surveillance, they discovered that the lunch boxes were being sold by a group of children. Capture them. These older children, inheriting the talents of their courier fathers, dashed about nimbly, occasionally shouting for help. Couriers passing by would scoff. "Oh, the inspectors are even chasing children now? Let us see if I can trip you." With their extraordinary agility and assistance from the couriers, the children consistently managed to escape without incident. Upon hearing that the inspectors were pursuing the children, Wei Lai felt a pang of concern. After rewarding them with a hearty meal, he instructed them on how to shake off their pursuers and conduct transactions more discreetly. However, halting sales was out of the question. The profit from selling lunchboxes far outweighed any other venture, and over this period, they had amassed over 100 gleaming silver coins. Moreover, if sales ceased, what would the orphans and widows of this community eat? Relying solely on relief food lacked the dignity that comes with earning a salary. Since they began selling lunchboxes, these once numb and hopeless orphans and widows had regained their vitality. Their faces now radiant with happiness. The children's choir had been restored, daily masses continued as usual, and the community flourished in peace and joy, reminiscent of better times. With newfound funds, they could purchase warm clothing and firewood, alleviating worries of hunger throughout the winter. Even as the inspectors intensified their scrutiny, almost to the extent of searching every household, the children's methods became increasingly clandestine. Wei Lai taught the children to make candles from sheep tallow, sanctifying them through the singing of hymns and prayers. Only children with pure hearts and steadfast faith could create immaculate candles. Ostensibly, they sold these holy candles from house to house, while secretly continuing their lunchbox sales. Legitimate businesses could not compete with the speed of illicit ones. The main sellers of the lunchboxes shifted from the bustling older boys to the delicate younger girls, whose cold, rosy hands pitifully cradled the white candles as they pleaded. "Uncle, would you buy a candle?" Upon spotting a courier, they would tug at his sleeve and slyly inquire, "Mister, would you like some lunch?" After completing a task, Wei Lai informed Bishop Russell that he was teaching the children to make holy candles in the church, and they were now self-sufficient. Bishop Russell even awarded them the title of Model Community of Self-Rescue, a commendation worthy of promotion to impoverished communities, emphasizing the need to be proactive rather than awaiting aid. Especially given the scarcity of resources in Umbria, when the inspectors arrived to search this community, Wei Lai cooperated fully, personally guiding them as they scoured the area, ensuring no contraband was present. The inspectors, experiencing such cooperation for the first time, awarded the community the title of Model Community Against Prohibited Goods, unbeknownst to the inspectors. The production base for the lunchboxes was cleverly concealed within the community church. Right beneath the gaze of the statue of the goddess Asud, the lunchbox sales became increasingly discreet. Buyers remained tight-lipped, leaving the inspectors perplexed. Only the orphans and widows appeared to thrive. Transitioning from emaciated figures to individuals with plump, healthy bodies, a swarm of little boys and girls surrounded Wei Lai daily, their desire influenced by the temptations of the lustful deity. Yet they found no way to shake his steadfast resolve. This idyllic existence continued until Wei Lai received his next assignment. Following his previous task of delivering holy water to Oat Village, Wei Lai had successfully completed 3 more missions, all with excellence. This time, Bishop Russell had arranged yet another task: rescue the turkeys. Task background: a massive riot had erupted at the turkey farm, with the turkeys going berserk and even injuring the shepherds. Task requirement: transport a batch of armor, ropes, and medicine to assist the shepherds in quelling the uprising. It seemed rather amusing at first. Turkeys in revolt. Can the wicked deity not influence humans, but manage to incite turkeys instead? Initially, such a task would suffice for ordinary low-tier couriers. However, due to Wei Lai's remarkable abilities, Bishop Russell decided that he should directly participate in the suppression effort, ensuring the turkey farm's stability before Thanksgiving arrived. Logically, this region of old Europe did not celebrate Thanksgiving, as they had never massacred the Native Americans. However, due to unrest centuries ago, many Americans had migrated here, bringing with them the tradition of feasting on turkey during Thanksgiving, which gradually became a significant holiday in the area. Wei Lai regarded this task as a standard assignment, advising the church members, and preparing to head to the target farm with an array of lasso tools. This time, he ruthlessly took the large cauldron with him, as its bond with the children had nearly surpassed his own, giving him an odd sense of detachment upon arriving at the turkey farm 2 days later. The scene before him made it clear that this task would not be simple. The entire farm was in ruins, houses collapsed, fences destroyed, and there were numerous pale remnants scattered across the ground. Resembling human remains, Wei Lai even witnessed a turkey snap a human thigh bone with its claws, thrusting its beak into the bone to suck out the marrow. A turkey breaking a human's most robust thigh bone? Wei Lai was taken aback. Scanning the area, he found no signs of human life, only turkeys wandering about in search of food. The original grain feed was beneath their disdain. They preferred fresh blood and flesh. Had all the humans been slaughtered? What kind of task was this? Wei Lai pondered whether he should abandon this mission altogether. Yet, the turkeys appeared remarkably muscular, seemingly untainted by any corruption from the plague deity. Perhaps he could capture one to take home and taste. Wei Lai unsheathed his entrenching tool, setting aside the unnecessary cargo, and cautiously approached a turkey, intending to deliver a stunning blow. Attacking a turkey by surprise? He found it humorous. However, his attempt at stealth failed. The sound of crunching beneath his feet alerted the turkey, which quickly turned its head. Fortunately, Wei Lai swiftly darted into the adjacent thicket. Truly, after raising chickens for 2.5 years, he had developed a keen sense of alertness. An idea struck him. He plucked some leaves from the bushes, bending them into a bowl shape, and tore a piece of jerky, threading it onto a twig nestled within the leafy bowl. This was the secret art of chicken capturing, an ingenious ploy. As he threw the leafy bowl, the turkey, drawn by the sound, ambled over, pecking eagerly at the meat morsels, only to find itself unable to swallow them due to the twig. Lifting its head, the leaves obscured its vision, rendering it blind. Its walnut-sized brain was utterly perplexed, as it shook its head in confusion, oblivious to the jerky it had released from its beak. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Lai sprinted forward with his entrenching tool and delivered a swift blow to the turkey's head. With a resounding clang, the turkey swayed and collapsed, dazed. Turkey, forget the mission for now. I wish to savor the taste of turkey. In my previous life, I only ever saw it alongside mice and always believed turkey and cheese to be the finest delicacies. Wei Lai dragged the unconscious turkey away from the farm, arriving at a riverbank where he swiftly decapitated the bird. To his astonishment, even after severing the turkey's head, its body thrashed violently, nearly breaking free from his grasp. Its legs, akin to mighty iron shovels, clawed at the riverbank, leaving deep scratches on the blue stones. It seemed the signs of decay bore a resemblance to the enhancement style of a god of destruction, particularly one fond of strengthening its followers' physiques. Yet, it was perplexing that such a deity would take an interest in a flock of chickens. With practiced skill, he bled, plucked, and eviscerated the turkey, cleansing its innards of the residual malevolent energy. He then filled the turkey's cavity with fragrant herbs like lemongrass and mushrooms, slathered the skin with a layer of maple syrup, and constructed an earthen oven to roast it. The traditional method of roasting turkey. I suppose I am celebrating Thanksgiving a bit early. As he awaited the cooking process, Wei Lai activated his ominous eye, shifting into a crow's perspective to scout the farm's condition. Indeed, chaos reigned, with not a single house standing intact, until he spotted a warehouse and flew low to investigate. What he beheld inside nearly made his eyes bulge in disbelief. The warehouse was filled with turkeys standing in formation, while above them, several men were stripped bare, hanging from iron hooks by their necks. A robust humanoid turkey king was methodically eviscerating them with a knife. Even as one man twitched in the throes of extreme terror, a cacophony of excited clucks erupted from the turkeys as they feasted on the entrails. In a corner of the warehouse, a group of survivors huddled, trembling in sheer horror. The turkey king lifted the hollowed-out man, severed his head, and proceeded to stuff his abdomen with lemongrass, coating him in grease before shoving him into an oven. Cluck! The turkeys erupted in a frenzy of excitement. Wei Lai glanced back at his roasting turkey, a sudden thought striking him. Were these turkeys enacting revenge by imitating the humans' behavior towards them? Were they turning the tables by roasting humans? Cluck! Cluck! Suddenly, a turkey dashed into the farm, squawking frantically. Had the beloved one vanished? Though the turkey king could not speak human language, it was far from unintelligent. Enraged, it emerged from the barn with its turkey brethren in search of its missing mate, leaving 2 male turkeys to guard the humans in the enclosure. This seemed a promising opportunity for rescue. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than reading the Bible 7 times. It could only be virtuous. Wei Lai discerned that he could take action, utilizing the crow's aerial perspective. He temporarily abandoned the roasting turkey, cautiously evading scattered turkeys as he approached the warehouse, intent on rescuing the surviving humans. He tossed out the leafy distraction, and the two guarding turkeys mindlessly pecked at the leaves. Obscuring their own vision, Wei Lai leaped out, swiftly knocking both turkeys unconscious with two precise strikes of his shovel, and immediately called out to the survivors in the corner, "I am here as support from Umbria. Come to rescue you." The group of survivors stood frozen for a few seconds before realizing the gravity of their situation, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces as they thanked the divine for hearing their prayers. "You should be thanking me. Form a line behind me. Stay close. Do not make a sound." Wei Lai lowered his voice, warning everyone as he counted. There were approximately 20 or 30 survivors, a considerable number. He led them to form a line, escaping towards the area with fewer turkeys. Guided by the crow's map-like perspective, the group navigated out of the farm's core area without incident, stepping over occasional bones. While women and children struggled to stifle their sobs in fear. "Halt!" Wei Lai suddenly signaled for everyone to crouch beneath the bushes. Two turkeys were wandering nearby, searching for food, and they needed to wait for them to leave. However, at that moment, the Turkey King had already discovered the earthen oven by the riverbank, revealing its beloved mate, now transformed into roasted turkey. Cluck! "Humans! I will annihilate all humans." The Turkey King's roar ignited the fury of the entire turkey farm. As hundreds of turkey eyes turned crimson, their feathers bristling in anger, simultaneously, the group crouching in the bushes had been compromised, as two furious turkeys charged towards them. "Run!" Wei Lai sprang forth, batting one turkey aside with his shovel. Urging the crowd to escape quickly, the commotion immediately drew the attention of the Turkey King, which let out a piercing cry, digging its feet into the ground like a Kawasaki motorcycle at full throttle. Charging forth with a cloud of dust, the turkey was on a rampage. The speed of its charge was terrifying. Had it not been for Wei Lai's powerful legs, he would have been caught by the Turkey King's furious charge. The king's abrupt halt left deep gouges in the ground. Enraged, it turned its head, its eyes ablaze with wrath. From the crow's perspective, it seemed manageable, but locking eyes with this nearly 2-meter-tall Turkey King revealed its massive thighs and formidable muscles. Adorned with vibrant feathers, a veritable feast of protein, it was merely a turkey. Wei Lai could not fathom losing to a single bird. Cluck! The Turkey King charged once more in a fit of rage. Wei Lai readied himself for battle, swiftly sidestepping as the Turkey King closed in, swinging his shovel with precision toward its ankle. Clang! What a shocking sensation! It felt as though he had struck a solid steel pipe. With a powerful flap, the Turkey King kicked Wei Lai in the chest, sending him flying 3 meters away, only to follow up with a vicious claw strike. Cluck! Wei Lai rolled away, narrowly escaping. The ground beneath him shattered under the Turkey King's onslaught. He had underestimated this Turkey King's strength. Its combat instincts were formidable, leaving Wei Lai struggling to rise. Just in time, he unleashed a fiery cross, rapidly casting a wave of flame to repel the Turkey King's fierce attack. As a creature covered in feathers, it was instinctive for the turkey to fear fire. Seizing the moment while the Turkey King flailed at the flames consuming its feathers, Wei Lai sprang up. Donning his song spirit headphones, as the first hymn resonated, marking his transition into battle mode. "This body shall be a sacrifice, sacred fire. Burn my soul. Purify this world. Evil begone. Fire of sacrifice, weapon blessed." In an instant, his shovel whirled with fiery effects, forcing the Turkey King to retreat, too intimidated to approach. Turkeys belong in the oven. Wei Lai's proclamation ignited the Turkey King's fury. Once an ordinary turkey, it was the strongest breed in the farm. Having lived a full 2.5 years, witnessing countless kin being slaughtered, including its own offspring and beloved mate. One fateful day, while foraging, it ingested a red meteorite from space, awakening newfound powers. "I will make humans feel the agony of slaughter." Cluck! The furious, fearless Turkey King, no longer intimidated by the fiery shovel, unleashed its wings like razor-sharp blades. Wei Lai was astonished to find that its feather hardness rivaled that of his shovel. When they clashed, a metallic scraping sound erupted. Even as the flames of sacrifice ignited its plumage, the raging fire merely transformed it into an even angrier turkey, breaking through its innate fear. A powerful claw suddenly broke through the attack of the fire shovel. Seizing the handle with an iron grip, The overwhelming disparity in strength left Wei Lai utterly defenseless as his weapon was wrenched away. Without a second thought, he fled, for a weaponless fight was futile. His legs, honed by years of labor, propelled him forward with remarkable speed that as he glanced back, he was astounded by the Turkey King's astonishing velocity. Like a bolt of lightning, it pursued him, ablaze. Ling Mei. Lend me your aid. As he ran, Wei Lai retrieved a piece of incense from his inner pocket, firmly grasping the incense ball. After a fervent prayer with eyes closed, a cloud of smoke gradually emerged. Guided by the ethereal aroma, it transformed into a smoke projectile, darting directly into the Turkey King's nostrils. The hallucinogenic incense indeed caused the Turkey King to stumble, but its body, now possessed by a malevolent deity, entered a state of fury, significantly enhancing its resistances. It quickly regained its footing, shrieking as it resumed its relentless chase after Wei Lai. No. Engaging it head-on offers no chance of victory. Strength and speed are overwhelmingly against me. I must outsmart it. As Wei Lai desperately fled, he contemplated a counterattack. Glancing around, he spotted the intact slaughterhouse and veered towards it, simultaneously reaching for the jester doll at his waist. I am the Turkey King. The Turkey King's roar echoed like a train's horn as it charged into the warehouse with terrifying speed. Inside, Wei Lai found himself cornered, burying his head in a haystack in a state of ostrich-like terror. Half his backside exposed and trembling. Humanity is doomed. Without the slightest hesitation, the Turkey King raised its claw, preparing to crush Wei Lai beneath its formidable strength, ready to obliterate him with a single blow. Boom. Amidst the smoke, Wei Lai's form transformed into a jester doll, erupting in manic laughter. Ha 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 ha. You've been fooled. The Turkey King had yet to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Baldy! Into the pot you go. The real Wei Lai leaped down from a beam in the warehouse, clutching a large pot, which he promptly placed over the Turkey King's head. The pot, devoid of combat capabilities and disinclined to be used as a weapon, would expand when happy and shrink when displeased. Now fitted over the unbutchered Turkey King's head, the displeased pot swiftly constricted, tightly binding itself to the Turkey King, impervious to any attempts to shake it off. Enraged, the Turkey King rammed its head against the wall, breaking through it, yet failed to dislodge the pot. It was time to end this. Wei Lai drew his gleaming chef's knife, sharpening it with delight, prepared to conclude the ordeal. However, the Turkey King, trapped and infuriated, found itself besieged by countless ordinary turkeys, charging fearlessly to obstruct Wei Lai's advance. Wei Lai's objective was to subdue the turkey farm, not to eradicate every turkey. After all, Thanksgiving was still some time away, and the meat could not remain frozen indefinitely. Striving for a flawless completion of his task, Wei Lai found himself unable to deliver a decisive blow to the flock. Meanwhile, the Turkey King, unable to free itself from the pot, was driven into a frenzy, charging in a determined direction. Whether to crush Wei Lai or find a stone to smash the pot was unclear. Oh no, you're heading the wrong way, my pot. Wei Lai feared the Turkey King might abscond with his pot. Yet, faced with the onslaught of ordinary turkeys, he had to respond with all his might, narrowly avoiding a bloody scratch to his calf. Just then, the ground trembled slightly, and the sound of thundering hooves approached. To his astonishment, a cavalry troop appeared. Leading them was a colossal, imposing middle-aged man clad in shining, heavy golden armor, his square, resolute face set towards the direction the Turkey King had blindly charged. At a golden sword ray cleaved through the air. The Turkey King, moments away from crushing Wei Lai, was instantly decapitated, its crimson blood spilling profusely. With the demise of the Turkey King, the flock lost its collective aura and gradually calmed. Hey, that's my kill. I was about to finish it. Wei Lai, now covered in feathers, gazed upwards at the advancing knights. The entire troop of knights maintained their forward gaze, scarcely glancing at Wei Lai, as if he were merely a beggar by the roadside, passing by with an air of haughty disdain towards Umbrian City. Damn it, where did these knights come from? Acting all high and mighty, Wei Lai, feeling petty, controlled his crow to relieve itself on the ostentatious armor of the knights. Remember, black crows drop white droppings, and white knights drop black ones. After the Turkey King's demise, the turkey farm returned to tranquility, and the surviving workers returned, their spirits notably low. Fortunately, the priest of the town's church had taken some women and children to the basement early on, thus avoiding disaster. At least the turkey farm could resume operations, ensuring that there would be turkey meat available for Thanksgiving. Meanwhile, The fallen Turkey king became Wei Lai's solitary spoils of war. The steel-like tail feathers, when plucked, could fetch a good price as materials or be worn as a headdress for an Indian costume. The sharp and resilient claws, though Wei Lai yearned to savor the taste of crispy turkey feet, were destined for the forge to be fashioned into claw hooks. After all, as a freight handler, he often needed to scale cliffs and buildings, making such tools invaluable. The feathers, consumed by the flames of sacrifice, held no further utility, leaving only the formidable muscles behind. Due to its enormous size, Wei Lai couldn't finish it in one sitting, so he merely cut off a turkey leg, slathered it with a secret sauce, and roasted it. After an eager wait, he sprinkled it with seasoning and devoured it with great anticipation, taking a bite. Upon inspection, it was indeed turkey meat, not wood. Yet why did it resemble chewing on cardboard, so dry and tough? It had no fat content whatsoever, purely muscle fibers. Wei Lai gnawed for ages without yielding, his saliva running dry, leaving him with sore teeth, each of his 28 teeth crying out in agony. Roasting didn't work. Perhaps it needed stewing. Wei Lai resorted to the pot once more for a second attempt. The result was still akin to chewing on a towel. I refused to believe that steaming, frying, stewing, boiling, roasting, smoking, pickling, and baking cannot tame you. Fried turkey leg, pulled turkey, turkey meatballs, turkey-flavored crispy rice. After exhausting all culinary techniques, Wei Lai conceded defeat. The Turkey King's terrifying muscle fibers proved impervious to any method of cooking, their texture akin to raw wood. Ultimately, in resignation, Wei Lai dried the flesh of the Turkey King and ground it into powder. Turkey King Premium Muscle Protein Powder. As for the remaining innards, he had no intention of consuming them and allowed his crow to share in the spoils, hoping it could absorb some chaotic magic from the flesh of the evil deity's followers. Turkeys possess emotions. They experience fear and can resist. When you consume them, do you not feel a twinge of sorrow? If turkeys ruled the world, would you wish to see them penning humans for sustenance? The treacherous deity sought to exploit Wei Lai's potential vulnerabilities. Guilt. An overwhelming wave of guilt washed over him. He simply could not transform the Turkey King into a delectable dish. This would be his lifelong shame, and he vowed to invent a cooking method to create a culinary masterpiece from turkey before Thanksgiving. Wei Lai lamented his plight. A day later, upon returning to Umbrian City, Wei Lai sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Though uncertain of the specifics, the air felt stifling. Eager to fulfill his task, he paid little heed to these details and proceeded to the main cathedral of the freight center. To his astonishment, the guards outside the cathedral had vanished, replaced by a cohort of extraordinarily robust knights. Their heavy iron armor enveloping their towering 2-meter frames, resembling iron towers. This very troop was the same one Wei Lai had encountered while on his mission at the turkey farm. What were they doing here? Puzzled, Wei Lai approached to inquire. But, clang, a pair of crossed long-handled axes descended, nearly cleaving him in two. No entry for outsiders. What? Am I considered an outsider now? I am the top freight handler here. Wei Lai was taken aback by their lack of accommodation. The two knights stood immovable like sentinels, showing no intention of parting ways. Fine, I'll just borrow the restroom. With a feigned casualness, Wei Lai turned to leave, secretly veering off to a nearby latrine. Squatting down to control his crow, all the while observing the situation at the cathedral and pondering how this group of knights had taken over, the raven soared to the skylight, peering down inquisitively. Below, in the cathedral, a stern middle-aged knight clad in golden armor was engaged in a dialogue with Bishop Russell, their demeanor decidedly unfriendly. The formidable knight then displayed a sacred parchment with a single hand, a personal decree from His Holiness the Pope. It proclaimed that Bishop Russell, accused of spiritual corruption, heresy, and dereliction of duty, was deemed unfit to govern the city of Umbria. The knight requested compliance while awaiting the arrival of the tribunal for investigation. Bishop Russell, without resistance, sorrowfully removed his crown of authority, revealing his graying hair, and was escorted deeper into the grand hall by two knights. The middle-aged knight then commanded, seal all cathedral documents and investigate anyone closely associated with the bishop. Damn it! Bishop Russell has been dismissed. My recommendation letter, exclaimed Wei Lai in shock. This is a blatant usurpation of power. He hastily adjusted his trousers and prepared to flee. The knights had begun sealing the cathedral, intent on capturing all of the bishop's confidants. That I'm not familiar with any bishop at all, Wei Lai muttered, hurrying through the door and glancing back only when he was certain he was not being pursued. He circled around to the foundry hall, where the air of normalcy still prevailed, oblivious to the unfolding events. "Hey, are you about to order something again? Did you bring me a box of old world cigars?" "I am down to my last one," inquired Master Darm, a familiar figure, as he eyed Wei Lai while holding an unlit cigar. "Stop smoking. There are knights here carrying out an investigation into Bishop Russell's alleged corruption. They reapprehending his associates." Wei Lai urgently lowered his voice. "Is that true? You must be joking." Darm cast a scornful glance. "Oh, I look like I would joke about something like this. Go outside and see for yourself." They sealed the cathedral. Wei Lai shook his head vehemently. "My God, how can they do this? Bishop Russell is such a good man." Darm was taken aback. "It's the Pope's command. Why are you questioning it? If you have any contraband, hide it quickly before they find evidence against you," Wei Lai advised earnestly. Right. Darm hastily discarded the last cigar he had been reluctant to part with into the furnace. Shoveling in more coal. "I have some materials here. Can you see if they can be fashioned into tools?" Wei Lai presented a pair of iron claws and some tail feathers from a turkey king to Darm. "This is good stuff. You mustn't skimp on the processing fee," Darm remarked after a brief inspection, recognizing the high-quality materials. "Not a problem. Use the best materials. Money is no object." Wei Lai promptly offered a deposit of 20 silver coins. He then made haste to leave, seeking refuge in the community church to observe the situation for a couple of days. In the days that followed, while Umbria appeared calm on the surface, beneath it, currents of unrest churned. Wei Lai remained in hiding, ceasing his meal sales and earning no income. News of Bishop Russell's dismissal quickly spread throughout the city, leaving everyone perplexed, yet powerless to act. Then, the middle-aged paladin temporarily managing the cargo center issued his first decree. All cargo workers would be promoted to official positions within the church, receiving salaries from the church and adhering to its directives. In layman's terms, it meant that state-owned enterprise employees were being formally converted into civil servants. While this may have seemed beneficial, from that point onward, cargo workers would no longer receive task-based rewards, but rather salaries based on rank, resulting in a decrease in income. They would no longer have the luxury of choosing tasks. Once orders were given, they were expected to complete them within stipulated time frames. Under Bishop Russell's management, cargo workers enjoyed several days of leave after completing tasks to recuperate, purify their souls in church, spend time with family, and procure equipment. However, post-reform, they would receive no leave at all. Completing one task would only lead to the immediate assignment of another. Umbria was set to enter a regime of strict control, and the previously watchdog-like inspectors, who could only bark without bite, were now endowed with greater authority to oversee the city's order. Amidst the cargo workers, discontent simmered. In the black market, no one was inclined to sell goods, as all were engrossed in discussions about the changing tide. Is Bishop Russell really gone for good? I heard he was accused of spiritual corruption. What a slander. The bishop was such a devout man. Word spread that the new appointee would hold a ceremony at the cathedral the following day to officially announce his assumption of control over the management headquarters. Wei Lai mingled among the crowd, listening to their uninspired chatter, unable to resist interjecting with a malicious suggestion. "Let us protest together. There are so many of us. Does Umbria not need our cargo? Can he really cripple his own legs?" "Who is speaking?" a voice called out. "The lunchbox vendor," Wei Lai replied, stirring the crowd. "Let us cause a ruckus, force him out, and perhaps Bishop Russell will return." He adjusted his mask, wishing to avoid being the scapegoat, preferring to let others lead the charge while he reaped the benefits. The cargo workers considered this logic. The entire operation of Umbria hinged on them. If we protest, would they really dare to harm themselves? They pondered. Let us stage a protest. The next day, in the square of Umbria, a ceremony was convened by the directly appointed knights from the Vatican, officially announcing the reformation measures for Umbria. "I am Paladin Osius, appointed directly by His Holiness the Pope, here to succeed Bishop Russell as the manager of Umbria," he declared. "By the authority of His Holiness, I am tasked with rectifying the inefficiencies in Umbria and enhancing the operational capabilities of the cargo center to maximize the supply of goods to various regions." The first directive: cargo workers must unconditionally obey orders. The newly appointed paladin was robust and imposing, his square jaw exuding an air of uncompromising authority as he pronounced his management policies. "Fool, fool!" Wei Lai controlled the raven to swoop over the paladin's head. "Down with him! Down with him!" He hit among the crowd, leading the uproar. The cargo workers, agitated, were unaccustomed to such stringent constraints, overwhelmed by anger. They raised their fists in solidarity, chanting Bishop Russell's name. Suppress them. Paladin Osius appeared to anticipate the uprising, signaling for dozens of burly knights to encircle the scene, while the inspectors brandished their clubs and moved in to strike. The rapid strikes were not a testament to their skill, but rather a fear of breaking their clubs, leaving them without weapons. You arrogant cargo workers, we've longed to teach you a lesson. Paladin Osius observed the chaos unfold below with an impassive expression. To tame these free-spirited wild horses once more, pain was inevitable. Umbria could not function without its cargo workers, just as a car cannot operate without wheels. Yet, cargo workers too were dependent on Umbria. A car without wheels could not move, and wheels without a car held no value. This initial bout of violence was merely an appetizer, a precursor to the true struggle for dominance. Umbria, as the logistical hub of the old Italian territories, was operating at less than 60% efficiency, leading to frequent supply interruptions in neighboring cities, which had caused considerable dissatisfaction within the Vatican. It was imperative to get Umbria functioning at full capacity, ensuring that surrounding cities received ample provisions before winter. Goodness, this is outright armed suppression, Wei Lai gasped, taken aback by the aggressive advance of the inspectors. Their clubs slicing through the air, the fervor that had driven him to incite others to protest dissipated, and he quickly crouched down, prying open a sewer grate to escape into the underground. This new knight was ruthless in his methods. When he said he would strike, he truly did. I can't provoke this, Wei Lai thought, fleeing as the cargo workers were left to fend for themselves. Being beaten mercilessly. Even if they possessed the ability to fight back, behind the inspectors stood soldiers, behind them knights, and behind the knights, paladins. That to protest was one thing. To resist was to rebel, and did they truly wish to wager their lives? Wei Lai realized the gravity of his miscalculation. This was no place to linger. He needed to escape. Umbria was on the brink of transforming into a blood-soaked delivery station. Wei Lai aimed to reclaim his recommendation letter and hastened toward the next district. However, the letter remained with Bishop Russell, and he had no idea where to retrieve it. Perhaps, while everyone is busy suppressing the uprising in the square, I could inquire in the dungeon, Wei Lai mused. Considering this a viable plan, utilizing the crow's vantage point, Wei Lai skillfully evaded all patrolling soldiers as he advanced towards the dungeon area of the cathedral, having ventured into the cathedral several times. Wei Lai was quite familiar with the route, and quickly circumvented the guards. Arriving at the rear of the cathedral, "Don't know," he muttered upon spotting a burly armored knight stationed at the dungeon's entrance. His imposing figure nearly blocking the door, showing no signs of laxity. However, Wei Lai was adept at employing tricks. After igniting some incense and giving it a shake, a cloud of smoke, under the control of the fragrant essence, slipped beneath the knight's armor. The sentinel knight suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Confirming that the knight was indeed entranced, Wei Lai seized the moment to sidle into the dungeon. Beneath the cathedral, the dungeon's conditions were relatively decent, considering it belonged to the previous district bishop. Until the judgment was finalized, no one could subject him to torture. The dungeon area was divided into two sections. One half housed the bishop's confidants, numbering around a dozen, who were crammed together in a single cell and looked quite astonished upon seeing Wei Lai. Making a gesture for silence, Wei Lai continued to tread quietly until he reached the independent cell of Bishop Russell. This space was hardly distinguishable from a bedroom, complete with a bookshelf, dining table, bed, and a crucifix, all in place at that moment. Bishop Russell was kneeling before the crucifix in serene prayer, having shed his bishop's robes for a simple white linen garment. "Your Excellency, Bishop," Wei Lai whispered, rousing Bishop Russell from his reverie. "How on earth did you come to be here?" Bishop Russell inquired, blinking in confusion. "That I heard that the paladin falsely accused you in a bid for power. So I came to see if there was any way I could assist you." "Your Excellency," Wei Lai offered politely, "My faith can withstand any trial. No one can falsely accuse me. The tribunal will vindicate everything." Bishop Russell replied with a calm smile. The mere mention of the tribunal sent shivers down Wei Lai's spine, for they were notorious for employing harsh punishments during interrogations, that is used for dealing with heretics. "I am the district bishop personally appointed by His Holiness, under the protection of the Divine Covenant. They would not dare to trouble me." Bishop Russell maintained his composure. "Well, I hope they do not wrong anyone. If there is nothing else I can assist you with, I would like to inquire about my letter of recommendation," Wei Lai stated, revealing his intent. "I placed your letter of recommendation in the drawer of my study." Do you wish to retrieve it? Bishop Russell's expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiarity. Yes, I wish to continue my unfinished training, Wei Lai admitted, harboring thoughts of escape. I apologize. I failed to complete your recommendation letter in time. My bishop's ring has also been taken from me. Bishop Russell lamented, touching his barren finger regretfully. There is no need for such concern. None could have anticipated this outcome. Upon learning of the letter's location, Wei Lai intended to retrieve it. Wait, if you are going to my study, could you help me fetch something? Bishop Russell's request led to an awkward silence between the two. That you truly read forbidden texts? It wouldn't happen to be of an indecent nature, would it? Wei Lai asked, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It is not contraband. I wish for you to retrieve my holy decree. Only with the decree in hand can the tribunal be cautious. Bishop Russell replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. How curious that one who professes integrity would ultimately fear the tribunal's reach. Now he seeks the papal identification as a talisman for protection? I shall ensure the task is completed. Furthermore, the tribunal is known for its meticulous scrutiny. If there are any signs of extravagance or negligence, please assist me in eliminating them, Bishop Russell added, his internal anxiety evident. Once the tribunal intervenes, they could extract tons of gold and silver from mere clear water in a wooden cup. Under their methods, even a bear would confess to being a rabbit. Wei Lai felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Very well. Though you are a former leader, perhaps one day you will rise again. That I shall reluctantly accept this task. Before the tribunal arrives, I will help you eliminate any incriminating evidence. It was surprising that someone like Bishop Russell would harbor such fear of the tribunal. Just who were these individuals? Upon exiting the dungeon, Wei Lai immediately altered his course towards Russell's study. Should he not seize this opportunity, the return of the paladin would undoubtedly result in heightened security measures, making any future endeavors exponentially more challenging. The cathedral was bustling, with many priests still diligently attending to their duties. They had not entirely forsaken their old leader in favor of the newly appointed one. Even upon spotting Wei Lai, they expressed surprise but showed no inclination to report him. The bishop's exclusive living quarters on the third floor were guarded by a formidable knight, employing his previous tactic. Wei Lai once more unleashed a cloud of incense smoke to temporarily bewilder the guard, then darted into the bishop's study. The study was undeniably dignified and elegant, adorned with a rich carpet. And everything was meticulously arranged. The bookshelf was lined with numerous religious texts, their worn covers a testament to Bishop Russell's piety. All were official classics issued by the ecclesiastical authority, requiring no elimination. The desk was cluttered with many documents pertaining to the Umbrian region, indicating Bishop Russell's conscientious management of this logistical hub. No need for cleaning there either. Wei Lai opened the desk drawer and rummaged through the papers until he discovered his letter of recommendation. Hastily pocketing it, the desk also contained several silver utensils. To prevent the tribunal from accusing you of living in luxury, I shall clear these away, he declared, gathering all the silverware into his satchel. He then proceeded to search for the holy decree that Bishop Russell had tasked him with retrieving. Well concealed, it was hidden behind a painting above the fireplace within a secret compartment of a safe. Wei Lai, being a novice in matters of mechanical safes, had never encountered one before. Even after Bishop Russell had provided him with the key and combination, he struggled repeatedly to unlock it, his forehead glistening with sweat. The sounds of the paladin and his retinue returning from below grew louder. At long last, he managed to open the safe, revealing a scroll of exquisite parchment, radiating a powerful aura of sanctity, bound with a red ribbon. Each character inscribed upon it flowed elegantly and forcefully, and at the bottom lay the personal signature of His Holiness along with the sacred seal, the Holy Decree, District Bishop. This document represented a true symbol of identity. Possessing it would affirm one's status as a divinely appointed bishop, and losing it would spell disaster. In simple terms, the Pope, or the Pontiff, is the sole earthly representative of God, bestowed with the power to govern the mortal realm. Every decision made by the Pontiff does not reflect his own will, but that of the Almighty. Each appointment of a sacred cleric is thus an acknowledgement from God, and the granting of a holy decree is fundamental to their identity. As long as the evidence of identity is intact, no one, save for God himself, can judge a sacred cleric, which is why the bishop needed Wei Lai to retrieve the decree for him. What distinguishes a sacred cleric from an ordinary cleric? It is akin to the difference between local government officials and central government officials. The former can appoint themselves without divine sanction and govern a mere locality, while the latter are the rightful ministers endowed with divine authority. Father Cain had instructed Wei Lai to pursue studies at the Vatican Seminary to obtain a holy decree, a means to bring honor to the family. Although the holy decree Wei Lai held was not his own, he felt an inexplicable thrill, as if he had become a superior central official. In addition to the holy decree, the safe contained a book in which Bishop Russell had recorded his insights on the gospel. A reflection of the blessings he had discerned from the biblical texts. The district bishop lacked the authority to interpret scripture. Should the tribunal discover it, it would serve as yet another piece of evidence against him. Without hesitation, Wei Lai tucked the insights away, pondering that perhaps he might glean new blessings from them in the future. Furthermore, there was a pouch of holy silver coins within the safe. Weighing it, he estimated there to be only a few dozen. Evidently, a bishop's finances were rather meager compared to Wei Lai's. Should the tribunal uncover this, they might accuse you of embezzlement. I will take care of this for you, he declared, pocketing the coins without a second thought. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If his own adult magazines were placed within Bishop Russell's safe, how many moral points could he accumulate? Wei Lai pulled out the magazines and tucked them into the safe. Moral points increased by 200. Are you testing my conscience, O Lord Satan? Which good person can withstand such a trial? Wei Lai's heart was tormented. No. Bishop Russell had shown me kindness. I could never betray him. Gritting his teeth, Wei Lai took the Risku magazine. The system retracted 200 points of misdeed value. His heart felt like it was being ripped apart. Half of the golden demon's blessing had slipped away. How could I forsake my conscience, even disregarding my misdeed value? O Lord, grant me forgiveness just this once. Burdened with immense guilt, Wei Lai placed the Risku magazine back into the safe. Since it had come to this, what was a little more? He added an incense of seduction. Misdeed value increased by 100.1 more pleasure candle wound he heard. Misdeed value increased by 50. A precious photo of an adult star he had scavenged from the black market. Misdeed value increased by 30. The nun stockings and ropes. Engrossed in accumulating misdeed points, Wei Lai suddenly smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting the mission that had brought him here. To help Bishop Russell eliminate the evidence of corruption and dereliction of duty. After confirming that there were no valuable items left behind, he prepared to escape through the window. However, as he cautiously closed the window and executed a triple jump from the third-floor cathedral to the ground, he accidentally dropped the recommendation letter he had been holding, which fluttered away in the wind. Damn it. Wei Lai hurriedly ran after the letter. Fate played its tricks. The letter drifted and landed squarely on the chest of a golden-armored knight. Thud. Wei Lai landed in the corridor, momentarily breathless, akin to a high school student stumbling upon their homeroom teacher while sneaking into an internet cafe. The visage of Paladin Osius remained imposing as ever. Akin to an emotionless Terminator. In a moment of desperation, Wei Lai exclaimed, "My Lord Paladin, I am the apprentice priest Wei Lai, currently training in Umbria's freight service. I was utterly captivated by your astonishing swordplay at the turkey farm and humbly seek an opportunity for a recommendation to the Vatican Seminary." Paladin Osius turned his head slightly to glance at Wei Lai, uttering not a word. As he opened the recommendation letter, his finger coalescing holy power on the third line, inscribing a line of golden holy script, Osius Augustus. There was no additional content, merely a name that exuded authority and pride. The recommendation letter was slapped against Wei Lai's chest. As the nightly procession continued its march towards the cathedral, Wei Lai, mesmerized, touched the slightly warm paper of the recommendation letter, gazing at the retreating figure of the paladin, feeling as insignificant as a mere speck of dust. He had toiled here for over a month. Yet Bishop Russell had not provided him with a recommendation letter, while Paladin Osius had casually signed one for him. At that moment, Wei Lai felt somewhat awed by the paladin's formidable presence. Only after watching the paladin vanish at the end of the corridor did Wei Lai realize he still had a task at hand. He must deliver the holy warrant to Bishop Russell. However, by now the cathedral's nightly ranks had returned, and the defenses had undoubtedly tightened. Nearly every door was now guarded by nightly attendants, making it nearly impossible to pass through easily. Perhaps he could disguise himself as a food delivery person, concealing the holy warrant within a loaf of bread to be sent to the dungeon. Wei Lai pondered this and deemed it feasible. He promptly departed from the cathedral to the bakery to prepare his props, a piece of black bread, hollowed out to conceal the holy warrant inside. When the time came, he would simply incapacitate the delivering attendant, don their clothing, and replace the bread, successfully delivering the holy warrant to Bishop Russell. The plan was flawless. However, when Wei Lai infiltrated the cathedral once again, executing his disguise plan perfectly while carrying plain water and bread towards the dungeon, He encountered no inquiries along the way. Yet, just around a corner, he discovered that the main hall was filled with people. Among them was Paladin Osius, alongside another imposing man with a cold demeanor, clad in a sinister black robe that emitted a menacing aura. Adorning his chest was a crest that struck fear into anyone who gazed upon it. The Inquisition, Judge Heinrich, spoke expressionlessly to Osius. Lord Heinrich, you've arrived remarkably quickly. I expected to see you in a few days. Judge Heinrich responded with a chilling smile. Upon hearing of the opportunity to judge a bishop, I abandoned all my current affairs and rushed over. Paladin Osius replied, not a judgment, but an investigation. The expression on Judge Heinrich's face revealed a cold delight. Of course, it is an investigation, but I shall conduct it with the utmost impartiality regarding this bishop. Wei Lai thought to himself that if that sinister smile were directed at him, he would likely have already wet his pants. Osius coldly remarked, let us hope so. Heinrich inquired, does he possess the holy warrant? If he does, there are many methods I cannot employ. Osius replied, since my arrival, I have sealed all his belongings. The warrant should not be in his possession. Heinrich appeared quite pleased with this answer and asked further, very well, what are the contents of his impeachment? Osius explained, dereliction of duty. As the manager, he failed to operate the freight center to its fullest potential, resulting in insufficient supplies to neighboring cities, and he has harbored crimes, repeatedly allowing freight workers to possess contraband from the bygone era. Heinrich closed his eyes, greedily inhaling. Excellent, I can smell the treachery of the schemer. It is my favorite scent. This was disastrous. I must quickly deliver the holy warrant, Wei Lai thought, his heart racing. Eye in his eyes. Heinrich was no different from a madman. Even if someone clogged the toilet, he could perceive it as a conspiracy from a schemer. Now, I shall proceed to search his residence. Please lead the way. Subsequently, the assembly in the hall moved towards the third-floor quarters. Wei Lai hurriedly carried the food tray towards the dungeon, realizing he must deliver the holy warrant to Bishop Russell before the trial commenced. However, upon reaching the dungeon entrance, he found the guard knights had increased to 4. Upon seeing Wei Lai's food tray, they unhesitatingly stated, there is still an hour until the designated meal time. Damn it! Wei Lai was on the verge of collapse. Was it truly necessary to wait an hour just to deliver a meal? The bishop would starve. However, the guarding knights would not grant any exceptions, simply instructing him to wait nearby. Wei Lai anxiously felt cold sweat trickling down his back. The investigation by the judging officer on the third floor had already begun, meticulously scouring from Bishop Russell's bedroom to his study, leaving no stone unturned, even scrutinizing every letter and note for meaning. How is it going? Even Osius could not help but inquire. The hidden nature of the endeavor was so profound that it concealed a colossal conspiracy. Heinrich, with his wealth of experience, casually found the hidden compartment behind the picture frame. I am certain that all the answers, including evidence of collusion with the scheming minister, will be unearthed within this compartment. Bang! The safe was violently opened. Judge, Paladin, the two prominent figures fell into a silence. Thus, it was not the scheming minister or the evil deity that had corrupted Bishop Russell, but rather the deity of pleasure? Look at these items. The old man certainly indulged himself. Wei Lai had waited above the dungeon for a full hour. Only at the appointed time was he allowed to descend to deliver the food. Fortunately, this group of future primitive people had never seen a television and were completely unaware that concealing items within food was a common practice. However, just as Wei Lai hurriedly entered the dungeon, he heard the sound of the judge descending behind him, prompting him to quicken his pace until he reached the independent cell. Bishop Russell, here's your bread. Before Wei Lai could even hand the bread into the cell, a powerful hand swiftly grasped the tray from him. Bishop Russell, I apologize for disturbing your dinner, Judge Heinrich said, a chilling smile adorning his face as he snatched the tray and entered the independent cell. This is a disaster. The holy warrant is hidden in the bread. Wei Lai was on the brink of despair, desperately signaling to Bishop Russell, who remained oblivious. Paladin Osius and the other knights did not follow, and no one drove Wei Lai away, allowing him to remain in the dungeon and eavesdrop openly. The tribunal had arrived with remarkable speed. Bishop Russell slowly rose from before the crucifix of suffering, the passage of mere nights seeming to age him decades, and no longer did he resemble a high-ranking cleric, but rather an ordinary old man, frail and weary. The judge, Heinrich, seated himself at a table, placing a silver platter laden with dinner before him. Thoughtfully arranging the cutlery for Bishop Russell, the bishop settled into his chair, gazing at the bread and clear water before him. His appetite had vanished completely. Wei Lai, in a state of urgency, implored him to eat, exclaiming, "Please, do eat. Slice it open, and within lies the sacred decree that could save your life. Are you not hungry? This bread is quite good. Consuming it will fortify you for the impending interrogation." In contrast, Heinrich took a small piece of bread, chewing it slowly, inadvertently revealing a corner of the sacred decree. Yet, neither of them seemed focused on the food, oblivious to the fact that Wei Lai's heart raced. Nearly bursting from his chest, "If you will not eat, I shall save time and commence directly," Heinrich declared, his smile vanishing, his gaze fixed upon Russell, each word a question emerging from the abyss, laden with absolute pressure. "When did you succumb to the corruption of the dark god?" A simple inquiry that seemed to seal Bishop Russell's fate. Unfazed, Russell replied, "Since the age of 5, I have recited the Bible. At 10, I entered the monastery. At 18, I began my studies at the seminary. Now, at 68, I have never wavered from being a loyal shepherd of the Lord. Understand my question clearly. I ask when you began to align yourself with the dark god." Heinrich's smile grew more sinister. Bishop Russell inhaled deeply. "I have never strayed from the teachings of the Lord." "Excellent. Should you admit this, I might find the proceedings dull." Heinrich nodded with satisfaction as a judge who has presided over countless corrupt individuals. "I have yet to tackle a case of bishop-level complexity. This will be a significant challenge in my career." Wei Lai, fidgeting and gesturing anxiously, sought to signal that the sacred decree was hidden within the bread. Yet Russell had closed his eyes. "That I can pose another question. Has the dark god communicated with you?" Heinrich continued. "Throughout the lengthy path of a cleric's devotion, we encounter countless temptations and misguidances. Nevertheless, I steadfastly remain on the path laid out by God." Russell responded, "So you admit to having had contact with the dark god?" Heinrich noted, scribbling in his notebook, though the pressure was not directed at him. Wei Lai felt his bladder tighten, on the verge of bursting. Russell trembled imperceptibly, "But they have left no mark upon my thoughts. My level of spiritual pollution is below 0.1. Do not attempt to deceive me with such rudimentary detection methods. True deep corruption takes root in the depths of the soul, imperceptible to any means of detection. It subtly alters your thoughts, steering your decisions in its favor, without your own awareness of your corruption." Heinrich mocked, shaking his head. "This is the courtroom's perverse logic. A pollution level of 1 signifies a corrupted heretic, while below 1 indicates a deeply corrupted heretic." Wei Lai felt his legs weaken, as though he himself were seated across from the judge, undergoing interrogation. "I hear from the overseers here that there are many relics from the old era. What is your stance on your transport workers possessing contraband?" Heinrich pressed on. "They are the backbone of Umbria. Even if they possess some inconsequential contraband, we must prioritize our mission and not imprison them. Merely confiscating and destroying the items," Bishop Russell stated, his demeanor visibly tense. Heinrich nodded with satisfaction, jotting down, "Bishop Russell states that the contraband lawbreakers are the backbone of Umbria." Russell's body quivered slightly. Heinrich then inquired, "I have heard that after completing their tasks, all transport workers enjoy a 2 to 3 day respite, which results in a shortage of resources in surrounding cities. Can you explain this?" "The transport workers are exposed to extreme dangers in the wilderness. They require ample time to recuperate, to engage in spiritual healing, to strengthen their faith." Russell endeavored to phrase his rationale without flaw. The reasoning is quite compelling, sufficient to sway many. But have you considered that the surrounding cities suffer more severely due to the scarcity of supplies?" Heinrich continued, "I am aware. I am tirelessly managing to ensure sufficient transport capacity. I work 10 hours daily, yet it is impossible to demand that. Transport workers are not easily trained. They require strength, courage, faith, and equipment." Russell's composure began to slip, sounding more like a reprimanded subordinate than a bishop. Heinrich tapped his fingers on the table, nodding repeatedly as he grasped a small detail amidst his lengthy discourse. "So, you also purify the souls of the transport workers and bestow blessings upon them, correct?" "I am a blessing pastor from the seminary," Russell began, but Heinrich had already noted, Russell will provide psychological intervention and physical enhancements for the transport workers. Suspected of organizing a rebellion, you persistently distort the truth. What exactly do you intend to accuse me of?" Bishop Russell finally erupted in anger. "Angry? Good. Anger will only expose your flaws more readily. You are clever. Attempting to mislead me with some dubious contraband, making me believe you are ensnared by the depraved dark god. Alas, I am all too familiar with the schemes of the treacherous dark god. The moment you speak, I can smell its repugnant breath. Heinrich's smile grew increasingly malevolent as he removed his gloves, revealing hands scarred and crackling with electricity. Now, I shall interrogate your soul until I extract the seeds of treachery. No, you cannot do this. I am a bishop, consecrated by His Holiness. None may judge me but the Lord. Bishop Russell's eyes widened in terror. And your sacred decree? Without it, I am entitled to consider you a masquerading bishop and subject you to interrogation. Under the tempestuous currents, Heinrich's smile morphed into something terrifying. That I can retrieve the decree, Russell stammered, fear evident in his voice. Regrettably, it is too late. Heinrich's smile twisted into madness as the violent electricity began to surge towards Russell. At that moment, Wei Lai summoned every ounce of courage. Unable to bear witness to the brutal interrogation of the bishop who had always cared for him, he leaped forward, shouting, "Bishop, the sacred decree is within the bread." The bread. The two individuals in the isolated cell paused in unison, their gazes drawn to the loaf of bread on the table, where they noticed a corner of the decree exposed. Bishop Russell, being older, reacted first, reaching for the decree, but Heinrich's judgmental hand had already seized the bishop's throat. The violent currents piercing Russell's mind. "I did not see the decree. Therefore, it does not exist." Russell's body was lifted high, his limbs convulsing wildly from the electric shock, his once immaculate hair now a disheveled mess. "No, my lord bishop, you cannot subject him to torture," Wei Lai shouted, charging into the cell, braving the furious currents as he reached for the sacred decree. "Mind your own business." Heinrich cast a disdainful glance at Wei Lai, his left hand extending a web of lightning to ensnare him. "Curse it." Wei Lai felt the excruciating pain of the electric shocks coursing through him, his clothes igniting and tearing, yet he pressed forward step by step, reaching for the bread on the table. Heinrich intended to increase the voltage, but Wei Lai concentrated all his strength in his legs, leaping fiercely to grasp the sacred decree, crushing the outer bread shell and extracting the decree, thrusting it into the frantically twitching hands of Bishop Russell. "The sacred decree is here," Wei Lai cried. "Do you intend to judge the Lord?" He lifted Bishop Russell's hand, and the currents in the cell abruptly ceased. What a nuisance! Heinrich's face contorted with displeasure. Yet, in the next moment, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. The sacred decree in Bishop Russell's hand spontaneously ignited into flames, disintegrating into ashes. This signified that the Lord had forsaken his follower. Upon gazing once more at the visage of Bishop Russell, one could discern that his once vibrant eyes had morphed into an eerie shade of violet, exuding a suffocating aura of horror and malevolence that seeped from his very being. The flickering candle flames within the confines of the cell extinguished, while the crucifix of suffering adorning the wall ignited with a sinister black flame. Who would have thought that despite my profound concealment, I would still be discovered? The aged form of Bishop Russell began to levitate slowly, as a mass of dark tendrils spread from the center of his forehead, enveloping his entire body. "That it is merely your own misguided belief in your deep concealment. In my eyes, you resemble a fool who reeks of fish yet insists upon their innocence." Heinrich, with a cold gaze, gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. "Be why your mother." How could this be? Wei Lai retreated in disbelief, utterly unable to fathom that Bishop Russell had succumbed to corruption. "This world shall ultimately belong to our embrace." Before the corrupted bishop could utter another word, the thunderous blade of the judge pierced through his forehead, pinning him to the wall, as a violent surge of electricity obliterated every trace of wicked energy, reducing his corpse to mere dust. In that instant, a wisp of white soul appeared within the cell. It was the spirit of Bishop Russell. "I am grateful to the judge for purifying my essence, allowing my spirit to return to the embrace of the Lord." To Wei Lai's astonishment, Bishop Russell bowed deeply. "Humph, the Lord shall not accept a corrupted soul." Heinrich maintained a stern countenance, showing no mercy. The forlorn spirit of Russell then turned to Wei Lai, bowing with equal desolation, expressing sincere regret. "I am sorry, Wei, for having disappointed you. That I myself was unaware when the treacherous God had implanted a notion within my soul, constantly influencing my decisions. That I have let you down." The esteemed bishop, Wei Lai, could scarcely believe that such a benevolent figure had truly succumbed to corruption. "Go forth. Continue along the path of the Lord. I can assist you no further. May this power aid you in overcoming obstacles." With a sigh, Bishop Russell waved his hand, bestowing a blessing upon Wei Lai's insignia. Consequently, The potent sanctified blessing elevated Wei Lai's freight handler badge from the 5th tier to the 6th tier, the highest level achievable for such a lowly profession. Gradually, the spirit of Bishop Russell began to dissipate. Heinrich turned his gaze toward the badge upon Wei Lai's chest. Startled, Wei Lai quickly grasped the badge and placed it upon the table, vehemently gesturing. "This is not what I desired. His imposition upon me is not my concern." The judge, Heinrich, scoffed disdainfully. "You, a mere lackey devoid of any divine office, are hardly worthy of my judgment." With that, he strode out of the dungeon. A lackey. Indeed, Wei Lai sank to the ground, his heart racing with trepidation. Had he not acted, he might very well have faced the flames of a pyre. Observing the ashes of the sacred decree upon the ground, Wei Lai's resolve to obtain a pardon grew even stronger. If the judge could adjudicate all clergy and instill fear in everyone, then he too would strive for a profession capable of judging the judge. After a few moments of contemplation, integrating Heinrich's interrogative content, Wei Lai finally comprehended the essence of Bishop Russell's corruption. One term encapsulated it all. Kindness cannot wield authority. Everyone yearns for a congenial leader, one who imposes no overtime, refrains from reprimands, maintains lax attendance policies, offers generous compensation, and entails minimal responsibilities, allowing one to work until death. Yet, such a benevolent leader cannot cultivate an exceptional team. Instead, they foster a cadre of complacent individuals. Bishop Russell's amiability garnered praise from all who interacted with him. The treacherous god's insidious seed of thought had subtly altered Bishop Russell's character, transforming the overseer of such a vital supply hub in Umbria into a gentle and indecisive figure. Even Bishop Russell himself remained oblivious to the influence upon his character, unaware of any wrongdoing. Over time, the critical freight operations of Umbria would devolve into a collection of inept individuals. The treachery of the malevolent god is truly terrifying. Wei Lai even began to question whether he too had been implanted with some notion, whether his thoughts had been insidiously altered. The impulse to assist Russell moments ago, could it be the seed sprouting? Wei Lai found himself engulfed in a wave of self-doubt. Yet, it was the clamor from outside the dungeon that pulled him back to reality. Upon emerging, he was struck by the sight of the entire city engulfed in chaos. Multitudes of soldiers were assembling, with the paladin Osius himself commanding operations in the cathedral square. Who would have guessed that these freight handlers possessed such vigor? Protesting was insufficient. They dared to revolt. Wei Lai stood in stunned silence. However, he held no illusions regarding the futility of the uprising. Paladin Osius was clearly a man of iron resolve. Even should he slay everyone and recruit anew, he would not yield. As expected, Osius had already issued the command. Suppress. Judgment be damned. Faith. The knights struck their armored chests in unison, subsequently proceeding to the town streets to quell the insurrection. Wei Lai watched as the acrid smoke billowed around him, increasingly anxious that his widow's chapel might be ransacked amidst the chaos. After all, he had left all his belongings in the chapel for this ruse. With this thought in mind, Wei Lai hurriedly exited the cathedral, racing toward the widow's community, determined to safeguard his treasures. Initially believing the uprising to be merely the freight handler's discontent with reforms, it was not until he reached the street that he grasped the gravity of the situation. It was far more complex than he imagined. A man clad as a freight handler leaped from a rooftop, landing on the street with a thud. His limbs sprawled out, grotesquely contorting as his head twisted mechanically, emitting a series of unsettling clicks, as if searching for something. A grasshopper. Wei Lai inexplicably felt that this freight handler bore an uncanny resemblance to a grasshopper. With a crack, the already muscular legs of the freight handler extended unnaturally as his swiveling head locked onto a helpless, weeping little girl in the street. Corrupted, Wei Lai gasped in horror, realizing that the influence of Bishop Russell's corruption had not ceased with his demise.